Just the night before, this guy was a weak F-rank hunter, but after waking up just one night later, he could wipe out a famous guild and even crush every member of the strongest guild in the country. It turns out that when he fell asleep, his soul transmigrated into the Miram world. Here he had to train and face death hundreds of times, mastering supreme martial arts that could never exist on Earth. Without further ado, let's get started. The story opens with a heated scene. A man drenched in sweat, panting heavily from exhaustion. His whole body trembled as he dragged himself up the stairs step by step. He was carrying something incredibly huge on his shoulder. With all that stuff, he looked just like a poor student moving out. Reaching the landing, his face flushed red as he shouted in joy, I'm finally here. He was moving into a Goshuan, but his ordeal wasn't over. He still had to climb 4 more floors. Almost there. The box he carried looked bizarre, old, and resembling a giant backpack. Just as he lugged it into his room, he heard someone cursing. Piece of trash. He turned around in surprise. What? The man who had just hauled it up was Jin Ta-Ki-ung, 27 years old. Occupation, F-rank hunter. Drenched in sweat and not even given a moment to rest, his blood boiled. You haven't even taken a good look at it. Song Jin-ho, 30 years old, a student who had failed his exams for 7 years, pushed up his glasses. Mocking the box, he said, Ta-Ki-ung, oh Ta-Ki-ung. It seems you're severely misunderstanding something. Showing open contempt, he rambled on. Shit is still shit. Why stir it up to see what you ate yesterday? Arc 2020. One look and you can tell it's garbage. Ta-Ki-ung couldn't believe it. He was completely out of breath, yet still clung to hope. But, sigh. I originally thought I could at least sell it as secondhand junk. But the bespectacled guy didn't even look or listen. He put his hand up to cut him off and smugly adjusted his glasses. Stop it. I'm just wasting my breath giving you advice. No need to thank me too much. Who would have thought Ta-Ki-ung would snap? His face darkened. Hyung. The guy with glasses immediately got scared. Ta-Ki-ung. He frantically backed away. Check Clause 12, Article 1 of the Special Law for Awakened. Your current action is an awakened assaulting a normal civilian. Ta-Ki-ung had had enough and just wanted to punch Song Jin-ho. Didn't you just say that an F rank like me doesn't even count as an awakened? He immediately played dumb as if he knew nothing. Who said that? When did I ever say that? When? I must have been drunk back then, right? Ta-Ki-ung didn't want to deal with him anymore. He sat down and sighed. Ha. Forget it. Just forget it. The other guy's face lit up with relief and he started waving his arms again. That's more like it. This industry is small anyway. If rumors of you assaulting a civilian spread, you'd be fired from the guild. But right after you said that, Ta-Ki-ung gloomily announced, I got fired. Song Jin-ho was shocked on the spot. What? Ta-Ki-ung recounted. When I went to work today, the team leader told me, you've worked hard all this time. An F-rank hunter. That was the profession I chose to take over my late father's role as the family's breadwinner. Although I was the lowest-ranked hunter with 0 talent, I knew I always worked incredibly hard. The money I earned went to paying for my mother's medical bills and raising my only little sister. But now, I feel like my past 7 years have been completely wasted. Song Jin-ho shed a tear, losing all mood for joking around, not even daring to look at the protagonist. Ta-Ki-ung could tell right away. You feel guilty now, don't you? He wiped his tears. To be honest, a little bit. The protagonist instantly flipped his attitude, springing up to take advantage of his pity. Then buy me a drink. If you don't fulfill your duties as a hyung now, when will you? The bespectacled guy immediately dodged. Look at that tone of yours. Since when did you ever treat me like an older brother? Despite what he said, the 2 drinking buddies immediately linked arms and headed out. We're not going home until we're drunk today. All right. Let tomorrow's worries wait for tomorrow. Leaving only that old and mysterious box inside the room. January 1st, 2015. On that day, what humanity welcomed was not just the first sunrise of the new year. Gate, the boundary between Earth and another world. Gates, also known as dungeons, began to appear all over the world. Monsters that humanity had never heard of relentlessly poured into the real world through these gates. Monsters and awakened. War and destruction. This unprecedented great war, where fantasy invaded reality, finally came to a close with the death of the king of all monsters, Demon King Amadi. It ended on January 1st, 2020, widely known as Victory Commemoration Day. Since then, no more monsters could cross through the gates. However, a brand new profession emerged in the human world. Hunter. People who entered gates to hunt monsters and sell their loot at exorbitant prices. Most hunters were awakened, possessing abilities that surpass human limits. They were divided into various ranks based on their strength. I was someone at the very bottom, an F rank. In other words, mediocre people like me were everywhere. Coming back from a heavy drinking session, the one who ended up dead drunk was actually Song Jin-ho. The protagonist barely managed to carry him all the way back to his room. He slapped him repeatedly and called out until his voice went hoarse, but he still wouldn't wake up. Hey, Jin-ho Hyung. Song Jin-ho, wake up. Seriously, I told you to drink less. But just as he said that, he realized he had been gifted a colorful puddle of vomit right on his body. Damn it, this is so gross. He immediately stripped it off and threw the filthy shirt right onto the guy's face. He plopped down onto the floor in utter frustration and sighed. Getting fired was already depressing enough. He glanced over at that pile of scrap metal. I almost forgot. I could probably get a few bucks selling this for scrap. It's so annoying. Should I just toss it out? Or should I take a look inside? he wondered aloud. Filled with curiosity, he pressed a button on it. The lid of the machine immediately popped open. There were some papers inside. What's this? A user manual? Art product user manual. Who throws away junk and still bothers to include the manual? A RK 2020 product user manual. And it's such an outdated antique too. User manual. Product name, virtual reality interface. Manufacturing date, January 1st, 2020. He only just noticed it. 2020. Wasn't that right when the war ended? It must be a misprint, he muttered. What kind of brain-dead idiot would produce a gaming console in a time like this? Printed on it was a glaring red notice. Players cannot log out at will. Death in the game cannot be revived. Reading it sent a sudden chill down his spine. A one-life game. But he was completely exhausted right now, with zero desire to play anything. He just plopped onto the floor. Whatever. Let's just sleep. At the moment he closed his eyes, the snoring of that glasses-wearing guy echoed throughout the room. It grew increasingly deafening. The room was tiny, making it sound no different from a bellowing cow. Who wouldn't lose their mind from being dead tired but unable to sleep because of the noise? Ji-ung glared back at him, muttering, I am gonna kill this bastard. Suddenly, his gaze landed on the machine. Come to think of it, this sleeping pod. I wonder if it's soundproof. Utterly exhausted, he crawled inside to check it out. If it was soundproof, he could get a good night's sleep. On top of that, there was even a headset to wear. Trying it on, he found it to be absolutely top-notch. It's quiet. There's almost zero noise. Lying here is way more comfortable than I thought. He suddenly felt anxious about the future. Sigh. What am I supposed to do starting tomorrow? Without a guild, I'll have to wait around at the labor market early in the morning. Guildless hunters are completely ignored wherever they go, and whatever little money you make gets eaten up by processing fees. Sigh. Thankfully, Mom and my sister are living in a safe zone apartment. Even though it's too much of a luxury for an F-rank hunter's meager income, my family's safety is the most important thing to me. The problem is, it's time to pay Mom's rent. What should I do? If Dad were still alive, would he give his son some advice on what to do? His eyes welled up with tears. No matter how desperate things got, he had to encourage himself. It's fine. I've always worked hard to live a good life until now. Believe in yourself. Thinking too much, he mumbled, I'm so sleepy. His eyes fluttered shut. I just hope that when I open my eyes tomorrow, things will be a little better than today. Suddenly, the pod began to glow brightly. Ding ding. System is connecting. Identifying player. Unregistered player. Would you like to register a new player? But our protagonist was already fast asleep, completely oblivious to it all. The machine operated on its own. Prolonged period of no response, automatically proceeding. Scanning complete, player data is being generated. Player Ji-um has logged into this device. Proceeding to options. Prolonged period of no response, automatically configuring. The words Miram appeared on the glasses he wore. Wishing you great fortune in the martial world. Yet he was sleeping so soundly, he knew absolutely nothing. The next morning, a gentle breeze blew into the room, waking Ji-ung up. Ugh, so cold. Who opened the window? Right, who else could it be? It's definitely that nemesis of mine, Song Jin-ho. But the moment he opened his eyes, he was met with a shocking sight. Yesterday's cramped rental room had transformed into an old antique-style bedroom. To top it off, he was lying in bed, and right beside him was a beautiful sleeping girl. What is this? He hadn't even lost his virginity yet, so why was he lying naked next to a girl? Freaking out, his body convulsed as he bolted upright. His entire body trembling and sweating buckets, he stared at the girl in sheer disbelief. Just then, she stirred slightly and moaned. So cold. Terrified, Ji-ung scrambled as far back as he could. Glancing around the room, he wondered, where am I? Could this be one of those legendary host bars? Yesterday, after drinking with Jin-ho, I clearly went back to our place to sleep. Why am I here? So he gently poked the girl to wake her up. Excuse me. She sat up and rubbed her eyes, looking completely calm without a single hint of fear or suspicion. Seeing her clearly now, he realized she was drop-dead gorgeous. His face instantly flushed red. May I ask who you are? However, she uttered some very strange words. Shakso? He couldn't understand a single thing in that language. The two of them stared at each other in stunned silence. Had he just run into a foreigner? And so they spoke two different languages, just babbling away at each other. What did you say? Shakso? Shai Zhao? Are you Thai? Or Filipino? Shikso Shai Zhao. It was giving him a major headache. What do I do? It's a total language barrier. Suddenly, ding ding, the system notified. Unread messages available. Would you like to open them? Panicking completely, Ji-ung threw a punch straight at the screen, screaming, Holy shit, what the hell is this? Still naked, he crashed straight onto the floor as a series of screens kept popping up. Timeout. Proceeding with random character selection. Searching for Miram. Starting the game with the character Tran Tai Khan. Logging into Miram. First time login reward issued. Game language can be changed. Would you like to apply the comprehensive language pack? Reading it left his head spinning and tangled up in knots. His jaw dropped. Character? Miram? Login? I'm reading my mother tongue, but I don't understand a damn thing. On top of that, the system acted entirely on its own. Comprehensive language pack applied. Ignoring him as he raised a hand to stop it, he yelled, Wait, hold on a second. But it was already applied. He could immediately understand what the girl beside him was saying as she stroked her hair and asked, "Young Master Tran, are you feeling unwell?" Putting on a dumbfounded expression, he looked blankly back and forth between the system and the girl. She was still asking, "Young Master Tran." He could actually understand what she was saying now. A booming sound rang in his head like a bolt of lightning, and he began sweating profusely. He couldn't wrap his head around any of this. What on earth is going on? Someone with a weak heart might have just dropped dead on the spot. So, to sum up the current situation, for some unknown reason, I'm currently inside a game. What's more, checking his reflection, his face had completely changed as well. The more I look at it, the more bizarre it gets. How did I even log into this place? The power wasn't even plugged in. The girl brought over a bowl of soup. "Drink this. You still look like you haven't fully woken up, young master." He completely understood everything she said. Nuyet Hall, that was her name, and he was now Tran Tai Kan. Realistic graphics combined with AI. I heard recent tech was getting incredible, but I didn't expect it to be this magical. No wonder people love virtual reality so much. I finally get why there are game addicts. The characters are this gorgeous, and you can even get laid for real. The MCS expression must have looked incredibly sleazy. Suddenly, the girl furrowed her brows, her expression changing as she let out an annoyed humph. Her glare made him choke. Cough, cough. What? What are you looking at? She sighed and chuckled. Phew, it's nothing. I just wanted to take a look. She was pretty sharp, though. Young Master Tran, you seem a bit strange today, don't you? What modern person wouldn't find that weird to hear? He was laughing his head off internally. Young Master Tran, haha. Even for a game, it sounds so cheesy. But keeping a straight face, he asked. Strange how? She tilted her head and spread her hands. Strange in every way. You keep staring blankly into space, and you even ask me who I was. It's truly baffling. Staring into space was because of that system panel popping up again. Tutorial quest created. Every time it appeared, it was confusing. Huh? A tutorial? You have taken your first steps into Muram. Please learn the basic information and grasp the current situation. Difficulty? Tutorial. It even gave a ridiculously long list of rewards. Anyway, his head was still spinning after reading it. Gather information? Grasp the situation? Is this really a tutorial? I don't play a lot of games, but in normal games, don't they usually have you go catch some rabbits or something to get used to the controls? Well, right now the only choice is to give it a try. I guess I just have to try it out. First up, gathering information. You'd think he'd do it some clever way, but since the girl was right there, he just asked her directly to save time. How much do you know about me? Nuit Hual burst out laughing, covering her mouth as her whole body shook. Hee hee, that's an interesting question. How should I put this? You are exactly like the rumors, say young master. He didn't know anything to begin with, so how could he know about any rumors? He looked dumbfounded. Rumors. She smiled, rubbing her fingers together in a money gesture. I'm sure you're well aware, young master. Even if those words aren't very appropriate to say directly to your face. But he didn't understand a damn thing. Gritting from ear to ear, he leaned in eagerly. I don't mind at all. Go ahead and tell me. He stretched his neck out longer than the table itself. Visibly uncomfortable, she leaned back. Only then did he sit down, slamming the table in a dramatic act. I'm just curious. Curious if it's really like the rumors. Phew, this isn't exactly news, why should I mind? Her expression turned sinister, flashing a wicked smile. If you say so, young master. After a barrage of continuous questions, I gathered a ton of intel. First, this is Hongho Pavilion, located in the bustling commercial district of Jinju, Western Sichuan. It's the #1 brothel in Western Sichuan. Nuyet Hua is a high-ranking courtesan at Hongho Pavilion. I, Tran Tai Kan, am exactly 20 years old this year, the youngest son of the Chen clan in Jinju. The Chen clan of Jinju is a top-tier, prestigious family in Shaanxi. Because they frequently subjugate bandits, and during droughts, they even act before the government to distribute rice and cook porridge for famine relief, less than greater than. They have a very high reputation among the common people. Right after the story ended, a system notification popped up. Intel on the Jinju Chen clan acquired. Title obtained, Disciple of a Noble Clan. You can check your title in the status window later. Tran Tai Kan's face lit up like a light bulb. His life had turned around. Doesn't this mean I am a second-generation chaebol? But before he could even close his mouth, she poured cold water on him. But lately, rumor has it the Chen clan is facing enemies both inside and out. Obviously, he hadn't finished the quest. That sounded dangerous. Enemies inside and out. She elaborated. On the outside, the Hohensun sword sect is coveting the position of Western Sichuan's alliance leader. They are enemies of the Chen clan. As for the inside, she placed her teacup upside down on the table. Covering her mouth, she whispered, the third young master of the family is an absurd scoundrel. The MC nodded seriously, acting like he understood the ways of the world. Ah, you're absolutely right. Every family has 1 or 2 kids that give them headaches, especially those rich kids. He kept nodding until he suddenly broke a sweat. Something felt wrong here. It suddenly clicked in his brain, making him realize. Ah, hey. Excuse me, how many sons does the Jinju Chen clan have? Only then did the girl reply. 3. Turns out he was being dissed without even knowing it. This hurt. Wait, isn't that me? On top of that, a ding sounded. System. Title obtained, disgrace of the clan. You can check your title in the status window later. Gather information is complete. Well, the job was done. The title was a bit insulting, but it wasn't his fault the setting was like this. The girl couldn't stop covering her mouth and laughing. He was mad as hell, but what could he do? He just clicked his tongue. Whatever. So what if I'm the disgrace of the clan? It's just a game anyway. As long as I complete the quests, it's fine. You can check your title in the status window later. Intel gathering is done. Now the issue is the current situation. He didn't know that right now he looked like a total nutjob. In Nguyet Hoa's eyes, he couldn't sit still, looking left, looking right, grinning one moment, deep in thought the next, and then angrily muttering to himself. She watched him for a while until she couldn't take it anymore and sighed. Phew. Young Master Tran, forgive my boldness. You look like a madman right now. I think you should get some rest. His finger, which was pointing at the system panel, froze. Only now realizing the problem, he grabbed his head with both hands. Come to think of it, what the hell am I doing right now? He hurriedly stood up, but his mind was on the real world. I was supposed to look for a new job today. Suddenly, his feet stopped in their tracks. He looked down at himself, then around the room. But the gaming experience so far hasn't been bad at all. He had a new identity, money, and even the prettiest girl in the brothel keeping him company. Logging out right now would be a bit of a waste. But now wasn't the time. If he didn't work, where would he get the money to support his mom and sister? The decision was still to log out. He pointed his fingers straight at the sky. Stomping his foot, he shouted loudly, "Log out." The whole room fell silent again. Nothing happened. In Nguyet Hoa's eyes, he had gone up another level of crazy. He stood waiting a bit longer, but nothing happened. He really wanted to drop the act now. Furious, he yelled at the top of his lungs. Huh? Why isn't there any response? Log out. I want to quit the game. Wait, did I mispronounce it? Log out, log out, log out. He completely ignores the girl whose face is darkening, rendering her utterly speechless as she thinks, it's a waste to look at this weirdo alone. After he yells himself hoarse, the system screen finally flashes red. Log out? Beep? Cannot log out. 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 The system repeats exactly as many times as he shouted. His face turns as white as a sheet, sweating bullets. Why? Did I press the wrong button? A system error? Or is this antique gaming pod broken? He clutches his head in despair, endlessly regretting it. If I had known this, I wouldn't have taken it even for free. I should have just thrown it away when Ji-Ho called it trash. Or right after reading that user manual written by some psycho. Giving away a freebie but intentionally stuffing a user manual in it. Wait, the user manual. That's right. I skimmed through it. He racks his brain trying to figure it out. Let me try to remember. What did it say in there again? The more he remembers, the more panicked he gets. That glaring red warning. Players cannot log out at will. Characters who die in the game cannot be resurrected. It's truly terrifying. He collapses, feeling his strength entirely drained. He's totally clueless, and now he's trapped in a one-life game. The surroundings blur, his mind goes blank, and his face turns grim. Am I stuck in the game? The system's voice still rings out coldly. It's the harsh truth. You can't escape, boy. To be continued. His eyes are practically bulging out, his body drenched in sweat. I'm doomed. The scene shifts to that night, the sound of galloping horses echoing on the road. This carriage looks quite expensive too, drawn by 4 horses and driven by an old coachman. Inside the carriage sits only Tran Tai Khan, still reeling from the shock. For the past 3 days, I've tried everything, but I always get the same single response. Cannot log out. So now, I'm playing a martial arts VR game called Murim, and I can't even log out freely. If my character dies, I die in real life too. I've waited for 3 whole days, hoping someone on the outside would save me, but there's been no sign at all. So the rule log out equals death might actually be real. But it's not hopeless. Dying in the game prevents resurrection. Players cannot log out at will implies that as long as a certain condition is met, escaping is still possible. Finally clearing his mind, he calms down and tries to think of a plan. After 3 days of careful thought, my conclusion is: first, focus on doing quests to level up. Now that I've made up my mind, I first need to find a place where I can get help from others without risking my life. There's a perfectly suitable place for that. He takes a deep breath, filling his lungs. All right, as long as I keep a strong will, I'll definitely escape. He can't help but shout to boost his own morale. I can do this. Let's go. After slapping his cheeks a few times to wake himself up, he sternly calls out, "Open quest log." Ding ding, the system pops up asking, "Do you wish to start Phase 2 tutorial?" He accepts immediately. Accept. Quest Phase 2 tutorial. You have grasped the basic information and current situation. But the Murim world is perilous and unpredictable. From now on, you must make good use of your unique power. He's gotten more used to it after a few tries. This one's pretty simple too, huh? Open stats window. Level 10 character, Tran Tai Khan. Class, third-rate martial artist. Reputation, 0. Titles, descendant of a noble clan, disgrace of the clan. All skills are at level 10. It's way too low. Looks like this won't be a walk in the park. His face falls in disappointment. What is this? I'm a descendant of a renowned martial arts clan, after all. Yet I'm just a level 10 third-rate martial artist. Is this a joke? Descendant of a noble clan combined with disgrace of the clan brings it straight back to zero, he sighs in resignation. All right, fine, what did I even expect? But this game doesn't completely cut off all paths to survival. Thank goodness. At least I can still increase the stats I want. I have to be extremely careful. His eyes sparkle as he calculates meticulously. Add 1 to internal energy. He spends the whole night figuring it out. Hey, you should have mentioned things like this earlier. So, aside from internal energy, intelligence and charm are useless. It'll just dump everything into the stats needed for survival. Endurance and stamina get 30 each. Agility gets 40, yes, exactly. The deal is sealed. Points. 100. Bam. Points. Instantly, a blinding light flashes. His entire body floats in mid-air, every cell visibly transforming. That this is. He shuts his eyes tightly to feel it, letting it run its course. Very quickly, his body falls back down onto the seat. He looks at his hands in bewilderment. This feeling. Awakening. That's exactly it. It feels just like when I awakened as a hunter 7 years ago. He didn't expect it to be the same here. But why here? Ding ding. Your promotion to second-rate martial artist is complete. But there's no time to celebrate yet. Focus on the matter at hand. Open skills window. This pop-up gives him an even bigger headache. Level 10 skills. Tran Tai Can. Inner Key Arts. Tran Clan. Inner Key cannot use. Martial Arts. Tran Clan. Spear Technique. Cannot use. Tran Clan Footwork. Cannot use. Cannot use martial arts. Due to lack of training for a long time, the mnemonic chants have been forgotten. After reading it, the MC is so furious he practically flips out. Why is every damn thing so weak? Veins bulge on his face as he bites his lip hard, trying to stay calm and not lose his mind. Holy crap, damn it! Well, that's just how the game is, he sighs deeply. Phew. Calm down, I need to stay calm. I can slowly learn martial arts later. Having skill points to use is already something to be glad about. Meridians represent the blood vessels and inner pathways, which are very useful for inner chi practitioners. Meanwhile, Constitution represents the muscles and skeleton, benefiting external martial arts practitioners. In reality, I'm an F-rank hunter. My fighting style over the past 7 years leans much more toward external training. I've seen people use magic or shoot energy blasts before, but with my abilities, I wouldn't even dare dream of it. Choosing what I'm more familiar with will increase my chances of survival. Thinking this, he immediately calls out Constitution 60, Meridians 40. The system asks, confirm stat distribution. Tran Tai Can presses it immediately. Accept. However, the system suddenly vanishes. Before he can even take a breath, his body transforms once again. This time, it's even more intense than the last. His muscles begin to bulge out, completely reforming his body. How could it not hurt? He's so horrified he can't even voice a scream. It's way too brutal. After who knows how long, the place where he stands is completely drenched in sweat. Sweat pours down as he pants heavily, utterly exhausted. But it seems all of this is totally worth it. Because looking down at my lower body, in just a few minutes, it's completely ripped with an 8-pack. If it were real life, I wouldn't have this even if I worked out for 8 lifetimes. Constitution. Strength. It's endlessly surging. Clenching my fist, it sinks in even more. That's right. This place is completely different from reality. Feeling a surge of confidence. As long as I make good use of the system, I can raise all my necessary stats. Plus, I have my combat experience from fighting countless monsters over the past 7 years. Even though I don't know where the endpoint is, I must become stronger. And then, survive. That is the most important goal. Just one step left. Finally, open the inventory. There's only one thing inside the inventory. A sturdy set of armor. Rank. 3rd rate. Made of lightweight and tough fabric, suitable for beginners. Let's equip it right now. Oh, this is pretty cool. The clothes go right onto my body. The clothes I took off. Just putting them in the inventory does the trick. The items in the inventory switch automatically too. The more I explore, the cooler it gets. It's magical. With this, launching a sneak attack will be super convenient. And to top it off, I just did a few simple things and the system already gave me a reward. Tai Can couldn't stop grinning, hee hee. The reward is a sharp spear. Rank, 2nd rate. A makeshift spear, its blade is sharp, so use with caution. You really get what you pay for. It sounds so boring. He instantly drops his smile and sighs in disappointment. Give me something a bit fancier. But nope, beggars can't be choosers. He reaches out his hand. Equip item. Instantly, a super long spear appears. Suddenly, ding. Notification. Tutorial stage 3 is beginning. Please get ready. I'm suddenly getting a bad feeling about this. Right at this moment, a voice calls out from outside the door. Young master. He jumps in startlement. The old coachman speaks into the carriage. There's a minor problem. He has to open the door and peek his head out to see what's going on. Just as he asks, ding. Quest tutorial. Stage 3. You have grasped the method of getting stronger through the system. Practice makes perfect, so repel the bandits that have suddenly appeared. Right as the old man points forward, a whole group of people is blocking the path ahead. He's practically scared out of his wits. You call this a minor problem. Jiang San is a bandit. In his entire life, he has never left the Qingliang mountain region. As soon as he hit his 20s, he started robbing easy targets passing by. Perhaps because he worked so diligently, his title Mighty Jiang San became famous throughout the region. Today, as always, before the sun even rose, he led his underlings out to do business. For some inexplicable reason, they left Qingliang Mountain and walked all the way here because the system willed it so. A lackey points at Tai Khan's carriage. Boss, look. He immediately guesses. That's probably worth a fortune, right? The whole gang draws their axes, laughing maniacally. Today's our lucky day. Ha ha ha. If you know what's good for you, hand over all your valuables. The old coachman does a quick head count. There are a total of 6 enemies. No ambush. Tai Khan shrinks back into the carriage, thoroughly spooked. 6 of them. The old coachman is much calmer and braver. Robberies are an everyday occurrence, but getting robbed around here is a first. Tai Khan, still not catching on, asks, why's that? The old man replies nonchalantly, what do you mean, why? Unless it's a large-scale bandit stronghold, a few small fries like them daring to offend a martial arts family is nothing but courting death. Daring to rob right on the doorstep of the Jinju Chen clan. I don't know what kind of blind fools they are. Just his wicked smirk is enough. The protagonist is left speechless. Hearing that does make it a bit less scary. In his eyes, these guys are just a bunch of tutorial NPCs. But looking at him again, he's just an old coachman. I really don't get it. Just what kind of deity is this old man to be so confident? As quick as lightning, the old man pulls out a rope, licks his lips, and grins wickedly. How about I handle this? His mind is instantly enlightened. He's a master. I knew it. He's no ordinary coachman. Nougat Hoa really was being thoughtful. The bandits aren't pushovers either. The boss, veins bulging all over his body, roars to the heavens, didn't you hear the orders of mighty Zhang San? The old man grinds his teeth and snaps right back. A bunch of rabble daring to run wild. You bandits who steal the blood, sweat, and tears of innocent civilians. Do you have any idea whose carriage you're blocking? I thought he would strike immediately, but who would have thought he'd just stand there trash-talking endlessly? You heinous thugs deserve to have your eyes gouged out, bodies chopped into pieces, and bones ground to dust. Death to 9 generations of your families. His cursing so hard spit is flying everywhere, but the bandit boss isn't scared at all. He picks his ear provocatively. Ooh, I'm so scared I'm peeing my pants. Could the person inside be some kind of royalty? Come out here and let me take a look. The old man whips his rope and continues shouting. If you knew the identity of the noble inside, you'd definitely regret not getting out of our sight. The bandit boss, Zhang San, is even calmer than the old man. All right, then tell him to come out. The old man's eyes gleam, his face darkening as he growls, idiots. The protagonist, sitting in the carriage watching the drama unfold, thinks, I finally get to witness the true strength of a martial arts master. But how the hell is nothing happening yet? To make matters worse, the old man comes hopping and running right back to the carriage. Tai Khan is completely baffled. Hey, what are you coming back for? Turns out the old guy only has cat-like reflexes, but no actual combat skills. He rushes to the carriage and bows his head. Young master, you should still come out for a moment. The protagonist turns pale with fear, stammering. I should go out. To do what? Before he can even refuse, the old man goes into full acting mode, throwing the door open to invite him out. Daring to block the young master's path, they truly have eyes but fail to see. Today, they will surely pay the price for this. This lowly one has long heard the name of the heaven-shaking sword. You are a genius swordsman who became an absolute master at the tender age of 20. Hee, every time I hear of your glorious exploits, this old man gets incredibly excited. Who spread those rumors, good lord? He doesn't even own a sword. Heaven-shaking sword. Genius swordsman? What is he talking about? The protagonist cringes all over. About that. Are you misunderstanding something? Before he can finish speaking, the old man grabs his hand and pulls him straight down. Bastards! Do you know who this young master is? It's the second son of the Jinju Chen clan. The absolute master who shakes Western Sichuan. The old man completely ignores him, yelling, Wait, hold on, I am Chen. But the old man's voice is too loud, his shouting drowning him out. The heaven-shaking sword, young master Chen Vu Khan. The protagonist scratches his face, awkwardly correcting him. It's Tai Khan. The whole area falls into a dead silence. The scene is incredibly awkward. Right now, in the eyes of the bandits, the two of them look like they're putting on a comedy skit. The old man still hasn't processed the situation. Humiliated, he repeats it once more. I said, in not Chen Vu Khan, im Chen Tai. The old man's face changes colors like a strobe light. Chen Tai Khan. You're that scoundrel third young master. Did he really have to say it like that? But well, he's thick-skinned enough not to mind. He smiles wryly. Correct answer. The old man is in utter shock, foaming at the mouth. No wonder he was acting so tough. Now he's a goner. He faints right on the spot. Our protagonist is speechless. T-check some master he is. The whole gang of bandits bursts into laughter, throwing their heads back and roaring at the sky. The boss takes the chance to threaten him, pointing his axe. I don't care if you're the third young master or fourth young lady. Surrender peacefully, and I'll spare your life. Ding! The system pops up. Restriction. Novice. Quest. Repel the bandits. Reward. Full health recovery. He has to fight this battle now. Damn it, is this a joke? What a ridiculous quest to start with. 6 against 1. I've fought 6 goblins before, but... While he's lost in thought, standing perfectly still, the bandits point at him. Did he faint standing up? You, go check on him. Yes, sir. So one of the underlings just hurls an axe straight at him from a distance. Trantai Khan hurriedly covers his head and screams in panic. Ah, wait. Pause. Unexpectedly, the axe actually stops. It drops straight to the ground, landing a massive distance away from him. The bandits look at each other with dumbfounded expressions. Should I have aimed a bit higher? These guys are way stupider than he thought. Looks like these guys, except for that big guy, the boss, are completely clueless. He seems to be the only smart one here. They're all pretty scrawny and frail. Could they actually be weaker than goblins? Suddenly filled with hope, he decides it's worth a gamble. Maybe. I can win this. I can feel it. I can sense it. So he stands up, straightens his back, and raises his hands to the sky. The whole gang stares at him. Huh? They start guessing. Is he surrendering? Smart move. My axe must have scared him stiff. But he has it all calculated. Keeping his posture, he takes a few steps closer. That's right, laugh all you want. Trong Tam starts rambling. I heard the Chen clan in Jinju had a worthless son. Third-rate martial arts, first-rate playboy. Seeing you today, it looks like you're first-rate at knowing your place too. A lackey points and cackles. Boss, doesn't he look like a little puppy walking over with his tail between his legs? Trantai Khan's heart is pounding out of his chest. Insanely nervous and breathing heavily, he thinks, just 2 more steps. Ignoring their mocking laughter. A puppy? Ahaha, he really does. Hee. He patiently counts every single step. Right at that moment, a bright light glows from his abdomen. He guesses immediately. It's so hot. Could this be internal energy? Let's stomp down even harder then. With a forceful leap, his whole body shoots forward like a speeding arrow. The bandits have no idea what's happening. They just stare dumbfoundedly with their jaws dropped, completely unable to react. Our protagonist even knows how to pull out the heavy artillery. Open inventory, equip sharp spear. Trong Tam is the first to react, instantly drawing his massive axe, but a spear has already materialized in his hands. Let's see whose weapon is faster. Ding. Critical hit. Abnormal status inflicted bleeding. The long spear in his hands pierces straight through the center of Trong Tam's chest. Agonized, he falls flat on his back. Ding. A series of notifications pop up. Successfully defeated Trong Tam. The bandit underlings watch in utter terror and panic, scattering like headless chickens. He still has no intention of stopping, and there's more. The blood-stained spear continues to move. Trantai Khan now looks like a grim reaper out for blood. Who's next? The whole gang instantly drops to their knees. Spare us, great hero. Ding. The bandits have lost their leader, lost the will to fight and surrender. Who knows how much time passes before the old coachman finally wakes up, his eyes bulging in sheer disbelief. He looks around at the bandits. Every single one of them is covered in black and blue bruises. Their eyes and noses are swollen shut, blood gushing everywhere. Lumps the size of goose eggs swell on their heads. The old man gapes, trembling in fear. Is this really the young master? Are you sure you're not possessed? What's even more terrifying is that Trong Tam was killed. Trantai Khan rubs his throbbing head and explains, I already told you it's me. The entire bandit gang is still prostrating before him. The old man, drenched in cold sweat, stammers, that. Could it be? And after all that, he still asks the same question. Are you truly young Master Tran Vu Khan? He loses his mind and yells at the old man. How many times do I have to tell you? I am Trantai Khan. Cut the crap and let's go. Recalling his time in the modern world, he had also thought about this. Time dilation? Do virtual reality games actually slow down time? With such incredible technology, why use it for gaming? Wouldn't a virtual reality study room be better? It could be used for far more useful things. The guy with glasses throws his head back and takes a big gulp of beer. There you go, saying stupid things again. Trantai Khan is still Trantai Khan after all. You talk as if a guy like you would actually get into a top university if you used a game to study. I'm only going to say this once, so listen closely, Trantai Khan. First of all, studying in there is completely useless, because the game doesn't actually slow down time, it just makes you feel like it's passing slower. He goes on a long-winded explanation. Simply put, it forcefully crams multiple times the amount of information into your brain, making you feel like a long time has passed in the game. According to academics, most of this information is forgotten, and only what your brain can naturally process is retained. In other words, there's no difference between studying in real life and studying through the machine. Furthermore, since this method puts stress on the brain, the time ratio between reality and the game is usually 1:3. Hearing this, he immediately guesses. Usually, does that mean there's an even higher ratio? He yawned endlessly. In general, the better the pod, the higher the time ratio. But the price difference compared to the performance is too steep. Probably no one will buy it. Right at the crucial moment, he stopped talking. Go back to your room and sleep. You jerk. Turn off the lights for me. What's the difference? I don't know, I'm too sleepy. I'm going to sleep. Who would have thought he'd end up experiencing it like this? Resting his chin on his hand inside the carriage, he thought, I've been in the game for 3 days now. According to what Jin Ho Hyung said, he should have woken up and called me by now, shouldn't he? Did he just sleep through it? What the hell is that guy doing? Suddenly, it clicked in his head and he realized, could it be? Because the time ratio is too high. But as soon as he said that, he contradicted himself. That antique gaming pod doesn't look expensive at all. No, wait. With game graphics this crisp, the specs must be absolutely insane. Right now, it was all just speculation. Whatever. Thinking too much was just giving him a headache. Screw it. Hell, wake up sooner or later. My job is just to survive until then. He commanded, open the skill panel. The more he read this useless panel, the more discouraged he became. It really leaves you speechless. Just how long did he neglect this? He'll allocate the skill points later. Open acquired skills first. Among them were Jinju Chen Clan Spearmanship, the heirloom martial art of the Jinju Chen Clan. Jinju Chen Clan Footwork, the heirloom martial art of the Jinju Chen Clan. Jinju Chen Clan Mind Arts, restriction, direct descendant of the Jinju Chen Clan. High stability but extremely slow cultivation efficiency. Supreme grade. The Chen Clan Mind Arts aren't bad. Skimming through it, the resources are actually quite decent. Suddenly, another notification popped up. Tutorial. Phase 4 quest. You can now circulate your ki to cultivate your martial arts. However, uncontrolled internal energy is a double-edged sword. Never let your guard down. He hadn't even had time to warm his seat. Again? I'm going to lose my mind. So discouraged he didn't want to do anything. He just clung to hope. Who knows, maybe Jin Ho Hyung will rescue me in a bit. Do I really need to gamble my life for a few in-game items? So he decisively made his choice. Ugh, no thanks decline. But this game was much more ruthless than he was. It completely cut off his lazy escape route. Tutorial quests cannot be declined. To make matters worse, the notification panel now only displayed an accept button, offering no choice. Tai Kan was overwhelmingly furious, veins popping on his forehead, as he screamed at the top of his lungs. I said decline, decline, decline. Why did it change to accept? Just like that, the system auto-accepted it for our main character. He squealed like a stuck pig, you bastards. Ultimately collapsing in despair, he mumbled, I can't even just say no. He hadn't given any response, yet the system continued to update automatically, continuing execution. It was truly more exploitative than capitalism, crueler than colonizers. And so blatantly, too. Even the notification sounds subtly changed. Damn it! Just wait till I get out, wait till I get out. Suddenly, the surrounding scenery began to warp and distort. Am I just dizzy from being too hungry? But it became increasingly severe, twisting and warping until it finally turned into a massive vortex. The wind howled fiercely. Terrified out of his wits, Tai Kan hastily covered his face with his arms. But after a while, feeling nothing unusual and no pain in his body, he cautiously cracked his eyes open to take a peek. He didn't know since when, but his surroundings had turned completely white without a single trace of anything else. He looked around in utter bewilderment. Where is this? Suddenly, a voice called out, over here. Turning his head, he noticed an old man sitting there. The old man was also stark white. His hair, beard, and clothes were all a blinding shade of white. He immediately guessed, is this old man the system assistant? Their eyes met. His body stiffened in fear, unsure of what to do next. The old man commanded, choose the posture you find most comfortable. Having never done this before, he asked, huh? Don't I need to sit cross-legged to circulate my chi? The old man smiled warmly, stroking his beard with an air of superiority. Only small fries obsess over such trivial details. A true master does as he pleases. He felt a jolt of panic. Can he hear my thoughts? A master. I've really met a martial arts master this time. The old man rested his hands on his thighs, stood up, and burst into laughter. Ha, this kid. Just as he was marveling at the old man's speed, the elder phased right through him. Tai Kan's entire body froze, completely paralyzed. The old man explained, I merely struck your acupoints, no need to panic. From this moment on, you must focus. Placing his hand on Tai Kan's back, the elder said, circulating your chi is the most vital method of cultivation for a martial artist. Not only does it accumulate internal energy, but it also cultivates your essence, chi, and spirit, allowing you to reach a higher realm. Therefore, you must keep your mind as calm as still water, untroubled by the outside world, and guide the flow of your internal energy. Now this old man shall recite the chant of the Chen clan mind arts for you once. The old man mumbled a deluge of poetic incantations, so fast that he couldn't even keep up. Our main character could clearly feel a burning heat spreading throughout his entire body. A radiant spot of light gradually appeared on his forehead, glowing brightly. The old man suddenly shouted, go down. With his eyes still tightly shut, he was completely confused. Huh? Go down where? Ding ding. Initiating Jinju Chen Clan Mind Arts. Move along the glowing acupoints. Just like that, it was over. Sitting cross-legged, he found himself back inside the wooden carriage. Ding ding. The system's voice echoed through the space. Key circulation completed. Main quest has been generated. It was finally over. He breathed a sigh of relief and opened his eyes. A wave of pleasure surged through his body. Wow, not bad at all, huh? It feels like waking up from a perfectly refreshing sleep. This thing called chi is truly miraculous. But since when was there a blood-red and gold head hovering up there? What the hell is that thing? Just then, the coachman's voice rang out, Young master, we have arrived at the Jinju Chen clan. Golden light like scorching fire suddenly poured straight down from out of nowhere. Tran Tai Kan could clearly feel it flowing straight into his dantian. Is this my 10 years of inner energy? This power isn't vast, but it's incredibly pure. However, there's still a black orb left. Is it another type of inner energy? If I can make it mine, I'll definitely become stronger. But before he could even celebrate, the system's voice rang out like a thunderbolt. Main quest failure. Abnormal status key deviation or death. It was a real shock, making him sweat bullets. No way. I can't risk dying here. I should complete the quest first, dodging quickly or everything will be ruined. What a wise decision. I managed to save my pathetic life for now. The old carriage driver called out from outside. Young master, we are almost there. When he looked outside, he was completely overwhelmed once again. Wow, the scenery before him was beyond imagination. From above, he could see a massive estate. He quickly told the old man, slow down a bit. He wanted to take it all in. The in-game scenery looked just like real life. He commanded the system, skill window, check chi sensing. Remembering a scene from Dragon Ball, he immediately guessed, isn't this a power level scouter? Let's test it out then. He clenched his fist tightly. Activate chi sensing. Beep. Instantly, a green circle appeared beneath his feet. Ding. System notification. You have used chi sensing. Current stage, first layer. You can search for targets below level 30 within a 30-meter radius. Just as he finished reading, the circle beneath his feet began to expand. It started to cover a 30-meter area around him. Scanning the old man, ding, target detected. Level 4 lower king tier appeared. You have identified the target through chi sensing. The old man's information popped up. This is incredibly convenient. The protagonist was thrilled. Wow, this is great. I really needed this. Hit the jackpot, hee hee. Now I won't have to go around asking who I am or where I am anymore. But before he could enjoy the moment, the system popped up again. Ding. Quest confirmed. Quest. Log out. From now on, you will step into the bloody and perilous journey of Muram. Increase your strength and raise your reputation, for that day will eventually come. Grade. Main quest. Tears streamed down his cheeks, overwhelmed with emotion. It's finally here. He felt like setting off fireworks in celebration. I can log out now. Ha ha ha. No matter how formidable you are, you're still just a game. Damn it, you made me worry for nothing. He gnashed his teeth, excitedly plotting his devious schemes. As long as I make good use of my experience and the system, escaping this game is only a matter of time. Even if no one outside saves me, I can break out myself. The first thing I'll do when I get out is hunt down the person who developed this game. Suddenly, the carriage stopped in front of the gate. A guard approached, cupped his hands, and bowed his head. I am the gatekeeper of the Jinju Chen clan, Ha Vu Chan. State your identity and purpose here at once. The old man lifted his hat and greeted him with a blooming smile. We are from Hong Ho Lao. You've worked hard, sir. Hee hee. The gatekeeper immediately frowned in vigilance. Hong Ho Lao. You mean that brothel? What are people from Hong Ho Lao doing here? The old man stammered, about that. Right then, his coughing echoed from inside the carriage, and the guard immediately turned to look. Trantai Khan haughtily lifted his chin. You know who I am, right? The guard looked over and frowned. He even felt, this punk. Seems like he recognizes me. He was about to close the window, thinking that making an appearance was cool enough, when the guard suddenly slammed his hand against the window to block it. His face darkened as he barked, "Get out of the carriage." What the hell? By default, he was the third young master. How dare this guy speak to him in that tone? Left with no choice, he poked his entire head out for him to see. Huh? Me? Havu Chan stood there with his hands on his hips and yelled, "Do I look like I'm talking to thin air?" The protagonist's face scrunched up in extreme annoyance, completely baffled. What's wrong with this punk? Why the attitude? Doesn't he recognize me? He smiled broadly and pointed at himself. You might not know, but I'm from this family. Yet the guy had the nerve to ask back, "Are you new here?" I live here too. The protagonist was holding back his temper as he tried to explain further. No, that's not what I meant. But the guy cut him off instantly, acting like he saw right through him. I am the third young master of the Jinju Chen clan. That's what you were about to say, right? Hearing that, he was completely dumbfounded. His smile froze solid. The guard even added another sentence. I know your identity very well, so hurry up and get out. We have to follow standard procedures. What now? Let me glance back at the estate gates. Two other guards were standing there with completely cold expressions. Not a single one of them spoke up for him. Well, he had no choice but to step down. Why does this feel so wrong? The guard even held a pen, opened a ledger, and barked, full name. He grew irritated, furrowing his brows tightly. Seriously, why does this feel like an interrogation? Still, he had to answer. Trantai Khan. Affiliation? Jinju Chen clan. Age and martial arts realm. 20 years old, second rate. The guard suddenly stopped his pen. Curling his lips in disdain, the guard said, Answer properly, don't make things up just to save your pride. The MC was annoyed as hell, mentally mocking the guy's exact tone. Answer properly. If I tell him I reached the second-rate realm just by adding stat points, would he even understand? Seeing that he absolutely refused to answer, the guy shook his head mockingly. If you insist, then whatever. Let me see. Being out for so many days, where did you go? Since he woke up there, it must be the case. Hong Ho Lao. The bastard furrowed his brows, tilted his head, and looked him up and down with a sneer. Oh my, staying at such an expensive place like Hong Ho Lao for several days straight. How delightful. It must have cost quite a fortune, huh? Or rather, did you embezzle the clan's public funds again this time? Trantai Khan was completely shocked. Did this game really need to be this realistic? What did he mean by again this time? Havu Chan rolled his eyes. Don't even try to deny it. Isn't this your usual style? Now he understood why the guy had that attitude. The Jinju Chen clan. Tran Tai Khan. The disgrace of the clan. He cried a little on the inside. Ah, this is truly so unfair. He continued to act high and mighty, lecturing him. Third young master, although I am only a subordinate manager, I must say something to you. Stop ruining our family's reputation. At least try to live like a decent human being. Got it? After saying that, he turned around sharply and waved his hand. Whatever. Just go inside. His face turned red and pale, standing there paralyzed. Live like a decent human being. This was the first time in his entire life someone had ever spoken to him like that. Even though these words were meant for Tran Tai Khan in the game, hearing them really made his heart really annoyed. No matter how you looked at it, the guy was insulting him right to his face. He immediately shouted at him, "Stop right there. Hey, you stop right there for me." The guy was startled and turned his head. From now on, Tran Tai Khan in the game was a different person. Anyone who dared to insult their master deserved a beating. You're dead meat. Someone is going to pay the price. The scene shifted to a room. A servant was panting heavily with his tongue hanging out, unable to speak for a long time. A voice in front of him rang out, "Speak. Hurry up. Did you just come here to breathe?" The fat man finally bowed deeply in a panic. "I have a useless subordinate. He is fiercely loyal to the main family and has good martial arts skills, but perhaps due to his youthful impulsiveness, he is a bit arrogant and lacks a sense of proportion." The other person, irritated, cut him off. "Get to the point." At this point, the fat man's voice trembled, losing all his confidence. "I heard that he and the third young master got into a physical altercation." The other person continued writing calmly. "I know. How is the youngest?" The fat man hurriedly gestured with his hand. He was immediately taken to the Medicine King Hall. He is currently in a coma and sustains several injuries from being beaten. The person sitting behind a mountain-high pile of books couldn't say another word. The subordinate dressed in green standing nearby was also completely speechless. The fat old man was so scared he almost wet his pants. He quickly kowtowed. "It is all this lowly one's fault. Please punish me, my lord." The other person finally stood up. "May I meet that brother? I would like to have a word with him." The fat man remained prostrated on the ground. "About that, young master, I am truly sorry, but he is also receiving treatment." "Treatment?" "Yes, that brother is also at the Medicine King Hall. I heard he was beaten until his bones fractured." Despite the severe beating, the person didn't seem to blame him at all. "Is that so? All right. You may leave." "Yes, sir." The room once again fell into absolute silence. The old man tossed the pile of papers on his desk aside and shouted, "Knock bin!" The subordinate in green standing right there answered, "Yes, sir." The old man immediately left with a beaming smile. "I need to head out for a bit." Who knows why he was so incredibly happy about the MC getting beaten up. Tran Tai Khan, wearing his modern clothes, stood there. In front of him was his in-game character, Tran Tai Khan, completely battered and bruised, fighting with the gatekeeper, Ha Vu Chan. The MC threw a punch, yelling, "Ah!" He was all bark and no bite. The punch didn't even land. The other guy dodged it effortlessly. He even watched him fall flat on the ground and smirked mockingly. "Not as bad as I thought, but how can you fight so haphazardly? If you are a martial artist, you should use martial arts." The real-world Tran Tai Khan stood on the sidelines watching, itching with frustration. "Just standing here and watching makes my blood boil even more." The MC could take a beating better than expected. Despite looking utterly pathetic, he still charged forward. "You bastard." From beginning to end, all he knew was how to throw a punch. Die. However, this time, the other guy not only dodged but also countered with several rapid punches. Now, looking at this heartbreaking scene, he finally realized. When I dealt with strongman Trong Tam, I actually thought my skills were somewhat decent. Looking back now, do I still want to retreat? I'd be lucky just to keep my life. Damn it, how is he so ridiculously tanky? But regardless, I finally managed to land a punch on him. He even managed to headbutt the guy square in the chin from below. Not bad. He suddenly felt curious. By the way, what level is that brat Ha Vu Chan? Ding. The system popped up. Level 20, Ha Vu Chan. After being hit a few times, the guy was so furious that his veins were popping, and his face was as red as a fighting cock. Comparison is the thief of joy. But looks like I'll just have to obediently grind my levels. The scene shifted back to the present. Ding. Sleep mode ended. Tran Tai Khan jolted awake and opened his eyes. He sat up in a daze and looked around. His entire battered body was wrapped in bandages. Someone turned to him and asked, "Are you awake, my lord?" He asked in confusion, "Where is—" The person replied, "This is the Medicine King Hall. Young master, you have been unconscious for half an hour." Only then did he feel relieved enough to lie back down. So it's a medical clinic. Half an hour, huh? In other words, I've been unconscious for a whole hour? Panicking at the thought, he immediately sat bolt upright. However, his carelessness caused his abdominal wound to tear open in agony. Ouch! The man, who was about to leave, had to turn back and remind him, "You suffered blunt force trauma, it's bound to hurt." Seeing him trembling in pain, he advised, "It's best you lie still and don't move." After saying that, he ignored him and left, slamming the door shut. Now that he was gone, he finally dared to open the system to check. Open status window. Overall, the stats remain the same. Damn it. Who would have thought to get beaten this miserably? He immediately allocated all his points to stamina. Already growing ambitious, he wondered, if I had invested points into stamina earlier, would I have had a chance to win? No, to achieve that level of agility and reflexes, mastering martial arts is still much more important than just levels or stats. He was waving his arms wildly, imagining the fight. If a fist comes like this, I'll dodge like this. Suddenly, voices echoed from outside. He's in this room. Thank you. The door immediately opened. A massive old man walked in, his face stern as he uttered a single sentence. You've got some guts. Tai Khan looked at him in confusion, having no idea who this was. The old man asked, how's your body holding up? But the oppressive aura radiating from him was so intense it made him suffocate. His heart pounded as he stared, jaw dropped. Who is this monster? Quickly activating his key sense to check, he heard the apothecary report. Just some severe bruising. Fortunately, nothing too serious. But what he saw the old man's stats was just a bunch of question marks for his level. Good lord, that shows just how insanely strong he is. Now the old man was flying into a rage. What a pity. You should have broken at least one leg. The MC hastily turned his head to avoid eye contact. His level is so high, he must be at least level 30 or above. So, putting together the physician's attitude, his behavior and mannerisms toward me, along with the maturity and experience radiating from his appearance, the old man was standing there pointing and cursing, you foolish brat. Trying to use all his wits, he racked his brain. Brain operating at maximum capacity. The answer is, the MC immediately put on an innocent look and softly called out, Father. The old man instantly turned to stone, losing his voice on the spot. He immediately rolled up his sleeves and turned to the apothecary. Thank you for bringing me here. Please step outside first. The apothecary bolted. The MC panicked even more, wondering if he'd made a mistake, and hurriedly yelled, No, wait, please calm down. If I'm wrong, I'm truly sorry. Doctor. No, physician. Don't go. There's no way this is my mother, right? Save me. But the old apothecary just stood outside the door, glaring in with a grim expression, not daring to utter a single word. Ultimately, they were left alone in the small, enclosed room. Even if he had wings, he wouldn't be able to escape. Staring at the old man's gigantic fist, he sweat profusely. Good heavens, how could a physician abandon his patient? The old man raised his hand, preparing to strike. There's a limit to slacking off. Just how long do you plan on living like this? You little brat! Tai Khan trembled all over, certain he was about to take a beating. He squeezed his eyes shut, silently praying to the heavens. I'm doomed. But he didn't feel any pain. A barrage of scolding echoed in his ears. Whenever you have free time, you hole up in a brothel. If not, you're loitering around casinos. It's exactly because you act like this that the people in the clan look down on you. You punk. If you ever dare act like this again, I'll teach you a lesson. Got it. Yet despite his loud cursing, he was clearly gently massaging and blowing on his arm. His shouting was all directed toward the door. The MC didn't understand what was going on, staring at him blankly. The older man smiled so broadly his eyes crinkled, affectionately patting his head. Thank goodness you aren't too badly hurt. Tell me, why did you get into a fight? It's not like you ever practiced martial arts anyway. Haha. It turned out all that fierce behavior was just an act for outsiders. Normally, he spoiled him rotten. No wonder he grew up so idle and rebellious. The MC couldn't help but ask, who are you? The older man's eyes immediately welled up with tears. Oh no, it seems our youngest brother's brain is really broken. Doctor, where's the doctor? Do you really not remember anything? The MC played along and nodded, yes. Tears actually fell from his eyes, a stark contrast to his imposing muscular physique, as he asked again, nothing at all? The MC just kept acting, nodding. I'll just pretend to have amnesia. This is probably the best approach right now. He helplessly squatted down. Meanwhile, he just played the part. I don't know anything. After rambling on for a bit, he asked, do you remember anything I just told you? Tai Khan kept a blank face. What are you talking about? He pointed at his own face and said, say my name. That he could do. Tranvi Khan, the young master of the Jinju Chen clan. What about my age? 35, unmarried. He checked everything one by one. What about our parents? Father is traveling around the Central Plains. Mother passed away 10 years ago. Correct. Then what about your second brother? The heaven-shaking sword, Tranvu Khan. 25 years old, currently a student at the Heavenly Literature Academy. Right. Suddenly, he noticed something was off. The heaven-shaking sword? He recalled not mentioning that earlier. Did I tell you his alias too? The MC was startled, instantly panicking. He had to act again, clutching his head, grimacing and screaming loudly. Ah, my head. My head hurts. Just like that, his brother completely forgot his suspicion, fussing over him. Youngest. Finally, he was diagnosed. It's just soft tissue damage. The swelling and bruising will go down in 3 days. The MC was discharged and a servant came to pick him up. Young master, I will escort you to your quarters. The old man pointed everything out as he led him. That house belongs to that person whose name is. The MC understood. It seems Tranvi Khan assigned me a guide. Finally, they arrive at a massive house. We're here. Before leaving, the old man instructed, your bedroom is on the 2nd floor. There are bells placed everywhere. If you need anything, simply ring one. I shall take my leave now. He had never lived in a house this big in his entire life. He couldn't help but feel quite a bit of envy. Some people spend their whole lives crammed in a tiny apartment, yet this brat gets to live in a place like a palace. Staring at the tightly closed door, he thought, now that I think about it, what's inside? Let's take a peek inside. But as soon as he looked, his jaw dropped in utter shock. His face turned pale. Hesitant to enter, he stood outside, glancing left and right. The room was filled with tons of shiny, brand-new clothes hanging everywhere. This kid was a total shopaholic. Why are there walk-in closets everywhere? Please don't let this room be full of clothes, too. This is the very last one. Let's throw it wide open. You could tell just by looking that no one had been inside for a long time. But he loved it. His eyes lit up. Found it. He immediately pulled out a book to examine. It was covered in a thick layer of dust. Its title was Combat Footwork. Ding. The system immediately displayed the book's info. Type, Martial Arts Manual. Grade, 3rd rate. The most basic practical combat footwork. Can be purchased on the market. Notification. Do you wish to learn this martial art? Of course I do. Though it felt a bit stifling. Just as I thought. I have to learn martial arts through the system too. But this was incredibly sweet for a slacker like Tran Tai Khan. Awesome. This makes things so much easier. Learn it. Absolutely. Wait, what is this? The system panel displayed. Do you wish to learn this martial art? 310. Let me see. Chen Clan Inner Arts, Chen Clan Footwork, Chen Clan Spearmanship. Don't tell me. Is there a limit to the number of martial arts I can learn? If that's the case. He unhesitatingly tossed the book in his hand away. Staring at the entire library in front of him, he scoffed. There are so many martial arts manuals here. Why would I bother learning some third-rate trash? Of course, I have to pick the absolute best. The next book was read, titled The Night King's Massive Manhood. Book. The Night King's Massive Manhood. Genre. Erotic martial arts novel. Best enjoyed with the accompanying illustrations. What the hell is this? His face dropped in utter disgust. Time passed like that until late into the night. The scene shifted to another room where someone was still awake. Tran V. Khan tossed his calligraphy brush down and let out a heavy sigh. Phew. Nakbin, standing nearby, immediately bowed. You've worked hard, my lord. The two men took a lantern and left the study. The night wind was howling. Nakbin draped a fur cloak over his master's shoulders. It's getting cold, sir. Tran V. Khan smiled warmly. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I probably would have been bedridden a long time ago. He was quite exasperated, too. It can't be helped. Since there's no lady of the house and the only one left to take care of you. Hearing this, V. Khan immediately waved his hand in annoyance. Drop it. Those old geezers nagging me to get married all day is already annoying enough. Truth be told, he already had someone special in his heart. Letting out a long sigh, he murmured, but for the sake of the clan, I really should get married soon. Nakbin was still chatting away. The moon is so bright tonight, it seems we don't even need a lantern. Suddenly, the eldest brother glanced in another direction. Right ahead was Tran Tai Khan's residence, and one of the rooms was still brightly lit. Isn't this the third young master's quarters? He turned and walked straight toward it. Right, it's so late. Why are the lights still on? Nakbin hurried after him to stop him. My lord, maybe we should come back another time. I bet he's just faking his amnesia. He's probably 90% likely just drinking inside. V. Khan decisively stepped up the stairs and gestured, shh. They had only taken a few steps when a suspicious creaking sound echoed from inside. Nakbin's expression shifted drastically. Gritting his teeth with bulging veins, he angrily transmitted his voice. It seems I underestimated the third young master. To think he'd even bring women here. He immediately tried to hold his master back. Hyung, just listen to that sound. It'd bet my entire month's salary on it. But Vi Khan still peeked through the window. Nakbin, shut up and come see for yourself. The rhythmic creaking continued from within. I wasn't planning on peeping. I'm only looking because you told me to. Suddenly, he gasped. Huh? Upon looking, what caught his eye was the protagonist's robust, muscular body drenched in sweat. Holding a book in one hand, he was pacing back and forth. That was where the creaking sound came from. Now take 2 steps diagonally. How is this even possible? It turned out he was practicing martial arts from the book, looking incredibly clumsy. To make matters worse, he twisted his ankle and crashed to the floor with a loud thud. Frustrated, he screamed bitterly. Damn it. Why is this martial art so freaking hard to learn? The eldest brother's eyes sparkled. It was his first time seeing his youngest brother so fiercely dedicated to martial arts. He transmitted his voice. Nakbin. Yes? Huh? The two watched as the protagonist struggled to push himself up. Ouch, damn it, my back. But he refused to give up. Let's go again. The eldest brother smiled in deep satisfaction. Just as we agreed, your salary for this month is gone. He trained relentlessly late into the night, the system constantly dinging with notifications. You have mastered the Chen Clan footwork. When the related martial art reaches great perfection, multiple effects will be unlocked. He thought having a system would be a breeze, but it turned out to be exhausting as hell. Good lord, why is it so damn hard? Tipping his head back, he gulped down water, sweating even more than if he had taken a bath. The entire room's books had been completely ransacked by him. A whole room full of books, and aside from a few, they're all erotic novels. Is he the protagonist of some porn or what? The number of martial arts manuals I found is barely half the amount of this smut. Good thing these Chen Clan spear arts and Chen Clan footwork manuals are still here. He called out, confirmed Chen Clan footwork. Ding Ding Mastery, first stage, created by the Jinju Chen Clan's founder. Though it lacks variation and seems simple, it has extremely high practical combat value. Trantai Khan grew annoyed. You call this lacking variation and simple? It looks incredibly complex and tricky to me. A slight deviation means failure. Being slow on the next move is also a failure. Succeeding is a miracle in itself. I had to scrape my skin to the bone just to barely pull it off. He kept training until he passed out. By the time he woke up, it was already morning. Even relying on the system's power took half a day. I wonder how long it will take to master the spearmanship. Stretching his body with a satisfying groan, he thought, anyway, today is already the 5th day. I don't even know how this so-called time multiplier actually works. Regardless, I just need to do my best with what I have right now. He picked up a stack of books. All right, today's training ends here. However, he didn't forget to tuck his favorite degenerate entertainment book into his waistband. Back in his bedroom, Trantai Khan sat on his bed and resumed his cultivation, taking deep, measured breaths. Just then, the butler opened the door and walked in. Startled, he asked, "You're up so early, young master." The protagonist scratched his head awkwardly. Ahaha, I had a bit of trouble sleeping. Truth be told, ever since he started cultivating, his whole body felt refreshed, and he didn't feel tired at all. The old man placed a bowl of warm water on the table. You should still get plenty of rest, lest your injuries worsen. Speaking of which, he touched his stomach. My body doesn't seem to hurt anymore either. He turned to the old man and began, yeah, the thing is. The old man suddenly bowed his head, breaking into a cold sweat. Oh my, why are you speaking so politely all of a sudden, young master? He immediately corrected himself. Right. So, are there any empty rooms? The old man grew even more panicked, removing his hat to wipe his sweat. It's so hot. He was completely speechless. What was it this time? How was he supposed to act like the original scumbag? He'll just try to be comfortable for now. He cursed inwardly. This trash game. Why make the graphics so unnecessarily good? The old man finally replied, if you insist, young master, then please do as you please. By the way, what did you need this humble servant to do? After leaving Trantai Khan's room, the old man immediately went to report to Tranvi Khan. He still didn't put down his ledger, only replying flatly, "You've worked hard. You may leave." The old butler left immediately, leaving only 2 people in the room. Navi finally let loose, throwing all of his ledgers aside with overjoy. Wah, this is worth celebrating. I'm not working today. Nakbin hurriedly rushed over to gather all the scattered papers and books. How can you do that? If others find out, they'll gossip behind your back again. He grinned from ear to ear. Now that my third brother has officially started learning martial arts, what does any of this matter? Looking at his beaming face, Nakbin didn't hesitate to throw cold water on him. The important thing right now is that the people from the Elder Council are glaring at you like tigers eyeing their prey. Tranvi Khan angrily plopped down into his chair. Those damn old geezers. They're such a pain to deal with. The other man respectfully cupped his hands. My lord, please allow this subordinate to say a few words. His head throbbing, he immediately replied, I refuse. Unexpectedly, Nakbin crossed his arms in defiance. Then this subordinate refuses your refusal. Annoyed, Tranvi Khan scolded, you little brat. But Nakbin continued. Counting only his embezzlement of the sex funds, this is already the 5th time. His other misdeeds are countless. If handled by the sex rules, the third young master wouldn't have survived until today. Since we've reached this point, I'll say one more thing. Just grab anyone in the clan and ask them. You're the only one who spoils this younger brother. In everyone else's eyes, sigh, it better not say it. He knew it full well and let out a long sigh. You really are. Nakbin wasn't wrong, but Tranvi Khan still glared at him through his fingers. Tell me, do you have some sort of grievance against my youngest brother? What's with that attitude? Nakbin was so frustrated he thumped his chest. I'm just anxious and feeling indignant on your behalf. Isn't it because of cleaning up the third young master's messes that your authority as the Lord is being stripped away bit by the Elder Council? At this point, he couldn't even defend his brother anymore, his face darkening. Nakbin didn't stop there. There's even a rumor from the Elder Council that the third young master takes his allowance and intentionally goes around causing trouble everywhere. Tranvi Khan flew into a rage, smashing the table as he stood up. How could there be something so infuriating? Holding his head, he walked to the window to get some fresh air. Nakbin finally stopped. I've said everything that needed to be said. If you want to dismiss this subordinate, go ahead. He stood there, lost in thought for a long time. Finally, he uttered, this is the last time. Unable to accept this, Nakbin tried to advise him again. My lord, but his mind was made up. I've already promised. That child still hasn't fully recovered his memories right now. Besides, he's like a completely different person overnight. He snapped his head back anxiously. You must have felt this point too, haven't you? Even if Nakbin wanted to argue, he couldn't. That is, he thought for a moment. The boy indeed started doing things he usually would never do out of nowhere, but the troubles he caused in the past are also real. The Lord was truly exhausted. Suddenly, he turned around, his voice calm. Nakbin, your servant is here. Please give your orders. Who knows what he was thinking, but he smiled, his eyes curving into crescents. Draft an official order in my name. The scene shifted to another building. Nakbin stood at attention and read, in consideration of, Third Young Master Tren Thai Can has violated 14 sect regulations, bringing chaos to our rules. His punishment is indefinite confinement in the cultivation cave. This is right in the protagonist's front yard, and he is receiving the decree while squatting on the ground, completely indifferent. Nakbin glances over after reading, but our protagonist just sits there, not bothering to move an inch. Sinner Tren Thai Can, step forward and receive your orders. Helpless, he turns to signal the guards, hurry, hurry up. Both of them hurriedly step forward. Meanwhile, the protagonist sits there, his face is black as the bottom of a pot, his whole body trembling violently. Seeing those guys bringing out ropes, his expression becomes even uglier. Finally, unable to hold back, he thrashes around and curses, Damn it! I only said I needed a room to cultivate in. Who said I wanted to go to a prison cell? Veins bulging on his forehead, he demands, and what was that? Indefinite? Are you all completely out of your minds? Nakbing is also dumbfounded and hastily explains, Well, third young master, don't get worked up, hear me out first. But he stubbornly refuses. Am not listening. Laying flat on his back, throwing a tantrum on the ground and kicking like a child. Whatever, am not going. I'll just cultivate right here in the courtyard. Nakbing can't take it anymore and says coldly, Third young master, you'd better behave. His face looks terrifyingly fierce as he grinds his teeth. Enough is enough, get up now. He is instantly startled. Suddenly, a voice echoes in his ear, Don't be afraid, just listen. He immediately realizes, this is telepathy. Telepathy? The thing only top-tier masters can use? He obediently sits up to listen. You've lost your memories, so you might not know, but you are a target of special attention. Soon, you would face an even harsher punishment, which is why the young master made his move first. Even if it says indefinite, do you really think the young master would lock you in the cultivation cave forever? The other guards see him sitting in a daze and look at each other in confusion. Why is he suddenly so obedient? Tren Thai Can thinks for a moment, recalling his older brother's smiling face. That guy definitely wouldn't. Bin resorts to negotiating. At most, it won't exceed 7 days. How does that sound? He immediately waves his hand, gesturing, 3 days. Pushing your luck, huh? Bin frowns deeply. No way. His fierce look makes him instantly chicken out. Look at this punk's eyes. He might actually beat me up. Are you really that good? Let's see you unleash your chi then. Challenging him head-on, let's spar and find out. Not backing down, he radiates killing intent and tilts his chin up. What are you planning? Seeing a bunch of question marks for his level stats, he realizes he's lost before the fight even starts, so he obediently agrees like a whipped pup. Deal. The scene shifts to a cave deep in the mountains. Groups of people are walking back and forth. The elder brother Tran V. Can stands outside the iron door, waiting. Turning his head, he sees his youngest brother being escorted by Nok Bing and the guards, tightly bound and forced to kneel on the ground. His face remains stern and unchanged as he glares. Yeah, you're here. As soon as Tran Thai Can sees him, he looks up obediently. Greetings, big. He starts preaching. I can no longer turn a blind eye to what you've done. As the young master and the clan leader's representative, I order you to enter secluded cultivation. You have anything to say? He shoots a glance at Nakbin, who is glaring warningly beside him, and hurriedly replies, Of course I am. Putting on a deep act, he bows his head, willing to accept my punishment. The older brother's eyes well up with tears again out of pity for his little sibling. However, in front of everyone, he still has to wave his hand and declare, Lock the sinner in the cultivation cave. I will announce your release date later. The 2 guards on either side immediately grab him and drag him away. The massively giant iron door creaks open. Tren Thai Can is escorted straight inside. His elder brother stands with his hands clasped behind his back, not bothering to look back. In reality, he had secretly prepared everything, sending a telepathic message. Everything you need, I've placed inside. Know your limits, don't push yourself too hard. The protagonist hears this, his eyes widening in surprise before smiling contentedly. The brotherhood in this family is truly heartwarming. With a loud slam, the door closes and it's pitch black inside. That night, Tran V. Can can't sleep, pacing back and forth anxiously. He must be cultivating properly, right? Nakbin stands there and replies, if he still has a conscience, he probably is. He worries again. His body hasn't fully recovered yet. Will he be all right? The other guy is completely speechless. If someone who didn't know heard that, they'd think the third young master had some terminal illness. That tiny scratch of his would heal with a little spit. The elder brother is still entirely uneasy. No. You don't understand, our youngest has been frail since childhood. The more Nakbin hears, the more exasperated he gets. Frail. Just the amount of tonics and supplements the third young master has swallowed could fill an entire room. Besides, have you forgotten so quickly? The theft of the century-old ginseng from last year. Mentioning it gives him a headache again. Sigh about that. The other guy throws his arms wide. Back then, the master of the Medicine King Hall was furious. He almost sliced the third young master's stomach open. The elder brother finally gives up and signals him to stop. I know. You sound like a broken record. That's enough for now. Tran V. Can was having such a hard time. Sitting at his desk, he let out a long sigh. Putting our youngest aside, there are countless matters to worry about both inside and outside the clan right now especially. The fact that they came to connect with us makes me very suspicious. The 2 immediately turn serious, understanding each other. Not been followed up. It seems you're referring to the Huan Sun Sword sect. What could their motive be? You got straight to the point. I'll send someone to investigate right away. Speaking of work, he immediately became authoritative. Notify the branches in western Sichuan. Regardless of the Huan Sun Sword sect's motives, we must be fully prepared for any situation. Meanwhile, in the cave. The place was indeed bare bones, but the sleeping area, food, and weapons were meticulously prepared. There was even a pool of water with a stone frog here. He relied on the system as he practiced swinging his spear. Swoosh. Heaven-piercing spear. Ding. Remaining successful attempts 100,100. You have comprehended the Chen clan's spear arts. Ding. Through repeated practice, your related stats have increased. Stamina, strength, and agility have each increased by 1. Only now did he realize, oh, you can raise your stats this way too. It definitely made the grueling training worth it. Finally able to rest, he slumped onto the ground. Ouch. He tilted his head back, staring at the cold stone ceiling. I thought a training cave would be like a damp prison cell crawling with bugs, but this is actually so refreshing. This place was incredibly spacious and lacked nothing. If I had known it was like this, I would have asked to stay a few more days. Ding. You are feeling tired and hungry. Please consume food and rest adequately to recover your physical condition. He felt it too. Waiting for my body to recover on its own like this is such a waste of time. But then he suddenly remembered. Ah, right. The fasting pill. I prepared it before coming in here. Summon 1 fasting pill. Fasting pill. Concocted from a blend of premium herbs. Consuming it restores vitality, and prolonged use grants additional side effects. He had taken the pill out, but there was another problem. Sweating bullets, he muttered. But this thing, is this even meant for human consumption? A foul stench billowed from it. Why did it smell like a goblin's crap? With trembling hands, he nervously shoved it into his mouth. Whatever. They said it's good for the body. Just hold your breath and swallow it straight down, and it'll be over. It was hard to swallow, but the effects were immediate. Ding! You have consumed a super fasting pill. You feel full. Your fatigue has been soothed, full of energy. For 1 hour, all stats are increased by 2. It couldn't get any better than this. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, isn't this way too overpowered? He summoned an entire jar of pills at once. If that's the case, and eat it even if it were goblin crap. Summon fasting pills. He smacked his lips and chewed frantically. But his calculations were nothing compared to the system's. Ding, effects do not stack. You feel overly full. Under the influence of binge eating, your body will be in a sluggish state for 1 hour. This was so frustrating. How did it end up having the opposite effect? He had to gag himself and throw it all up. And so, day after day passed. He did nothing but eat and train. His skill proficiency skyrocketed. Ding! Proficiency of Chen Clan's spear arts increased by 3, reached 26,100. Now he could pierce all 3 targets with a single thrust. But when he looked at the system panel, it was still at 26 out of 100. Damn it! Are you kidding me? Why isn't it going up anymore? Wasting an hour is already infuriating enough. He trained himself to death only for this to happen. Where on earth is the problem? But he couldn't give up. Gathering his strength, he decided, let's try again. Slowly, one more time. Starting from the first form, Poison Dragon emerges. Black Sand Heavy Wind, Back Thrusting Spear. Chen King's Demonic Strike. The final form, Heaven Piercing Spear. Ding. Spear Arts, Proficiency. Pai Kang cheered, yes. This time. But his entire body stiffened. Huh? 2100. Why isn't it the spear arts, but the footwork? Why you? He couldn't figure it out at all. He had to think this through carefully. Thankfully, his brain was still working, and he quickly caught on. So that's how it is. Recalling all those movements. While practicing the Chen Clan spear arts, the Chen Clan footwork increases along with it. The Danshin core within his body glowed brilliantly, surging with explosive power. It was clearly unimaginable progress. Now, a single thrust of his spear was enough to shatter the stone wall. It was absolutely incredible. Rubble scattered across the ground. His spiritual energy transferred to the spear, making it glow. He understood now. So, that's how it is. But that strike consumed too much power and his body collapsed, instantly passing out. A massive, deep hole had been pierced through the wall as the system's notifications chimed incessantly. You have completely depleted your internal energy and are feeling extremely fatigued. You have achieved the unity of body and mind accomplishment and will receive a reward. You have independently comprehended the connection between martial arts. As a reward, your martial arts realm will increase significantly. The next morning, the bespectacled guy woke up with a massive yawn. After getting blackout drunk, he sat there dazed for quite a while before finally snapping out of it. Glancing around, he immediately realized, looks like I passed out in Tai Kyung's room again. This pump didn't even bother to wake me up. Where the hell did he run off to? Suddenly, he noticed that the VR capsule was tightly shut. He casually kicked the open button with his foot. He muttered in confusion. How could he sleep in there when it's so uncomfortable? What a weird kid. Knocking hard on the helmet, he called out, Hey, Tai Kyung, wake up. It's already 11 o'clock. Get up. Let's go grab some hangover soup. Seeing no response from our MC, he just yanked the gaming helmet right off. Our MC mumbled groggily, Hangover soup. You're paying, right, Hyung? right? But by the time he fully regained his senses, he realized he was still logged into the game. He had no idea how long he'd been passed out, sprawled out on the floor. Damn it. Ding. The system window popped up, leaving him absolutely stunned. Level 13. I leveled up twice at once. No wonder my body feels so damn light. And on top of that, there was a reward. Clear Mind Ring. An incredibly durable ring made of unknown materials. It helps the wearer stabilize their mind and focus their attention. It even gives equipment. Our MC instantly slipped it onto his finger to admire it, his mood skyrocketing to cloud 9. Awesome. All my blood, sweat, and tears weren't for nothing. He looked at the system panel again, strategizing. Remaining stat points. Add 10 to endurance and stamina. Seeing such instant rewarding results, Tai Kyung eagerly grabbed his spear. Gripping it tightly, he leapt to his feet with excitement. All right. I need to grind as many levels as possible before heading out. He raised his spear, gearing up for another wild training session, but abruptly stopped. A sudden wave of curiosity washed over him. Could I actually beat that guy Ha Woo Jin right now? But right after the thought crossed his mind, he shook his head furiously. Probably not, right? The level gap is still way too huge. Quit daydreaming and just focus on training. Ding. System. New feature. Training mode has been activated. You can summon illusions of opponents you have previously fought. However, you cannot summon opponents whose level exceeds the user's by more than 10 levels. What the hell was this now? Could the system read his mind? Huh? It even gave him two options, summon Jiang San or Ha Woo Jin. Obviously, his choice was clear. Summon Ha Woo Jin, and he actually materialized on the spot. Our MC's jaw dropped in disbelief. Oh my god, he looks exactly like the real thing. He circled the illusion 360 degrees, finding not a single detail out of place. He even reached his hand out. Let me try touching him. But upon making contact, his hand phased right through the guy's body. Perfect. I guess he can't actually hurt me then. To top it off, the system announced an extra feature. You can adjust the strength level of the summoned opponent. Now this was just too sweet. Is that so? Then first things first. Let's cut his power in half. Data input, level 20, Ha Woo Jin. The illusion can exert 50% of this character's full power. The illusion opened its eyes, smiling so vividly that it was indistinguishable from the real person. Even that punchable gaze is exactly the same. Look at that. Shall we begin training? Hell yes. Yet absolutely nothing to fear anymore, and our MC immediately thrust out his spear to engage. Even with a 50% power handicap, the guy was still incredibly sharp, dodging the attack with a simple tilt of his body. The two of them charged at each other, clashing relentlessly. But for the most part, the illusion was purely dodging, making Taekyung attack with even more ferocity. Where do you think you're going? Let's see if you can dodge this one. His spear thrusts rained down wildly from every conceivable angle, yet his opponent still managed to weave through them. But in the end, a spear strike finally landed a direct hit on his face. And just like that, it was a victory. Was it because he nerfed the guy too much, or because his own stats had surged? Even the MC couldn't quite believe it. Huh? That was way too easy. Did having his power make him too weak? Suddenly brimming with confidence, he declared, then this time, let's switch to Ha Woo Jin at 100% power and try again. The illusion's entire body glowed with a brilliant light. His speed shifted dramatically as he dashed forward as fast as lightning. The scene shifts to the Jinju Chen clan where a man on horseback approached the main gates. The gatekeeper immediately threw up a hand to stop him. Halt. Knowing better, the rider tightly pulled on the reins. The old gatekeeper furrowed his brows, giving him a thorough once-over. Scanning him from head to toe, he noted the man's red attire and the long sword fastened to his waist, and he clearly wasn't traveling alone. The old gatekeeper demanded, "Where are you people from?" The leader smirked with contempt and replied, "Hengshen." Back down in the underground cell, the flickering flames were snuffed out in a split second by a piercing gust of wind. The illusion of Ha Woo Jin had a massive gaping hole blown straight through its torso. A sizzling sound echoed ominously through the air. Tran Taikan scratched his head in confusion. It shouldn't be like this. Why did I still win? Could it be that they just look the same on the outside? This training is supposed to show how ill perform against strong opponents. If I just keep winning, what's the point? Besides, learning 2 martial arts couldn't possibly have made me this powerful all of a sudden. Could it be the weapon? I need to know what weapon Ha Woo Chan is skilled with so I can give it to him. Suddenly, it clicked in his mind. Ah, right. I just need to give Ha Woo Chan the Chen clan's spearmanship and footwork. The system catered to his wish. Ding. Ha Woo Chan level 20, initiating Chen clan's spearmanship and Chen clan footwork. This function is amazing. Now I can also figure out the strengths and weaknesses of these 2 martial arts. This should make it fair, right? He appeared once more, much more formidable this time, wielding a spear exactly like his. But looking at his smug expression was so annoying. Seriously, it just pisses me off. His blood boiled with excitement. All right, let's see which one of us will win. Armed with the Chen clan's martial arts, the guy was completely different. Before it was just the protagonist thrusting his spear, but now the opponent was striking even more. Every single move was incredibly powerful. Even he felt the intense pressure. However, after exchanging blows, the time finally came for him to counterattack. A single downward slash of his spear cleaved the opponent in half instantly. Ding! Chen Clan spearmanship increased to 40%. Chen Clan footwork increased to 40%. The accuracy and damage of your skills have increased. After finishing this battle, he also received an awesome level up. A bright smile appeared on his face. In level 14 now? Open status window. The window popped up with a series of new stats. His stats had increased significantly, which surprised him. It's only been 5 days and have already reached this level. At this rate, with just one more level up, my agility will get a plus 10. He was burning with a fighting spirit to level up. It seems that once I log out, just taking down bandits like Great Strength Trong Tam will quickly get me to level 30. It'll take less than a week at most. After that, just thinking about it brought tears to his eyes. Mom, Haiyan, I'll be home soon. Sob. He was so homesick. He was still crying miserably and wailing, "Everyone, wait for me," when suddenly the massive iron door opened. Trans Hai Khan was shocked, his crying coming to a halt as he turned to look. What's going on? Why did it open? He was enjoying the peace here, but Nakbin unexpectedly showed up. His face darkened as he raised an eyebrow. Third young master, and it's been 5 days. He walked up the stairs, puzzled. Are you here to let me out? Looks like things went smoothly, huh? Didn't you say I'd be locked up for 7 days? He nodded. Yes, I'm here to release you. But after getting out, you must go somewhere first. What kind of disaster was this now? Go where? His voice suddenly dropped to a dangerous tone. The great main hall. The young master is waiting for you there. Furthermore, a clear warning flashed in his eyes. The core figures of the main family and the emissary from the Huan Sun Sword Sect are also present. But he didn't know a damn thing, only thinking, the Huan Sun Sword Sect. Sounds familiar. Wait, you want to take me to where they are? Looking at Nakbin's face, he felt that things were definitely not okay, sweating profusely. His voice trembled as he hastily pointed, trying to find an excuse to slip away. Then I'll go back to my room to change my clothes first. But he was flatly cut off. No. He came up with all sorts of excuses. Then let me go to the restroom for a bit. But the guy saw right through his tricks, tightly gripping his shoulder. Third young master. His face looked increasingly terrifying. Ouch. From now on, you must answer all my questions truthfully. Do you understand? His face turned pale, instantly becoming as obedient as a puppy. Yes, yes. He took a deep breath, sighing to calm himself down. Did you attempt to assault a female member of the Huan Sun Sword Sect? Is this true? How could such a charge sound so horrific? He was still a virgin. Damn it. What the hell did this Tran Tai Khan guy do all day? The news hit him like a bolt of lightning. The protagonist was forced to follow him out, protesting, "It really wasn't me. You have to believe me." He only asked one thing. Have you recovered your memories? He shook his head again. No, not that. I still haven't. But he had to deny it first. In short, it really wasn't me. He even wailed miserably, as if he were deeply wronged. Do I look like that kind of person to you? Would I do such a scummy thing? The guy stopped abruptly and nodded without a second thought. Yes. What more could be said? He was furious. Damn it, he answered so decisively, without even blinking. Still looking around trying to figure out a plan, thinking maybe I should just run away. Nakbin suddenly turned and called out, "Third young master." He only left him with a cryptic reminder. Do not forget that the young master trusts you deeply. After saying that, he walked straight into the grand hall, leaving him standing there. He nervously opened the door. A whole crowd was sitting inside, murmuring noisily. Nakbin reported, "I have brought the third young master." As he walked in, the entire room immediately fell dead silent, and everyone turned to look at him. He suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, scratching his head, unsure of how to even greet them. Every old man in the room had a dead serious expression, some even gnashing their teeth in anger. It was obvious no one liked him, except for Tren V. Can. Even a blind man could see it. The atmosphere was way too tense. He tried to stay calm as he took each step, muttering to reassure himself. Even if carried off by a tiger, you'll survive if you keep your wits about you. Just stay sharp. Tren Tai Can walked to the center of the room, looking like a condemned sinner. He muttered a mantra to himself. Don't chicken out. Suddenly, he felt a cold chill shoot down his back. He clearly saw a red snake lunging at him, and the system pinged. Ding. Bloodlust detected. He jumped in shock, spinning around and screaming, "Whoa! What is that? What the hell?" But in reality, there was no snake. He only saw a guy walking up to greet him. "It's been a while, third, young master." His face turned pale, his jaw dropping. "Huh? Who? Who are you? You scared me to death." The man sneered in contempt. "Humph, you're as shameless as ever." Looking closely, he realized who this guy was. Level 30, Li Tioquan. Veins popped on his forehead as he glared. "Don't tell me you don't even recognize my younger sister." Seeing his demeanor, Tai Khan knew he was in deep trouble. Damn it. All the other elders turned toward him, radiating killing intent. Only Tren V. Khan remained calm, observing the situation. He froze under the interrogation. He genuinely couldn't remember a thing. What was he supposed to say? This bastard asked again. "Young Master Tren, you said you only returned a few days ago. Where were you before that?" He deflated like a balloon, stammering nervously, "H. Hong Hao Lao." And before going to Hong Hao Lao, he scratched his head, struggling to remember. That. I was at an inn. He cursed inwardly, this little punk. The more he spoke, the angrier the guy got, twisting his lips into a wicked smirk. If you can't remember, let me refresh your memory. The night before you went to Hong Hao Lao, you went to Min Wet Lao. You went to a reserved VIP guest room. The elders covered their faces in secondhand embarrassment. Sigh. Why was such a bastard born into our family? Clueless, he asked. Min Wet Lao. The guy seized the opening and glared. Don't you dare pretend this is the first time you've heard that name. He threw down a stack of papers. These are the testimonies of the people who saw you at Min Wet Lao that day, complete with their signatures and fingerprints. He even slammed the stack of testimonies right into his face. Trent Hai Khan held them trembling like a leaf. I planned to deny it to the bitter end and smooth things over, but to think he had something like this. He read every single line and word written there. Looks like I have no choice but to behave. Vung Hai Sung. I heard a scream from the room of the Huan Sun's sex female relative. Trung Min Min. I saw young Master Tren dead drunk at Min Wet Lao. Tun Ai Lin. I saw the young lady of the Huan Sun sect at Min Wet Lao. Li Tiao Lei. I saw young Master Chun standing outside the young lady's room. Vum Tiao Qing. I heard a woman's tragic scream. Lu Kao Sung. The cat at Min Wet Lao is named Fi Long. But the more he read, the more ridiculous it got. His head full of question marks, he held the papers up high. What the hell is this? It's all just random nonsense. Is there nothing else? He snatched them back. You read it yourself and you still don't understand? Frustrated, he immediately argued back, refusing to let them frame him. I'm asking because I read it. None of these testimonies actually prove anything. The guy glared, veins bulging as he yelled. You shameless scumbag. You tore my sister's clothes and nearly violated her, yet you still refuse to admit it? Unable to take it anymore, Chun Tai Kang looked around and asked the elders, Hold on, you're telling me everyone here has already seen these? Huh? Have you guys actually read them? Speechless and furious from embarrassment, the guy threw the papers right in his face. I won't let you get away with this, you little punk. Sitting above, Tren V. Can was absolutely fuming seeing his precious little brother being bullied. He wished he could rush down and beat the guy to a pulp, his whole body trembling in anger. Tai Can had never felt this pissed off before. A whole stack of papers thrown disdainfully right into his face. Honestly, if he held back today, he wasn't a man. He was gritting his damn teeth so hard they felt like they'd shatter. He whipped around, clenching his fists tightly at him. Listen here, how could you just carelessly toss these testimonies? The guy kept his nose in the air, defiant as ever. You want to test me? Damn it. He outright spat a massive wad of saliva onto the ridiculous pile of papers. Li Tiao-Quan had been waiting for just that. He immediately drew his sword. It'll make you pay for what you've done. Tai Kang was startled. So sudden? This guy is insane. Suddenly, a ding sounded and a system screen appeared. Quest generated. Duel. Your debauchery has finally brought disaster. Fix the mess you've made. There's only one way to keep your remaining shred of honor and appease the Huan Sun's sex wrath. The moment he read it, he flinched in horror. Are you crazy? You want me to fight him? His level is double mine. How am I supposed to win? But the guy was already stripping off his outer robe, fully ready to go. Still, the good thing was he wouldn't die if he lost this quest. Reading that emboldened him. Since I won't die if I lose, should I just bite the bullet and try? No, even if it's just severe injuries, I don't know how bad it'll be. It's too dangerous to risk it. So sorry, but I can't fight this battle. He instantly tapped Decline Quest. The moment he did, the guy sneered. Humph. If you dare to run away. Pointing his sword straight at him, he threatened. The Jinju Chen clan will pay the price. All the elders were immediately enraged. Slamming the table and glaring, they stood up and shouted, You've gone too far. A brat like you dares to rely on your sex backing to spout such arrogance, even if he did something lower than pigs and dogs. You cannot disrespect our clan like this. Now things had reached a boiling point. Ding! Quest info updated. Ding! If you decline this quest, the Huan Sun sect will declare war on the Jinju Chen clan. Furthermore, Tren Tai Khan will become a public enemy of their sect. He felt like he'd been plunged into an icy pit. It wasn't hard to guess with his patriarchal game. I knew it. Why would it ever give me a real choice? As arguments echoed throughout the room, Tren V. Khan had to speak up. Everyone, please calm down. Young Master Li, you should also know when to stop. His face is dark as the bottom of a pot, scowling in annoyance for quite a while now. I'll consider it a slip of the tongue this time and won't hold it against you. His killing intent filled the room, making him instinctively step back in fear, his arrogance completely vanishing. But he still stubbornly clenched his fists. I didn't misspeak. He placed a hand on his chest and boldly declared, Do you think I came here on a personal matter? I am here as an envoy of the Huan Sun Sword sect. My father, the sect leader, has given me full authority to make decisions. The old man continued to ask, So what exactly do you want? He kept pointing straight at him. I already told you. I want a duel with the third young master. Tren Tai Can stood there panicking like crazy, nervously glancing away to avoid eye contact. However, the old man didn't care, calmly pouring himself another cup of tea. That's not what I meant. Tell me what you people truly want to gain. Now hitting the right spot, he smirked smugly. his face flushing red. Ha ha. In that case, I want you all to withdraw from every district and county except for Jinju. As compensation for ruining my younger sister's marriage, this is the least you can do.
The elder seized the chance to erupt in angry curses. What? This arrogant brat. This was his real purpose all along. Making a fuss about the protagonist was just an excuse. Tren V. Khan slammed the teacup in his hand down and said bluntly, "Absolutely not." He began targeting him again. "Then let's duel." The old man naturally wouldn't push his precious little brother out, immediately replying, "We also refuse the duel." The guy was a bit surprised, his face going blank with disappointment. Very quickly, a sinister gleam flashed in his eyes. Then, there's only one path left. Everyone in the room knew exactly what that was: war. The elders started whispering among themselves, scheming and plotting. Only the main character, the supposed culprit, stood there with a pale face. He let out a long, heavy sigh. He waited and waited, but nothing happened. Even Tren V. Khan just sat there drinking tea. It was obvious that this system was forcing him to take action, otherwise he'd just be standing there forever. Damn it, for real. He finally realized that he couldn't get out of this fight, instantly summoning his spear. He stood boldly in the middle of the room and shouted, "I'll do it." Everyone was shocked, their jaws dropping as they turned to look at him. Li Tiaoquan's eyes widened as he whipped his head around. His older brother panicked and tried to stop him. Tai Khan. Ah. But our main character had it all figured out, wagging his finger at him in provocation. "Come here, let's fight." The guy immediately let out a wicked laugh, overjoyed like a madman. He had never been so confident in beating someone before. Getting right down to business, the two stood facing each other in the arena. The elder sitting above looked down and mocked him. "Haha, seems the third young master has truly gone mad. I told you with that attitude of his, he'd fall flat on his face sooner or later." Tisk tisk. "Shh, hell hear you." He heard it and felt stung. I only agreed reluctantly because I had no choice. But there's a whopping 16-level gap between us. Li Qiuquan stood there, his level increasing again. Tren Tai Can gulped in fear. And there's that terrifying killing intent of his too. I really won't die, right? His face turned pale, his heart pounding so fast that the system even notified him. "You have entered the fear state." Suddenly, his older brother's voice rang in his ears. "Youngest, take a deep breath, breathe in deeply. Don't be afraid. If there's any danger, your big brother will help you. If he dares to touch a single hair on your head, I'll teach him a lesson." Got it. Sitting from afar, his brother was even more anxious than he was. "Don't be rash, take it easy. Be careful. Seriously, you can do this, Tren Tai can." Suddenly, he felt much more reassured. With his older brother there to protect him, looks like I won't die after all. But I still have to defend with all my might. Seeing him raise his spear forward, the guy called out coldly, "Young Master Tren, before we begin, let me ask you a question." He sneered. "Where did you get the confidence to accept this duel? Your martial arts are mediocre, and you're a notorious coward on top of that." He didn't know how to fully explain it either, but he had summed it up. That if I refuse the duel, I might be safe for now. But once they go to war with Huan's son, it'll become the enemy of the entire Tren clan in Jinju. No matter where I hide, they'll be hunted down by assassins, and I'll have to die sooner or later. But if I risk my life to fight, though I might get severely injured, at least I'll keep my little life. Besides, I still have a chance to level up. But to answer him, he could only say, "Because my opponent is you, I think I can give it a try." Upon hearing this, he burst into roaring laughter. His sarcasm grew even more vicious. "You little mutt, you actually have some pride? Ha ha ha, I also have a question." He tilted his head back arrogantly. "Go ahead and ask. Oh, consider it your dying words. Ha ha." Looking incredibly confident, he exposed him right in front of everyone. "This entire incident, you guys fabricated it, didn't you?" He didn't expect him to ask so bluntly. His body involuntarily trembled as he stepped back with a guilty conscience. "You?" His face flushed red with humiliation and anger. "Why you? What nonsense are you sprouting?" Seeing his expression, he grew even more certain. "Looks like my guess was right. I said this guy was highly suspicious." "Exactly. They were the ones who did it." His killing intent surged fiercely once more. "Watch me tear your mouth to pieces." Ah! He leaped high and slashed straight down. He had more than enough strength to raise his spear and block these basic moves. The more he fought, the more aggressive he got, slashing continuously and cursing. "Die, you piece of trash." He watched him attack and panicked a bit. He's too strong. He barely managed to block a few deadly strikes. Li So-gun lashed out fiercely. "If you get on your knees and beg for mercy right now, I might just spare one of your arms." But he was sorely mistaken. After blocking a few moves, Tae-kyung suddenly realized, "Wait a minute, it seems like I actually have a chance of winning." He wasn't actually that terrifying. He had been fighting him off perfectly fine all along. The spear and sword clashed rapidly with sharp clangs. His face turned as red as if fighting cock, utterly shocked and in disbelief. You little bastard, how could you?" Sensing he could win, Tae-kyung's confidence surged. "In that case, let's try an attack." With just a single spin of his spear, the ironclad shaft was shoved right into his face. All the old men watching were stunned, while Jin Wee-kyung beamed with a bright smile. He hadn't attacked until now, but his very first strike landed perfectly, knocking his face to the side. He spat out a mouthful of blood, grinding his teeth in fury. Not bad.
Meanwhile, Jin Tae-kyung rejoiced inwardly. This method works. The bitter guy swung his sword straight ahead, still stubbornly threatening. But once I unleash this move, your head will. But Tae-kyung wasn't stupid enough to let him keep attacking, threatening back. This time, you're dead meat. Before he could even process it, Tae-kyung's face darkened, radiating bloodlust with a sinister smile. Because from now on, I'm gonna beat you until all your teeth fall out. Ding. The status. Fear has been lifted. Born as the second young master of the Hengshan sword sect, I've studied swordsmanship since childhood. Though not a genius, through relentless effort, I reached the first-rate realm in my 20s. As the most promising talent to become the next sect leader of Hengshan, I was always admired by everyone. The Jinju Chen clan incident this time was the perfect opportunity to expand the Hengshan sword sect's influence in western Sichuan. Plus, we had completely justifiable grounds. No matter what choice the Jinju Chen clan made, their status as a martial arts family would be severely diminished. But now, sweat poured down his face like a waterfall, scared out of his wits. What the hell is going on? Before you could even finish stammering, Tae-kyung rushed straight in and landed a solid kick right in his gut. He was in so much pain he couldn't even grip his sword properly. Both he and his sword went flying and crashed to the ground with a loud clatter, feeling both agonized and humiliated. Tae-kyung wasn't done with him yet, closing in step by step. The bastard Lee So-gun had blood all over his face, his eyes wide open as he gritted his teeth. He was getting beaten within an inch of his life, but he still struggled to use his sword to prop himself up. He slashed wildly several times in a row, but Tae-kyung dodged every single one. Taking the chance, Tae-kyung jabbed his spear into his thigh, smacked his back, and slapped him right in the face. The relentless sound of beatings echoed endlessly across the arena. Seeing this, the enemy soldiers felt furious and humiliated, biting their lips tightly, wanting to rush up and rescue their young master. The whole group kicked their tables, ready to jump down while shouting, "This duel doesn't count." Okapyeong even pinched his own cheek hard. Feeling the pain, he thought in bewilderment. So it's really not a dream. What the hell am I looking at? The heir of the Hengshan sword sect is getting his ass kicked, and he's being beaten to a pulp by the third young master, someone whose martial arts barely scraped past the third-rate level. Although I did see him staying up all night training for the past 2 days, martial arts isn't something you can master overnight. Just what kind of ability is this? No matter how hard he racked his brain, he just couldn't understand. Those dirty bastards were about to rush down. This duel doesn't count. Stop it right now. Pyong was still thinking, where do these lunatics come from? How dare they act out here? The enemies were still screaming. The Jinju Chen clan must have used some despicable trick. That's right. Otherwise, how could our young master lose to that piece of trash? But when he turned around, Jin Wei-kyung's seat was completely empty. The leader of that group was knocked out cold, blood spewing everywhere. Another guy glared angrily and turned around. You, what is the meaning of this? The old man Jin Wei-kyung's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He raised his hand threateningly. What did you just call him? How dare they play dirty and then curse at his precious little brother? He was going to teach them some manners. The whole group looked at him in terror, not daring to utter a single word as they dropped to their knees and threw away their swords. The old man, oozing a terrifying, murderous aura, glared and interrogated them. Wasn't this the duel you people demanded? Before it's over, all of you will sit there obediently and wait. After dealing with that group, the old man calmly returned to his seat. Akpyeong was still trying to reason. If this keeps up, something terrible is going to happen. But before he could finish, the old man raised his hands straight up to stop him. Don't say a word. This is the most thrilling moment of my life. The old man's eyes sparkled as he looked down at Tran Tai Khan. This was the happiest day of his life. Down in the arena, Lai Chu Kwan's sword was knocked away, stabbing straight into the ground. His whole body was battered and bruised. He stood up trembling, blood dripping down. How did it end up like this? Our MC stood tall with his hands on his hips, pointing his spear in warning. Surrender now. You can't beat me. Even after being beaten to such an extent, he still had the energy to curse. You piece of trash. Shut your mouth. He instantly unleashed his strongest skill, placing both hands in front of his chest to form a massive sphere of spiritual energy. The MC was startled. What the hell is that? He charged forward like a moth to a flame, looking as though he wanted to tear the MC to shreds. However, the MC remained calm, ready to face him. A single thrust of his spear would end it. The sharp spearhead was only inches away from his face. Just as the MC thought, "Engage!" a shout suddenly echoed around them. "Don't kill him, damn it! He was fighting dirty." If the MC didn't kill him, he would be killed instead. His hand was now glowing with a blinding red light. He raised his arm high, ready to smash it down onto the MC's head. Tran Tai Khan had to dodge while making sure not to kill him, which was incredibly frustrating. Fortunately, he managed to raise his spear to block the attack. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, "Phew, finally caught it." The opponent's other hand struck as fast as lightning. Blood splattered everywhere. His spear was snatched away and he took a direct hit. A long scratch appeared across his face. That really hurts. I spared his life and he still beat me like this. Tran Tai Khan clutched his face. Arg, you little brat. That bastard was also caught off guard. He dodged it. I put all my strength into that attack. While he was still lost in thought, the MC counterattacked instantly, aiming a flurry of blows right at his face. He was beaten senseless, unable to react, letting his body go limp as the MC pummeled him. The final punch landed squarely on his chest. Since he couldn't kill him, he decided to beat him half to death instead.
Li Quan coughed up a mouthful of blood, completely drained of all strength. His legs gave out and he collapsed to the ground. He fell heavily right in front of the MC, suffering a miserable defeat. The old man Khan shed tears of joy, while everyone else's jaws dropped, eyes bulging in pure disbelief. It was an absolute miracle. The entire arena erupted in joyous cheers, and system notifications kept ringing. Ding ding! You have completed the Quest Martial Arts Tournament. The mastery of Chen Clan mental art has increased to the 4th level. You received experience points and reputation. Ding! You received quest reward. His victory was even captured in a painting. Nakbin had no idea what was going on, veins popping on his forehead. What is this? The old man Khan proudly showed it off. I painted the scene of yesterday's tournament. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. Li Quan collapses on the ground while Tai Khan stands tall and proud. The young hero who will one day become the strongest in the world, with the open sky above his head. How is it? Isn't it a masterpiece? Right? Nakbin was speechless. Do you realize how much paperwork you have piled up? Since early morning, you've only painted this one picture. Is this acceptable? The old man pulled another piece of paper from inside his robe and winked. Of course, it's not just one painting. I was planning to show you later, but you're quite sharp. The old man was floating on cloud 9. I also painted the aftermath of the tournament. Not complacent with his victory, the young hero announced his return to the cultivation cave. And here are the people expressing their admiration for his dedication. Nakbin gave up, sighing heavily. As for that part, I have to agree. The third young master has truly changed a lot. The old man immediately spun around. Right? I was surprised myself. His face beamed with hope. I knew this day would come. My Gumma's brother is a fierce, soaring eagle. The old man doted on his brother to a foolish degree. Nakbin, did you hear that? The powerful and majestic sound of Tai Khan flapping his wings. But unexpectedly, the sound of a real bird was heard, and a feather even drifted down, leaving the two staring at each other in shock. A bird landed on the old man's arm, with a small scroll tied to its leg. A carrier pigeon. Let's open it and read it. It seems something happened. The scene shifted to another location, vividly showing Tai Khan practicing his martial arts. He executed every powerful move flawlessly, especially that one devastating punch. A forceful blow struck directly without missing its mark. Li Quan's eyes widened in sheer terror as he screamed at the top of his lungs, "Ah!" He was terrified, panting heavily as he looked around. Waking up in his bed inside the Li clan's carriage, he finally realized it was just a nightmare, though he was still completely shaken. Their carriage was on its way back to their estate. His mind recalled that humiliating defeat, leaving him utterly infuriated and bitter. He gritted his teeth in disbelief. Did I lose? And to a piece of trash like him? Damn it. Furious, he started pounding his fists against the walls of the wooden carriage. The noise was so loud that the men outside had to peek in. Young master, are you awake? But right now his mind was completely consumed by one thought. I have to kill you. I will kill you with my own hands, Tai Khan. Before you could say anything, a sudden shout came from behind. What the hell are you doing? Stop dawdling and let's get moving. He was completely confused. What is this? Get moving? Suddenly, a massive needle flew past him, accompanied by a gloomy voice. Of course you have to get moving. Behind the curtain, a pitch-black figure with glowing red eyes had been standing there unnoticed. Meanwhile, the poison from the needle lodged in his forehead started to seep in, gradually turning his skin green. By the time you panicked and asked, who's there? The figure finally revealed itself. Just, the masked figure threatened. Going back to the Hohensun sword sect won't be that simple. Li Quan was still completely clueless. What is that? He started foaming at the mouth as the poison spread incredibly fast. The man, completely clad in black armor, grabbed the needle on his forehead. How about this? Well, head to Mount Biwang first, then to the Hohensun sword sect. Mount Biwang is a burial ground for the dead. He decisively yanked the needle out. Li Quan's entire body trembled violently. Terrified, he reached out and pleaded, save me. But his voice was already too weak. The men outside didn't notice a thing. Ultimately, he collapsed and died right on the spot. Take care, young hero Li. After saying that, the man in black vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Tai Khan had locked himself in the underground training room again, his body radiating an intense, murderous aura. His mind was still replaying the battle with Li Quan. Is it because I dumped all my stat points into one attribute? That means my strength, stamina, and agility were on par with his, or maybe even slightly higher. Besides, I've experienced that style of combat so many times, so I'm very used to it. The more he thought about it, the more satisfied he felt. I'm strong. Strong enough to easily defeat a level 30 Li Quan. However, I stabbed Li Quan with my spear so many times, yet he still managed to hold on. Meanwhile, I only took one punch, and a glancing blow at that. yet it still tore my skin and flesh. This must be due to the difference in our internal energy. He had to train his dantian thoroughly. He took a deep breath in and let it out. Ding! You have cultivated the Chen clan mental arts. Your internal energy has increased slightly. He squinted closely at the window. Check status window. He let out a long sigh. Sigh. Intelligence 10, internal energy 10 years. It keeps saying my internal energy is increasing, but I don't see any difference at all. Looking at the evaluation panel made him even more frustrated. Wasn't Li Tuquan, whom I defeated, a first-rate martial artist? Why am I still only second-rate? The only thing I lack compared to him is internal energy. Oh, then, let me calculate this. Based on Li Tuquan's age, his internal energy should be around 20 years.
In other words, to log out, I have to double my internal energy. Damn it, just thinking about it made him sweat profusely. He gave up on training and flopped onto the ground. Seriously, I could cultivate for 100 days and still not see a clear difference. How many lifetimes will it take for me to log out? This is so frustrating. Do I really need to eat some kind of magical elixir? Should I just be shameless and ask my oldest brother for an elixir? I feel like he wouldn't refuse. That old guy doted on him so much, after all. Having thought it through, he pushed himself up. Stands up. At worst, I'll just have to resort to my last option and try absorbing it. I was afraid of the danger before, so I didn't dare touch it, for fear of chi deviation. But the situation is different now. It's been over a week, and there's still no activity in the real world. As for my internal energy, I can temporarily use this to resolve it. Then what about my reputation? How am I supposed to raise that? This is giving me a headache. Suddenly, ding, the system window appeared again. News of the Jinju Chen clan's soaring dragon has spread. Influenced by the rumors, your reputation has increased by 10. As the number of people who believe the rumors grows, your reputation will increase accordingly. He was totally taken aback. This can happen too. Hidden dragon? Who? That night, a group of elders gathered in a secret room. Why were we suddenly summoned here? What else could it be? Calling us so late without even giving a clear reason. It's because the young master is still young and immature, lacking an understanding of rules and etiquette. It seems yesterday's event has made him even more arrogant. The elders began gossiping. Well, you can't blame him. It's as if his only weakness is gone now. Who would have thought the third young master was that formidable? Wasn't the council of elders planning to use the third young master to give him a hard time? That plan is ruined now. They continued chatting back and forth. All right, it's not too late. The great elder should step up and discipline the clan's conduct. Stop it, don't speak nonsense. Right at that moment, Tran V. Khan walked in, and the elders immediately fell silent. He sat down in the patriarch's seat. Thank you all for taking the time to come here despite the late hour. The reason I summoned you today is because, suddenly, a voice rang out, cutting him off. Because of the Huan Sun Sword sect. He jolted in surprise. Huh? Could it be? Footsteps approached as someone walked in. As soon as everyone saw the newcomer, they immediately sprang to their feet. They all clasped their hands and bowed deeply. Greetings, my lord. It was an old man with long, snow-white hair, exuding an intimidating aura at first glance. And just like that, those old geezers took the chance to gossip and relentlessly criticize him. The old patriarch just sat there, silently watching without saying a word. Trantai Khan was also summoned here, standing still as the old men pointed fingers at him. The patriarch suddenly furrowed his brows and stared at him. Our main character noticed it immediately, and the two locked eyes. A sudden wave of confusion washed over him. What's going on? The old man's gaze was fixed on him, refusing to let go. He suddenly felt a chill, breaking into a cold sweat. His face turned pale as he clutched his chest in fear. That old man. Why does he keep staring at me? This is too creepy. He quickly averted his eyes, not daring to look back. Suddenly, a voice was transmitted to his ears. This person is the Great Elder. It was Tran V. Khan reminding him. You lost your memory, so you might not know. The Great Elder is your grand uncle, the most highly respected elder in this clan. You must pay special attention to your words and actions. He was absolutely speechless. I haven't even met my own father. Where did this grand uncle come from? But the warning wasn't unwarranted, so he just nodded as if he understood. His older brother continued. Also, don't panic about what is about to happen. Just answer everything truthfully. Got it? Not saying anything would have been better. The warning only made him panic more. What exactly is going on? Why is it this serious? Seeing him nod, his brother also smiled and nodded back. Having finished his instructions, he stood up straight. Quiet, everyone. The witness has arrived, so let us begin the interrogation. He gulped nervously, standing there waiting to be judged. Third young master, Tran Tai Khan. As the young master and the representative of the current patriarch, I ask you, was it you? He emphasized every single word. Who poisoned and killed Li Tuquan of the Huan Sun Sword sect? What the hell? Our main character jumped in utter shock. His jaw practically hit the floor. Huh? What kind of nonsense is this? This joke wasn't funny at all. Tran Tai Khan hadn't done it, so he had nothing to fear. I can guarantee that Li Tuquan being poisoned has absolutely nothing to do with me. Another elder then asked, do you have proof of your innocence? Proof? The fat guy nodded firmly. That's right, we need evidence to prove that this incident doesn't involve the third young master. Completely helpless, he let out a long sigh and lowered his head. Good grief. His face darkened as he glared at them. Why am I the one who has to prove it? Aren't you the one supposed to find the evidence?
The other elders acted as if a nerve had been struck and flared up instantly. What? Us? Listen here, third young master. Stop talking nonsense. An older man loudly interrupted. All right, that's enough. Let's put an end to this meaningless argument. This old man only wants to say one thing. Who is the root cause of this incident? It was a bald elder who looked quite advanced in years. One guy immediately pointed his finger and said, "It's the third young master." The others started to chime in. Who acts and speaks so inappropriately, ruining our clan's reputation? It's the third young master. And who offended the precious gem of the Hoan Sun Sword sect, causing this current situation? Eventually, all the old men shouted in unison. Also the third young master. Our protagonist was furious. This was blatantly targeting him on purpose. You bastards. You're ganging up to screw me over, aren't you? Suddenly, someone spoke up. The important thing is, this was a legitimate duel. Another man pointed his finger and argued. Legitimate? Since when did poisoning become a legitimate tactic? We are the Tang clan in Sichuan. The old men split into two factions and started bickering. Didn't he say it wasn't him? Of course, he wouldn't admit it. Furthermore, I personally diagnosed him. Although he suffered minor internal injuries, it absolutely couldn't reach that extent. If necessary, we must prevent a war even if it means offering up the third young master's head. Our protagonist was getting extremely pissed, but couldn't get a word in edgewise while the old men argued loudly. What? What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Am I wrong? Just admit it, everyone. The Hoan Sun Sword sect is truly stronger than us. Once war breaks out, there will be countless casualties. We might even face complete annihilation. One of them even pointed straight at him and yelled, "The third young master is the root of all this. If we just hand him over, wouldn't the problem be solved?" The entire room fell silent once again. That guy smirked triumphantly. Therefore. But before you could finish his sentence, Tran V. Kong couldn't hold back anymore. Radiating intense killing intent, he slammed his hand onto the table. You all want to offer the third young master's head to the Hoan Sun Sword sect over an unverified claim. The elders immediately flinched. No, that's not what I meant. They had bullied his younger brother way too much. Are those words befitting of a sect hall master? Veins popped all over the old man's body. He was incredibly bitter but ultimately had to swallow his anger. He took a deep breath and let out a long, heavy sigh. Phew. Both our protagonist and the old patriarch glanced over. Tran V. Khan continued. The duel was completely fair. As you all know, Li Chu Quan being poisoned to death is a conspiracy. You clearly know the truth, yet you choose to submit to them out of sheer cowardice. Although we don't know who orchestrated this, the Hoan Sun Sword sect is indeed holding the sword of justifiable cause. I can't be sure when they will draw their swords. Perhaps they already have, but I am absolutely certain that it's too late for salvation. There's only one way left, and that is to step forward and fight. Do you want to live? Do you want to preserve our sect? Then hurry back, train your warriors, and prepare for battle. If all you want is wealth and glory, then chop off my younger brother's head and offer it to them. That is indeed a good method. After you finished speaking, the room fell dead silent. Not a single old geezer dared to breathe a word. Suddenly, someone clapped in praise. Brilliant. The clapping echoed endlessly. However, Tran V. Khan couldn't bring himself to smile. He silently glanced over. The MC immediately guessed. Oh, has the final boss finally made his appearance? It was the great elder. He stood up. To think our young master has grown up so much. You're now a warrior of both bravery and intellect. Brilliant. This is what the young master of our clan should look like. Tran V. Khan bowed modestly. I'm sorry for making a fool of myself in front of you. He patted his shoulder in satisfaction. Excessive humility can seem like arrogance to others. Young master, you don't need to apologize. He even smiled in acknowledgement. Then he glared at the others. You lot, on the other hand, even beasts know to unite against invaders when their nest is threatened. He furiously roared at the old men who had been so talkative just now. You are the very core of this sect, yet you demand the head of our clan's legitimate son to stop a war. What kind of countermeasure is this? The MC, suddenly defended, couldn't react in time. His head was full of question marks. The one who was loudest earlier now shrank back and hastily explained. Great elder, you misunderstand, it was just. The great elder sharply cut him off. War is now a reality. We must straighten out our internal affairs first. He even deliberately pointed, instigating Tran V. Khan. Therefore, young master, that man is no different from a traitor. How about we behead him first? Upon hearing this, the man panicked, his face turning pale as he could barely stand from fear. The others were completely shocked and confused. What? Why is he suddenly speaking up for us? Tran V. Khan was backed into a corner again, his face darkening as he turned to look at the trembling man. He ultimately chose to spare him. We can't do that. The Hallmaster has been loyal to our clan for many years. I believe he simply misspoke in a moment of urgency. The great elder was extremely pleased, stroking his beard and laughing heartily. Misspoke. I didn't expect our young master's vision to be so broad, truly worthy of being the young master. Ha ha ha. If that's the case, I won't hold them accountable anymore. This old man is really something else.
He even turned, clasped his hands, and bowed. "Thank you for your immense generosity, young master, in forgiving the slip of the tongue of these old men." Those guys were terrified to tears and quickly crowded around to flatter him. "Oh my, great elder. We were the ones who didn't think it through. Please don't do this. It's our fault. Your actions only make us feel more ashamed. Please." "Great elder." The MC stood aside, watching with annoyance. What a show-off. The one who spared you was clearly Tran V. Khan. However, he noticed that a few of those old men were secretly wearing sinister smiles.
He immediately felt uneasy. Something doesn't seem quite right. He sensed something was wrong but couldn't prove it. Suddenly, the great elder grabbed Chen V. Khan's wrist and raised it high. "The clan leader is not here right now. Therefore, the young master acts as the clan leader. In this matter, I support the young master's decision. As long as you all wholeheartedly support him, no matter how powerful the enemy is, they won't dare to invade so easily." All the old men clasped their hands and bowed. "Understood. Understood." Chen V. Khan coldly dropped a single word. "Thank you." The old man also flung his hand away. They didn't look like they were supporting each other at all. On top of that, the MC saw the old man smiling maliciously. His sixth sense frantically warned him. This is really bad. Chun Tai Khan thought, could it be? All of this is a conspiracy? Right at that moment, a servant ran in from outside.
"A carrier pigeon from the Huan Sun sword sect has arrived." Tren V. Khan immediately took the piece of paper to read. "Bring it here, quick." He quickly opened it. The writing inside was in red ink. "Irreconcilable enemies." Just seeing it was enough to make his limbs go weak. Is a massive war really happening this time? He angrily crushed the crumpled piece of paper. He roared his declaration. "From now on, our clan will enter a state of war." Ding ding, the system sounded simultaneously. Ding ding. Huan Sun Sword Sect has declared war on the Jinju Chen clan. The two factions have formed a war relationship. Huan Sun Sword Sect has designated you as a public enemy of their sect. Running away will cause massive losses. Meanwhile, elsewhere, someone tied a letter to a carrier pigeon's leg. He released the bird and simultaneously readied his horse to set off. The horse galloped at full speed. "Warriors of the Jinju Chen clan, assemble at the main estate immediately." Ding ding. War. The battle concerning the honor of the two sects is about to begin. Living in the Murim, the only thing that can prove your worth is strength. The survivor is the strong one, and only the strong can survive. The MC read it and felt utterly exasperated. Looking at his dumbfounded face, his good older brother sits beside him and hands him a cup of water. "You look exhausted, don't you?" He gently strokes his head to comfort him. "This was bound to happen sooner or later. You can't be blamed for it." He is still thinking. Of course, I can't be blamed. Nakbin suddenly speaks up. "But, my lord." "What is it?" He reminds him. The great elder's intentions are truly impossible to read. Speaking of that figure, the great elder, the protagonist immediately connects the dots. He's really no different from those cunning politicians in the real world.
Unable to hold back, he asks directly, "What kind of person is the great elder?" Tran V. Khan informs him, "The great elder doesn't just possess incredibly high martial arts prowess, his mind is also terrifyingly deep and unpredictable. You could say he's one of the most dangerous figures in Murim." Hearing this, his jaw drops. This will be tough to deal with. Is he really that formidable? The other elders are nothing more than his pawns. Just like earlier. Even without showing his face, he can use the Council of Elders to rope in key figures and bring them under his wing. He's been pulling the strings like this for decades. Earlier during the meeting, he spoke up to help us, but he definitely has an ulterior motive. Nakbin's face darkens. We should have killed them all. He grinds his teeth in fury. They are all disloyal traitors. When the great elder suggested killing them, to be honest, I truly hoped you would agree, my lord. Tran V. Khan really wanted to as well, but he couldn't. Doing so would ignite a bloody war. Perhaps that is exactly the outcome the great elder wants to see. But this is all just speculation. No one knows what the great elder is truly thinking. For now, he is still an elder of our clan, a highly capable family member. We can be on our guard, but we must not show any hostility. The most important thing right now is resolving the current situation, not targeting anyone specifically. The two discuss back and forth. The situation isn't very optimistic right now. With the news of Li Tuquan being poisoned spreading all across western Sichuan, public opinion of our clan is also plummeting. As soon as Nakbin finishes speaking, his older brother and the protagonist jump in shock. It hasn't even been half a day yet, and it's already. His older brother is furious, grinding his teeth so hard they might break. The news is spreading way too fast. If someone isn't intentionally leaking it, this would be absolutely impossible. The three of them fall into silence again. Then what about asking the other sects for help? Still no reply. Except for one sect, the others haven't replied yet. Which sect? The Hongo sect. Right at this moment, a horse carriage stops in front of the Jinju gates. The gatekeeper asks as usual, "State your name and your purpose for being here." The old carriage driver tips his hat up. "Hey there, you're working hard. Well, you see, we're from." The gatekeeper, Ha Vu Chan, suddenly thinks, "Why does he look so familiar?" A voice rings out from inside the carriage, "Hong Ho Lao." A beauty steps down, her tone alluring. "My name is a secret, though."
The guy gets annoyed and marches straight over. Listen here, lady, do you really think this is the time to be joking around with me?
But looking at her breathtaking beauty, he completely forgets his anger, his face flushing red. Ah, so what brings you here, especially with that eye-catching cleavage? Looking a bit closer, he realizes it's the beautiful Inuit Hoa. She rubs her fingertips together and declares, I've come to collect a debt. The scene shifts elsewhere. Lai Chiu Kwan's pale, grayish corpse lies rigidly on the ground, his bulging eyes looking like they're about to pop out. A man tremblingly reaches his hand out. His father wails miserably. How did it come to this? Chiu Kwan, my son, look at me. Do you feel so deeply wronged that you can't even close your eyes in death? My son, sob. His father is filled with extreme rage. I will remember this pain. His tightly clenched fists blow away the poisonous aura. He makes a firm resolve. Then, I will make them pay it back hundreds, thousands of times over. He stands from up high looking down, having already prepared thousands of troops. Tears stream down his cheeks as he loudly roars his command, move out. Today, this is the beginning of our revenge. Back on the other side, the beautiful Nuyet Hua has made it inside, her eyes curving in an excited smile. Have you all been well? Did you miss me? Tranvi Khan and the other two stand frozen stiff in the room, completely baffled. Only Tran Tai Khan recognizes her, stammering, Nuyet. Nuyet Hua? She covers her mouth, giggling as she walks over. It seems our young Master Tran still remembers me. Ha ha ha. The protagonist's limbs go weak. Why is she here? And right at this exact moment, too. Did I call her here? I didn't, did I? Just as he has no idea how to handle this, his older brother steps up, touching his back and growling, Tai Khan. The protagonist immediately leans back defensively, hastily shouting an explanation. No, it's not like that. It's not what you think, brother. I don't know her at all. Sweating bullets, he puts on an act and plays dumb. Huh? What did you say? Did you come to the wrong place? Ah, are you leaving now? But she doesn't care, walking right past him. Our young Master Tran is indeed as adorable as ever. But honestly, I'm actually here on business today. The protagonist hastily grabs her arm to hold her back. What do you mean, our young Master Tran? I have nothing to say to you. Get out, right now. Get out! However, no matter how hard he strains to pull her, the beauty stands completely still, not budging an inch. What? Why? Why won't she budge? I'm using all my strength with both hands, yet I can't even drag a delicate woman. The other two felt embarrassed just watching. Nakbin even covered his eyes. It was just too pathetic. What the hell is he doing? His older brother quickly stopped him. Ah, hey. Tai Khan. Greet her. Looking at his hand that was frantically pulling her, he explained, this is the Western Sichuan branch leader of the Han-Go sect. The MC's face flashed like a strobe light, instantly turning pale purple as he looked up in bewilderment. What? The woman finally let out a smug, teasing giggle. Above her head read level 50, Don Thium Wiet. No wonder the MC couldn't pull her no matter how hard he tried. Sitting before Tran V. Khan, she bowed her head in greeting. A formal greeting to you, young master. I am the Western Sichuan branch leader of the Han-Go sect, Wiet Ho, Don Thium Wiet. The other two clasped their hands in return. I am Tran V. Khan of the Jinju Chen clan. I am Nakbin. Meanwhile, the MC stood aside with a darkened face, groaning without needing an introduction, having only caught the word Khan. She immediately leaned in, pouting playfully. Someone's introduction was too quiet. I couldn't quite hear it. The other two instantly shot him a look, prompting the MC to hurriedly repeat, I am Tran Tai Khan. She smiled radiantly and waved. Ah, I also look forward to your guidance, Sir Chen. His older brother broke into a cold sweat and asked politely, I didn't expect you to know my younger brother. She answered without any hesitation. As a regular at our establishment, Jinju's Hong Ho Lao belongs to us. It also serves as our sex branch in Western Sichuan. The two of them shot him another glance. Ah, a regular. Well, his visits to the brothel were already infamous, so it wasn't too surprising. Then let's get down to business. His older brother nodded seriously. First of all, thank you to your noble sect for extending a helping hand. She smiled brightly. You're too polite. Tran Vai Can was a bit curious, but I would like to know why your sect wishes to help us. Nuit Hoa didn't seem to hide anything. The reason? If you want to know, I can tell you. First, it is for the benefit of our sect. The Ha-No sect acts entirely based on gains and losses. We have compiled the possibilities, analyzed them rationally, and concluded that even with the risk of failure and danger, we must help the Jinju Chen clan, because doing so will yield a much greater reward. That sounded intriguing. A reward? What exactly do you want? She declared bluntly, half of the businesses and assets of the Hoan Sun Sword sect. Without a second thought, his older brother agreed immediately. Done. He completely ignored Nakbin's attempt to stop him. My lord. She loved this decisive way of working. Such a quick decision. The lord replied firmly, because I have staked the entire clan on this matter, but she understood their situation all too well. Has this been discussed beforehand? There should be quite a few opponents within your ranks. For instance, the Elder Council. Tran V. Khan had already accounted for it. As expected of the Han-No sect. Your intelligence is sharp. You need not worry about that. Now, let's hear the second reason. The MC standing nearby felt extremely guilty and suddenly anxious. I didn't accidentally tell her, did I? She continued, the second reason is,
Her face flushed red, her body twisting as her voice pitched up. I like Sir Chen. His older brother's face was completely dumbfounded while she kept swaying her two bouncy assets. He's young and handsome.
He has a great physique and a lovely personality. Furthermore, the MC stood completely frozen. This woman. Which of her words are true and which are jokes? An hour later, they had finalized the negotiations and exchanged the drafted written agreements. The terms were as follows. The Hongo sect would receive exclusive rights to half of the Hoan Sun Sword sect's shops and entertainment districts, but on the condition that the Hongo sect could not sell intelligence to any sect other than the Jinju Chen clan, and must go all out to gather war-related intel. With everything settled, she reached out for a handshake. We are now officially on the same side. I look forward to your continued support, young master. His older brother extended his hand. I also look forward to your continued support. The deal was sealed with a handshake. Ding. Jinju Chen clan and Hongo sect have formed an alliance. The alliance will be maintained throughout the war. The two bowed in farewell. Then I shall take my leave. Have a safe trip. I won't see you out. You're too polite. With that, Muyet Hua left immediately. The MC didn't even dare to look at her, merely muttering, "Take care." All three men held their breath, waiting for her to disappear from sight. Suddenly, she whipped around and got right into Tran Tai Khan's face, startling everyone. Aren't you going to see me out? Drenched in sweat, the MC leaned back to avoid her. Why should I see you out? Taking advantage of this, she leaned in even closer. Because. She proceeded to whisper intimately into his ear, while his older brother standing nearby couldn't resist the intense urge to eavesdrop. Who knows what she said, but the two brothers' faces turned bright red. His older brother's jaw dropped, and forgetting he was eavesdropping, he yelled out, Tai Khan. Is it true? Is that true? The MC quickly followed her out. I'll go see her out. His older brother was growing fonder of him by the second. Ha ha ha, little bro. That night in a brightly lit room, Tran Tai Khan bit his lip tightly. Staying calm, he tried to remind himself. This is just a game. But how the hell did it still look so incredibly real no matter how he looked at it? These are just pixels. Everything is virtual. Why did they make it so realistic? Every wound on the hands and neck looked exactly like reality. Rows of corpses were laid out neatly in the Chen clan's courtyard. He tried to remind himself it was just a game, but his face couldn't help turning pale. Feeling overwhelmingly nauseous, he covered his mouth tightly and turned away. Tran V. Khan pulled the white cloth to cover each corpse, his hands trembling. All of this is my fault. To think they'd be so ruthless to children who know no martial arts. A man standing behind the old man reminded him, that is the nature of war, young master. Regardless of victory or defeat, casualties are inevitable. It was the great elder. He stroked his beard with a wicked expression. It seems the blood-sack sword, Li Thian Bak of the Huan Sun Sword sect, is quite adept at warfare. He truly lives up to his reputation as a wanderer. Looking at these children is proof enough. His older brother lowered his head even further, while the protagonist was furious, wondering, does he really have to say such things in this situation? Tran Khan couldn't hold back anymore. Emitting a murderous aura, he glared in warning. Please watch your words. These are all our clan's dependents. But the old man refused to shut up. No, these children are victims of war. Many more will lose their lives in the future, perhaps even right at this very moment. His older brother was furious, veins popping on his face as he roared. Great elder. Yet the cunning old man maintained his tone to the end. Wasn't this already within our expectations? The two officially clashed, glaring intensely at each other. The old man emphasized every word. Sun Am, Duan Hian, and Tuklin are all within the reach of the Hoan Sun Sword sect. You should know that well. Those would inevitably be the first places affected. Sending carrier pigeons was merely to ease your own conscience. Tran V. Khan trembled, wanting to explain but not knowing what to say. That's. The old man raised his head arrogantly. I am not blaming you, because your decision was the right one. His older brother trembled all over, stammering. I. In front of this old man, his older brother was like an overgrown child. The war has just begun. To gain something, you must lose something. You must remember, you are the young master who bears responsibility for hundreds of dependents of the Jinju Chen clan. Tran V. Khan gritted his teeth, trying his best to stay calm. Even though I'm furious, he's not entirely wrong. In times like this, I need to pull myself together. His eyes suddenly became serious and his trembling stopped. The protagonist stood between them, observing the situation. He wondered, in peacetime they fought bitterly, but now that war has broken out, they've become united? That's a relief. Suddenly, he noticed the cunning old man turning to look at him. So the third young master is here as well. He scratched his head awkwardly. Ah yes, greetings, great elder. The old man stroked his beard. Lately, there's been a very interesting rumor within the clan. It seems. What hidden dragon of Western Sichuan? Hearing this nickname from the old man's mouth almost made him choke. I also heard you and the King of Hell joined forces to eliminate a bandit named Great Strength Trong Tam. Tran Tai Khan covered his mouth, coughing violently, nearly choking on his own saliva. The old man deliberately pressed on. Are you feeling unwell? He hugged himself and shook his head. No, not at all. I just felt a little chill. He was surprised internally. I didn't expect the great elder to say something so cringy. The old man burst into laughter. Haha, oh my, you've made a great contribution.
How could that be? While wearing a fake smile, he suddenly sensed a hint of sarcasm. Huh, did I hear that right? Just by standing there, the old man caused the ground beneath his feet to crack. His voice was colder than ice. If those rumors are true, then I believe that as a direct descendant and a crucial combat force of this clan, leading the vanguard is your duty.
The ground completely shattered, leaving the protagonist struggling to balance. Startled, he thought, no, please don't. The others all looked over. Young master, what do you think? The protagonist cried heavily on the inside, as the ground beneath him felt like an active volcano. No, reject him right now, please. Tran V. Khan sighed silently, watching the protagonist dangling with only one hand gripping the ground. His older brother smiled with sparkling eyes. If you lend a hand, our morale will definitely soar. With those words, he plummeted straight into the magma pit. Ding! A new quest has been generated. Even though the Great Elder wanted to assign me to a combat squad under the Elders Council faction. Thanks to Tran V. Khan's fierce opposition, I receive an unexpected position. Leader of the White Tiger Hall's scout team. From now on, lead your subordinates to complete missions and establish merits. Although I'm a bit worried because I can't ascertain the risks of failure. Scouting doesn't seem like a dangerous job anyway. I know this is just a game, but the image of those children keeps flashing in my mind. Just thinking about that pile of corpses makes me tense. Since when did I start seeing NPCs as real people? Have I gotten too immersed? Anyway, the scout team under my command consists of 5 members in total. Perhaps because it's a temporary transfer, some of them appear quite anxious. They have 2 level 14 Ez and 2 level 13 Ez. Tru Nam, Ma Kan Diu, and T Thien Kim. A level 13 kid named Han Diep is the youngest. He cheerfully clasped his hands together. I am Han Diep. I hope the team leader will look after me. I noticed him too. There was one who was particularly excited. And then there was the level 22 Ha Vu Chan. He smiled, seemingly ignoring their past grievances. I didn't expect to meet you here, third young master. I looked at him with annoyance. And there was also this extremely irritating guy. But since it was arranged this way, what could I do? Sigh, just my luck. I alone have to manage these 5. I am Tran Tai Khan, appointed as the team leader of the White Tiger Hall's scout team. I look forward to working with you all. The scene shifted to Tran V. Khan's room, where the old man stood anxiously by the window, looking outside. Not Bin, standing behind him, asked, they departed yesterday at noon. It should take them about 2 more days to arrive. This older brother rarely acted like this. Are you talking about Tai Kan? His mission is to scout the counties around the Jinju Chen clan, right? Suddenly, his older brother acted a bit out of character today, even waving his hand and saying, Hey, Patriarch, when will you stop treating Tai Kan like a child? He is already a grown man. He will know how to take care of himself. Not Bin couldn't believe it. I somewhat doubt my own ears. Suddenly, he pointed straight ahead. Speaking of which, look over there. A bird was flying toward them in the sky. It was a carrier pigeon. News has arrived. There was a pile of letters delivered on the table. 1 question, 1 kill. Trulac, along with 40 men, have appeared in Qin Duong. The old man was in complete shock. They reached Zhenyang this fast. Even for a small strike team, I didn't expect them to cover hundreds of miles in just a few days. Once they pass Zhenyang and Hangzhou, they'll reach Jinzhou. Zhenyang, Jinzhou. Moreover, some of our family members haven't even returned to the main estate yet. Zhao Luo, the 1 question, 1 kill assassin, is notoriously ruthless. What if they are hunting them down right now? He hurriedly turned around and ordered, Yu Ping. Quickly select 50 warriors and head to Zhenyang. Go escort our family members. The other man couldn't even react in time. My lord. The two stared at each other. Didn't he just say he was all grown up? Suddenly, the old man began to tremble like a leaf. Tai. His face turned a dark bruised purple, his whole body stiffened, and he stuttered in absolute terror. Tai Khan. Where did Tai Khan go? Now they both finally realized the problem and shouted in unison. He went to Zhenyang. In the dense forest, dust billowed as a sky-shattering shout rang out. Get back to your positions. Dismissed. He yelled so loudly that even the horses turned their heads to look. Fall in. Dismissed. Basic formation. The soldiers under the protagonist's command ran like crazy, following his orders. Still, he roared at them. Hurry up. None dared to slack off, maintaining a perfect formation without a single millimeter of error. Tran Tai Khan looked at the group, feeling quite satisfied. Not bad, it hasn't been long since I taught them, and they're already this proficient. Actually, their skill levels were quite similar. But compared to F-rank hunters who couldn't use mana, these NPCs with a bit of martial arts knowledge were much more formidable. Suddenly, one of them threw his shield onto the ground and roared. I seriously can't take this anymore. It was Ha Vu Chan. He dared to point straight at his face and yell, Third young master, war isn't a child's game. Time is of the essence. What the hell are you doing? The others chimed in. He's right. We aren't government soldiers from the Yamen. The protagonist lost his mood upon hearing this. I was just about to compliment you all. The youngest kid in the group scratched his head and tried to defend him. The team leader must have his own plans, right? But the other guy only grew angrier. He even forces us to carry shields. What kind of plan could he possibly have? The more he spoke, the bolder he got, pointing right at him and scolding loudly. Uneducated, jobless, and only knowing how to fool around since childhood, That perfectly describes the third young master. He probably hasn't even read a single line of military strategy, and yet he goes around causing trouble every single day. Not only that, this entire war was caused by the third young master. As soon as he finished speaking, the protagonist loomed over him out of nowhere, putting his face uncomfortably close and saying in a deep voice, "Do you know that your current actions are considered insubordination?" Not only was he unafraid, but he publicly challenged him. "So what if I am? What are you going to do about it?" Thinking a tiger that doesn't roar is a Hello Kitty, Trantai Khan's face darkened. "What am I going to do?" Murderous intent emanated from him. "It is currently a time of war, a special situation. Therefore, I can only use my authority as the scout team leader to punish you with 3 slaps on the spot." The man froze, his jaw dropping. "What did you just say?" As soon as he finished speaking, a loud smack echoed out. The protagonist made his move, slapping his face so hard it twisted to the side, leaving a distinct 5-finger mark. "Take that for your insolence." He even began to count, "That's 1. The guy was completely shocked, glaring back. What? What are you doing?" Because he won against him last time, he was acting incredibly cocky. Just as he was about to charge forward, he was slapped again. "That's 2. Receiving a slap on each cheek, Ha Vu Chan's face turned grim, and he lunged forward to retaliate. "You little brat." However, no matter how many times he attacked, the protagonist easily dodged them all. Not only that, he even found an opening to counterattack with another slap. "That's 3. The others watching from the sidelines turned pale with fear. They stood petrified, not daring to utter a single word or intervene. In the end, the man was beaten by the protagonist until he collapsed right there on the spot. Meanwhile, Trantai Khan casually dusted off his hands. "Break time is over. Let's move out." The terrified group shouted in unison. "Understood." Suddenly, a white snowflake drifted down. He caught it in his palm. Is it already the season of snow? Somewhere else, also amidst the white snow, a sharp, gleaming butcher's knife was raised. Warm, crimson blood spilled across the ground. A horrifying scene of carnage unfolded. A whole group of people were threatened and slaughtered, their cries and weeping echoing ceaselessly. A woman held her child tightly and begged, "Great hero, please spare the children." But the man's face was dark. He flashed a wicked smile and said bluntly, "My apologies, but I'm no hero." The helpless woman clung to her child, screaming and questioning him. "But you're human. How can you kill an innocent child?" But he wasn't moved in the slightest. Raising his blood-soaked blade to threaten them, he said, "The world is cruel. Without a mother, would this child even survive?" A fierce aura burst from the woman. Gritting her teeth with glaring eyes, she cursed, "You beast. You never intended to spare them from the very beginning." The man swung his blade expressionlessly. "I'll take that as your dying words." And so countless corpses were left scattered throughout the forest by them. After the massacre, these bastards even joked among themselves. "This will just fatten up the wild beasts in the mountains. They're in for a feast." Not just them, we need to have a proper feast ourselves too. Especially the cruel leader, who was more ruthless than the devil himself. Once we finish this job, why worry about not having money to spend? Ha ha ha. I never thought the day would come when I'd be hunting down the Jinju Chen family members. Ah, was the group we just finished off the last one? A subordinate shook his head. "No, boss. They run like rats, surprisingly fast." "How many are there?" "1 martial artist and 2 brats, 3 in total." "I heard they passed through Zhengyang a few hours ago, heading towards Hangzhou." "Boss, you don't need to dirty your own hands. Let me handle this right away." "Oh, is that so? You really understand me best, brother. All right, go ahead." Meanwhile, Ha Vu Chan, who was fast asleep, suddenly jolted awake and sat straight up. He looked left in a daze and saw the entire squad sitting there. Suddenly, he lunged straight at Trantai Khan. "You little brat." The MC didn't even bother saying a word to him. He just slapped him so hard he saw stars, sending him crashing headfirst into the wall instantly. The entire room fell dead silent once again. He acted like nothing happened, crossing his arms and looking around nonchalantly. "Well, with this weather, I'm afraid we won't reach Zhengyang today. Good thing we found an abandoned, thatched hut." The others sat frozen in fear, quiet as mice. The young kid, Han Deep, turned to ask him, team leader, so, since we still have some time, is it possible?" All 4 of their eyes sparkled with eager anticipation. What are they begging for this time? The MC looked puzzled and asked, "What is it? Do you guys want to train?" The whole group immediately nodded frantically. The MC was also very pleased with their eager spirit. "No problem. Everyone gear up and gather at the training ground." Except for Ha Vu Chan. The group just burst through the door and ran out into the snow. So cold. The snow is falling so heavily already. The MC couldn't help but wonder to himself, these guys. At first they did nothing but complain about the shields, and now they're actually volunteering for training. Sure enough, 100 words aren't worth a single beating. His eyes glowed crimson as he grabbed his spear, fully prepared to beat them to a pulp, when he suddenly heard a shout. "Team leader, there's a kid over there." He immediately peeked out. What? Why would there be a child out here in the middle of nowhere? But they weren't mistaken at all. There really was a child's silhouette standing there. Huh? It's really true. The group stared at the 2 kids carrying each other and wondered, who is that kid?
Could they be the owners of this hut? Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. I have a really bad feeling about this. Why do I have such an ominous premonition? But, speak of the devil. Ding ding. Sudden quest has been activated. What else could Tran Tai Khan do but cry internally? Ah, please no. In a place with a fairy tale-like scenery, two people were sitting under a tree while a child happily skipped and ran in front of them. Suddenly, the child spotted a flower and stopped dead in his tracks to stare at it. Without a second thought, he picked the flower and tucked it into the hair of the girl sitting there. He was so delighted his eyes crinkled into a smile, his cheeks flushing a rosy pink. The woman affectionately patted the child's head and called his name, Tiu Than. She also pleaded, "You have to live on." The little boy didn't understand a thing, just looking utterly bewildered. He watched in a panic as everyone slowly faded away, calling out, "Mom?" The man also urged, "You absolutely must survive." The boy grew even more confused. "Dad, where are you two going? You definitely must." Before they could even finish their words, they faded far away, leaving behind the child's desperate, heart-wrenching cries, "Mom! Dad, take us with you. Mom! Mom!" The boy cried out until he jolted awake. It turned out to be just a nightmare. He hid behind a large boulder, peering out at the freezing weather. "Oh man, I accidentally dozed off. Just a few days ago, I witnessed the brutal massacre of my beloved Tuk Lin clan members and my own father with my very eyes.
But besides running away, there was nothing else I could do. I can't let my drowsiness cause me to lose Luke too." The little girl next to him clung to him tightly. "Brother, it's so cold. When can we go home? I miss Mom so much." Tiu Than gripped his sword tightly and patted his little sister's head to comfort her. "We're almost there. Just bear with it a little longer." He recalled the dream from just now. "You have to live on, Mom." Her image in the dream felt so incredibly real. I wonder how she's doing right now. Could it be? No, that's impossible. Impossible. He didn't dare entertain the thought, shaking his head frantically. Right at that moment, there was a noise outside. He hurriedly drew his sword and rushed out. "Who's there? Show yourself." From the bushes, a hand reached out. The little boy's entire body trembled in sheer terror. A man's face appeared, making a shushing motion to Tiu Than. "Shh, it's me." The young boy instantly recognized him, Uncle Kong. "It's been half an hour and you still hadn't returned. I was worried to death." The old man pulled the boy into a tight hug. "We have to leave immediately. Someone is on our tail." Carrying the little girl on his back, Tiu Than asked in a panic, "Already?" The old man started moving right away. "Yes, time is running out." And so the three of them set off. Where exactly are we heading? Hunjo. No matter how ruthless they are, they won't be able to track us down there. But they hadn't traveled far and the pristine white snow hadn't even managed to cover their tracks yet. When a man appeared right behind them, he pointed his finger, commanding his underlings to give chase. And so the three of them set off, unaware of the danger lurking behind them. Suddenly, the man stopped and glanced back. Tiu Than immediately guessed. Are they enemies? The old man nodded. At least a dozen of them, and they're about to catch up. The old man looked at the footprints in the snow, shedding a tear. "This is my negligence. We should have left before the snow started falling." The boy immediately drew his dagger. "Uncle, you've done your best. I've also learned a bit of martial arts. I want to die fighting like a true warrior." Suddenly, the old man tossed the soundly sleeping little girl onto Tiu Than's back. Confused, the boy cried out, "Uncle." The old man drew his weapon and instructed, "I'll follow right behind you." The old man smiled to reassure the child. "Don't worry. I, Kong A Tan, am not that easy to deal with." Tiu Than was still hesitating, "But I can't." The old man loudly urged, "Go, quickly." Just then, the bandits' voices rang out, "Over here. Catch them all." Tiu Than's entire body trembled. "Uncle Kong." The old man could only urge the boy, "Hurry. Go now." Tiu Than wiped his tears and hurriedly turned away to leave. "I'm sorry." Just like that, the boy ran with all his might. He finally climbed up to this spot. Suddenly, he spotted the golden insignia printed on the backs of the group ahead. Completely exhausted, he stood from a distance, looking at the group. On the other side, Tran Tai Khan was still shouting, "Let's move out!" His soldiers muttered to each other, "Huh? How can we travel in this weather? The horses won't even budge. What should we do?" He pointed and ordered, "Then leave the horses here." Another guy hastily tried to stop him. "How about we wait until dawn?" Suddenly, a soldier stammered in fear. They're here! Let's go! Pack up the gear! Wake Havu-chan up!" The others were bewildered. What just happened all of a sudden? The MC nearly wet his pants when he received that quest. What else could it be? Obviously, things have gone south. Those people were surrounding the two children. Tiu Tan was crying his eyes out, and Tai Khan panicked. "What? Look at that. Whenever I get this feeling, it's always spot on." That sound chimed again. As if the chaos wasn't enough, another group showed up. It was a group of soldiers, each wielding a sharp blade. Ding. Safe zone has been created, and a rank quest. His face turned paler than a sheet, sweating profusely. "I knew it. I knew this would happen." Quest, Survivors of the Tuk Lin Branch. You have encountered the survivors of the Jinju Chen clan's Tuk Lin Branch. Face off against the ruthless pursuers from the Hoan Sun sect and save the survivors. Tran Tai Khan instantly yelled out a command. "They're kids from the Jinju Chen clan.
Form up an attack formation. Stand firm. The guys immediately activated their skills, everyone taking their proper position. The enemies weren't afraid in the slightest and mocked them. Haha, perfect timing. There's barely anyone. Wipe them all out. Haha.
The MC quickly assessed the situation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 10 people. 10 against 5. Can we even win this? Oh man. These guys have average martial arts and 0 experience. Total rookies. And Havu-chan is still over there sleeping like a log. He checked the map first. Sorry guys, if we can't hold them off, I'm out of here first. Good thing I have the chi sense skill. One guy, scared witless, turned to ask him, what should we do now, Captain? The numerous enemies aggressively rushed at them. Kill them all. His own soldiers flinched before the fight even started. They're coming. They're coming, Captain. Right at that moment, he shouted, cancel the attack formation, switch to defense formation. The guys were caught off guard. Huh? What are you planning? Captain, in this situation, you might have to go in alone. Zip it. You guys just focus entirely on defending. Because Level 13 Han Bak Niep, Level 12 Hua Hon, Level 13 Pham Dong Q. Looking at the enemy troop's stats, he burst out laughing, feeling extremely delighted inside. These guys are just small fry. All the EXP is mine. Riding the momentum, the MC charged right in, sending one guy coughing up blood with just a single strike. The entire crowd watching was left open-mouthed in shock. He was literally taking on 10 guys by himself, and when they rushed him, they couldn't even land a single hit. Little Two Fan stared in wide-eyed confusion. He immediately saw the scene of him charging straight through, wiping out the entire group by himself. Ding. You have received 50 merit points. You have received experience points. The notifications were ringing non-stop. Tran Tai Khan relentlessly hacked and slashed through the chaos, blood spurting everywhere, leaving the enemy boss frozen stiff in shock. Now it was just him left. He immediately backed away, his limbs trembling, too scared to charge forward. He held his spear and activated the skill Heaven-Piercing Thrust, while the boss swung his blade at him. The two weapons clashed with flying sparks, light flashing into the sky amid a thick cloud of dust. The low-ranked soldiers and the kid watching were left in absolute awe. With just that one move, the guy was instantly impaled to death. Right before he died, he spat out a final threat. My boss will definitely find you. After finishing his words and collapsing, a green circle also appeared at the main character's feet. As if he'd be scared, instead he patted his belly, tilted his head to the sky, and let out a loud burp. Ah, I'm so full. After this battle, and completely stuffed with EXP, that totally hits the spot. Meanwhile, on the other side, darkness enveloped everything. He hadn't woken up yet and couldn't see anything, but he heard a flurry of commotion around him, especially Tu Thien's voice calling out, Uncle Kong. Trying hard to open his eyes to get a clear look, he saw two teary-eyed kids surrounding him, crying, Uncle Kong. Uncle Kong, the old man, was covered in wounds but had managed to keep his life. Once the situation settled, Kamathan clasped his hands and bowed. I truly don't know how to repay you for saving my life. Thank you so much. The main character hurriedly waved his hands. It's nothing. I only did what I had to do. But he had his own reason. I just did it to complete the quest. Seeing him like this, the old man admired him even more. Such peerless martial arts, yet so humble. I, Kong a Tin, truly admire you. Tran Tai Kan smiled awkwardly. Haha, I just got lucky. By the way, what exactly happened here? The old man looked sadly at Tu Thien standing next to him. The boy's face so sorrowful he was on the verge of tears. He recounted. 5 days ago, when the carrier pigeon brought news of the war, the Tuklin branch was already surrounded so tightly that not even a drop of water could leak out. Hundreds of vagabond mercenaries hired by the Huan Sun Sword sect came murdering and setting fires. Thanks to Commander Lai Qianbo and his martial artists buying us time, I was able to lead the women and children who knew no martial arts to escape through a secret passage. But the others were chased down by the enemies who caught wind of our escape. Hearing this, they understood the grim reality, and a sorrowful silence fell over the room. The main character frowned deeply. Is there anyone else? The old man replied, when I went to scout the enemy's position, I overheard their conversation. Including True Tat, they said there were about 30 men. Tran Tai Khan was shocked, his jaw dropping. 30. The old man was still speaking. Yes, so we must flee quickly. But the main character flared up with burning enthusiasm. If that's the case, let's stay here and wait for the rest of them. The reason was simply because he thought those 30 guys would be just as easy to devour as the 10 from earlier. He cheered with immense joy. We must wipe them all out. Such wicked scum shouldn't exist in this world. Inwardly, he was secretly rejoicing. Ahaha, 30 people. How much EXP will that be? The old man tried to stop him, but found it hard to interject. Hey, listen to me first. But little Tu Thien chimed in, already idolizing him after seeing him fight. That's right. We must tear those bastards to pieces. A supreme master like our benefactor can definitely do it. So the main character patted the boy's head. All right, I'll kill them all to avenge you, kid. The two of them, one big and one small, hyped each other up. A gentleman's word is his bond. I'll eradicate them to level up. Thank you. I am truly grateful. The old man finally managed to squeeze in a warning. True Tat is an absolute master. He can be considered one of the most formidable masters in all of Western Sichuan. The main character instantly froze and slowly turned his head. The old man's face was dead serious as he warned, think about it.
Why did the commander of the Tuklin branch immediately foresee defeat upon seeing him and entrust me to take the families away? Because until now, everyone who crossed swords with him has ended up dead. Moreover, their deaths were incredibly gruesome. He was totally screwed now. You couldn't pay him to fight that guy. He stood up inside. Phew. Than, yeah.
Trembling like a leaf, he made a sharp U-turn. On second thought, I was too hasty. I should safely escort you two siblings back to the main family first. Besides, I got injured during the fight earlier, haha. Actually, the kid's disappointment was clearly visible. To make it worse, he overacted, bending over in fake pain as he declared, "I've suffered internal injuries." Keeping his life was the most important thing. He quickly ordered the group, "We're returning to the main family right now. Everyone, get ready to move out." Than hastily grabbed onto his leg, begging with tears in his eyes. Great hero. He ignored the kid, shaking off his hand and walking straight ahead. "Than, I'm a bit busy right now. We'll talk later." "Hey, you guys hurry it up." Suddenly, the old man stood up, leaning on his knees and asked, "Come to think of it, I still don't know my benefactor's identity." The old man clasped his hands together. "If it isn't too presumptuous, may I ask for your esteemed name?" He scratched his cheek and was about to say, Im Tran, but suddenly realized something was wrong. Startled, he calculated carefully before speaking. "Wait a minute. After all, I'm the sinner who caused this whole mess today. If he hears my name, won't he just grab his blade and charge at me?" So he decided to make up a fake name on the spot. "My name is Hong." Right at that moment, the bastard Ha Vu Chan woke up, aggressively marching over and screaming his name, Tran Tai Khan. Until dead meat today. Both the kid and the old man stared at him. Tran Tai Khan. His biggest fear had come true, and was all because of this bastard, Ha Vu Chan. Oh, damn it. How many times do I have to slap him to feel better? Meanwhile, outside, the white snow was falling heavily, covering the fresh corpses on the ground. The boss arrived at the scene and seeing his subordinates lying dead everywhere made him seethe with rage. His eyes glowed red with murderous intent as he let out a sinister smile. How interesting. The scene shifted elsewhere, where a group of people on horseback was galloping toward this location. The horses sprinted at full speed, led by none other than Nagak Bin. In his mind, he muttered to himself, "True tat. One question, one kill, true tat." Whenever he meets a worthy opponent, he asks them a single question, and then ruthlessly finishes them off. Just thinking about it made him sweat bullets. I absolutely cannot let the third young master cross paths with that freak. I have to find him quickly. If I fail, how will I ever have the face to meet the Lord again? He whipped his horse even harder. He had to go faster. True Tat was observing the corpses of his underlings. Just one person, an opponent who uses a spear. Most were killed with a single fatal strike, especially this strike piercing for the heart of this Black Mountain bandit. How fascinating. Who could it be? A master from the Tran clan in Fo Chao, or someone who hasn't revealed themselves yet. Whatever the case, the prey this time is quite intriguing. His anger was being pushed to its peak. Suddenly, an underling approached, reporting to the boss. He lifted his chin. Let's hear it. The scarred man reported, "The enemy has about 7 or 8 people. It seems some are injured. They left at least a day ago, abandoned their horses, and followed the mountain ridge toward Tan Chao." Good. Keep up the pursuit." Suddenly, someone walked up behind him. "Have you forgotten the young sect leader's orders?" True Tat abruptly stopped and turned around. He smirked, pointing his finger back with an arrogant face. "Ah, right. How could I forget the hallmaster of our great Horn Sun sect?" He smiled wickedly, turning hostile in the blink of an eye as he challenged them. "But did you say orders? I only recall accepting a commission." The old man growled at him. "Doesn't it mean the same thing? We can overlook you disobeying orders and not regrouping with the main force after wiping out the Tuklin branch, but we can't let you keep doing whatever you please." But True Tat didn't give a damn. He clicked his tongue. "Whatever. I don't care. This wasn't looking good. So what if I don't like it?" Forcing him to hold back while dozens of his underlings were killed, there was no way he'd listen. The men in red were still asking, "What do you mean?" The old man's neck was suddenly grabbed and pulled over in the blink of an eye. He said just one sentence, "I prefer war." The moment he finished speaking, he killed the old man instantly. The remaining 3 were about to attack. "Hey, you bastard." But before they could do anything, True Tat single-handedly slaughtered them right on the spot. Taking on 3 masters alone just proved how immense his strength was. Swift and clean, without a single bloodstain on him, he stuck out his tongue, long like a wild beast's. When people die, they are all forgotten. He turned around and ordered his underlings, "Keep pursuing." Meanwhile, on the other side, Tran Tai Khan and his group were trudging through the snow on the run. The situation was extremely dire. Suddenly, they spotted a stone cave. "Well, rest here for the night." That night, the exhausted group slept soundly. The two kids were also hugging each other in their sleep. The fire crackled and popped. The protagonist and the old man sat there keeping watch. Looking outside, he sighed. "Good thing we found a place like this. Not only can we shelter from the rain, but we also don't have to worry about the firelight being seen from outside." But the old man didn't even bother replying to him. His silence made the protagonist feel awkward. Doesn't he know I'm involved in this war? He should have had some reaction, but he hasn't said a word. It's making me feel so uncomfortable. Sigh. If it weren't for that brat Ha Vu Chan. He was glaring angrily at the guy when suddenly he heard Calm Athan speak up.
It seems the rumors in the martial world truly cannot be trusted. They say the third young master is naturally lazy, arrogant, and domineering, and that you've neglected your martial arts due to indulging in wine and women. Although we've only been together for 2 days, from what I see, you are completely not that kind of person. So, hearing this, he didn't know whether to be happy or sad. As for the matter with the Huan Sun sword sect, who knows how much of it is actually true? Hearing this, he felt a guilty pang. He really does know. The two fell back into silence. He didn't have anything to explain either. Suddenly, the old man called out, "Young Master Tran." "Yes. I'd like to ask you a favor." Saying this, the old man suddenly covered his mouth and coughed violently. He even spat out a large mouthful of blood. Startled, he quickly stood up. "What's wrong? Are you all right?" The old man's whole body trembled as he stared at the blood in his palm. Those animals. They actually laced their weapons with poison. Only now did he notice the green spots of poison emerging all over the old man's body. The protagonist was speechless. "Hey, if it's something like this, why are you only saying it now?" The old man calmly made a guess. Perhaps they use a cheap poison that isn't very potent, which is why I only noticed it later. But by then it was already too late. But even if Tran Tai Khan was dense, he could see with his own eyes. His condition is looking bad. Do I have any detox items? Rummaging through his system inventory. I don't need clothes. Fasting pills. This doesn't have a detoxifying effect either. There's also a spare shield. No, nothing. It's just weaponry prepared for unexpected situations. The old man turned to look at the two children and called out to him again, "Young Master Chen." "Why, yes." The old man's dying wish was the children. "Please, I entrust the children to you." His teary eyes pleaded earnestly. Ding, the system chimed. Quest, Kong A Than's last wish. His only desire right now is to see the surviving children brought back safely. Great, that totally screws the MC over. They set off again the next morning with him personally carrying little T. Luke on his back. This is how it should be. It's the right decision. He's just an NPC. The whole point of this NPC is to get poison and give me a quest before dying. A quest with no rewards at that. Players just need to accept the quest and focus on running away. If I try to play the hero and take care of the wounded, it'll only lead to a party wipe and a game over. This is a game, so naturally, that's how it works. But why am I feeling this way? The more he looked at his accompanying soldiers, the more he couldn't bear it. Tai Kan tried to remind himself of his reality. I still have a family to feed. Not a virtual one, but a real living family. I can't die, you bastards. At that moment, the group was shocked by his decision. What? Are we just going to abandon Great Hero Kong? Yes, this was his decision. He will secretly leave while the children aren't paying attention on the road. Havu-chan absolutely refused to believe it. How could we do that? It was this bastard again. Furious, he was about to hit him. Keep your voice down. Do you want a beating? He trembled like a leaf and dodged. But why? He explained, he is heavily injured. If we keep going like this, even we will be in danger. But young Han Deep stubbornly yelled, then we definitely can't leave him behind. He crossed his arms in frustration. We can't leave him behind? Then why don't you carry him? Unexpectedly, he agreed right away. Fine, I'll carry him. It was giving him a headache. Why is this kid chiming in too? He bluntly told them, carrying a grown man in this kind of weather, you won't last long. Then someone else will have to help you, and one by one, you'll all be exhausted. Once our movement speed drops, the enemy will catch up to us. The enemies are all top-tier masters and battle-hardened mercenaries. In that state, do you really think we can survive? The guys were still stammering. That. The MC pressed on. Could we survive? Tell me. Tai Kan directly targeted the most talkative one. Havu-chan, it seems you have something to say. In this situation, he knew he was right, and didn't object for the first time. I will obey your orders, team leader. It was probably also because he was afraid of getting slapped again. His cheek was still swollen after all. Just like that, everyone set off together. As he carried the little girl, he thought, by now, he must have left, right? He's probably gone. Suddenly, the little kid tilted her head and called out, Mister. The MC startled. Huh? She asked innocently, Mister, are you stronger than my daddy? Daddy said, you're really strong, but my daddy is really strong too. Because. The MC broke a sweat and chuckled awkwardly. Haha. Looks like Tu Luke misses her daddy. But she just pouted. Tu Luke misses daddy a lot, but it seems he doesn't miss me. Daddy said he'd leave me and my brother behind and only take mommy out to play. Those words pierced right through his heart, striking his own grief of losing a loved one. Tai Kan's father in the real world had also passed away early, just like this. His throat felt choked with bitterness. Is that so? He turned around to look back at the young boy, Tu Thien. The boy had decided to walk on his own. He felt frustrated. I told him I could carry him. So young yet so stubborn. But for some reason, he saw a reflection of his younger self in him. Suddenly, his feet halted, unable to take another step forward. Seriously, this is so damn annoying. This game is terribly designed. He couldn't shake off the feeling that they were just NPCs, yet he couldn't help but feel sympathy for them. He directly set the little girl down and handed her to a subordinate walking right behind him. The group stared in bewilderment as he started running back. Where are you going, sir? But Tai Kan didn't say a word, sprinting as fast as lightning. Even Havu-chan had no idea what he was up to.
He rushed all the way down the winding path, but still couldn't see the other two. They were really too slow, having been left far, far behind. Old man Kongatan wasn't dead yet. He had his head down, panting heavily, drenched in sweat. That kid was carrying the old man on his back as they walked. The MC was truly at a loss for words. Why is this idiot, Han Diep, you? He was also exhausted, looking up with wide, round eyes. Team leader! At that very moment, the MC made up his mind. Damn it, I don't care anymore. Take my hand. The scene shifted to a pitch-black room. A gloomy voice echoed. How are things progressing? A man drinking tea replied, very smoothly. What about your side? There's a guy named True Tot who isn't very obedient, but it's still fine.
The two stood facing each other as they spoke. One question, one kill, True Tat. The blood pouch sword certainly knows how to pick his men. I heard that guy is frantically hunting down that bastard young master. Even though it wasn't part of the plan, it isn't necessarily a bad thing. The old man narrowed his ice-cold eyes. Once he sees the severed head of his beloved younger brother, the young master's mind will surely change, and Western Sichuan will be thrown into a storm because of it. Ah, right. The Hondo sect is also involved in this. That old man clearly didn't know anything about it. The Hondo sect. Why would they interfere? The cloak bastard cursed in anger. That new branch leader has a sharp nose. I plan to get rid of her after this was all over. The old man warned him, you need to be more careful. No matter how strong you are, don't let your guard down. Suddenly, two glowing red eyes appeared behind him, making him shudder.
Before leaving, the guy warned, you better watch your words.
The old man cowered in fear. Sorry. It seems I misspoke. The guy slowly vanished. Then that's all for today. I'll find you if anything comes up. The room returned to silence, leaving only the old man sitting there. He let out a long sigh, these people with unknown backgrounds coming and going like ghosts. He stepped up to the window and looked up at the moon. To think I could endure such long, endless years. His entire body trembled with strange excitement. It's almost time. Everything will soon return to its rightful place. This damn old man was none other than the scheming great elder. That night, everyone rested in a rocky cave. Kalma Atan was completely exhausted, eyes shut tight, gasping for breath. Tren Tai Kan encouraged the old man. We're almost there. Please hold on a little longer. He stood up decisively. There's no more time to delay, we have to go right now.
All right, let's move out.
A loudmouth shouted, let's go. Everyone wake up and get ready. The MC was utterly speechless. Who just managed to fall asleep? They took turns carrying the little girl. The MC reached out and called, Tiuluk, come here. But another guy picked her up first. Tiuluk, let uncle carry you. They even urged each other. Hurry up. I know. The MC was baffled. Did this brat take the wrong medicine? Why is he suddenly so active? How annoying. For him, it wasn't a bad thing. But he still really wanted to punch the guy. Just then, the whole group flinched and looked in the same direction. There was a noise coming from the dark forest ahead. Shh, team leader. Two eerie green eyes flickered in the darkness. Tren Tai Kan panicked slightly and gulped. That fast. A stalking tiger. The killing intent radiating from it was formidable. The MC stared unblinking in that direction. It wasn't a person, but a beast.
A rather large pack of wolves.
The others shouted, wolves. A wolf pack. The MC finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. I wondered what it was. His battle lust surged as he swung his spear. I told you. Even an absolute master couldn't catch up this fast. It's been a while since I had a fight. I've lost the touch. Sigh. He immediately ordered defensive formation. Don't let the kids get hurt. He noticed on the system interface. So I get EXP for killing you guys. Let's end this quickly, shall we? The whole pack of wolves lunged forward and the MC took them all on alone. Without a shred of fear, he roared, bring it on. The pack of wolves charged straight at them. But they didn't attack. Instead, they swerved and ran down another path. Just like that, before anyone could do anything or even touch them, the wolves vanished completely.
The group was bewildered. What happened? Where did they all run off to?
The MC stood there furious, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot, but he still felt pretty smug, having scared the wolves away without even fighting. His eyes lit up. Is this it? Ugh. Did they see something terrifying? Wow, this is just like that technique from a famous manga, where you can overpower enemies and even make them faint just with your aura. Even though I don't know how I did it, this game is already absurd, so it's not surprising. Look over there. Ding. The system window popped up. He was visibly overjoyed, that's right. It's here it appeared. Is it a new skill? Who would have thought it announced? A new quest has been generated. He panicked on the spot. What? Why a quest?
What had to come came.
Quest. One question. One kill. Trio Tut. The relentless pursuit is over. You have finally encountered your cruel and persistent pursuer. Prepare to face. One question. One kill. Trio Tut. Best of luck to you. No, may your martial fortune prosper. On top of that, failure meant death. You have no right to refuse. The quest has been forcibly accepted. The MC couldn't believe it, rubbing his eyes. What kind of scene transition is this? Wait, what the hell is it talking about? What had to come came. He could see a faint silhouette nearby. He turned to look and jumped in fright. It was him. That True Tut had really caught up. His whole body trembled. Trio. Tut. The man gave a curt nod. Finally meet. The group was tense as a drawn bowstring, wielding whatever weapons they had. The little boy, Tiu Thun, also gripped his sword tightly. The MC aimed his spear straight ahead, readying his— He didn't rush to attack right away, opting for a quick greeting instead. Nice to meet you. He was just standing there, yet the killing intent he radiated was enough to make him tremble on the spot. Now he understood. That wolf pack. They weren't running because of him, they were fleeing to escape Trio Tut. He approached step by step. Don't be so tense, I just want to chat with you a bit. Scared out of his wits, Trun Tai Can backed away. Don't come any closer. But the man kept advancing step by step. I'm very curious about you. The MC yelled in sheer frustration, stop playing games. Don't think I don't know you're just stalling for your subordinates to arrive. That remark was way too insulting, only enraging him further. He gritted his teeth and emphasized every single word, waiting for them. Me? Waiting for those useless pieces of trash. He was still standing there dumbfounded. What? The man shrugged and explained, don't worry. That bunch is incredibly slow. It'll take them at least another hour to get here. By then, everything will probably be over. He was all alone, yet so insanely confident, causing the MC to immediately shrink back. He really is a madman. Does he seriously think there's no way he could lose? Showing not an ounce of fear, True Tut went on rambling. Listen here, Junior. You and I have no grudges or enmity. No, wait, it's actually the opposite. I even have a bit of a soft spot for you. You just need to answer a few of my questions honestly, and I'll let you go. He completely didn't see this coming. Wait, you're really going to let me go? He nodded firmly. That's right, without harming a single hair on your head, letting you leave in one piece.
Really? He even dared to make a vow. How about I guarantee it with the head on my own neck?
After their back and forth banter, dawn had broken. All right, I'll trust you. Consider yourself sensible. He tilted his head back toward the sky and burst into roaring laughter. What you said is truly as ridiculous as it is amusing. Trem Tai Kane felt like nothing more than a plaything in front of him. He stroked his chin, looking him up and down. The third young master of the Jinju Chen clan, who was always called a good-for-nothing and didn't even have a master, yet reached that realm all on his own at such a young age. Truly, the MC wasn't joking around. I'm merely telling the truth. But he didn't quite believe it, eyeing him up and down once again. He broke into maniacal laughter once more. Ahaha, good, I like it. I'll keep my promise. But why did he still feel so uneasy? Are you really going to keep your word? He thrust his sword into the ground. You don't need to be so surprised. To be honest, I did intend to kill you at first. But after meeting you, I want to observe you for a while longer. Especially in our current situation, even more so. He didn't understand what he was getting at. The current situation. He didn't say much and simply let him go. You're probably still in the dark, but you'll find out when you return. So go on. I hope the next time we meet, you'll have become much more formidable. Tren Thai Can walked away, harboring deep doubts. As the saying goes, even if you enter a tiger's den, as long as you keep your wits about you, you can escape with your life intact. To think that Trio Tut's eccentric personality would actually save my life. He hurriedly looked at his subordinates. Before he changes his mind, we need to get out of here quickly. The group immediately understood. Yes. Well, set off right this instant. They were all in a panicked rush, frantically looking around yet unable to move their feet. Suddenly, that guy spoke up again. Listen here, Junior. His face darkened, veins bulging as he growled with heavy killing intent. It seems you've misunderstood something. I only said I was letting you go. He pointed his weapon straight at him. The rest of this trash, you have to leave them here. After painstakingly chasing you for 2 whole days, I can't just return empty-handed. Now can I? The group's limbs stiffened upon hearing this, none of them daring to budge an inch. Tren Tai Khan's face also turned deadly pale. What? If that's how you're letting us go, why even bring it up? He glanced over at Tiu Then carrying Tiu Look on his back. The boy's anger was palpable, biting his lip tightly with tears welling up in his eyes. He then looked at the old man Kong Athan slumped over Han Diop's back. He was instantly reminded of his mother and sister back home. Trio Tut stuck out his long tongue and licked his blade, his eyes glaring wickedly like a beast stalking its prey. If you refuse, I'll be very disappointed. The weight of everything bore down on the MC's shoulders. How could he possibly leave them behind here while he escaped safely? Disappointed? He had never been this furious in his life, grinding his teeth and glaring as he cursed loudly. Then go ahead and be disappointed, you piece of shit. This was a direct face-to-face challenge. He immediately readied his stance. Then let me see with my own eyes just how capable you really are. He was standing far away, but in a mere flash he charged right up to his face. The blade in his hand swung horizontally in a brutally sharp strike. Tren Tai Can hastily brought up his blade to block it. His entire body was sent flying backward, completely unable to react. This guy's sheer strength was way too immense. The MC, holding his spear horizontally, was knocked flying toward his teammates, causing the whole group to cower into a corner. The others hurriedly gathered around him, asking anxiously, "Team leader, are you all right?" That hit was more than enough. He didn't expect him to be this ridiculously strong either. Damn it. I managed to block it, yet I still ended up like this. His spear was even smoking. It would probably snap in half after just 2 more hits. He rested his blade on his shoulder and sneered. How truly disappointing. Is that all the skill you have? Trentai Kan struggled to get back on his feet. If I hadn't leveled up recently, would I have even been able to block that? Even back when I was a hunter, I never encountered an attack this powerful. Damn it, things aren't looking good this time. I might actually die for real.
Seeing his pale, deeply anxious face, he immediately guessed it. Are you scared? His entire body was shaking like a leaf, yet he managed to stand straight, forcing out a shout. Are you? Are you kidding me? How am I supposed to? He couldn't even finish his sentence. How embarrassing. He burst out laughing, rummaging through his clothes. How can a coward like you survive in this treacherous martial world? Tisk tisk. Let me give you a little motivation. He didn't understand a thing. Huh? What kind of dirty trick was he scheming now? Anger often overcomes fear. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a barrage of flying daggers. The group quickly raised their shields to block, but one dagger struck a person standing in the back. Everyone turned to look at him. He had blocked the dagger for the Tiao Tian brothers. He desperately tried to turn back and help, but it was too late. Hey, you, what's his name? The man clutched his bleeding neck tightly. Captain, save me, cough, cough. Before he could even reach him, another dagger flew over, accurately finishing the man off. Just like that, a comrade fell right in front of everyone, and not even he could save him. That bastard Zhao Bi even mocked. I saw he was the smallest, so I picked him. Look, is he a precious subordinate of yours? Huh? Listen here, Junior. But truth be told, he couldn't even remember the name of the person who just died. What was this kid's name again? He stared blankly at the corpse. Name. What was his name? When he first saw him, he had thought he's just an NPC in a game. There's no need to know his name, but right now. Trentai Kan acted swiftly. Summoned fasting pill. Popping a power-enhancing pill, he couldn't even understand it himself. Why am I so angry? Chewing with puffed cheeks while glaring at his opponent. You bastard, you're dead meat. Ding ding, you have consumed the super fasting pill. For 1 hour, all capability stats increased by 2 points. The guy looked at his anger with pure amusement, laughing heartily. See, I wasn't wrong, was I? The moment he finished speaking, a flurry of sharp spear thrusts lunged at him relentlessly. However, he managed to dodge every single one without exception, even those strikes that were aimed directly at his face. He still used his saber to slash straight ahead, completely deflecting them. He couldn't land a hit at all. On top of that, with every counterattack from his opponent, the spear in his hand vibrated uncontrollably. He was very intrigued by him. Only 20 years old and already possessing this kind of strength. Innate talent combined with masterful training. Trentai Kan didn't give up, gripping his spear and continuing his assault. The guy started dodging left and right again, thinking to himself that the Chen family had raised quite an interesting fellow. With this kind of strength, no wonder that brat from Mount Hengshan wasn't his match. Just as he was lost in thought, the spearhead suddenly changed direction and thrust straight at him. It caught him off guard, but he still leaned away and dodged, only getting the shoulder of his clothes torn. He was sweating buckets, teeth clenched tightly. He had been using his full power the whole time, not daring to hold back at all. What a shame. I was so close to ending it. The man's face turned red with anger as he gritted out every word. Ending it. He shifted to a much more serious demeanor. I originally planned to play with you for a bit before sending you on your way, but you little brat. His eyes glowed crimson as he bared his fangs and growled. I am the one question, one kill, Zhao Bi. How dare you? You little brat! Murderous intent flared from his body like fire, shattering the ground beneath his feet. Ding ding, Zhao Bi has entered the berserk state. During the duration, strength and speed will be increased. He froze completely. Was this a joke? This was way beyond limits. He can still increase his power beyond this level. Damn it, why? He raised his saber to the sky. He launched a relentless barrage of attacks. The ground exploded into pieces as crimson lightning crackled violently. It took everything he had to barely dodge it all, but he was still sent flying into the stone wall. He wasn't dead yet, but he was genuinely terrified of him now. Damn it, this guy is insane. He continued to attack relentlessly. He didn't even have time to breathe, but there are absolutely no openings. What do I do now? He continued to approach, radiating murderous intent. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. He was charging straight at him. Trentai Kan frantically signaled his teammates standing far away, shouting at the top of his lungs, Hey, no, don't come over here. Stay back. Right as he finished shouting, he was slashed and set tumbling to the ground. Those two teammates still cautiously approached step by step despite his yelling, Don't come any closer, you idiots. They carefully moved forward, thinking to themselves, Don't worry, Captain, we're here to help you. But they didn't understand. He cried internally with regret, At this rate, my Victor title is going to disappear, you damn brats. Victor. When fighting one-on-one, combat stats increased by 10. I'm barely holding on because of it. Well, he had to figure out how to survive first. There's no other way. I'll have to use explosive power before the effect wears off. But before he could do anything, the opponent's massive figure was right in front of his eyes. Just like before, he slashed his saber straight down onto his spear. This time, it was even more dangerous. His hands gripping the spear were shaking wildly. The blade was barely a spear's width from his face. If he applied more force, breaking the spear and smashing his face would be inevitable. Right at the most critical moment, his two teammates rushed in from behind. Those two were actually reckless enough to sneak attack him from behind.
True Tat obviously wouldn't let it slide. He whipped around, glaring with glowing red eyes, ready to slaughter those small fries. He temporarily ignored our main guy, turning to deal with the other two first. You bastard! How dare you! He alone was enough to defeat their entire group, let alone just two weaklings. Even more shocking was, what is this? He can use his bare hands? How is this possible? His hands didn't stop there. He channeled his inner chi into one hand, preparing to strike again.
Just then, the protagonist spotted it, an opening. He quickly surged forward, breaking free from the blade's reach. While he was attacking the other two, the protagonist thrust his spear and roared, heavenly piercing strike. His spear was aimed straight at the guy's head. But that bastard wasn't scared in the slightest. He actually turned around and flashed a sinister grin. With a flash, he teleported right behind him, managing to slash him across the waist. Blood sprayed like a fountain. In just a few split seconds, he had taken care of all three of them. Tran didn't expect to be countered so swiftly. He stumbled backward, clutching the deep gash on his stomach. He was genuinely terrified of this guy now. Damn it, what just happened? From that stance, a counterattack should have been impossible. Thank God I dodged at the last second, or that would have been a fatal blow. Before he could even recover from the strike, the assassin launched into another frenzied assault, forcing him to keep retreating. His blade struck relentlessly from all directions. Slashing directly into his shoulders, waist, and legs, he took countless hits. The protagonist was drenched in blood, screaming in agony. The situation was getting more critical by the second. True Tat approached with his blood-soaked blade. You still haven't dropped your weapon. The protagonist refused to give up, furrowing his brows and glaring daggers at him. His body was literally blazing with intense heat. Commendable. Let's see if you can withstand this. One of his hands was already engulfed in flames. The protagonist's eyes widened in sheer horror, completely at a loss for what to do. Before his brain could even process it, that flaming hand punched him dead in the center of his chest. Tran was sent flying backward all the way into the forest, leaving a trail of blood everywhere. He slumped over, completely unable to move a muscle. His back slammed hard against a massive tree trunk, and he couldn't hold back a violent cough of crimson blood. His entire body was sizzling and smoking, his consciousness fading. So hot. What is this? I have absolutely no strength left. The assassin just stood there, watching him from a distance. He stubbornly refused to give up. Driving his spear into the ground, he staggered, desperately trying to stand. Ugh, even so. I have to get up. The assassin couldn't comprehend it. He narrowed his eyes in surprise. You took 50% of my flaming divine palm and can still stand. You're so annoying. His hand ignited once again, preparing to deliver the exact same strike. The protagonist didn't care. He squeezed out every last drop of his remaining strength, roaring at the top of his lungs. Ah, as he thrust his spear forward. The spear tip stopped just inches from the assassin's neck, but it was caught tightly by his flaming hand. You really are a cockroach that refuses to die. With your current strength, you're absolutely no match for me. Now even his weapon was trapped. The protagonist gasped for air, panting heavily as he struggled to call out the guy's name. True, you little brat. Quicker than lightning, he let go of the spear and lunged forward with his bare hands. He aimed straight for the assassin's stomach. The distance is closed. This is my last chance. I'll focus all my internal energy and strike his fatal pressure point. I can turn this around. Just as he was blazing with determination, his eyes suddenly bulged and his head swelled up like a balloon. Before he could even execute his plan, he spat out another massive spray of blood. His body collapsed right at the gates of victory. What's happening? Why is it turning out like this? True Tat couldn't hold back anymore. He threw his head back and laughed maniacally. To think there's someone this stupid in the world. Hit by the flaming divine palm, all your meridians are shattered, yet you dare to force your inner ki. Did you not know this would be the consequence? The protagonist was indeed in a pitiful state now, lying on the ground trembling, eyes wide, mouth full of blood. Your internal energy had nowhere to go, causing a backlash. Just one slight slip-up and you die from ki deviation. The fact that you're still breathing is a miracle. Actually, no. You're about to die anyway. Maybe this will spare you some pain. His flaming hand struck down once more. Unable to move, the protagonist watched in utter despair. Could it be? I'm really going to die like this? No way! Over the past 7 years, I've fought thousands of battles and survived them all. How can I die such a pointless death in this game? Suddenly, it clicked in his head. A stroke of sudden genius. A game? That's right, this is a game. Just as the strike was about to land, have a safe trip to the afterlife, he desperately tried his luck. Hey, wait. Pause. But of course it didn't work. The strike continued straight down, while he squeezed his eyes shut and screamed. Ah, somebody save me. Right at that moment, a shout rang out. True Tut's hand abruptly halted, just inches away from his head. It was the other two teammates again, screaming and cursing at him. True Tut, you vicious bastard. Let our team leader go. You disgusting piece of shit. He actually spared him, turning to look at the others. I've changed my mind. I'll tear those runts apart first. Tran, his face pale, still managed to force out every word. I have a request.
He leaned in close to hear clearly. What did you say? The MC groaned as he spoke. That hit stupid. He even took a few steps forward in annoyance. What are you talking about? Speak clearly. His hand reached out, trembling.
as he deliberately mumbled to stall for time. Hit. Then he suddenly screamed at the top of his lungs. I was fighting like a total idiot just now. He immediately summoned it in his mind. Equip dagger. The blade instantly appeared in his hand. Cheoltut looked down, completely baffled as to where he pulled that dagger from. Quick as lightning, Gentaikan slashed right at his leg, delivering an agonizing cut. He instantly fell backward, and the MC used the momentum to lunge forward and press the attack. He poured out every last ounce of his strength. Damn it, just take him down first. Inner energy doesn't even matter anymore. The MC stabbed downward frantically, landing countless strikes before the guy could even react. A dagger. He has a dagger. He has a dagger. He grabbed his hand tightly to stop him. You little brat, I didn't expect you to hide a weapon. As he spoke, he violently twisted and snapped his wrist, causing the dagger to drop straight to the ground. Of course, he didn't stop there, blasting him away with a palm strike once again. His whole body slammed into the tree trunk again, kicking up a cloud of dust. His leg was covered in stab wounds. He picked up the daggers, seething with anger. Ugh, you dare use such despicable tricks to wound me. Gentaikan sat there, panting heavily in exhaustion. His entire body trembled in agony, and one of his arms had been completely snapped by that bastard. Yet the guy still had the nerve to stand before him and curse. You vicious scum. If the King of Hell asks, tell him I was the one who sent you. Die. Just at that critical life or death moment, the two subordinates ran over and shouted, Team Leader. But this time, the assassin didn't hold back. His flaming hands struck straight forward. Die. He had no way out, standing still and bracing himself to take the palm strike directly to the chest. The old tree shook violently with a deep rumble. His ribcage was definitely shattered this time. The MC coughed violently, spitting out another massive mouthful of blood. But strangely enough, the one trembling this time was his opponent. You. He stared at the blood dripping from his own body. You. What is the meaning of this? The two teammates were also stunned, completely clueless. That's. Could it be? That's. Triu Tet's face was as red as a tomato, his veins bulging like worms, and blood was seeping from his eyes and nose. He stared intensely at him. You clearly had nothing in your hands. The MC actually managed to smile. I've been waiting for you to push your inner energy to the absolute limit. Energy backlash. Chi deviation. He fought a lot smarter this time, pulling out a massive blade and stabbing it straight into his gut. He had calculated everything. If he was going down, he was taking the bastard with him. There was no way he'd let him live. Gentaikan glared, lifting his chin at him. Right, you piece of shit? He practically went insane on the spot, his scream echoing through the mountain forest. He tossed away the dagger in his hand. This is impossible. How could I, the one question, one kill trio tut, fall to trash like you? His hand still tried to circulate his fiery inner energy, but before it could even ignite, it completely fizzled out as dark red blood sprayed everywhere. His whole body collapsed into the snow, clutching his stomach and coughing. Unable to stand up and fight anymore, black smoke emanated from his broken body. Arg, this is impossible. He stole a glance at him, writhing in pain. It's finally over. He's pushed to that extent, so he definitely won't be getting back up, right? I don't have a single ounce of strength left. But what are those guys doing? Why aren't they coming over to help me up? The two teammates just stood there trembling, completely forgetting to rush to his side. Yet how the hell did that bastard manage to stand back up, muttering, I am Tree Tut, the 19th generation successor of the divine flame palm, the one question, one kill, Tree Tut. I refuse to lose to a brat like you. But every time he circulated his inner energy, an excruciating pain surged through his entire body. He panicked as well, feeling this intense aura. What's going on? Didn't he already suffer from chi deviation? His hair was changing color. This is bad. His hands blazed with crimson fire again, his hair turned stark white, and his face turned as dark as ash. This is impossible. He's burning away his own life force just to push through. His hands trembled as he desperately gripped his spear. True Tut, do you want to kill me so badly that you're willing to sacrifice your own life? My inner energy has been drained for a while and my left arm is broken. There's no way I can block True Tut's attack now. If that's how it is, I only have one last move. The system already gave the notification. I either die by True Tut's hands or die from chi deviation. There's nothing left but to give it a shot. If he dared to risk chi deviation, then so did he. Why the hell should I be scared? Let's just unleash absolutely everything. His inner core was shattering into pieces, glowing fiercely. More blood spurted from his mouth. His entire body was lifted into the air, looking exactly like his opponent just moments ago. He could feel it clearly, the power. It was overflowing. Right then he heard him roar out, Gentaikan, before charging forward to attack like a mad demon. Memories of his past life suddenly rushed back into his mind. The crowd looked at the shattered debris on the ground and asked, what is this? Who did this? A weak voice replied, I did. They asked again, Gentaikan, 20 years old. Living in Sungong City, F rank awakened. Did you really do this? He sat on the ground panting. Refreshing, really? Yeah, that's right. Not bad, huh? The guy holding the results was completely shocked. Are you seriously asking if it's not bad? I've been in this training camp for 15 years,
And this is the first time I've seen anything like it. This destructive power. It's at least D rank. He really showed off this time.
He crawled on the ground, completely drained. Oh man, I knew this would happen. Instructor, I want to withdraw and retake the exam. But the old man cut him off. However, you must never use this skill. He was startled and turned around. Huh? Why not? The old man scratched his cheek with a wry smile. This skill is incredibly powerful. It's on a level no F rank could ever reach. Your body can't handle it. This isn't a skill that an F rank's mana and physique can bear. Look at you now. You can't even stand after using it just once. Hearing this, he felt despair. Is there really no other way? Solid fundamentals, excellent technique, and your very own combat instincts. If you want to live a few more years, you better not use this skill. Well, except in special circumstances. Special circumstances? When is that? The old man snapped his fingers meaningfully. On the boundary of life and death. This skill might just save your life. Anyway, you worked hard to get this skill. Have you named it yet? A name? Yeah, I have. It's Strike. What did you say? All-out strike. That was it. Now, in this game, he was using it again. If he didn't use it at death's door, when would he? The other guy also tensed up, unleashing his strongest move. The two of them clashed directly. It was over. The collision of their two powers radiated a massive shockwave. Snow flew up, blindingly white, completely engulfing the forest. His comrades standing in the distance raised their shields to protect themselves. The snow was suddenly dyed a brilliant red with blood. Taikon's arm almost exploded. It was glowing red with bulging blue veins. He squeezed his hand tightly, and his spear shattered into pieces. He was still alive, but so exhausted he couldn't even breathe. The other guy was also alive, his face just as bloody as his. His entire body suddenly staggered, looking exactly like he did during his hunter days. He collapsed completely onto the ground. But then, ding! Quest completed. You have defeated 1 question, 1 kill. True Heen. You will soon receive your reward. Only then did he notice rivers of blood flowing around True Tat. He had died right on the spot. The MC lay there as someone approached from nowhere. But right now, he didn't have a single ounce of strength left. His vision blurred and he completely lost consciousness. He only saw that the bastard, even though dead, was still surrounded and beaten up by the crowd just to be sure. Now he finally closed his eyes and fainted. Tears rolled down little Toothian's cheeks. The boy was the one who wielded the blade to chop off True Tat's head, finally avenging his clan. At his age, it'd be strange not to cry after doing something like that. The scene shifted to a dark dungeon. A cluster of blood-red stones floated in the air as shouts echoed around. It dropped! It dropped! Another one? A mana stone dropped. Here's another one. A guy looked over. Team leader, this hunt is amazing. The team leader picked up the stone to inspect it. Yeah, at this quality, 1 stone will sell for at least over 1 million, right? Tran Tai Kong was also there at the time, his eyes sparkling. Whoa, that much? Tears of joy welled up in his eyes. Mom, Hai Yen, we can finally move to the safe zone now. Suddenly, someone interrupted. Vice team leader, are these mana stones usually this easy to find? Vice team leader? But he wasn't paying attention to her at that moment. The mana stones alone will sell for 20 million. Other items and gear make 500 plus labor fees. Suddenly, the team leader looked at her. Is this your first time hunting? Haha. Ah, yes, it is. This kind of situation is extremely rare. On average, an F-rank gate only drops 1 or 2 stones. Even if you're lucky, it's never more than 5. Besides, this hunt isn't over yet. How far have we gone? We're almost there. Just around the corner is the boss room. Suddenly, the team leader's face darkened as he stared ahead. It was our MC standing there, tightly gripping his spear, looking around excitedly and asking everyone, let's just charge straight in. Did you pack all the mana stones? Yes. Annoyed, the team leader yelled, wait a minute, let's think about this for a moment. The MC shrugged and told him, Hyung, you're not the team leader. What's there to think about? But the team leader still felt uneasy. No, there's something really weird going on here. The monsters we encountered were all normal green grade, so why are there so many magic crystals? No matter how you look at it, this isn't right. But Tren Tai Khan and the others didn't care much. He planted his spear straight into the ground. Geez, what's so weird about it? If you're planning to skip a fantastic hunt like this, it'd say you're the weird one. I'm so pumped. The other members want to go too, you know? The team leader covered his face helplessly. I understand how you guys feel, but we've gathered enough. Let's be satisfied with this and head back. But the whole group, led by the MC, shouted, I object. I object too. Me too. Me as well. Let's go with the majority. Exactly. And just like that, they marched right in. The team leader couldn't stop them. He had no choice but to follow along. All right. But we must prepare thoroughly before going in. Everyone's eyes sparkled like stars. Understood. But not long after, it was he himself who stood there trembling, sweating profusely as he stared at the scene before him. One by one, they were being slaughtered. The monsters deep inside were far too strong. They simply couldn't handle them. As people fell dead one after another, he was lucky enough to still be alive, but he trembled violently, tears rolling down his face, standing completely paralyzed in fear.
Just then, the monster glared in his direction with its blood-red eyes. Suddenly, he saw the teen leader crawling toward him step by step, calling out, "Trenthai Kan." The MC desperately reached out with his spear, wanting to pull him away, Hyung. Trenthai Kan screamed in despair, "What happened to you?" But he was already crushed by the monster, only managing to tell him, "Run. Away. Now." Tears streamed down the MC's cheeks as he witnessed his death, sobbing heavily. Hyung. Thien Tu Hyung. But it was too late. Everyone was dead. Trenthai Kan jolted awake, sitting up in bed and screaming at the top of his lungs. But as he opened his eyes and looked around, it was still the game world. The sound of a closing book echoed right beside him. Notbin was there. It was unknown how long he had been sitting there, but he stared at him. "You're awake." In the recovery room, Trenthai Kan spoke with Notbin. "How long have I been out?" "You were unconscious for 5 days. Even the physician was shaking his head repeatedly. Your injuries were truly too severe. The hallmaster of the medicine hall affirmed that you wouldn't survive the day." He recounted. Upon hearing that, the young master flew into a rage. Had I not stopped him, the hallmaster would have been beaten to death right then and there. Yet here he was, perfectly fine and sitting up, even tying his own hair as he asked, did anything else happen?" He nodded. "Of course, quite a lot. Among them, there's good news and better news. Which would you like to hear first?" He immediately chose, "Let's hear the good news first. The survivors of the Tuk Lin branch have all returned safely. Although 2 of them were severely injured, their lives are not in danger. Furthermore, the MC's face darkened completely the survivors. Thinking of the one who had died, has his body been taken care of? Notbing's face also grew grim and sorrowful. It has been handled and the funeral was held. He was an orphan with no other relatives. The 2 fell into silence until he suddenly called out, "Third young master." A martial artist is not someone who waits to be protected, but one who directly fights the enemy, using their strength to prove themselves. Even if they encounter a formidable foe that is hard to defeat and lose their life, less than greater than, they will forever remain in the minds of the survivors, becoming a driving force to reach for their dreams. Less than greater than. Therefore, their deaths are absolutely not meaningless. Less than greater than. The MC understood what he meant and smiled faintly. Less than greater than. Reaching for dreams, huh? What was his dream? Unexpectedly, Nokbin answered seriously. "I heard it was to become the best in the world." The MC was completely shocked. "Huh." The atmosphere lightened considerably. "It'll take quite a bit of effort to get there. Indeed, it really makes you not know whether to laugh or cry." The 2 casually joked around. "Haha, you finally regained your spirits. Thank you. Don't mention it. Now there's only the better news left. 2 days ago, we fought a major battle. At Hunchao, 100 elite troops of the main family clashed with 200 vanguards of the Huan Sun sect. It'll give you the result first. We achieved a great victory in this battle. Fewer than 30 survivors managed to flee. It's roughly equal to the number of casualties our family suffered. The only regret is that we let the young master of the Huan Sun sect, Li Tio Kwang, escape. The greatest harvest, however, is that we captured the absolute masters of the Huan Sun sect, the Huan Sun twin ghosts." He stared at him, immediately guessing, "Did you, no. Did the great hero not capture them?" Suddenly, he pointed at his own face. "The young master and I each handled one. Their martial arts were indeed extraordinary. He charged at me desperately, so I had no choice but to kill him. Thinking back to that moment still makes him shudder. When I fought Chu Tat, I almost met the king of hell. You just caught a master at a similar level to yours. What's all this about extraordinary martial arts?" The more he looked at Nokbin, the more he felt, is he really a monster? Suddenly, he set down his teacup. Then again, looking at him very seriously, the first compliment he ever gave the MC in his life, "You are truly remarkable. I mean, the one question, one kill true tat." Notbin sincerely clasped his hands. "For you to defeat him, remarkable isn't enough to describe you. You truly have my utmost admiration." Trenthai Kan blushed with delight at the praise. "Ahaha, it's nothing. I just got lucky. Compared to me, great hero Nok is even more." Before he could finish, Notbin dropped another line. "Though whenever I think of the disasters you caused in the past, my blood boils." The MC's smile instantly vanished. Did he have to pour cold water on him that fast? He pouted and rambled on. But who could have expected it? The guy who spent all day stealing clan funds to have fun at brothels, getting blackout drunk and swaggering down the street. The 3rd young master who smeared the clan's reputation has become such a capable person. Suddenly his eyes lit up, smiling in amusement. "Even so, I still don't want to admit it. But I, Notbin, genuinely admire you from the bottom of my heart." He was giving a backhanded compliment. The MC couldn't even force a smile, racking his brain to see if there was any hidden sarcasm. "You punk. I'd rather you just curse at me." He knelt on the bed, poking his fingers. It was just luck. It's partly because Truby underestimated me. He was furious but couldn't do anything about it. "You're a higher level, so I'll hold it in." He kept staring at him. "Not at all. This is your true strength. Underestimating you, hiding a dagger, those are all just excuses. If one could kill Truby relying on such petty tricks, he wouldn't be the one question one killed Truby. Miram is a place where only the strong survive." The MC's eyes sparkled like stars, absolutely thrilled. So that means I'm stronger than Truby. I knew it. But Nakbin's face turned cold, raising an eyebrow in blatant disdain. What are you talking about?
Of course Truby is stronger. An absolute master is no joke. Your strength only reaches the level of relying on a sneak attack to kill Truby. He fell into his trap again, quickly reminding himself, stop being delusional, seriously. Finally, he concluded, in any case, this incident has definitely dealt a massive blow to the Wan Sun Sword sect. He looked up at him, probably. After all, they've lost 3 absolute masters. He nodded, that will certainly make them furious, but what truly hit them the hardest is something else entirely. What is it? That is. Before Nakbin could finish, a loud voice interrupted their excuse. Someone walked in. They no longer have an excuse to wage this war. Because the 3rd young master of the Jinju Chen clan is formidable enough that he has absolutely no need to use poison. Nakbin immediately stood up, clasping his hands and bowing. You've arrived. Tran V Khan cried pitifully, sobbing. That's right, that goes without saying. Boo-hoo, he wailed like a child, while the MC turned pale, trying to find a way to dodge while he still could. He ran over with open arms, tears and snot running down his face. My youngest brother. Tran Tai Khan couldn't dodge in time. Don't come over here. But in the end, he was engulfed in a tight hug, regardless of his red face struggling. I'm a patient. Please don't bother me anymore, brothers. The scene transitions to the enemy tents. A red-haired man is punched and falls flat on the ground. The man with a monkey-like face gritted his teeth in fury and cursed. You are my only son. As for this defeat, I'll settle the score with you later. Step down. The beaten man staggered, clasping his hands and bowing. Yes, father. The old man turned around and roared. Listen up, everyone. This battle has cost us 200 soldiers along with 3 absolute masters, including the Huan Sun twin demons. It's all because of our negligence, thinking our sect's combat power was superior, that we ended up like this. Whether it's buying Ronins from the black market or hiring bandits, you must find every possible way to expand our forces. We must go all out without worrying about our reputation. If we lose again this time, what we lose won't be our reputation, but our lives. 3 days. In 3 days, we march on Jinju. Everyone present immediately shouted in unison. Yes, sir. Blood-soaked bandages are removed piece by piece. The old physician's jaw dropped in astonishment. Wow, this is truly bizarre. Ahem, unbelievable. I practiced medicine for 10 years, and this is the first time I've seen such regenerative ability. The people removing the bandages around the MC saw that there wasn't a single scar left. He looked down at his hands in confusion, wondering, so leveling up can't heal everything at once? That's good too. Fully recovering instantly would be too suspicious. The old man was still pointing at him in shock. Even a century-old snow ginseng wouldn't necessarily be this effective. Just hearing it sounded enticing. Century-old snow ginseng. A ginseng kept for 100 years? That name, what does it have to do with me? Seeing him stare, the old man quickly covered his mouth. Right. I heard you lost your memory. He sneaked a glance at him and lowered his head. Well, around this time last year, the warehouse of the Medicine King Hall was robbed. The MC's hair immediately stood on end, instantly understanding the situation. So I was the one who robbed the warehouse. The physician rubbed his hands together and stammered. At that time, the hall master of the Medicine King Hall was furious. It's understandable. After all, a century-old snow ginseng isn't something you can just buy with money. You stole a spiritual elixir that can increase 20 years of internal energy in one go. His whole body cringed. 20 years of internal energy. Suddenly, his brain connected the dots to the black and yellow lump inside him. So that's what it was. But when fighting that guy, he completely blew it up. My century-old snow ginseng. I had no idea and just recklessly used it all up. I'm really losing my mind. Such a precious item. Even though I had no other choice back then, I still feel. His body shudders violently, immensely regretting the loss. Seeing Jin Taekyung's expression, the physician hastily makes his exit. You've recovered quite a bit, sir, and can walk now. This lowly one will take his leave. He ignores Taekyung, who sits there weeping bitterly. What a waste. Such a massive waste. But quickly, his facial muscles relax. Flushed with pure euphoria, he grins from ear to ear, unable to shut his mouth as he checks the system window. Jin Taekyung level 30. Jumping 13 levels at once. My reputation shot up this much, and my internal energy is surging too. Overjoyed, he thinks, it looks like I really did defeat the absolute master, Zhao Bi. I'm amazing. Moved to tears by his own greatness. It feels like just yesterday I was scared to death by bandits. You've really grown a lot, Jin Taekyung. And there's also this new thing, a newly acquired skill, 1 stone. Skill, 1 stone. Rank, peak. Consumes stamina and internal energy to unleash a devastating strike. Depending on the situation, the user may enter a temporary state of full-body exhaustion. Energy consumption and power output can be controlled. He guesses it's called 1 stone. Could it be a skill similar to full power strike? The crucial part is this. Depending on the situation, the user may enter a temporary state of full-body exhaustion. With the physique of an F-rank hunter, a single strike is indeed very limited. But if I use the body of a much stronger level 30 martial artist, I should be able to unleash it a few times, right? Is it because this is a game? Or is the skill inherently designed to be used like this? While deep in thought, a sudden murmur surrounds him. Chatter.
It sounds like they are talking about him. It's the third young master. Third young master.
He glances around, clearly seeing them staring at him and whispering, I heard he killed 1 kill with a single slash. Whoa, in just one day. I heard he fought 100 men all by himself. Someone even walks up and bows to him. Greetings, young Master Jin. Suddenly, the protagonist recalls what Jin Wei-kyung had revealed to him. The glorious feats of the hero who led the Suicide Squad to annihilate Zhao Lu and 100 Ronin, saving the families of the Suling branch, have already spread throughout the streets. Almost forgot. These rumors have been exaggerated to an absurd degree. It really leaves a person at a loss. He can only awkwardly bow back to greet everyone. Who wouldn't be enamored by such flattering titles? His face flushes with delight. But regardless, this feeling isn't bad at all. When have I ever been treated like this? He. Thanks to these wild rumors, my reputation points are continuously soaring. Even though when Jin Wei-kyung made a huge fuss to prove the rumors were true, I honestly felt so embarrassed I wanted to hide deep in the woods. That old man practically wanted to show him off to the whole world. But no matter what anyone says, this feeling is exhilarating. He's starting to really like this world. That's exactly why this game is so terrifying. Without him even realizing it, life as the martial artist Jin Tae-kyung has become more and more fascinating. However, it's about time I logged out. He recalls that system window. Only 2 more conditions left until I can log out. My reputation will rise as the rumors spread, so I just have to wait. The real problem is this martial realm. I originally planned to use the internal energy from the Centennial Snow Ginseng to see if the standard dividing first rate and second rate was internal energy, but I ended up wasting it for nothing. Now I'm completely out of options. I guess I have no choice but to go ask someone who can give me the answer. If you don't know, just ask. As soon as he enters, he sees Jin Wei-kyung already sitting there waiting. You're here, little brother. The protagonist cups his hands and bows to him. Greetings, Hyungnim. The older man tells him, news arrive at the sect this afternoon. The Hangshin faction is mobilizing their forces on a massive scale. As soon as the protagonist hears this, he knows. This is going to be a brutal battle. The older man narrows his eyes and continues solemnly. Therefore, I plan to lead our entire force north. We will launch a surprise attack on their main army before they can merge with their reinforcements. When is that? In 2 days. The two stand facing each other, staring intently, their words matching with uncanny synchronization. The protagonist sweats profusely. I see. He suddenly feels anxious. Arg, why so soon? Will I even be able to log out of the game before then? Suddenly, the older man adds, fortunately, the 5 sects of Western Sichuan, who maintain a fairly good relationship with our clan, have offered to help. I hope you can lead a portion of them to take charge of the rear guard. Ding ding, the system window pops up. How could the protagonist refuse? He awkwardly accepts. I will naturally do my part. Smiling so hard his eyes turn into crescents, he thinks. Reputation increased by 10. I won't even be here by then anyway, so what is there to fear? The older man smiles, nodding in satisfaction. Thank you, little brother. It's a blessing to have you. With you here, our morale will definitely soar. Just as the older man is about to bend down and pick up his brush to continue writing, Jin Tae-kyung speaks up. About that. Now that you mention it, there's something I'm really curious about. The older man nods. Let's hear it. I'm still stuck in the second-rate realm right now. Before he can finish, the older man asks in disbelief, You're second-rate? That's right. This realm just won't go up no matter what, so I wanted to ask for your guidance. The older man interrupts again, You are first-rate. The two bicker back and forth. I'm second-rate, I tell you. I already said you are first-rate, a super first-rate at that, one who has touched the wall of the peak realm. No, I'm definitely second-rate. Finally, the older man concedes and asks, Who said that? He scratches his head, not knowing what to say. Well, no one explicitly told me I'm second-rate. But anyway, I really am second-rate, it's just hard to explain. Inwardly, he thinks, Ugh, this is so frustrating. It's not like I can just show him my system window. The older man understands. So you determined that you were second-rate all on your own, right? He nods firmly. Exactly. The older man suddenly stands up abruptly. This is very simple. His eyes instantly light up. Is there a way? His heart pounds as he follows the older man's every step, overflowing with desperate anticipation. The older man dips his finger into a cup of green tea, using it as ink to write on the table. The protagonist stands waiting, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. The older man writes only a single word on it, just like that, saying nothing more. Jin Tae-kyung looks from the word to the older man, completely frozen in shock. That's it. The character Shin, as in belief. The older man chuckles and explains, It means you must believe in yourself. Thinking, what the hell is this nonsense? He could have just said that to save time, he asks. What does this have to do with breaking through my martial realm? Ignoring his frustration, the old man calmly replies, Of course it's related. Learning martial arts must begin with belief. Suddenly, his eyes light up. It seems his brain just made a connection. Begin with belief. Belief. Huh? He asked himself all this time, what is the one thing I have always believed in? His body felt as if it were suspended in mid-air, with countless thoughts racing through his mind. System. The reason I thought I was at the second-rate realm is because you told me so. Could it be that what the system displays isn't the complete truth? Why would the system feed false information to its users? Just as Tran V. Kang said, I'm already at the first-rate realm.
If what the system displays is also true, then that means, because I've always thought of myself as a second-rate martial artist, the system is simply reflecting my own thoughts. I overpowered the second-rate master Li Tio Kun, wiped out over a dozen Ronins single-handedly, and even defeated the absolute master Trio Tut.
Damn it, this is bullshit. How could I possibly be a second-rate martial artist? I got played. I've been a first-rate warrior all along. Suddenly, his figure blurred. Ding. Ting, you have advanced to the first-rate realm. All martial arts have leveled up by 1 tier. Muscles and meridians have been extensively fortified. Dantian has expanded. Level up. Too fast, too dangerous. From then on, he started acting like a madman in public. His reputation skyrocketed from that point on, attracting more and more fans day by day. Everywhere he went, people swarmed around him in awe. My goodness, have you fully recovered? The hidden dragon of Western Sichuan. Third young master. Even he had to chuckle inwardly. No matter how you look at it, I look like an attention seeker. By now, almost everyone knows about me. This is the only way to boost my reputation a bit more. Suddenly, he walked past a group of people dressed in yellow who didn't seem to care much about him. Truntai Khan walked past, then turned back. Are you brothers from the 5 sects of Western Sichuan? The representative turned and bowed. Indeed. The two immediately shook hands. Oh, thank you all for not minding the long journey to come here as reinforcements. You flatter us. It is an honor for our Mountain Path sect to contribute our meager strength to the heroic deeds of the Jinju Chen clan and you, young master. He tightly grasped the man's hand, laughing inwardly. Thank you guys so much. Not only are you helping a stranger like me boost his reputation, but you're also fighting my battles for me. After exchanging warm greetings, he intended to leave right away. Haha, well then, may the heavens bless you. Please excuse me. Unexpectedly, the man stopped him. If you aren't busy, brother, how about a cup of tea? The main character just pointed at a house with a no trespassing sign and smiled. Sorry, I have some business to attend to. In the infirmary, groans echoed. Am dying. It's a miracle we aren't dead yet. Yeah, you can say that again. These were the very soldiers who accompanied him the other day. Ha Vu Chun still felt terrified just thinking about it. But still, every time I close my eyes, I remember that palm strike from Trio Tut. What a monster. How could he be that formidable? The guy lying next to him sighed wistfully. Well, he was an absolute master after all. Ha Vu Chun sat up annoyed. You brat, are you okay? What? Are you trying to say I'm weak? The other guy hurriedly explained. No, I didn't mean that. I know I'm really weak. I just didn't want to admit it, but still. The kid's expression turned serious as he shouted, One day, I will definitely be as strong as Trio Tut. No, I'll be even more formidable than him. The others looked over in disbelief. He was still burning with determination, brimming with confidence. Just thinking about how I could become that strong after reaching the absolute master realm makes me incredibly thrilled. Ha Vu Chen looked over at him. Looks like this kid has changed too. So he joined in on the fun, turning around and shouting even louder. I'm going to be stronger than you. The two looked at each other and burst out laughing. No way. I have to be stronger than you. Impossible. I'm going to be the most formidable one. Then try surpassing one person first. The door opened slightly, only to shut immediately. It turned out someone was about to enter. It was Trenthai Kan standing outside, sweating profusely. I was just going to eavesdrop on what they were saying. To think these brats would dare put on an inspiring youth drama right inside the sick room. I'm speechless. Anyway, we are comrades who went through life and death together. I originally planned to bid them farewell before setting out for the expedition. I guess this isn't the right time. But still, they really are amazing. Let's go. It's good to see they're doing fine. There's no need to let them know. As he was about to leave, someone suddenly appeared in front of him. It turned out to be the little kid, Tio Look. The girl immediately recognized him. It's our benefactor uncle. The main character felt a slight pang in his heart. I am not your uncle. As soon as Kong, Athan, and Tio Thun saw him, their eyes sparkled like stars and they beamed. Young Master Tren? Benefactor. The little girl Tio Look insisted on dragging him in to visit these two. Haha, are you feeling better? I'm much better now, though I still need some time to rest and recuperate. The old man hadn't even fully recovered yet, but asked, Come to think of it, I heard a great war is about to happen. How are the preparations going? The main character froze, rooted to the spot in panic. Isn't this supposed to be a military secret? If even Kong Athan, who's bedridden, knows about it, that means almost everyone from the Chen clan in Jinju is aware of this war. Is it really okay to keep going like this? If there are spies in the village, then... Ding ding, the system popped up. Someone was incredibly amazed after hearing rumors about you. Reputation increased. Now he had no mind to read any of this. Ugh, forget it. Whatever. This won't have anything to do with me soon anyway. Seeing him not respond, Kong Athan asked again, Young Master Tren. He snapped back to reality. The preparations are pretty much done. The old man suddenly lifted his sleeve. It seems you're quite worried, young master. It's understandable, considering this battle concerns the very survival of the main family. Luckily, you're here. I can conveniently return the items you left with me. He didn't quite understand. Items I left with you? I didn't leave anything. Suddenly, he saw the kid carrying a long, gold-wrapped box over.
What's this? These are the items you forgot to take, young master. Since the owner is here, they should be returned to their rightful owner. The old man smiled, his eyes crinkling, and advised, wait until you're back in your room to open it. Don't let anyone else see. He accepted it, burning with curiosity. What could it be? Is there a little golden ox inside? But when he opened it, it truly was a shock. A dazzling golden light shone right in his face. Woe, good heavens! It was full of precious treasures. Blazing Flame Divine Palm, one of the secret ultimate techniques of the Fiery Sun sect, a martial art based on powerful fire ki. Fiery Sun Divine Pill, type, elixir. Concocted using the Fiery Sun sect's unique secret recipe. Nameless sword forged from 10,000-year-cold iron, incredibly sharp and durable. Every single item gleamed. Trenthai Kan was absolutely mesmerized. Oh my, why didn't you give me such good stuff sooner? Giving it right when the job is almost done. Do you think I don't know what you're plotting? Trying to keep himself from being swayed by the wealth, he crossed his arms and harumphed, I won't be fooled that easily. But still, these items and gear sure look amazing. He was practically drooling at the mouth. I suddenly imagined what it would be like if I consumed the elixir and mastered the Flame Divine Palm. Would my hands catch fire like true Biss? That would look incredibly cool. But life isn't a dream. You could literally be burned alive by that very fire, no joke. Just thinking about it makes me pale. Hurriedly slapping his own face, safety first, safety first. Snap out of it, one little slip up and you'll lose your life just like that. Yeah, it's almost over. Even a falling leaf requires caution, utmost caution. That night, in another house, voices echoed. How are the preparations coming along? The old great elder replied, very smoothly. The troops have been deployed. The heavily concealed figure reminded him, it's still better to act within your limits. If that sharp young master discovers us, we're dead. The old man beamed with supreme confidence. Don't worry. I don't even need to lift a finger for this. On the day the two great sects of Western Sichuan clash, everything will come to an end. The old man's eyes glowed red with murderous intent, consumed by boundless greed. Once I become the patriarch of the Jinju Chen clan, the era of dominating Western Sichuan will be upon us. The next morning, war banners were hung everywhere. The rallying beat of war drums echoed across the land. The system appeared before the main character. Name, Tran Khan. Quest, reach the first-class realm. Reach level 30, completed. Reach 500 reputation. 475,500. Action, log out. For some reason, the system flashed red. Your prestige within the Jinju Chen clan is now known to absolutely everyone. He stood there, his heart pounding, sweating profusely. Damn it. Does this mean I'm screwed? Thousands of troops stood in perfectly neat formations. The old great elder and his faction were also present here. The one stepping onto the podium was Tran V. Khan. He swept his gaze over the soldiers below and began to speak, I admit. The enemy's troop strength and number of absolute master-level martial artists far exceed ours. Right off the bat, the soldiers immediately gulped in fear. He threw his hand out and spoke louder. But they are merely a pack of wolves gathered just to make up numbers. They are just street thugs and scoundrels, mercenaries who only see money, and bandits who specialize in plundering innocent civilians. They have no just cause, much less any righteousness. The old great elder and the main character stood listening below. Accidentally, their eyes met. The old man's expression remained exactly the same. Tran V. Khan bluntly stated up front, this will be a brutal battle where only one side survives. I cannot guarantee anyone's life. However, his eyes flashed with resolute determination. Clenching his fist tightly, he rallied them. We will absolutely win. The strong are the ones who survive. You must fight with your lives on the line and survive until the bitter end. The entire army erupted into deafening cheers. Following that speech, everyone set out. In a flash, the dry season arrived, bringing extreme heat. Setting up camp at night to rest and chat. Why are you here? Shouldn't you be recuperating at the medical pavilion? Havu Chan puffed out his chest in front of Tran Tai Khan and replied, I know my own body's condition best. The others chimed in, this battle concerns the very survival of our clan. How could you be absent? I heard he sneaked out. The main character glanced over the group. You look like you're really pushing yourself. It's not too late yet. Hurry back. He immediately jumped to his feet, stubbornly trying to act tough. Pushing myself. Where? I, Havu Chan, am a true man. How could I be exhausted after only half a day of travel? The two began bickering back and forth. Are you really not tired? Yeah. You're fine now, right? Of course. So he pointed in another direction. Then go help them set up camp. The guy who was just yelling, internal injuries caused by true tat, instantly fell silent and feigned illness. Furious, the main character rushed over, intending to beat him up. You brat. Didn't you say you were all better? Right at that moment, Tran Vi Kan walked over. Oh, is he wounded? They both jumped in startlement, freezing in their tracks. Havu Chan immediately stood at attention to greet him. Young master. Not scolding him at all, he waved his hand. I can see your body still hasn't fully recovered. Hurry up and sit down. But your internal injuries have healed, I can guarantee that. Haha, he said while heavily patting his shoulder. His whole body trembled as he stammered. That's no. While the other guy was standing there trembling and sweating profusely, Tran V. Khan smiled brightly and asked the main character, shall we take a little walk? The two talked as they walked. How is your body? Very good. That's good then. Only he knew, thanks to the leveling up effects and distributed stat points, my body's condition is even better than before. His older brother said, in the rear guard that you're in charge of, apart from a few of our own men, the majority are martial artists from other small and medium-sized sects. Hearing this, he was secretly ecstatic. Awesome. I was just worrying about my reputation increasing too slowly, so he clasped his hands, bowed his head, and declared, I am willing to accept the mission. Startled, his older brother turned around. A mission.
Realizing it was just a habit, he gave a sly smile and explained, since my body has recovered, I want to earn merits for our clan. It was all for his own benefit, but from his mouth it suddenly sounded deeply affectionate. His older brother was instantly moved to tears. Do you really mean that? The main character nodded firmly. Just leave it to me, brother. He continued sobbing and hiccuping. It's so precious that you would think that way. Thank you, little brother. Trantai Khan stood there speechless. Why is he crying again? Even though my conscience hurts a bit, I have to log out before the war officially begins. However, his next sentence was, but no. He was completely taken aback. Huh? Why? I appreciate your sincerity, but you should just continue defending the rear like you are now. He absolutely refused and yelled at him. No, I absolutely must earn merits. His older brother kept reassuring him. What you're doing is already enough. He stubbornly pointed his finger. Then send me on a scouting mission. What if there are enemies ambushing us ahead? But the older man patted his shoulder and interrupted, Youngest, you're already shouldering an incredibly arduous mission. His face immediately lit up with joy. What is it? The older man uttered the exact two crucial words he hadn't expected. Survive. That's enough. No matter what happens, you must survive. If our main family is defeated, you must run away and never look back. Understood? As long as the roots remain, the tree still has hope to sprout and flourish. Second brother, and you will definitely be far better roots than me. He even rubbed his head. You must remember this well. That is your mission. After saying that, Tren V. Kang turned and left, leaving him standing there. He watched the older man's figure slowly fade away. The next morning, everyone set off to continue their journey. After walking for so long, they were exhausted and panting like dogs. Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind him. At this pace, we'll reach Zhenyang by tomorrow at the latest. He jumped in surprise and turned around. Who might you be? It was a guy in yellow clothes with super huge, pitch-black eyes, looking somewhat familiar, yet strange. He greeted and introduced himself first. I'm Guo Jun from the Mountain Path sect. I've greeted you before. We even shook hands. But saying that was useless. To boost my reputation, I don't even know how many people I've shaken hands with. He's probably one of them. He scratched his head and chuckled. Sorry, my memory isn't that great. The guy still replied casually, It's fine. Haha. Let's go. The two talked as they walked. To be honest, when I first heard I was assigned to the rear, I was a bit disappointed. He was immediately surprised. Why? The guy didn't hide it either. That way there are fewer chances to achieve merits. Besides, I've always wanted to see the great hero Huayang's sword wipe out thousands of troops. Mentioning this name, he immediately got interested. The Huayang sword. Although the young master and great hero, you are also here. The prestige of the Huayang sword has spread far and wide. He narrowed his eyes and pondered. His talking about the great elder. Is that old man really that amazing? Speaking of this, his eyes shone with admiration. He's a hero from the great war of orthodox and demonic sects, a true martial artist among martial artists whose eyes tolerate no injustice. But thinking about it again, he still felt, why do I feel weird every time I look at him? Is it because of my first impression? The guy continued rambling. When the great hero Huayang's sword was young, there were at least dozens, if not hundreds, of masters defeated by his sword. While he just felt, if he is truly such a formidable master, he will definitely be of great help in this battle. The guy's face even turned red. Just thinking about tomorrow makes me so excited. He wondered why this guy had so much energy, while he was so exhausted he could barely breathe. Regardless, we're going to war. Doesn't this guy feel nervous at all? He asked him, It seems you're very confident in winning this battle. The guy happily cheered right away, of course. He even nodded with a radiant smile and affirmed, We can definitely win. After saying that, he walked straight ahead. Ha Vu Chen, having heard everything, poked his head up and asked, Who's that guy? How is he so incredibly optimistic? While he found him to be an incomprehensibly confident person. After setting off, by the evening of the second day, we had arrived at Jinzhou. Tren V. Kan summoned the commanders for a meeting. There are 4 paths into Zhenyang, but the enemy is short on rations, so they will only choose one. We decided to set up camp at the pass they absolutely must go through. Bachin Gorge. That place is shaped like a jar, with a narrow entrance and steep terrain, making it perfectly suited to surround and annihilate the enemy. Furthermore, I heard that with the help of Nuet Hua from the Hong-No sect, hundreds of arrows are already hidden on the cliffs. At the same time, at dawn that day, 300 martial artists from the Chen clan in Jinzhou, along with 150 reinforcements from small and medium sects, totaling 450 troops, marched toward the gorge. Tren Tai Kan stood alone high up, looking down. He frowned deeply and thought, It's the final time anyway, yet I couldn't even say a proper goodbye. By the next morning, he was still sitting there until the troops arrived. Hey, look, he's over there. They confusedly asked each other, has he been here all night? The whole group gathered around and called out, Captain. Taking one look at his face, Ha Vu Chen jumped in startle. Ah, you scared me.
How did you end up like this? Did you stay up all night? You scared me to death with that pale face and sunken eyes, not to mention your muttering and staring into space. It turned out the system was displaying completed reputation 500, log out. Let's go, let's go. I finally get to go home. The other guys confusedly asked each other, and he's starting to mumble to himself. Is there something wrong with his head? Suddenly, he noticed the pile of items next to him, pointed and asked, what's this? I've never seen it before.
He looked down at the box and the book. This. A manual and a spirit pill. This is an absolutely supreme martial arts manual, and this spirit pill, if absorbed well, can increase your internal energy by 50%. But if you don't absorb it well, you'll be burned to death. Do you want to eat it? This bastard immediately stuck out his lip and scoffed. Ugh, forget it. You can keep it to learn and eat yourself. I must have had too much free time to even ask you. He hurriedly held them back. Huh? Kid, in telling the truth. I don't need it anymore, so I'm giving it to you. All three sighed deeply and walked away. You're the hidden dragon. Ah, fine. Of course. Let's go, let's go. And they even muttered to each other, Tisk, what a waste of time worrying and running around everywhere looking for him. But since he was leaving soon, he let it slide. If it were before, I would have smacked the back of his head. I guess this is the mindset of a sergeant about to be discharged, huh? Ha, looking back, a lot really did happen. Ever since I woke up at Hong Ho Lao. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. The war must be starting soon, right? It was Quach Quen sneaking over. Shouldn't we get ready to move out too? The group was still confused. What do you mean? When they turned around, a whole group of people dressed in black was already standing there. Didn't they wear yellow yesterday? Suddenly feeling confused, did he always wear that outfit? Ha Vu Chun suddenly asked, hands on his hips. Move out? Hey, brother from the Sun Dao sect. You must be mistaken, right? Our mission is to guard the rear with the third young master. The MC immediately smelled something fishy. A representative of the Sun Dao sect mistook an order. Impossible. Something is definitely wrong. That guy also rubbed his chin in confusion. Ah, is that so? That's tricky then. The mission I received seems to be a bit different. Tren Tai Can decisively walked over and pushed the other two aside. Different how? The two stared at each other, locking eyes. His gaze shifted down to the spear tightly gripped in his hand. Only now revealing his true colors, he smirked. You're very sharp. Then I'll be blunt about the mission given by the master. Knew these guys weren't normal. His eyes, pitch black like a cosmic abyss, smiled wickedly as he laid his cards on the table. Wipe everyone out, then regroup with the main formation. The two sides faced off, his side having an overwhelming numbers advantage, while the MC's side only had 4 guys. To make matters worse, Ha Vu Chen was still recovering from an injury. He ground his teeth in anger. Are these guys crazy? You dare betray the main family. Are you tired of living? Kwa Kwan glared back. Betray? Tired of living? Then you're wrong. We aren't betraying anyone, nor are we dying, and we definitely won't die by your hands. Ha Vu Chen was about to charge forward. You bastard. The MC hurriedly held him back. Don't do anything rash. He looked over at him. Team leader? His face was dark as ink, as the guy kept whispering. Why you look so serious? They're from the Sun Dao sect. Just trash from a second-rate sect. Hurry up and wipe them out. But he didn't see it that way at all. No, they're not. They are trash. That Quach Quan is level 40. Every single one of them is a first-rate martial artist. The lowest is level 32. Sweat drenched his shirt. He bit his lip in panic. Damn it. I've been with them for 3 whole days and didn't notice a thing. I was too focused on logging out of the game. Ding ding, the system popped up. Mission. Eliminate the assassins. Someone who has been waiting for an opportunity for years has finally made a move. First, eliminate the assassin sent by the traitor. Right after the notification, the men in black immediately charged in to attack. The MC barely managed to block them. Quach Quen grinned arrogantly, provoking him. These are all elites of our Sun Dao sect. Let's see how long you can last. At first, he could handle a few guys at once all by himself, but there were just too many of them. Managing to kill a few was already impressive enough. Quach Quen stood outside watching in fear, his jaw dropping in surprise, his smile completely wiped off as he watched his underlings get utterly destroyed. At least 3 guys had been beaten to death on the spot. He was furious, grinding his teeth so hard they might break. How is this happening? Where did so many weapons come from? What the hell are those guys doing? But only he could pull that off. When he looked over at the other 3, they were struggling just to fight one guy together. He grew even angrier looking at it. Bastards. This bunch of nobodies doesn't even have a name in the martial arts world. Suddenly, a bright light flashed along with an explosion like a bomb, making him jump. He hurriedly brought both arms up to shield his face. A barrage of weapons from his side fell clattering to the ground, and a whole bunch of his men dropped dead. By the time he realized it, it was too late. The intel was wrong. This Tren Tai Can isn't just a lucky amateur. This move is incredible. He's a super first-rate master. Within minutes, he had taken out all the lackeys. He was about to silently slip away. I need to get out of here quickly. But the MC called out to stop him. If you don't want a gruesome death, you better stand still. The spear in his hand pointed straight at him, making him piss his pants in fear. As long as you answer my questions honestly, I'll go easy on you when I kill you. But he still intentionally took another step,
and the sharp spearhead pierced right through his stomach, making him spurt blood. His whole body collapsed to the ground in agony while he gloated, "I told you not to run." The other guys chimed in, "I'd run too if I were him." "Go easy on him? You might as well say you put healing ointment on the spearhead before stabbing him. Do you want me to stab you too?" "Erg, come to think of it, you're right. You really could go a bit easier when killing him." He crouched down in front of him and growled, "I'll ask you again. Who exactly are you guys? Where are the people from the Sun Dao sect? Are you guys from the Huan Sun Sword sect?" Not only did this bastard refuse to speak, but he also spat out a black glob. He quickly leaned away and dodged it, but that spit ignited a fiery rage inside him. "How dare you?" The MC relentlessly pummeled him all over again. The bastard Quach Quan was finally terrified and spilled everything. Sun Dao sect. "We are from the Sun Dao sect, I swear." Ha Vu Chan instantly realized his lying. The Sun Dao sect was established 30 years ago, and it's more of a martial arts school than a sect. They specialize in taking in orphans and teaching them martial arts. They'd never do something like this. One surprisingly smart guy guessed, could they have killed the disciples of the Sun Dao sect and disguised themselves to infiltrate? Hearing this, he burst out laughing. Disguise? Pfft, ha ha ha. Do you still not grasp the situation? The Sun Dao sect was established from the very beginning under the Lord's orders, a grand scheme spanning 30 years. I bet you couldn't imagine it even in your wildest dreams. Ha ha ha. The MC glared at him. 30 years.
He figured it out instantly. The only one who could spend such a long time plotting to take over Western Sichuan is the Great Elder? Why would he do this? He was the one who helped Tranvi Khan up when he was blaming himself in front of the children's bodies. He even suspended all political activities to actively support Tranvi Khan. Thanks to him, the Jinju Chen clan is completely united today. Suddenly, everything clicked in his mind. Wait a minute, could it be? He urgently asked, Ha Vu Chan, how many martial artists from the small and medium sects just joined? He replied, the Sun Dao sect and the Bao Demon sect have over 100 men combined. He asked again, and what about those under the Great Elder? The Great Elder's faction makes up about half of the Great Army. As soon as he said that, realization struck him, and he let out a gasp. The other two also realized it at the same time. He helped Tranvi Khan and united the sect's forces exactly for this very day, because he wants to seize everything in a single battle. The Great Army is in danger. Tran Tai Khan urgently ordered, move out immediately. But Quach Quan sneered, it's too late. You, the Jinju Chen clan, and the Huan Sun Sword sect, everyone is too late. He bared his teeth in a manic grin. The grand scheme began a long time ago. He threw his head back and laughed savagely. Today, the martial arts world of Western Sichuan will welcome a new master. Ha ha ha. Mid-laugh, he suddenly choked and died on the spot. His body slumped with a thud, even though no one had done anything or even touched him. Ha Vu Chan realized he severed his own heart meridian. This guy is truly ruthless. Ding ding! Right at that moment, a system notification popped up. You have killed level 40 Quach Quan. Eliminate the assassins 2020. Quest, eliminate the assassins completed. Level up. Reputation increased by 500. Log out. Yes, no. His mother and sister instantly flashed through his mind. Ah, I can finally go home. But leaving now would mean his joy wouldn't be complete. He picked up the spear from the ground. I'm sorry. Wait for me just a little longer. Thinking of his crybaby older brother. There's something I absolutely have to do. However, this system was like a dictatorial game. Logging out in 3 seconds. He couldn't refuse even if he wanted to. What? It's mandatory. The system began counting down. 3. The figures of the 3 people running ahead gradually blurred. 2. They noticed something was wrong with him, and Ha Vu Chan turned back to look. At 1, his vision completely blurred, and he only heard their panicked voices. Team leader, what's wrong? Team leader! Every single one of them was in a frenzy. He was forcibly logged out. When he woke up, he was back in reality. He reached up and took off the VR gaming helmet. His entire body was still trembling. His soul hadn't quite returned to his body yet. Even with the helmet off, he still called out, open status window. But nothing appeared at all. He snapped his fingers a few more times. Open quest window. Inventory. No response. Now he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Delirious with joy, he leaped up. I'm back. He looked around the place. I'm really back in reality. After so long, I'm finally back. My beloved apartment, the smell of my own room, and... Suddenly, he heard loud, sawing snores, and the stench of smelly feet wafted up. He looked over and saw that bastard still sprawled out on his bed, sleeping soundly. He was still wearing the exact same filthy clothes, sleeping completely dead to the world. Seeing this, he was absolutely furious. Ultimately, he was the reason I got into that toy box. I had to suffer all that just because of this guy's snoring. I couldn't help but chop him right in the neck to wake him up. I even hit him while saying, let me hit you one more time. He screamed in terror. No, of course I didn't stop. By the time I stopped, he was in a pathetic state, grinding his teeth and glaring at me. Are you crazy? Tran Tai Khan firmly stated, it's the truth. He put down the ice pack in his hand and said seriously, Tran Tai Khan, let's think about this rationally.
Who in their right mind wakes someone up by punching them in the throat, then claims they were trapped in a game for a whole month?
But looking at the clock, it's only been 3 hours. This machine is an antique. It belongs in a museum. Are you claiming it has time acceleration? Honestly, he couldn't explain it either. I'm speechless too. I was in there for 30 days, yet only 3 hours passed in the real world. He even guessed, keep making things up. You just got mad and hit me because I was snoring, right? Just admit it. Thinking about that incident made him furious again. So, Hyung, try it out yourself. You'll know once you try. As he spoke, he shoved the helmet right onto his head. The bastard was about to get angry, but seeing his burning red eyes glaring at him, he immediately chickened out. Seriously. Fine, let me try it then. After saying that, he crawled right into the toy. Only then was he satisfied and let him off. That's more like it. Before closing it, he told him, I'll let you out right away, just stay at Hong Ho Lao. The other guy gave up. What Hong Ho Lao? Just close the pod door already. He slammed the door shut. Looking at the stopwatch, 10 minutes should be enough. He pressed the button immediately and stood outside waiting. He even nervously counted every second. 8 seconds, 9 seconds, 10 seconds. 10 seconds here must be a few minutes or even hours in the game. Right now, he's probably busy figuring things out at Hong Ho Lao. But as soon as the time was up, that bastard opened the door and walked out himself. Nothing had happened to him at all. Tren Tai Kang was startled and panicked. What's going on? Why did you come out? He put on his glasses, looking completely normal and unfazed. What the hell are you doing? He couldn't believe it, pointing his finger and questioning, how are you so fast? No, wait, how did you even get out? Now he held up the power plug for him to see, scolding him in annoyance. You damn brat, the power isn't even plugged in. How am I supposed to play the game? It truly felt like a bolt from the blue. His face froze in sheer confusion. What? The other guy got annoyed and walked away, yawning and teasing. Wait till morning and get yourself checked at a mental hospital. I'm going to sleep. He wanted to argue but couldn't. He sat there helplessly, staring at the machine. What is this? Then what was the game I just played? He suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Tren Tai Kang couldn't fall back asleep. He sat on his bed, staring intently at the machine. Could it have been a dream, or am I going crazy? Recalling a series of events and the people there, they were vividly real. He couldn't accept it. I remember all of this so clearly. There's no way it was just my imagination. Then what on earth? Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he remembered something. That's right, the manual. The product manual. Found it. It was exactly that book. Quickly opening it to take a look. First page, I've read this. Read this too. Players cannot log out at will. Dying in the game means no resurrection. Suddenly, a line caught his eye. Main features. The capsule is designed exclusively for one person. So that's how it is. Upon registration, the machine permanently belongs to the user until death. The user and the in-game character will synchronize, thereby enhancing the sense of unity. He fell backward in shock after reading it. How the hell did he end up with such an insane piece of tech? No one would believe him for sure, since he was the only one who could experience it. Tren Tai Kang read it over and over. Only I can use it until I die? Seriously, this is a tough pill to swallow, but I have no choice but to believe it. There was also the time ratio. Passes slowly, slowly. That's way too vague. Look at this. The reverse is also true. That means time in the game is still ticking away. His face darkened, furrowing his brow as he recalled the events. Why did I get logged out at that exact moment? Without me, will Havu Chen and the scout team be able to report the Great Elder's treason to Tren V Kang? Will Tren V Kang be able to hold his own against the Great Elder? 1 month in the game is 3 hours in real life. The ratio must be 240 to 1, right? Thank goodness. There's still time. While calculating, he suddenly froze. Whatever. They'll sort it out themselves. I can barely save my own skin right now. I don't have the luxury to worry about others. Yeah. Next. Hurry. Let's see. This is just like an encyclopedia of foreign investment terms. I know what this means. But even after reading it over and over, he couldn't understand a damn thing. He lay back on the bed in frustration, thrashing around. Seriously, how on earth am I supposed to synchronize with the in-game character? Let's try shouting it out. Open status window. But nothing happened. What other synchronization methods could there be? That doesn't work either. How much of this thing can I actually trust? As soon as morning came, I ran out and searched every store specializing in VR gaming pods. I examined all the product lines on the market, but I couldn't find a single one like mine. I even tried playing the game that holds over 70% of the market share thanks to its ultra-realistic graphics and high degree of freedom. But compared to the game I played, everything from the NPC's gestures and speech to the overall player experience felt incredibly unnatural. Most importantly, they all said they had never heard of the game Muram Online. Finding nothing after searching, I took the manual to find Jin Ho, who called himself a die-hard fan of these pod-type machines. But after reading it, he scolded. Total nonsense. What brain-dead idiot makes a gaming console on January 1st, 2020? As a result, the conclusion I got was that he had never heard of H Software or ARC 2020. Tren Tai Kang even pointed his finger and told him, just read the next page before you talk. However, the most unbelievable thing was, except for the first page,
Dying in the game means no resurrection. Players cannot freely log out. He couldn't read any of the remaining text at all. He even held it up for him to see, gritting his teeth. I am speechless. Why are you showing me a blank piece of paper? Only then did he realize Jin-Ho couldn't see the other pages of the manual at all. I was the only one who could see this content. That guy angrily slammed the door, and I stood there frozen in shock for a moment. Not knowing what to do, I went to the park and sat alone. Opening my younger sister's contact number. Let's give her a call and see. A voice came from the other end of the line. Yeah, what's up? Why aren't you saying anything? Hello? Hearing his sister's voice, his eyes immediately welled up with tears. She bluntly said, if you're not going to say anything, I'm hanging up. The MC hurriedly spoke up. Hey, Ha-Yun, don't hang up. It's me, your brother. Only now did he truly believe it. That was her signature sassy voice. It seems I really have returned. I know. What is it? I just wanted to hear your voice. Ugh, if it's nothing, I'm really hanging up, okay? He smiled brightly. No, hold on. Wait a sec. What is Mom doing? The young girl was studying and seemed a bit annoyed. Mom said she had to step out for a bit. If you're curious, just call her. The MC tilted his head up to the sky to hold back his tears. If I hear Mom's voice, I'll definitely burst into tears. Better not call. Actually, only one day has passed in the real world. Nothing has changed. I wonder how I'm doing in the other world. It doesn't matter. I've returned anyway. I'm here and my family is here. That's enough. I just went through a brief, bizarre dream. I'll probably forget a dream like that in a while anyway. I just need to live my current life well. Thinking this, he asked his sister, are you tired from studying? Do you need some pocket money? Ugh, I don't know. I didn't do well on the mock exam. It's so frustrating. As long as you do well on the real one, it's fine. How many did you get wrong? 2 questions. Huh? In which subject? In all subjects combined. Oh, you're quite smart. Did you think I was like you? What are you saying? I didn't do too badly in school either. The next morning, the scene shifts to the Hope boarding house. Jin-Ho was standing on the rooftop, stretching his muscles. This is killing me. I didn't sleep well. My whole body is aching. Isn't that Jin Ta-Ki-ung going to work so early? It's barely past 6. He looked down and yelled after him, this kid, he's quite hardworking. Suddenly, he noticed that gaming pod. Looks like he already threw that thing away. He was even joking about Murim and the Hong Hua Lao before. However, he was also skeptical. But when he said it, he looked so serious. Not understanding what was going on, he stood there and watched the MC walk away. The manufacturing company is called Software, huh? Even if it's just a joke, there's no harm in looking into it a bit. At this moment, at the Dungeon Specialized Manpower office, a long line of people was waiting. The MC was sitting in the manpower waiting area. Suddenly, a guy walked over and shouted at him. Ha ha ha, long time no see. You actually look like a hunter now. The first time you came here, you were so scared you couldn't even speak. He was incredibly embarrassed and hurriedly signaled to him. Keep it down, man. People are staring. Of course, I've been doing this for 7 years already. Speaking of which, why are you here? Back then, didn't you sign a contract with a small to medium guild with pretty good benefits? The Tiu, what was it called again? Tren Thai Kang looked the chubby guy up and down. This overworried brother Lem. I don't know his real name, but he was an acquaintance from when I first started as a hunter. Back then, he had already been a hunter for a few years. I can't believe he's still in this line of work. He scratched his head and sheepishly explained, the Tiu Fong Guild. A month. No, I was fired the day before yesterday. The chubby guy patted his back and laughed out loud. That's good. The name already sounded terrible. What kind of name is Tiu Fong anyway? He hurriedly waved his hands. No, Tiu Fong is a place name. The two were talking so loudly the whole room could hear. Come to think of it, you seem to come here a lot. The chances of landing a gig are a bit higher here. The Adlai T is pretty good too. Oh, is it the same for an F-rank hunter like me? He was still talking. Looks like the first one picked today is still an E-rank hunter, huh? Suddenly seeing the guy stand up. Bro, where are you going? The loudspeaker announced, E-rank hunters, please proceed to the main hall. The chubby guy immediately packed up and left. I'm heading out first, ha ha ha, see you later. Only now did he realize. His eyes widened, staring at him slack-jawed. Holy crap. His name is Lum Hatuan? No, more importantly, when did he get promoted to E-rank? I heard he got married. Who would have thought he'd grind so hard? Reaching E-rank is no joke. Watching the crowd leave, he thought, damn it, is everyone here E-rank? The loudspeaker calling for E-rank hunters blared non-stop, and his face grew darker and darker. F-rank hunter Tren Tai Can, please proceed to the main hall. Finally, it's my turn. The MC walked over and looked around. Suddenly, a voice called out, you're Tren Tai Can, right? The MC immediately turned around, yes. A well-dressed man handed him a piece of paper, from the Peace Guild. Please read this over and sign here. In a flash, he was on a bus with a bunch of people, all chatting lively. All right, everyone say hello. This is my little brother. Hello, everyone. Tren Tai Can. Yeah, hi there. You look pretty tough, kid. You must be good at fighting. Please take care of me. The chubby guy Lum smiled so broadly his eyes crinkled, telling him, these people are all E-rank hunters. They've known each other for a long time, probably over 10 years. The others chimed in, yeah, that's right. Time really flies. The MC thought to himself, with my experience, I shouldn't exactly be called a rookie anymore, but everyone here is a veteran. Come to think of it, I have quite an affinity with this guy today. We bump into each other everywhere. Suddenly, the guy sitting in front turned around and asked, I heard you were recommended by that guy? Looks like your skills aren't bad either. He had no idea. Huh? Recommended? The chubby guy Lum yelled out guiltily. What nonsense are you talking about? The others immediately started teasing him. Ha ha ha, boss, you're way too obvious. I seriously don't know how you ever managed to get a wife. Hey, if I do a good deed, I should let people know. Why hide it? Ha ha.
Then he remembered the guy who handed him the paper earlier. Ah, E rank gate. Base pay of 30 with an 8-2 split. The P skill takes 20%. Thinking about it now, he realized, no wonder the compensation is so generous. They handed him his assignment. Mr. Tran Tai Khan, you will be in charge of being the porter. I knew it. There's no way they'd pay a porter that much. This is just... Hearing his voice, Fatty Lamb turned around, blushing with embarrassment. Since he meant well, he had to say, Big bro, thanks for going out of your way for me. The fatty immediately lost his shyness, puffed out his chest and bluffed. Yeah, I just casually put in a good word for you. The one who made the final decision was Team Leader Choi anyway. Team Leader Choi sat there coldly, not saying a single word. Knowing they were all good people, his eyes sparkled as he said, I'll work hard. He crossed his arms and replied, Then let's just say I was the one who decided.
They suddenly looked out the door. Perfect timing, we're here. The gate. The greatest remnant left behind from that tragic disaster years ago. 30 years ago, this was the invasion portal used by the Demon King Amadi. For a long time now, it had become the livelihood of hunters and the source of a high-energy resource, magic crystals. Inside the gate, weapons without magic power are useless and break down very quickly. Because of this unique trait, hunters can only use weapons forged from magic crystals. Therefore, even though their income is high, their expenses are equally massive. The protagonist put on his armor, holding a spear in his hand. The others took one look and scoffed. Look at this guy, so filthy. What era is this gear even from? Gross. He replied awkwardly. Let me think. This is the set I bought when I first started in this line of work, so probably around 7 years ago. The whole group was shocked. 7 years.
Old Fatty Lamb put his hands on his hips and scolded loudly. Good grief. No matter how much you love money, you have to spend it when necessary. Is money more important than your life? Tran Tai Khan didn't know what to say, having invested everything into his family. Hee, I have my own difficulties. The fatty nodded. It's fine for today, since you won't need to fight, but you still need to be careful. You really must be careful. He smiled brightly. I will. But then it hit him. This sounded exactly like what Tran V. Khan had told him before. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Is everyone ready? Then let's move out. It was Team Leader Choi. The moment he saw him, his hair stood on end. Oh my god, a full set of red direct leather. The whole group immediately jolted and looked over, everyone utterly astonished. Suddenly, the protagonist felt a bit uneasy, realizing something was off. Why did the atmosphere suddenly change like this? He hurriedly scratched his head in embarrassment. Sorry. I've only seen this kind of premium gear in magazines. I lost my composure. Team Leader Choi just replied, It's nothing. It's just a gear set crafted from 5 types of magic and a B-rank magic crystal. He said that, but Choi was absolutely loving it, holding up all 5 fingers to show off. It's made from 5 types of magic and a B-rank magic crystal. Not that I'm trying to emphasize it on purpose or anything. Starting to subtly show off, he added, by the way, red direct leather is popular mainly for its signature gloss. It looks flashy, but it doesn't have much practical use. It really is beautiful, though. The rest of the group was dead silent. They had heard enough. Seeing that, he finally started moving. Let's go. The group trailed after each other into the gate, with Tran Tai Khan bringing up the rear. He quietly asked Fatty Lamb, What's up with him? Lamb turned and chuckled. Are you talking about Team Leader Choi? Haha, he's totally obsessed with gear. If someone recognizes his stuff as high-end, he gets absolutely thrilled. There's even a rumor that he blew his entire fortune to buy that set, and he even wears it to sleep. Now he knew, truly, great talent comes with great quirks. He looks so decent, who would have thought he's a madman? But why were there so few people? Hey bro, when are the people from the Peace Guild getting here? Lamb looked over. The Peace Guild. Oh, I haven't told you yet, have I? The old fatty finally smiled until his eyes were mere slits. It's a newly established guild. There aren't any other members. Including the guild master, there are only 3 of us. Ahahaha. The protagonist's face turned pale with fear. Wait a minute, big bro. You mean it's just the few of us raiding an E-rank gate? Yet Fatty Lamb looked absolutely confident. That's right, kiddo. But you don't need to worry. He looked over at Choi. That guy is a C-rank hunter. No wonder no one seems scared. Ah, a C-rank. And he's armed to the teeth, too. I should have realized it the moment I saw him wearing that premium gear. I've heard one C-rank hunter is as strong as 10 E-rank hunters. He took a deep breath and stepped into the gate. Looks like there's no need to worry about this hunt anymore. It was pitch black inside until a voice suddenly echoed. Oh light, shine brilliantly. Immediately, an artificial moon appeared and illuminated the area. It lit up the entire dungeon. The protagonist even recognized it, having heard that this item was incredibly expensive. But somehow, the light ended up shining directly on a group of goblins. The sudden light also caught their attention. Both sides stared at each other, instantly switching into combat mode.
Choi's face was deadpan as he commanded without an ounce of fear. Everyone, get into position. Marksman. The demons didn't even have time to charge before taking a few hits and dying on the spot. But some higher tier ones ran out from inside, even carrying shields. One person drew their bow. Oh man, the shield bearers are out. What do we do? Old Choi calmly ordered, archers, fall back. Tankers, charge. Immediately, everyone took their positions and got to work. The two sides clashed in battle. Fatty Limbs single-handedly crushed everything in his path. When it came to using sheer weight to crush demons, no one could beat him. The other guy was just as massive. The two of them teamed up and quickly wiped out the monsters. Seeing that things were under control, Old Choi drew his weapon. Leave the rest to me. As soon as his sword moved, two monster heads were severed instantly. He took them all on single-handedly without a hint of fear. Our main character watched this scene, his eyes opened wide. So this is a C-rank hunter. Their combat skills are truly impressive. But no matter how good they are, he suddenly thought, in Miram, would he only be considered a first-rate martial artist at best? If it were me, it'd definitely be even. Just then, he caught a goblin trying to sneak away. On the other side, the area was cleared out in no time. The group gathered around praising, as expected of team leader Choi. We don't even have anything left to do. A thought popped into his head. Should I? Give it a try. Who knows, maybe I can pull it off. It was just one goblin. His killing intent flared up as he gripped his spear tightly. He took a deep breath. The monster trembled in fear, cowering in a corner. Tren Tai Kang spun the spear masterfully in his hands. Right at that moment, a sword flew in from nowhere and sliced the monster's head clean. Our main guy was startled. He hadn't even done anything or touched it yet. Old Choi's voice called out, Takion, could you collect the loot, please? He called out again, a bit confused, Takion? But his face was as dark as the bottom of a pot as he stared at the monster's corpse. The others paid no attention, just cheering. Good work. He stood there trying to calm himself down. Snap out of it. What kind of nonsense am I thinking? This is a hunt. The group continued on their way. Wherever they went, they completely wiped out the monsters. Team leader Choi was still leading the charge. Every time they finished, he would say, Takion, please clean up a bit. And our main guy would happily run over shouting, yes, good work, everyone. Just like that, whenever they called for Takion, he was as obedient as a puppy. Present, am coming. All cleaned up. He filled an entire backpack with top-tier loot. Fatty Lim's eyes lit up with praise. I say, do you do nothing but work when you aren't eating? You clean up so fast. He hoisted the large backpack and stood up. If you want to make a living, you just have to work harder. Old Choi reached a hand out to help him. You really are resourceful. He happily took it with a bright smile. Thank you. The group cheerfully walked off. Anyway, let's finish this up quickly and go out for some rice soup. You're coming too, Takiyoung. Team leader Choi, you're going too, right? I've already made reservations at a sushi restaurant. I love sushi too. Our main guy followed behind, speechless. We're nearing the boss room, and they still have the mind to talk about food. Veterans sure are relaxed. Old Lim's eyes sparkled. All right then, let's get ready to go in. Team leader Choi also gave the order. Everyone prepare for battle, except for Tren Tai Kan. Get ready. You have the easiest job here right now. The dungeon door slowly opened. Inside, it was pitch black. Deeper within, a monster stood with its back turned. It wore a cloak, wielding two weapons, facing the wall and muttering incantations. Tren Tai Kan recognized it instantly. A shaman? The others asked in confusion, is there only the boss? Suddenly, someone looked around and flinched. Huh? Now they could see clearly. Why is the ground covered in green monster corpses? There were also glowing purple orbs of gas floating near the cave's ceiling. What in the world is that? Team leader Choi immediately went on high alert. This is. Just then, the shaman monster turned around. He hurriedly roared, everyone get out. Right now. But the monster had already raised its skull staff high, shooting out brilliant red streaks of lightning. It attacked straight at the bewildered crowd. It was too late to run now. Red and black smoke drifted through where they stood. Instantly, the giant stone door slammed shut. It wasn't letting anyone escape this time. The group looked back in panic. The entrance. Is it trying to lock us in here? Suddenly, Fatty Lamb gripped his shield and yelled, everyone, step back. He slammed into the stone door all by himself. But it was useless. His shield shattered and he was violently thrown backward. The group grew even more panicked. Damn it! What the hell is that thing? Only team leader Choi recognized this dwarf demon as a hobgoblin high priest. It's a rare C-rank monster. The news struck them like lightning, freezing them in fear. A rare monster? It's C-rank. Tren Tai Kan's face turned beet red, his jaw dropping in disbelief. This is insane. Why is that thing in an E-rank gate? He was now the most terrified person there. Suddenly, team leader Choi turned around. There's still more. A cloud of red and black smoke condensed into the shape of a monster, stepping closer and closer. The entity gradually took the clear form of a colossal monster, absorbing the residual energy from the monster corpses on the ground to manifest itself. a hobgoblin warrior. It's also a rare C-rank monster. The other 5 huddled tightly together, their faces pale as they prayed to the heavens. We're doomed. Yet team leader Choi remained remarkably calm. Fortunately, we aren't completely out of options. He drew his weapon. As long as we take down the high priest quickly, there's still hope. Hearing this, the others' faces lit up and they broke into smiles. Suddenly, he glanced behind him. Of course, for us to succeed, I need you all to hold off that colossal monster first. The others froze stiff, staring at him. What the hell did he mean? There was no other choice, they had to split up. He left no room for refusal, turning away with a cold voice. Just hold it off for 5 minutes. Suddenly, one of them pointed shakily. Look, team leader Choi. Is there any other way? But he ignored them and activated his skill, Wind Gathering. Quick as lightning, he dashed past the giant monster, aiming for the hobgoblin shaman behind it. The protagonist, standing at the back, was still panicking. Hey, you brat. Naomi had to toss his baggage aside to save his own life first. As the proverb goes, an unlucky man could break his nose falling backward. Sweating profusely, he muttered, who would have thought it'd run into rare monsters when I just came here to earn 300,000 won? And 2 of them at that. Besides, I'm just a porter. Damn it, why do I have to fight 2? What can an F rank like me even do? The others were trembling even more than him, forming a protective circle around Tran Tai Khan. It's coming. They formed up into a formation, the defenders standing at the front with shields. Marksmen in the back, attack with everything you have. Don't hold back your mana. But the moment their shots were fired, the monster easily swatted every single one away. Refusing to give up, Fatty Lamb shouted loudly, keep firing and slow it down. The demon's eyes glowed blood red as it charged forward recklessly. It leaped high into the air, wielding a massive mace, ready to smash the group. Fatty Lamb gasped in sheer terror. Quick, scatter. But before the group could even move, the monster's mace had already smashed right into them. Huge chunks of rock went flying into the hunters, causing them to scream in agonizing pain. The 2 shield bearers barely managed to hold their ground. The fatty turned his head and called out, Boss, Seo Ho and Jung Min, be behind you. The situation was incredibly dire, with crimson blood spraying like rain through the air. The damn monster was preparing to launch yet another attack. Suddenly, Fatty Lamb stepped in front of him and called out, Tai Can. The protagonist jolted in surprise. Huh, what is it? The older man assigned the task. He'll distract it. Could you please get the others to safety? He immediately gripped his spear tightly. Understood. He delegated the task, but didn't dare to harbor much hope. Will he be okay on his own? The monster furrowed its brows, green veins bulging on his forehead as it glared dead at Fatty Lamb. He unleashed every powerful skill he had. Physical enhancement. Shield enhancement. Instantly, his muscles bulged, biceps swelling with power, as his shield glowed with the infused energy. He slammed his shield firmly into the rocky ground. Using the skill Super Tackle, he charged with a thunderous rumble, creating a swirling vortex as he propelled himself and his shield straight toward the monster. Man and monster stood there, locking eyes with each other. Who would have thought? Old Lin still got completely trashed by the monster, dropping to his knees in agonizing pain. Watching from afar, our main guy panicked. No. The sight of the monster's previous rampage flashed before his eyes. He was so terrified he squeezed his eyes shut. Why is this happening to me? At this rate, we're all going to die. Right now, their only hope was Captain Choi. But he was still fighting the mage monster over there. Damn it. It's been over 5 minutes. His teammates were all down, leaving only him. Gripping his weapon, he nervously reassured himself. Watch out! It's just me now. Just as the monster turned its back to finish off Lin, he gripped his spear tightly, aiming for a sneak attack from behind. I have to stop it this time, no matter what. Please. I must. I definitely must land this hit. But before he could even strike, the monster's eyes flared a piercing red as it whipped its head around. Somehow, his spear only managed to scrape its butt. It couldn't even pierce its pants. The atmosphere instantly dropped to absolute zero. Tran Tai Khan's face went dark. He wasn't even sure if he could escape with his life now. He cried inwardly, wishing he could just pass out on the spot. This level of fighting was just too embarrassing. Just as he gave up and let the monster strike, a brilliant light suddenly burst between them. His eyes widened in shock. Huh? The familiar sound of the system rang out. Ding. Synchronization complete. The entire system has been transferred. Empowered by the system, Tran Tai Khan instantly blocked the monster's attack. His modern body gradually began to feel his internal energy core. Burning brighter and brighter, he now possessed the sheer strength of Tran Tai Khan from the game. An overwhelmingly massive power erupted in the blink of an eye. He looked completely confident, his eyes shining brightly. A single sweep of his spear sent the monster's mace flying. It couldn't believe it either. The hunter had suddenly become the prey. Tran Tai Khan's body was engulfed in a fiery, overwhelming aura. Ding. Synchronization complete. The entire system has been transferred. Sensing chi. It was no different from the game now. He could clearly see red text above the monster's head. Level 45 Hobgoblin Warrior. He didn't even have time to care about the damn system. Having this power right now was all that mattered. Alright, so it's come to this, huh? Let's give it everything I've got. Activating his skill, Chen Clan Footwork, he moved like lightning, effortlessly dodging a flurry of the monster's attacks. Triggered and furious that it couldn't land a single hit, the beast roared at the top of its lungs. He even had a teleportation skill.
In a flash, he boldly engaged the monster in close combat, startling it out of its wits. Shen Clan Spearmanship, first form. Venomous dragon rears its head. With that, he thrust his spear straight forward, cleanly severing its mace-wielding arm. That wasn't all. Second form, Black Dragon Hurricane. Third form, fourth form, fifth form. He unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. The monster was now nothing more than a punching bag, left to his mercy as he battered it. Its body was covered in countless bleeding cuts. Finally, unable to even stand, it slid down against the wall. Now practically pissing its pants in fear, it stared at him. Tran Tai Khan looked back at it. It seems I don't even need to use the one-stone technique to deal with you. Saying that, all he had to do was thrust his spear straight through its throat. Suddenly, ding. That sound rang out again. Utterly confused, he thought. A system notification suddenly popped up again. I mean, thanks to it, I managed to kill this thing. But why is this happening? On the other side, Captain Choi had just finished off the mage. He turned around and was shocked to see our main guys soloing the monster. Tran Tai Khan. Trembling all over, he muttered, "You." His face was completely pale, speechless. "Who on earth are you?" As expected, once the hunt ended, the civil servants in charge of gate management were thrown into a frenzy. Although the E-rank hunters, including Hunter Lin, were severely injured, fortunately, no one's life was in danger. According to the law, in such cases, the government would fully compensate for all items consumed within the gate, cover medical expenses, and provide additional compensation. Therefore, combined with the loot obtained during the hunt, the overall haul was quite substantial. After the 4 injured members were loaded into the ambulance, Captain Choi, as the person in charge, was called away by the dispatched civil servants to assist with the investigation, leaving the MC all alone in the car. With a huge grin, he called out, "Status window." He was actually quite surprised. Whoa, it really appeared. But something felt off. Had it changed? The elements influenced by being a person of Murium have completely vanished. But thinking about it, it made sense. Here, he wasn't a scion of a prestigious clan, nor was he some hidden dragon. Opening the quest window, it still displayed Tren Thai Khan's quest from the game. Quest the traitor. You have discovered the traitor. Catch up to the main force, inform them of the traitor's existence, and lead the troops to victory in the war. He felt a sudden pang of anxiety. Does this mean I have to go back to Murium? Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he just realized something. The system can also exist in reality, which means the world of Murium, which already had this system, wasn't just a simple game world. Could it be? Suddenly, team leader Choi's face loomed right outside the window. The MC flinched and screamed. "Ah, damn it. You scared the crap out of me. Holy shit." Popping up out of nowhere like a ghost. That scared the living daylights out of me. He watched him get into the car and awkwardly turned to ask, "So, how did it go?" Leaning back wearily in his seat, he replied, "I've reported the situation. There should be a notice in a few days. An investigator will probably come looking for you too." He instantly felt uncomfortable. Investigators. I don't want to see them again at all. Sweating bullets, he stared at him blankly. About that. The favor I asked you. He turned to him and just gave an Back in the dungeon, he had asked, "Could you keep my situation a secret?" The man had retorted, "Are you telling me to lie?" He really had to think this through carefully, right now, and still not sure if this system can be used continuously in the real world or if it's just temporary. In this situation, letting others know what happened today won't do me any good. Suddenly, the man called out, "Tren Tai Khan." He immediately looked up. He held up the gold watch on his wrist. "Look at this." The MC stared intently at the exquisitely beautiful watch, but he didn't quite get it. 2 o'clock. He started showing off, rambling on endlessly. "This is a product from N Corporation, carved from a solid C-rank magic stone. Since it comes with reinforcement magic, it can be used as a shield in emergencies. What did this have to do with anything?" He didn't understand where this was going. "So what?" He spoke again. "It's past mealtime now. Do you like premium beef?" Of course he did. He was just too broke to afford it. Just like that, his favor was settled. The two immediately went into a barbecue joint, where delicious cuts of meat sizzled on the grill. Team leader Choi finally explained. "I told them that I was the one who killed them. The high priest and the warrior. Both of them." The MC was just busy wolfing down his food. "Ah, thank you. Asking for such a huge favor right after we first met. I was a bit embarrassed to bring it up." Unexpectedly, he asked outright, "Then how about you join our guild?" He almost choked and spat his food everywhere, looking up with wide eyes. "Huh? Me?" Who knows how much time had passed, but all the meat and food on the table were completely gone, leaving only team leader Choi sitting there alone. He recalled how he had begged with his hands clasped together earlier. "I have my own difficulties, so I can't give you an answer right away. I need some time." Well, he didn't force him. Just as he was tilting his head back to take a sip of alcohol, the phone on the table vibrated. Putting on his earpiece, "Yeah, did you find anything?" A voice came from the other end. "I found some things, since you asked after all. But is there something special about this guy named Tren Tai Khan?" He just replied, "I'm curious about that too, which is why I came to you." "So, what are the results?" The person rattled off the info. A very common case. 7 years ago, at age 20, he awakened. His measurement result was F rank.
But records show he graduated top of his class at the hunter training camp. There's more. This part is a little unusual. Upon hearing that, his face instantly darkened and he yelled in shock. What? The mutant gate at Sangdong Station. He was the sole survivor of that incident. The person on the other end was just as startled. When I found this out during the investigation, it scared the crap out of me too.
His face pale, he sat still and listened to the rest. After that, he took a year off, and the management bureau constantly sent investigators to see him. Once he returned to work at the guild, he recklessly charged into gates for a year and a half, only to eventually be fired. That just happened 3 days ago. The reason for his firing? They claimed it was restructuring. But why would a small to medium guild need restructuring? I think it's more likely fallout from that incident. They secretly gauged the management bureau's reaction, and when things seemed clear, they found an excuse to kick him out. From their perspective, it was probably a bit awkward. This wasn't too shocking anymore, but he still wanted to ask, is that all? The person on the other end suggested, that's how I see it. Do you want me to send you the file separately? Team leader Choi was intrigued now. Send it right away, I'm hanging up. The other person hurriedly tried to stop him. Hey. But he just coldly hung up, tapping his fingers on the table as he thought for a moment. Tren Tai-kan, the sole survivor of the mutant gate at Sangdong Station. Furthermore, with his true strength, he has to be at least a C-rank hunter. But the file doesn't reflect that at all. Yet, he's an F rank. He guessed, there are only 2 possibilities. He's either hiding his power or he recently had a second awakening. He has no reason to hide his strength until now, so it can only be his second awakening. Even as he went to pay the bill, he was still thinking, has there ever been a case of a second awakening from F rank to C rank? It was making his head hurt. This isn't a game, so what the hell is going on? Phew, on top of that, when he heard how much the MC had eaten all by himself, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Seriously, it's like he was possessed. How could he eat like a starving ghost? The cashier even asked if he needed to pay in installments. Cut to Tren Tai-kan, his face was flushed red with panic, and he kept muttering, it's gone. It's gone. It's not here anymore. The spot where he left his stuff this morning is now completely empty. My capsule is gone. Which bastard stole my VR capsule? Hoo. Suddenly, a voice from behind startles him. It's me, you little brat. It's that 4-eyed bastard yelling down from the rooftop. It took me 10 years crying while making this decision. Our main guy is so furious he wants to blast him away. Listen to me. Stop messing around. This is a very serious situation. He replies nonchalantly, it really is me, making his blood boil even more as he screams, ah, what the hell? The guy smirks, pointing at his own face. The one who picked up that capsule is me. Talk about incredible luck. The main guy flips his attitude faster than flipping a pancake, his voice going soft and his eyes sparkling. I love you so much, bro. And so, the whole building hears their bickering again. They'll sell you the VR capsule for 100,000 won. What? You're an absolute robber. Ah, fine. Don't buy it then. Finally, after a whole lot of chaos, he manages to bring his precious capsule back home. But for now, he just leaves it in a corner and lies down to think. In his hand is a business card. Team Leader 1, Choi Min-jiu. In this world, literally anything can happen. Bowing his head and groveling everywhere for interviews like a worthless insect feels like just yesterday. Now he's seen as a prodigy, and they even take the initiative to scout him. He recalls what the man said back then. 100 million won. This is just the signing bonus. The rest of the benefits will be equivalent to a C-rank hunter. Do you want to join? Thinking back, he still feels terrified. That was close. That was seriously a dangerous moment. Honestly, just hearing about that pile of money was enough to make him drool. I wanted to sign that contract immediately, stamp it, thumbprint it, and even press a kiss on it. But his biggest fear is, what if the system suddenly disappears tomorrow? The result would be having to spit out all the money he just ate. I've seen through this a long time ago. This society isn't that easy to survive in. He unconsciously clenches his fists. But this power, if I can actually continue to use this system, it's so exhausting. He clutches his head with both hands, the sound of his wildly pounding heart echoing throughout the room. Jumping up abruptly. I seriously can't take this anymore. He throws the door open and rushes straight outside. Running like an absolute madman. For the past 7 years, I've desperately worked my life away. But this F-rank hunter title remains branded on me like a burning scar. I want to shed this immediately. The overwhelming guilt that has been tormenting me for so long. I need to get my hunter rank reevaluated right now. I might as well just go for it, putting thought into immediate action. The next morning at the Hunter Association, an old man with an overly bright face asks in astonishment, D rank? As expected of my son. Now we can finally form a team together. The kid smiles, scratching his head shyly. Oh man, and not an official hunter yet. I still have to go to the training center. The man replies casually, don't worry. Dad has already sorted everything out for you. The kid's face goes blank. Wait, really? Didn't you say the guild was fully booked? The man laughs, reassuring his son. Ha ha ha, Dad has his ways. His face turns incredibly dark, dirty tricks, more like, I finally managed to kick out the lowest level hunter in our guild. He pats his son's shoulder heavily. Anyway, just rest up this week. We'll start working together next week. I'm going out to party today then. Right at that moment, the people around them erupt in chaos. Emergency news from the measurement room. A huge catch just appeared. C rank. The guy overhears and immediately looks over, eager for gossip. Oh ho, a C rank. Should I go put in some work? Let's go. C rank. The other three stand there murmuring. That's impressive. But is it really enough to call them a huge catch? Yeah, but I heard his mana control ability is A rank. Upon hearing this, the guy can no longer hold back. He whips around lightning fast, his jaw dropping. What? The elevator indicator displays the number 3. Suddenly, it starts moving down. A crowd of people tightly surrounds the elevator doors, pointing. He's here. He's here. He's coming down. This bastard stands waiting, grinning from ear to ear. I don't know where this guy suddenly popped out from, but regardless, this is a golden opportunity. He looks left and right. The big guilds always jump in to poach people halfway through. Looks like they aren't here this time. The guildmaster already told me not to worry about money and to recruit him with confidence. I absolutely cannot miss this chance. I'll definitely offer double what anyone else pays. He's ecstatic, already digging the business card out of his pocket. A newly awakened is definitely easy to lure. If I succeed this time, I can probably secure the vice guild master position. As the elevator comes to a halt, he even barks at the people around him. Hey, stop pushing, all of you. The elevator stops, and before the doors can even fully open, this bastard immediately thrusts his business card forward, bowing deeply and shouting at the top of his lungs. Hello, I am team leader Kim Sang-sik from the Sopong Guild. Our Sopong Guild is a prestigious and long-standing guild in Bukyeon. However, an icy voice cuts him off. The Sopong Guild is prestigious. I think this is the first time I've ever heard of it. His entire body stiffens, his mouth still hanging wide open. Realizing something is terribly wrong, he jerks his head up. Huh. Upon seeing the person standing in front of him, he is utterly shell-shocked. His heart almost drops out of his chest as he stammers. Why you? The other person also smirks, chuckling. Hee hee. Long time no see, Kim Sang-sik. The highly sought-after individual is none other than our main character. Name, Kim Sang-sik, former superior at his old job. As one of the only 3D rank hunters in the Sopong Guild, he only cares about saving his own skin inside the gate. A typical scumbag who bullies the weak and fears the strong. As the team leader, he always looks down on F-rank hunters, and especially hates my guts. It was the same 2 years ago during the Mutant Gate incident at Sangdong Station. He pretended to console me to my face, but went around bad-mouthing me behind my back. He's the one who instigated the guildmaster to fire me, and a few days ago he was the one who notified me of my termination. Now seeing him, he's shaking like a leaf, pointing at him. Why you? Why are you there? Never in my wildest dreams did I think it'd have such a satisfying day. I can't help but smirk, right? I wonder why I'm here. He stammers as I shove him to the back. See, could it be? You're the... Many others are swarming to recruit me. Could it be my ass? Back off a bit, will you? You're not the only one here. The whole crowd pushes and shoves, swarming around him with offers, please join our guild. That bastard is left behind, looking like he just ate crap, standing there bitterly watching me leave. I'm ecstatic, unable to stop smiling. It feels like a 10-year constipation has finally been relieved. I'm still thinking, is this the sheer pleasure of taking a dump? Suddenly, a girl runs up to me. Awakener, sir. I'm from the Soul Guild. We can meet any of your demands unconditionally. But I couldn't care less and just walk away. All right, I'm a bit busy right now. I'll contact you all later. Only I know, of course, that's a lie. Tren Thai Kan walks straight to the trash can outside the building and throws away a pile of flyers. Even though starting from C rank makes you a mid-level hunter, they don't have to be this enthusiastic. It seems I really am quite special. However, this is only the beginning. As long as this system exists, I have to keep getting stronger. Suddenly, there's a frantic shout from behind. Tren Thai Kan. Mr. Tren Thai Kan. It's none other than Kim Sang-sik chasing after me. He's panting like a dog. Mr. Tren Thai Kan, wait up. I look at him, feeling utterly disgusted. Just the other day, he was calling me that punk, and now it's Mr. Tren Thai Kan. I ask him bluntly, what do you want from me? He puts on a hypocritical face. If I ever caused you grievances in the past, I sincerely apologize. I'm sorry. So, let's put those unhappy things behind us and just talk business now. I have nothing to say to him. What business? He starts playing his dirty tricks. Mr. Tren Thai Kan, frankly speaking, you probably understand this well. Except for the large guilds, the small and medium ones are all pretty much the same. Without him having to say it, I nod firmly. I know. I also know that if I'm a C-rank hunter, the big guilds will actively seek me out. He keeps clinging to me, refusing to let go. What I mean is, you need to think carefully. They're not so desperate for you that they can't live without you. You should know that C-rank hunters aren't hard to find around here, and the treatment is only average. But we are different. No matter how much others pay you, we will unconditionally pay you more. I've already gotten the guild master's approval on this. I can absolutely guarantee it. Looking at his pale, sweaty face, I instantly know. It seems he's really panicking now. Makes sense. He already has a bad reputation in the guild. The F-rank hunter he arbitrarily fired a few days ago has now had his second awakening and become C-rank. Just thinking about it makes me feel so satisfied. The guild master of Sopong is famous for being hot-tempered. If he finds out about this, he definitely won't let him off. Ha. He keeps blocking my car door. Please think about this positively. Let's not just stand here. Let's find a nice place and have an honest chat. The guild master is on his way too.
I already opened the taxi door, but he keeps trying to stop me, so I have to growl, Kim sang sick. My whole body radiates killing intent. If you want to invite me back, then relay my exact words to the guildmaster without missing a single syllable. He flinches. Huh? Yes, yes. I point my finger straight at his chest. There's a guy at your place who I find incredibly an eyesore. Just kick him out and I might reconsider. Now he knows not even God can save him. His mouth drops open in panic, but unexpectedly he turns his shame into rage, forgets everything, and dares to swing a fist at me. Hey, you little punk, don't push your luck. I've been wanting to punch him for a while but lacked a reason. Now that he's handing me the opportunity on a silver platter, how could I miss it? Tisk.
This is just self-defense, okay? A stream of blood shoots straight up into the air. The taxi door slams shut. I sit comfortably inside, wiping the sweat off my forehead with a sigh of relief. Phew. Feeling completely refreshed. This is perfect. Neatly handled. I tell the driver, to Songna Station, Hope Go Siwan. Who would have thought I caught the wrong car? I had to get back out, only to see that bastard still lying flat on his back next to the tree, knocked out cold by my punch. The scene transitions to a dense forest. Suddenly, a brilliant spatial rift appears. I and Team Leader Choi reappear here, just the two of us. My face pales in fear as I gulp heavily and bite my lip. The time has finally come. A few hours ago. He was sitting on his bed, cultivating his energy. Suddenly, he heard a dinging sound. The system popped up. The drunken state is about to disappear. I take a deep breath. Phew, that feels much better now. Too many unbelievable things happened yesterday, so. It all started with a money transfer text. Peace Guild online bank transfer. So I went on a crazy shopping spree and even treated that glasses-wearing guy to an all-out feast. I got too excited and drank a bit much. I placed my hand on my stomach, sensing it. But why is the incoming chi so little? There's even impure qi mixed in. It's vastly inferior to when I was in Miram. Could it be due to environmental pollution? Right at this moment, the phone beside me vibrates. I look over, startled, my eyes sparkling brightly. It's a text from Team Leader Choi, asking if I have some time. And just like that, the two met. Tren Tai Kang guiltily scratches his face. I'm sorry. I still can't join the guild right away. He took something out of his pocket. Well, that can't be helped. He slid the envelope over to him. This is the second offer. His eyes widened in shock. He pulled out the blank paper inside. Skimming through, it read, temporary contract. Me? You want to hire me as a mercenary? He replied, although the conditions aren't as good as a formal contract, the compensation is equivalent to a B-rank hunter. Moreover, you can decide the contract duration yourself. His eyes glinted sharply, determined not to let him slip away. You're not going to reject this too, are you? The protagonist was a bit flustered. If these are the conditions, but something felt off, so he asked directly. But why would you go to such lengths for me? Team Leader Choi answered nonchalantly, because I believe in myself. I believe in my intuition, and I trust my eye for people. Therefore, I must definitely hold on to you. This answer left him speechless. He smiled and asked, will you sign? He nodded vigorously.
He looked satisfied. Good. Then fill in your desired duration. Our protagonist calculated carefully. 1 week is enough for me to confirm if the system can continue operating. After finishing, he handed the paper back and exchanged pleasantries. I look forward to working with you. That's my line. He chuckled inwardly. I've finally taken my first step as a C-rank hunter. With nothing left to say, he stood up to take his leave. So, is it okay if I start working tomorrow? But he shook his head. No. His eyes widened in confusion. What now? Unexpectedly, Team Leader Choi tapped his gold watch. Starting right now. Now? It was too fast, too sudden, but he wasn't joking. He took him there immediately. This is a D-rank gate. Team Leader Choi went with him, fully armored. It's huge, isn't it? Yes. It's really huge. He explained, this place is only average. For B-rank GATEs and above, you need to hire a guide because they're truly massive.
Luckily, when they transferred the usage rights of this place to me, they also provided a map, so we don't have to worry about getting lost.
He felt relieved. That's great then. Scratching his head, he asked, but what do you mean by transferring rights? The other man, surprised he didn't know, gave a brief but staggering explanation. Exactly what it sounds like. It means this gate is mine. To be precise, I have exclusive ownership of this gate. Let's go this way. Jin Tae-kyung had his mind blown for the first time, completely in disbelief. Exclusive ownership of a gate. In our country, gates are national property. After the Great Cataclysm, magic stones became the core energy source, making a gate no different from an inexhaustible diamond mine. But this goes beyond just being a chaebol. Something like this is his private property. I knew he was a rich young master, but I didn't expect him to be this ridiculously wealthy. He walked ahead. Let's move. The more you looked at him, the more his boundless admiration grew. His aura. Team Leader Choi, just who exactly are you? The two walked for a while before he suddenly stopped. The monsters appearing in this gate are swamp lizardmen. They're of the same tribe, but divided into many packs. We'll encounter a small pack right near the entrance soon. Around 20 of them. Let's quickly wipe them out and move on. He looked at his back, feeling doubtful. Even if he's rich, isn't he underestimating a D-rank gate too much? Swamp lizardmen probably aren't that easy to deal with, even though I've never seen them with my own eyes before. Is it because he's highly confident in his own strength? Just a moment ago, his face had turned pale as he reconfirmed with him. Are we the only two going? He had flatly refused. Then I'm not going. But he still persuaded him. Jin Tae-kyung, I know what you're thinking, but I'll just tell you one thing.
I'm also a second awakened hunter. This was something he didn't know. His jaw dropped as he turned back. Second awakened? From what I know, you're a C rank, aren't you? His eyes were dead serious, not joking at all. C rank was the level measured initially, less than greater than, and the second awakening happened after that. He looked at the aura radiating from his body and stammered, T then you. Right now, he's at least at B rank, maybe even higher. I blindly followed him earlier out of curiosity, but since I'm already here, I should see exactly what level he is to be this confident. Suddenly he added, oh, one more thing. Most swamp lizardmen use harpoons. As soon as team leader Choi finished his sentence, a sharp hook lunged right at his face. Startled, he yelled, what the? He didn't mention it earlier, but now he added, to be safe, you have to be careful of the harpoons flying at you. Accompanied by those hooks, the lizard monsters appeared. Level 40 swamp lizardmen, swarming like an army. He froze in fear. They're here. As soon as they appeared, a rain of hooks followed. Jin Tae-kyung leaned to the side and used his spear to parry them all. The alpha monster charged straight at him, fast as lightning. One of them is planning to take on both of us. He couldn't help but praise it. So brave, daring to charge at us alone? Captain Choi explained, this is a lizardman trait. Reckless and loves head-on confrontations. Now he knew. Aha, I was just thinking, should we step back a bit? Let's not get in its way. But somehow, between the two of them, the monster aimed straight for him. It attacked first right away. Luckily, he reacted in time and delivered a clean counterattack. He had no idea what was happening, what's going on. What's wrong with it? Why is it only targeting me? The other guy stood aside and guessed, it's probably because of your gear. He was confused. Gear? What about my gear? Only now did he notice. Who knows since when, but the system had updated his armor to a lizardman leather armor set. No wonder he got punched. Even he couldn't argue. Damn it, look at this name. If I were a lizardman, it'd be furious too. No one of the javelins are aimed straight at me. At this rate, I'll be the only one constantly getting attacked. No, wait a minute. His brain suddenly clicked and he snapped his head around. You planned this all along, didn't you? He deliberately played dumb. What? You made me wear this as bait while you sit back and reap the rewards. That's your strategy, isn't it? Of course, he wasn't that obvious. He raised a finger and explained, first, less than greater than. You chose that equipment yourself, Tren Tai can. Less than greater than. Second, don't misunderstand, I absolutely won't interfere. You are the bait, less than greater than. And you are also the hunter. He froze, totally dumbfounded. What the hell are you talking about? In other words, you want me to fight alone? Exactly. Are you just going to stand there and watch? He calmly replied, then I won't cross my arms anymore. No, are you kidding me? Hey, behind you. Bring it on. Ah. Busy arguing, he had to snap back to fighting monsters, completely distracted. Furious, Trent Haikan demanded, why did you do that? At least give me a reason. But as he turned around, the guy was nowhere to be seen. Looking up, he saw him sitting casually on a high tree branch, waving his hand. Good luck. Boiling with rage, he cursed inwardly. He really is a madman. It seemed he had no other choice today but to fight this horde. He couldn't keep blocking them forever. Their numbers were multiplying. Veins popped on his face as he gritted his teeth. Speaking of which, are these lizards tired of living? He unleashed a series of lethal moves. Shen Clan spearmanship. First stance. Poisonous dragon emerges. The monster's green blood splattered everywhere. Instantly. Ding! Due to the effects of the Lizardman Hunter's leather suit, damage dealt to monsters increases by 10%. Due to the effects of the Lizardman Butcher's javelin, damage dealt to monsters increases by 20%. All lizardmen in this gate are now hostile towards you. They won't stop until they've had their revenge. He pierced the monster's stomach, killing it on the spot. Ding! You have slain a level 40 swamp lizardman. Finally, he finished them all off without missing a single one. Captain Choi finally walked over. Furious, he pointed his finger and yelled, "What the hell were you doing?" Just as he did, the captain bowed deeply. "I'm sorry. I had to confirm your true strength first. I needed to know how you fight, how many enemies you can handle, and how long we can journey together." He was left speechless, unable to scold him aggressively anymore, and could only ask, "But you shouldn't have hidden in a corner while a horde of monsters was rushing at us like that." He calmly looked at him and replied, "From what I could see, with your strength, you could easily handle them on your own." He looked him up and down, "But I didn't expect you to handle it without a single scratch." Praised, Tren Tai Khan felt an instant rush of satisfaction. Ahem, why didn't you tell me that earlier? If I wasn't this strong, wouldn't a huge disaster have happened? Ouch. Looking at him with a bit of anticipation, so what are the results? But he still said, "It's still uncertain for now." He lost all his excitement. Huh? You mean, was showing off like this still not enough? Suddenly, he saw him pull a bottle from his pocket. Popping the lid, pink smoke puffed out. He was startled. In the blink of an eye, the smoke became incredibly thick.
He gaped, looking up at the smoke. What is this? He explained, this is a pheromone. He didn't understand. Pheromone, perfume. Captain Choi explained, something like that. Anyway, it was extracted from lizardmen. He gasped in sudden realization, looking at the ground, trembling slightly. Then, from afar, an earth-shattering rumbling echoed. His eyes lit up with excitement. This thing is very potent. He realized what the guy was up to. How infuriating. This bastard. He had just finished fighting, and now this guy summoned another whole horde of lizards. Seeing all this and still asking, "Are you all right?" His face darkened. "If I say no, will you help me?" He leapt up to a high branch and bluntly replied, "No." To make matters worse, the boss appeared. Ding. Boss monster, level 52 lizardman great chieftain has appeared. Using the skill Battlefield Roar. Standing nearby, watching his face slowly turn pale, he whispered, "Retreating is also an option."
He was seriously pissing him off. He gritted his teeth so hard they nearly broke. He had it all figured out. Stepping right up under Team Leader Choi's astonished gaze, he said, "No need. I've got a better way." And just like that, he faced the entire horde alone. Open status window. Ding! Character, Jen Dai Kang, level 40. Class, first-rate martial artist. Endurance and stamina, plus 30. Agility, plus 40. His entire body transformed, his strength skyrocketing. He could feel it now. Whoa. Right, this is exactly the feeling. Now he could take on the boss and didn't fear anyone at all. His first move was a single strike. Despite the vast distance, a single thrust of his spear was like firing a cannon. With 100% destructive power, a powerful beam of light blasted straight into the boss. The boss just stared blankly, completely unable to react. In less than 3 seconds, its entire body was pulverized into dust. Team Leader Choi jaw dropped, his eyes wide as saucers. He couldn't comprehend it at all.
How is this possible? He's just a C-rank hunter who experienced his second awakening a few days ago. How is that possible? A one-hit kill. That's terrifying. He recalled everything up to this point. On the day we went to the E-rank gate, I didn't think much of it. But he overpowered and killed a rare monster that would normally require 2 or 3 C-rank hunters to handle. And now, his current strength. Looking at him, not even breaking a sweat, he thought. Calling him just a C-rank hunter? I'm afraid it's not that simple. He had calculated everything. I originally planned to see his limits by hunting privately, but now I'm even more confused. It seems I'll have to take him to a C-rank gate next time. Suddenly, his mind blew up with a thought. Wait, could he possibly be stronger than me? No way. But turning around, he saw him mealing and wailing miserably next to the monster's corpse. No, my monster skin. That thing was expensive. He was utterly speechless. He suddenly felt, how could someone like him be? No, it's absolutely impossible. All right, let's go. The protagonist continued crying endlessly. What is wrong with me? My monster skin. Finally, the two of them headed back. As they removed and stored their armor, the old man standing nearby bowed. You've worked hard, young master. Team Leader Choi replied, Butler Kim, you've worked hard too. Tren Thai Kang stood there, thinking to himself, not a secretary, but a butler. I think I've only ever seen a butler at a church. Suddenly, he looked over at him. Tai Kang, you worked hard today. He took the opportunity to ask, what time should I be here tomorrow? He hadn't even considered that. Tomorrow? Don't tell me you're planning to work on the weekend too. He stared at him wide-eyed. Isn't that obvious?
Team Leader Choi was struck as if by lightning, stumbling backward and trembling all over. Did your previous guild work on weekends too? You have to rest on the weekend. Not resting is a violation of the hunter labor law. Hearing this, he let out a long sigh. Sigh. That's capitalism for you. He was used to it. What small or mid-sized guild strictly follows the labor law anyway? They all pay extra to have us hunt. Plus, since they're afraid of leaving records, they pay in cash, so the hunters are perfectly happy with it. It's not like the gates disappear on the weekends. He reminded him, you're a C-rank hunter now. Is there really a need to keep living so exhaustingly? The protagonist stammered, ah well. What he was actually worried about was, seriously man, isn't it because I'm worried the system could vanish at any moment? I have to grind as much as I can while I still have the chance. But what came out of his mouth was, there's no other reason. I just want to work a bit more while I still have the energy. He slammed the car door shut. Working like that will only burn you out eventually. You need to think about your family too. His reminder brought it back to him. Family? Now that I think about it, I haven't been home in a long time. I only call them occasionally. 2 months. No, including the time in Muram, it's been almost 3 months. Before leaving, he sternly pointed right at him. In short, our guild always complies with the labor law. The same goes for temporary contracts. Don't even think about going to a manpower agency. Get some proper rest this weekend. Otherwise, you'll be in breach of your contract. The protagonist nodded firmly. Yes, I understand. Then again, this team leader Choi, trying so hard to make me rest. It seems his character isn't too bad. He thought that for a second before immediately brushing it off. No, that's wrong. Dragging someone through 3 C-rank gates in a single day, there's no way he has good character. Thinking about all the miserable suffering he had endured alone over the past 4 days made him tremble with anger. Capitalism is still capitalism. They exploit you worse than colonialists. Suddenly, the old butler bowed and called out, "Young master, everything is ready." The protagonist felt incredibly resentful. Giving me the weekend off is just so he can squeeze every ounce of my labor next week. He just doesn't want me wasting my stamina elsewhere. That butler has it rough too, working under such a cruel boss. It's almost 10 p.m. and he still hasn't let the poor guy off work. Tisk tisk. Team leader Choi turned to speak to the old man. "Ah, where's the thing I asked for?" "I brought it right here, sir. Give it to him." The old man promptly presented the briefcase to him. "Please take it, Hunter." He was quite surprised. He tried lifting it. It's heavy. Tren Thai Can stared down at it with wide eyes. Could this be? He continued, "This is your weekly pay." He hugged the briefcase tightly, thrilled beyond words. "I thought we were getting paid on Sunday. How much is this?" He explained as he opened the car door. "I put in a bit more than what was in the contract. There's a breakdown inside, so check it over." And leaving. Overjoyed, he stood there watching the car drive off into the distance. He quickly grew cautious, glancing in all directions. It was real money, not tree leaves. Unable to hold back, he popped the lock right there in broad daylight. He was so curious he just couldn't take it anymore. The moment he looked, the color drained from his face, his eyes flashing with shock. He collapsed right onto the ground. There were too many bills to count. Just how much is this? As he was about to count 1, 2, he suddenly remembered. Ah, right, the breakdown. He looked at it over and over, hardly daring to believe it. The breakdown says 30 million, so why is it like this? No matter how I look at it, there's way more than the number written here. But when he looked at the statement, total, 30 million. Bonus, 270 million won. His face turned to ashes. Wow. So this is what he meant by a little bit more than the contract. His attitude pulled a complete 180, looking ready to hug the man's legs. "Ah, Boss Choi, I pledge my entire life to your guild." That very night, he went straight to apartment 1201. He typed in the familiar passcode and opened the door to step inside. The lights were already on. His mother and sister were standing right there, and his mom beamed as she called out to him, "Son." He tilted his head and laughed. "Mom, I'm home." It was such a happy day. He had brought a massive pile of money for his mom and sister. He even took the chance to show off his C-rank national hunter license. His little sister's eyes sparkled like stars. She immediately dragged her mom and brother out to buy a mountain of stuff. The 3 of them even dined at a fancy restaurant. It had been so long since he saw his mother this happy. They chatted cheerfully until late into the night. He couldn't even remember when he got home and went to bed. He only snapped his eyes open when he heard someone repeatedly calling out, "Oppa!" He was drenched in sweat, his face pale with confusion. Ding! The system notified. Sleep mode ended. His sister stood by the bed, wide-eyed, and asked, "Did you have a nightmare? Why did you keep screaming in your sleep?" He sat up in a daze, soaked in sweat. A nightmare? Ah, so it was a dream. But he couldn't remember it. Wait, what exactly did I dream about? Ugh, I can't remember. But what the hell is wrong with my body? Everything aches like crazy. Normally, the system automatically regulates my physical condition while I sleep. My head is splitting. This is the first time this has happened. The kid looked at his miserable state, crossed her arms, and asked, "Has something bad happened recently?" Immediately denied it. "Huh? Nothing at all." She furrowed her brows, glaring as she reminded him, "If something is wrong, just tell us. Don't carry it all by yourself. Mom will worry." "Yes, ma'am." The little girl burst out laughing. "I'm not joking. Ha." His eyes lit up as he bragged, "Let me tell you, the rest of my life is going to be nothing but good news. What could I possibly be worried about? Oh wait, there is one thing. Like, how am I going to spend all this money in the future? I'm really fine. Just focus on your studies." The kid crossed her arms and let out a long sigh, clearly thinking he was just showing off. He immediately argued back, "How is this showing off? Do I need to show you my wallet again?" Suddenly, she turned away, bragging as well. "My grades are already great, so you don't need to worry." These 2 siblings were exactly alike. Suddenly, she stopped. "Oh, right, Oppa, now that I think about it. Who is Tranvi Khan?" The moment that name slipped out, his face instantly turned pale with horror. They locked eyes, and he was so shocked he thought he'd misheard her. Huh? The next day, he went monster hunting as scheduled. But this time, a monster actually struck him, drawing blood. Furious and unwilling to let it slide, he killed it with a single strike. Ding! You have defeated the level 55 Lizard Man Chieftain. Team leader Choi just stood in the back, watching. He waited until the battle was over before stepping forward. 3 times. Confused, he turned around. Huh? Choi clarified. That's the number of times you've been injured today. He looked down at the bleeding wound on his arm. It's fine. It's just a scratch. A low-grade potion will fix it. But Choi disagreed. No, it is a problem. Inside the same gate, dealing with the exact same type of monsters, you weren't injured even once last time. There's only one explanation for this. His sharp gaze seemed to pierce right through him, asking a question that left him completely stunned. Trantai Khan, is something wrong? 3 days later, he was still out hunting monsters.
He still won, but his body was covered in injuries. Team leader Choi stared at him and let out a long sigh. He flatly stated, "This isn't working. They'll contact you later. You can clock out for today." He didn't argue at all and just took the bus home. Everything had been spinning out of control since that day. No matter how much he thought about it, it still felt like a dream. How did this happen? The system didn't disappear, and I have over 2 billion won in my account. As a C-rank hunter, everything should be smooth sailing from now on. He remembered his sister asking that day, "Who is Tran V. Khan?" He had been completely shocked and stammered. Where? Where did you hear that name?" The kid's eyes widened in surprise. "From you, duh. You kept calling out that name in your sleep earlier." She continued without pausing. "Why? Who is he? It seems like you two are pretty close if he's showing up in your dreams. His name even sounds a bit like yours." Tran Tai Khan had no idea what to do now. It all started then. Ever since that day, I've had nightmares every single night. No matter how much I circulate my internal energy to regulate my body, I just can't focus. Why on earth would I suddenly dream about Tran V. Khan? I even doubt myself now. Should I go see a psychiatrist? I'm back at the Hope boarding house, opening the door to my room. The room is pitch black. While I was feeling down and gloomy, I suddenly got a scare. In my room, that glasses-wearing guy is holding screwdrivers and tinkering with the gaming pod. When he sees me, he tries to act calm. "Oh, you're back? You're home early today?" My dark gaze lands on the screwdriver in his hand. This bastard broke into my room and is messing with the pod. Unforgivable. Without saying a word, I leap forward and deliver a shadowless kick right to his brazen face. He scrambles in fear and explains, "What are you doing? Are you crazy?" Hey, I just got in, I haven't even done anything yet." Furious, I point at him and yell, "I told you not to enter my room without permission. Get out now." Pinned to the floor, he stubbornly argues back. "Look, this anti-pod doesn't even turn on anymore. Why are you so worked up? Didn't you throw it away before?" I quickly check the pod. That was before. "Anyway, don't ever touch it again, got it? If you touch it again, I'll kill you." He clicks his tongue and sighs. Good grief. Pointing straight at me, his face red as a baboon's butt, he says, "Lately, you've been groaning every night, making everyone in the complex upset. I had a hard time smoothing things over for you. How can you treat me like this?" Livid, I snap. "What does that have to do with anything? Get out." But his next words shock me even more. Also, this person named Tran V. Khan. Just who exactly is Tran V. Khan? With a wicked grin, he leans in close. "Who is it, huh? Could it be a girl? Huh? You just flinched, didn't you? Made some money recently and started dating, huh? Is she pretty?" My voice echoes throughout the boarding house. "Get out, now." I really don't understand what's going on. The scene from the game right now is at the point where both sides have deployed their troops. Red and blue factions, both sides are tense as a bowstring. The scene flickers in and out like a TV with static. In my dream, the two sides begin to clash. The war has begun. On a nearby high mountain, a few figures stand looking down. Among them is Tran V. Khan. And there's even the old great elder standing right behind him. The old man's face is exceptionally dark and wicked. I jolt awake, eyes wide, and scream in terror. Oh no, not again. It's a dream. It's getting clearer every time. I'm plunged into fear every single time, utterly helpless, even though I tried to forget it. Drenched in sweat, I yell, I don't want to know. So what if Miram is another alternate reality? There are 2,000 martial artists brawling over there. What good would it do if I went? There are definitely strong people like True Cow, no, monsters even more terrifying than him. Forcing me to go is just walking into my own death, right? I was only in Miram for about a month. This world is where I need to keep living. Besides, the old Tran Tai Khan was useless anyway. I've made up my mind. The Great Elder is rebelling, and Havu Chan has already delivered the news. Let the people of Miram handle the rest. But my mind keeps recalling them, as vivid as real people. Captain. Benefactor. The young master deeply trusts the third young master, especially Tran V. Khan's affection. Youngest brother, you must survive. The more I think about it, the more uneasy I feel. Damn it. Right at this moment, my phone vibrates wildly. It's the phone alarm. It's almost 8 a.m. Inside a high-rise building in the city center, a man sits there, flipping through some documents. It's Captain Choi, and standing next to him is the old butler. After reviewing everything, he tosses the file onto the desk. Tran Tai Khan. Butler, what do you think? The old man smiles and replies, no issues at all. He is not an illegal awakener, nor does he have any motive to approach you. Still skeptical, Choi asks, so all of this is just a coincidence? Butler. Do you know the rate of a second awakening? The old man looks at him. As far as I know, it's around 1%, meaning 1 in 100. Furthermore, it's 1% among hunters, and you know the odds of an ordinary person becoming a hunter are already incredibly low. So tell me, what are the odds of an F-rank hunter jumping straight to C-rank through a second awakening? What about the possibility of a C-rank hunter soloing a gate of the same rank? Going at it alone should be impossible. It would take at least a newly awakened B-rank hunter. But Tran Tai Khan actually did it. Captain Choi lists off a bunch, 5 D-rank gates, 15 C-rank gates, a total of 20 hunts. I just stood by and watched. I didn't even need to lift a finger. Should I investigate further, sir? He shakes his head. No need. There's no reason to invite trouble. I plan to keep him close and observe him for a while longer.
The old man narrows his eyes, so in the end you still plan to recruit him into the guild. He nods, of course. If there's an issue, well, investigate. If not, even if I have to personally lower myself to invite him, I will make him one of my people. At this exact moment, the protagonist is also walking into the large building. A 500 million won signing bonus, a monthly salary of 50 million won, and a 70% profit share. The MC read the contract, his jaw dropping wide open. 4 basic insurances covered, plus a 40 square meter apartment and a car. Good heavens, these conditions are even better than last time. At this rate, it's like having everything in the palm of my hand. A sky-high salary and upper-class status. I can become a son and a brother to be proud of, and give my family a blessed life. No longer looked down upon, but becoming someone everyone envies and desires. This is the life I've dreamed of for 7 years as a hunter, and now, finally. Team leader Choi's voice snapped him out of it. Mr. Trentai Khan, that matter you mentioned before, is it resolved now? Faced with these numbers, how could he refuse? Ah, yes, it's pretty much settled. He looked at him. So there shouldn't be any issues now, right? Trentai Khan had no choice but to smile brightly. Yes, that's right. But the team leader could tell it wasn't true at a glance, just staring at him intently. He grabbed the pen. Then I'll sign it. He quickly pulled out the pen. I have to sign it quickly before he changes his mind. He kept scribbling away while the team leader simply took a sip of coffee, watching him. The paperwork flew by at lightning speed. Just this last page and it's done. He knew very well as soon as I sign this, I'll have a prosperous life. Farewell to this pathetic life. The pen was just about to touch the paper. As he wrote his name, he thought, goodbye to that damn Muram world too. And goodbye to this fountain pen as well. But somehow, perhaps due to using too much strength, the pen shattered into pieces. Ink splattered everywhere, soaking the contract. A terrifying silence fell over the room. Team leader Choi was forced to speak up. Mr. Trentai Khan, I will ask you one more time. His face darkened. That matter from before, is it truly resolved? Since things had come to this, he dropped the broken pen. Not yet. He offered on his own accord, if there's anything I can do to help. But how could he possibly help? I appreciate your kindness. He could only wipe the ink off his face and smile. But I have to resolve this myself. He leaned in, about to say more. But in the end, he just sighed helplessly. Phew, I didn't expect signing a contract to be this difficult. What else could he offer? Getting a headache, he tilted his head back and lamented. To think I'd be rejected 3 times. Haha. So, when would be a good time for my 4th attempt? The MC replied, tomorrow, at this time, right here. He was a little startled. Tomorrow? Trentai Khan affirmed resolutely, just one day. He was very annoyed, glaring as he warned, I don't like that kind of joke. The MC glared back just as intensely, and not joking. You have no idea just how long one single day can be. Tomorrow, be there or be square. Saying that, he stood up immediately, making a resolution in his heart. I will definitely survive and return. Suddenly, he paused. Also, he raised an eyebrow. What is it? He confidently pointed at his own chest. By tomorrow, you might need to offer me even better conditions. Having said that, he left immediately, ignoring the bewildered team leader. It's time to return to that place. The scene transitioned back to the game entirely blanketed in white snow. In the forest, several figures were sprinting as if they were flying. Everyone was pushing themselves to run as fast as possible. Havu Chen was even carrying the MC on his back. His face was pale, his body drenched in sweat. He gritted his teeth. This is driving me crazy. Everything happened too fast and was too dangerous. The Han Sun sect has declared war. Assassins are disguising themselves as members of small and medium sects, and they'll attack Jinju in 3 days. And then there's the Great Elder's treason. This alone is enough of a headache. On top of that, looking up at Trentai Khan lying on his back, it truly felt like when it rains, it pours. Why did this guy suddenly faint again? Phew, clearly he's not dead yet. What terrible luck. Plus, my old wounds have been acting up all this time. It would take at least half a month of rest to recover. This battle concerns the survival of our clan, so how can I be absent? His chest throbbed with pain and he finally regretted it. If I had known, I would have listened to the doctor instead of acting tough. I must quickly inform the main army about the Great Elder's treason. But this body, he was running out of breath. His entire body sagged, his vision blurring. I can't hold on anymore. Suddenly, he saw a glowing golden vision of the Bodhisattva Guanyin. Child, you have worked hard. You may rest now. He stopped dead in his tracks in utter shock. Ah, Bodhisattva Guanyin. His eyes drooped. That's right, I've tried my best. The team leader always faints at the most crucial moments. His entire body trembled, unable to lift his legs. None of these team members care whether I live or die, nor did they even offer to help carry him. Damn it, whatever. Let's just stop here for a moment. Suddenly, a cool breath brushed against his ear. He spun around in sheer terror, tears falling. Team leader. Trentai Khan was truly back. He even teased him, smiling and singing. Sweet candy in your ear, hee. Elsewhere, the battle was reaching its climax. Many members of the Chen clan were slaughtered. This bald man was viciously massacring everyone in sight. The deafening clash of weapons filled the air and corpses littered the ground. The endless fighting continued. A few people stood on the cliff looking down. That's right, this is the place. 8 Heaven's Gorge.
Decades ago, during the Great War between the Orthodox and demonic factions, countless people also died for the word righteousness in this narrow gorge. The great elder stroked his long white beard. Ha! I was young back then. What's the point of being a righteous warrior? When you die, you just become a ghost.
Young master, how do you see the current situation? Tran V. Can looked down and replied, in terms of troops and terrain, we should have the advantage. But the old man had already seen the slaughter grinding his teeth. However, our army's casualties are also constantly increasing. The old man now turned to a reproachful tone. As a leader, you must know clearly when to step forward. As the war drags on, the enemy will only grow more anxious, so you absolutely must not act rashly. His older brother nodded, I know. Before the leaders of the Hohenzollern Sword sect make their move, it'll conserve my strength. He looked up at the sky again. It's just a pity about the fire attack we prepared in advance. I can only resent the heavens for not granting our wishes.
The great elder standing behind him secretly evaluated him. His martial arts are formidable, and he has quite a bit of prestige in the sect. Most importantly, this young man has the dignity and judgment needed of a leader. Tran V. Khan was originally a promising talent capable of revitalizing the clan. It's a pity, a real pity. Since things have come to this, what's there to regret? The old man shamelessly spat out, indeed, the heavens don't grant our wishes. On the other side, the group was in an uproar. Team leader, you're awake. Oh, are you okay? You didn't die after all? Team leader, what's going on? The protagonist smiled brightly and waved at them as if he hadn't fainted at all. Long time no see, are you guys doing well? The three of them dropped their jaws. Long time no see. Huh? Did your brain get damaged from the injury? He could only chuckle wryly. Haha, I knew you'd react like this.
They were still whispering to each other. He was saying weird things just now. What ear candy? What candy? Chantai Khan stopped them. Ahem. Let's stop the greetings here. How long have I been unconscious? Havu Chan, looking pale and exhausted, barely able to stand, replied, not even 2 hours yet. It's been over an hour. Ouch. Am dying. He guessed. Probably around an hour and a half. He started calculating a bit. 1 month in Murim equals 3 hours in the real world. This time I've been in the real world for about 2 weeks. The system provides exclusive protection for players. After registration, the device will permanently belong to the user until they pass away. The time ratio is set to ensure the length of the gaming experience. After logging in, real time will pass very slowly. The opposite is also true. Then the time probably matches. He asked them, so, am I still breathing? The group was confused. What's suddenly wrong with you? He irritably put his hands on his hips and shouted, we don't have time, answer me quickly. The guy was even more shocked. If you weren't breathing, wouldn't you be dead? How could you wake up? The more he thought about it, the more his face darkened with fear. It seems that after logging in or logging out, the body on the other side will be in a state of suspended animation. Luckily, I logged out after dealing with those assassins. Otherwise, I almost couldn't come back. He asked again, where is the main force? One of them explained, we are on our way to catch up with the main force. It'll take at least 2 hours to catch up. 2 hours? Before he could say anything else, another person spoke up. Team leader, forgive me for speaking out of turn. I think you should still prepare for the worst-case scenario.
His words reminded him, the worst-case scenario. That means Tran V. Khan kicking the bucket. According to what Quach Kwan said before he died, the Sundao sect was established from the very beginning according to the Lord's will. A grand 30-year plan, you definitely wouldn't have imagined it even in your dreams. This rebellion was completely planned by them from start to finish. But there was still hope. But there's a flaw in their plan. The protagonist knew, that is me, I am still alive. Furthermore, when Quach Kwan first revealed his true colors, he even said such things. Even if I subtract the time spent interrogating Quach Kwan, regardless, he had to be optimistic. It's still not too late. So don't even think about any worst-case scenario. He placed a hand on his chest and declared, because no matter what, I will change the ending. The three of them were moved to tears. Team leader. He looked at him gently. So, Vu Chan. He also looked at him with teary eyes of concern. Yes, team leader. Suddenly his expression changed, shouting and startling him. Get up immediately. He panted helplessly like a dog. I'm so exhausted I could die here. This was no time to rest. He clenched his fist and threatened him. You want me to beat you to death? And so the group hit the road while bickering. Boo-hoo, we have to reach the main army's camp within an hour. I told you, it'll take at least 2 hours at the fastest. That is why I said an hour. Huh? How? How is that possible? Just put your head down and run, that's how. Ouch, what are you guys doing? On the other side, the battle was still raging. The Tran clan's men charged forward, shouting and cursing the enemy. A bunch of rabble. Wipe them all out. This team was strong. The enemies who rushed forward were all decapitated. The enemies in the back immediately retreated in fear. If this continues, we'll just be throwing our lives away for nothing. A loudmouth roared, Brothers of the Blood Brotherhood, retreat completely. As soon as he finished speaking, his head was sliced clean off. The others looked on in panic, standing rooted to the spot, not daring to utter another word. An orange-haired man with veins popping on his face walked over and asked, "Are you from the Blood Brotherhood?" The entire group shuddered in fear. The old man pointed his sword straight at them and cursed, "If you don't want to witness a real bloodbath, then get the hell out of here." Panicking, the group scrambled to run away. "Move, get out of the way." The old man's face darkened like the bottom of a pot, glaring furiously. "Are the vagabonds and bandits leading the vanguard really this weak? Look at them. What a bunch of useless trash." He felt it. I was too impatient. The pain of losing my son, combined with my thirst for revenge, clouded my judgment. I ignored the warnings of my subordinates and blindly took a shortcut, only to trap myself in this narrow ravine. Furious, he gripped his sword tightly, his murderous intent skyrocketing to the heavens. Every step he took crushed the earth and shattered the rocks beneath his feet. The second in command shouted, "The sect leader is leading the charge. All members, attack." The entire army roared in unison, "Annihilate the Jinju Chen clan." Snow filled the sky. Suddenly, the great elder narrowed his eyes and looked down. Several people were locked in an incredibly intense battle, especially those highly experienced elders. The red-haired man on the other side roared, "Wipe out every last one of these wicked Chen clan scumbags from Jinju." Tren V. Khan spoke up, "It's time." The old man immediately nodded in agreement. "I think so too." In his mind, the old man secretly calculated it would be best if he showed up after both sides had nearly exhausted themselves. It doesn't matter, they will make a move anyway. Quick to claim his target, he said, "Leave Lai Thean Baksh to me." The eldest brother immediately agreed, "Do as you wish." Blood Pouch Sword. Lai Thean Baksh is a supreme master who founded the Huan Sun sect and achieved his current status with just a single sword. I always hoped for a chance to duel him, but now is not the time for such thoughts. He turned to his loyal aide, Nok Bin. "You and I will handle the rest." He immediately bowed and offered his sword. "Yes, my lord." Tren V. Khan gripped his massive sword tightly, fully prepared. However, he stared intently at the sword in his hand, not in any rush. This sword was left behind by their father, who instructed, "I plan to travel the Central Plains. During that time, I entrust this to you." Thinking about it made his face darken with anger. As the clan head, you just left a single sword and vanished. What do you mean traveling the Central Plains? You've played around your whole life. The second brother, thousands of miles away, has probably only just received the letter. The Jinju Chen clan now relies solely on me to protect it. We will absolutely win. He forcefully drew his sword from its sheath, looked at his comrades, and shouted, "Annihilate them all, leave no survivors." On the other side, Lai Thean Bak was also slaughtering wildly. He had single-handedly killed countless disciples of the Chen clan. He had almost lost all his humanity, acting like a starving tiger eager to pounce on its prey. His primary target was the opposing clan head, Tren V. Khan. The moment he saw the man, his heart boiled with rage and murderous intent blazed fiercely on his sword. "You've finally shown yourself. I will absolutely kill you." Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind him. "Oh, Sword Aura." He was startled, having completely failed to detect anyone's presence beforehand. Panicking, he turned his head to look back. How is this possible? Whoever it was, he decided to swing his sword and kill them first. His sword sliced through the air, hitting absolutely nothing but empty space. The great elder was standing behind him, but at a distance where his strike couldn't possibly connect. When he finally got a good look, he realized, the Huayang sword. The old man nodded in response. "It's been a long time since I've heard that title. You must be the Blood Pouch Sword." Lai Thean Baksh glared stiffly at the old man and said, "You came at just the right time." Inwardly, he was slightly intimidated. Although seeing Tren V. Khan excited me, I didn't expect this old man to be able to appear behind me without me even noticing. He truly is a master, just as the rumors say. Becoming the #1 sword of Western Sichuan before leveling the Jinju Chen clan isn't a bad idea. The old man bluntly retorted right to his face, "With your strength, I'm afraid that'll be difficult." The two exchanged arrogant words. Whether I'm strong or weak, we won't know until we try, right? However, the older the ginger, the spicier it gets. How could he possibly defeat the old man? Only the weak say such things, because they don't realize that even if they try, the outcome won't change. Li Tianbak conceded, "What a venomous tongue." The old man swung his glowing red sword. "My tongue isn't the only venomous thing I possess." The two sides glared at each other in defiance. "You make the first move." He didn't waste any more words and immediately swung his sword, delivering a direct downward slash at close range. This battle seemed extremely tense. Both men were master swordsmen, but after exchanging a few blows, it was clear the great elder was vastly superior. The old man moved with blinding speed, flickering in and out of sight. By the time he noticed, it was too late. "He's behind you." He barely managed to keep his pathetic life, but his arm was slashed by the old man, trembling violently. It hurt so much. The old man didn't stop, unleashing a flurry of slashes. Faster. The two exchanged blows back and forth, the tension as tight as a bowstring, while the others stood frozen, watching the spectacle. However, their killing intent was so overwhelming that the bystanders nearby were affected, risking death at any moment without even realizing it. They hurriedly fled from the battlefield, screaming loudly, "Move! Get out of the way. Stay away, or you'll be dragged into it." This is a clash between peerless masters. Very quickly, Lithian Back's arm was slashed by the old man, blood splattering everywhere.
He stared at his trembling arm, seething with anger. Ugh, he keeps targeting my sword arm and injuring it. What's worse, before he could even switch his grip on his sword, the old man charged at him again. Lithian Back hastily raised his sword to block it, but he still took the critical blow head-on. This time, his arm wasn't just bloodied, it snapped clean off. The great elder even chuckled aloud. Ha ha. Seizing the upper hand, he swung his sword, delivering over a dozen lightning-fast slashes. Lithian Back's entire body was slashed open in multiple places. Even vital spots like his shoulders and chest were deeply cut. He was definitely going to lose this time. Deathly pale and spurting blood from his mouth, he was still way too green in front of the great elder. The people fighting nearby paused and turned to watch the spectacle unfold. A shout echoed through the sky, the Huan Sun's sword sect. The sect leader has fallen. Sect leader. The great elder has won. Lithian Back's entire body trembled. Breathless, he still forced himself to ask, "Speak. What do you want?" The old man didn't quite grasp his meaning. Placing a hand on his chest, his face darker than the night, he gave in first. "I can offer you the head on my neck. Then I'll have my subordinates surrender and seal off the sect for 10 years, even 100 years. I only beg you not to hunt us down to the last man. Spare the Han Sun's sword sect." But before he could even finish, the old man cut him off instantly. Impossible. The great elder was utterly ruthless. Without a trace of emotion in his eyes, he declared, "What I want is extermination. Pulling up the weeds by the roots, a complete annihilation." The other man roared in frustration. Why? The old man replied coldly, "Don't ask such questions. If you were the victor today, the ones facing a tragic extermination would be us." Lithian Back couldn't swallow his anger and bellowed back, "The Jinju Chen clan. Weren't you the ones who started all this in the first place? My son was so young, yet you had the heart to kill him." The old man stroked his long beard, acting as if he just remembered. "Ah, Li Tio Quen. Yes, that child was the source of it all." But then he added a highly meaningful remark. "When you meet the King of Hell, make sure to ask him carefully, who exactly killed him?" As soon as he said that, Lithian Back immediately connected the dots and understood. "What do you mean by that?" But the old man couldn't care less. He raised the sword in his hand high, ready to strike down. With this, the battle is over. While everyone was still immersed in the joy of victory, a new battle was about to begin. Lithian Back squeezed his eyes shut, pissing his pants in fear, awaiting death to descend. But nope, clatter, clink. The sound of a weapon falling echoed, yet his head was still on his neck. Someone had blocked the old man's sword. He glared furiously and shouted, "Who is it?" A silhouette could be faintly seen from afar. It was him. Trenthai Can, our main character, had arrived just in time. He glared defiantly at the old man. "It's me, you rotten old geezer." The old man looked at him as if seeing a ghost. Trenthai Can? How is he still alive? He took a deep breath, filling his lungs, and yelled for everyone to hear. "The great elder is the traitor." The old man certainly didn't expect him to be so direct. The Chen clan soldiers stopped fighting and looked around in bewilderment. Isn't that the third young master? A traitor? The great elder? What is he talking about? What's going on? He's not drunk, is he? It seems the third young master's old illness has flared up again. A fat guy stepped up, blaring and cursing. That lunatic. Do you even know who the great elder is? Even Nakbin felt has completely lost his mind. But there was one person who believed it. The great elder betrayed us. It was Trenvi Can. He couldn't quite understand it. No matter how immature my youngest brother is, he would never travel all the way from the rear to the front line just to make a joke like that. Thinking about it, this war has been very strange right from the start. Now he started using his brain. Lai Tio Quan was still perfectly healthy when he returned, yet there was suddenly news of him being poisoned. The news spread abnormally fast. Moreover, no one cared about who the real culprit was. The great elder, who had always been in seclusion, also appeared at that exact moment. Even though I always thought we smoothly reached this point thanks to his active coordination. But what if things turning out this way today was all exactly what the great elder wanted? He hastily called for his trusted aide, Nakbin. The man clasped his hands and immediately turned to him. "Please speak, my lord." He simply issued the order, "Kill the great elder." He trusted his younger brother implicitly and trusted his own mind too, but the other didn't understand. "What? Young master, are you crazy?" Not crazy at all, but incredibly clear-headed. He gave the command again seriously, "Go all out." Nakbin dropped his doubts instantly. With absolute obedience, he nodded firmly without another word. But a bald old man ran out from nowhere to stop him. "Yeah, young master, are you insane?" Nakbin didn't say much. He pointed the sharp tip of his sword straight at him. He attacked as fast as lightning, but the old man beside him also immediately stepped in to protect the bald man. These three were on the same side. Awesome. Every single one of their swords blazed intensely with crimson spiritual energy. Nakbin smirked provocatively. "You've been hiding your martial arts." The infuriated old man fires a palm strike. His power is overwhelming, forcing him to hastily jump back. The others are completely clueless. First Elder, what in the world is going on? Could it be? Now they decide to lay their cards on the table. Although the schedule was pushed up, there's no other way. Tren V Can hastily orders, "Stop him."
But the first elder is prepared and replies smugly, "It's too late." A red flare shoots straight up into the sky. It explodes into fireworks. The loyal soldiers are confused. Huh? What is that? However, the traitors know exactly what it means, immediately turning to slaughter the Chen clan's soldiers. Massacring each other while wearing the same uniform, the Chen clan members are caught completely off guard. How is this possible? Why? Only now do they tear off their blue robes to reveal the black clothes underneath. They despicably tell each other, "No need to distinguish friend from foe anymore. Just kill anyone you see." That's right. Hee. Everything is finally exposed as enemies charge in from all sides. The Kum Kui sect and Sun Dao sect, and even the Bitch Dao sect. Tren V Kang freezes, watching his clan members being slaughtered like pigs. It's obvious this was planned long ago. Yet he had no idea. The Great Elder's voice rings out. According to the original plan, this was supposed to start after the Huan Sun Sword sect was wiped out. This is too fast. Everything has its own pace. Li Thian-bak finally understands. So it was you all along. Trembling on the verge of death, he struggles to stand. I will tear you into pieces. The old man glares at him. Seems you still have the strength to talk, huh? Li Thian-bak's face is beet red. If I can't survive. Even as a ghost, I won't let you off. But mid-sentence, the old man strikes his pressure points a few times. He completely collapses flat on his face. But at least the old man hasn't killed him yet. Now is not the time. Look, you still have unfinished business. Right at that moment, a scream rings out from behind. You stinking old man. Take your hands off him right now. It's Tren Thai Can rushing in like a moth to a flame, ignoring Ha Vu Chen yelling from behind. Team leader, please slow down. Tren Thai Can ignores him. All he knows is that he must run as fast as possible, the faster the better. He has no idea what's happening over there, his mind a complete mess. Damn it. The distance is too far, I can't see clearly. The figure kneeling before the Great Elder looks familiar, but that muscular build, and he's holding a sword. It's Tren V Can. He can't believe it. He was defeated that quickly. Is the Great Elder really that strong? What do I do? Can I even save him? It seems the MC mistook Li Thian-bak for his older brother, consumed by anxiety. He draws his spear before even arriving, preparing to fight. Whatever. My strength is growing in both reality and Miram anyway. I won't go down easily. The MC screams at the top of his lungs. You stinking old man. Don't touch my brother. His massive spear tears through space, flying straight ahead. Sensing something unusual, the old man immediately glares over, gripping his sword tightly to counterattack. But with one direct slash, he effortlessly cleaves the MC's spear in half. Too fast, too dangerous. Tren Thai Can freezes in shock, while his three subordinates turn pale with fright. He hits the brakes immediately. If he keeps running, the old man might cleave him in half too. Genuinely panicking, he realizes this old man is terrifyingly powerful. He hadn't expected this at all. This is a bit. Mana crystals can normally only be used by A-rank hunters at minimum. Mana and internal energy are just different names. When it comes to chi, they are the same. He falls back onto his butt right on the spot. The others are sweating bullets, utterly terrified, each throwing a comment at him. Team leader, that looked like sword chi just now. Are you sure the Great Elder betrayed us? Or should we try negotiating with him? Even he doesn't know what to do, drenched in sweat. Oh God, we're screwed. But after thinking it through, run away? No. If I were going to do that, I wouldn't have come back in the first place. It's too late for regrets. There is only one path left. Well, in for a penny, in for a pound. He bends down to pick up his spear. Everyone, wait here. The others are in disbelief. Huh? You're going to face him alone. Are you crazy? Let us go with you. Ha Vu Chun adds, with cannon fodder like us, wouldn't you have a slightly better chance of winning? He's speechless. He never considered them cannon fodder. What? But he has to stay optimistic regardless. The MC winks with a reassuring smile. Haha, I'm not going to throw my life away. I'm just going to test the waters and come back. Just wait here. On this brutal battlefield, where others are fighting to the death, how could he just stop? Standing face to face, locked in a glaring match with the old man, who doesn't attack first, waiting to see his tricks. Tren Thai Can calculates carefully. During the fight, I must try to utilize the spear's length to keep my distance. There's still hope. The old man frowns silently, murderous intent swirling around him. By tacit agreement, both step forward. It's definitely going down now. The MC swings his spear forcefully with a shout. Ah! Right on cue, the system chimes in. Using title effect, the winner. Endurance temporarily increased. Agility temporarily increased. Stamina temporarily increased. However, as his strike falls, the old man easily dodges it without even moving from his spot, effortlessly raising his sword to block. A hint of disdain flashes in the old man's eyes. Not bad, but how is this anywhere near enough? The MC flinches in shock. Before he could even retaliate, the old man tilted his sword and completely sliced the tip of his spear off. And that wasn't all. The old geezer countered with lightning speed. He was startled, but thankfully managed to dodge by jumping to the side. The spear in his hands was broken into multiple pieces in a matter of seconds. It was unbelievable.
Every weapon he pulled out was completely destroyed by the old man. Out of frustration, he just threw the broken wooden pieces right at him. Turns out it was his smokescreen. He threw 2 pieces of wood in one direction while circling past the old man to run the other way. But the old man's Hoa Duong sword title wasn't just for show. He glared over, instantly catching on. You think you can run away? Hell no, of course not. He just wanted to check if his older brother was still alive, yet he still found time to bicker with the old man. Run away? Are you kidding me? Hearing that, the old man flew into a rage and roared, "You little brat." Our protagonist hurriedly tossed Lai Thian-bok aside. The others grabbed their swords and swarmed around, shouting, "Protect the squad leader. Gather everyone nearby. Protect the third young master." Ha Chan-vu poked his head in and asked, "Squad leader, are you all right?" Only now did he have the time to look at the heavily injured guy, utterly confused. What's going on? Who is this? Finally realizing he grabbed the wrong person. Sorry, who exactly are you? Turns out he totally saved the wrong damn person. Ha Chan-vu pointed his sword and yelled at him. Li Thian-bok. You know him? He just stared blankly. Of course I know him. The other guy screamed, he's the blood pouch sword, Li Thian-bok. He didn't even care what kind of sword he was, blood pouch sword. It wasn't until Ha Chan-vu yelled, the sect leader of the Wan Sun sect, the blood pouch sword, Li Thian-bok, that he realized the gravity of the situation. He hastily let go of the man and scrambled out of the way. Looking at the old man lying on the ground, shivering and clinging to his last breath, he got chills and clutched his chest. Isn't this the guy who didn't hesitate to start a war just to capture me? Saving the wrong person is annoying enough, but I almost took a sword for it. What a pointless thing to do. But thinking about it again, he breathed a sigh of relief. At least it's a good thing it wasn't Tran V. Khan. The other guy looked around in confusion. Then where is the young master? He was just as clueless as him, exchanging wide-eyed glances. How should I know? Besides, Tran Tai Khan looked over at the guards protecting him, who were being brutally slaughtered by the old geezer. That's not the main issue right now. The great elder, completely enraged by him, slowly walked over. What an insolent brat. On the other side, Nakbin was also fighting with all his might. He had to fight against several seasoned elders all by himself. An old geezer launched a sneak attack right behind his back. He was done for. It'd be hard to escape this one. But fortunately, he managed to dodge, only losing a bit of his hair. Seeing his closest subordinate almost get hacked to death, Tran V. Khan turned red with anger and roared, "You bastards." However, before he could rush in to save Nakbin, the bald elder blocked his path, pointing his sword straight at him. Where do you think you're going in such a hurry? This time he had no choice but to fight this old geezer. The two swung their swords at the exact same time. Elder or not, he still had to save Nakbin. But very quickly, Tran Vi Khan was blown back several meters. The two stood opposite each other, glaring challengingly. Both of them were injured. Is this old man's attack power really that immense? To think the young master's strength is this formidable. This clash was an even match. Tran Vi Khan had suffered several bloody slashes across his body. Even his face took a hit. The old man had just finished an intense battle, and now he was fighting again. I consumed too much stamina dealing with the top-tier experts of the Huan Sun Sword sect. At this rate, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold out for much longer. Before he could finish his thought, the bald man charged at him again. His sword tip was both incredibly fast and sharp, but right at that moment, something struck across with equal speed. Blood splattered into the air, and the intervening sword shattered into 3 pieces. The older brother was also stunned, his jaw dropping as he looked over. The bald elder looked at the injured person and sneered. Law enforcement hall master, you truly are a fool. Do you want to die that badly? The other man ignored his wounds, his entire body trembling as he struggled to stand firm. The elders, you, have violated the sect rules. The bald man still brazenly challenged him. Hee, so what? The old man in green finally managed to speak. As the law enforcement hall master of the Jinju Chen clan, I order you sinners to cripple your own martial arts and go to the repentance cave. But before he could even finish, his throat was pierced right through by the bald elder. Tran Vi Khan couldn't react in time. He ground his teeth in fury and cursed, "You bastard." The others also rushed over in shock, screaming, "Law enforcement hall master." The bald guy didn't expect this. The martial artists serving under the core figures and the young master. Tisk, why did they have to arrive right now? They swarmed around the elders who had been hacked to death, screaming in horror. How? How could this be? It was too late by the time they finally realized. In other words, the elders have been deceiving us all these years, and we were kept in the dark, foolishly defending them. What a disgrace. So in the end, you won't even spare us. One of them decisively commanded, "Kill them." The entire crowd seethed with anger, roaring to the heavens, "Slaughter every last one of these traitors." The 3 bald guys were surrounded with no way out, yet he still dared to stand there with a dark face, cursing, "You fools. Even if we perish together, we must kill them all." Tran V Khan didn't expect that with both sides clashing, no one would pay attention to fighting him anymore. "You guys, let them witness the spirit of the Jinju Chen clan." Nakbin was having a good fight, but suddenly lost his opponent. Taking the opportunity, Tran V Khan shouted, "Listen up, everyone. The Jinju Chen clan is not the enemy of the Huan Sun sect. This is all a scheme by the Great Elder and those men in black. We must unite to defeat them. Martial artists,
Since ancient times, they have always proven themselves through grueling training and fair duels. They are ashamed to use numbers to bully the weak, condemn sneak attacks, and getting their backs dirty makes them a laughingstock. But right now, defying all rules, they just fight. This is a true battlefield. On the other side, the Great Elder was utterly shocked, dodging the handfuls of mud thrown endlessly at him, completely stunned. Is it because I've lived too long? It turned out that Thai-Kan's group, realizing they couldn't win in combat, continuously ordered their men to throw mud. Over there, don't stop. Hey, throw dirt, throw it. The old man was dumbfounded, throwing dirt. I've lived for 80 years, and this is the first time I've ever encountered such a situation. Even the demonic cult, his sworn enemies from decades ago, didn't use such despicable tactics. Yet the Chen clan members actually went along with it, and excitedly at that. This is the team leader's order. Throw dirt. Keep your distance. Watch out for his sword aura.
Keep throwing. Understood. Widen the gap a bit more. The old man had to rub his eyes multiple times. Are these people really martial artists? He wouldn't be satisfied even if he bit them to death. His face darkened with sheer rage, his eyes bloodshot. Unable to bear the sight anymore, a furious roar echoed. You fools! What on earth are you doing? It was Ha Vu-chun. The old man looked over and sighed in relief. Phew, at least there's one normal guy. But before he could even finish his thought, the guy pulled out a huge rock. How can you just use dirt? Add some rocks in. Right at that moment, someone threw a clump straight into the old man's face. Tai-Kan's entire group froze in terror. They were only throwing lightly to keep him at bay, but hitting him right in the face was a completely different story, successfully igniting the absolute flames of fury within him. To make matters worse, a rock tumbled right down the old man's face. His sword glowed with a terrifying crimson light. Veins bulged on his forehead. It was exactly like give them an inch and they take a mile, from start to finish. The group had gone way too far, treating him like an absolute joke. Are you prepared? Only now did the whole group feel true fear, standing stiff as statues, sweating profusely. Stop throwing rocks. I wasn't the one who threw it. With fiery red eyes, he charged forward and the crowd scattered in sheer panic. Spread out. Quick, spread out. Only Thai-Kan still stood there shouting, keep throwing dirt, don't stop. A few of them actually kept throwing, but very quickly they all fell under the old man's blade. He gashed in a straight line, and anyone struck by him died instantly. Ha Vu-chen, who had loudly suggested adding rocks earlier, was now running for his life. Screaming his lungs out, catch me, an arm suddenly reached out and dragged him away by the collar. Thanks to that, he narrowly escaped a slash from the old man, evading death by a hair's breadth. It was Tren Tai-Kan. He tossed him aside and yelled, run. Meanwhile, his own arm was slashed by the old man, oozing bright red blood. The Great Elder glared menacingly. How dare you stand in my way? It seems you have a death wish. He hastily turned to run and shouted back, if I apologize, will you let me go? The old man let out a sinister laugh. It seems I must. Teach this brat a lesson. As soon as he said that, he closed in right behind him. Seeing the sharp tip of the blade slashing toward him, Tai-Kan was scared out of his wits. I'm doomed. Right at that moment, a figure darted past, intercepting the strike and saving his life. The old man was taken by surprise. He quickly leaped backward to create distance. Meanwhile, Tai-Kan was thrown to the ground, landing hard on his butt. Ouch. Who else but Trun V. Khan would have such incredible power here? Oh my, what's wrong with being a little bold with words? His eldest brother stood in front to protect him, pointing his sword at the old man with a chilling voice. There's no need to crush a child's spirit, is there? The old man remained dead silent, giving no answer. He looked at his older brother, involuntarily smiling with overwhelming joy. Just as I thought. He's still alive. At a time like this, V. Khan still winked with a cocky grin. Well, isn't your big brother handsome? Tai-Kan was completely speechless. There was definitely no mistaking this guy. Ha, still exactly the same. The two sides faced off against each other, with the Chen clan's disciples gathering behind Trun V. Khan to await orders. The Great Elder's gaze was sharp as a knife, staring intently at the eldest brother. For you to make it here, it proves. Trun V. Khan understood immediately and told him straight out, the second and third elders are dead. As for the Great Elder, it's only a matter of time. Yet without a single shred of pity, the old man tilted his head to look at the sky. They always said they wanted to die as martial artists in a proper duel. Fortunately, it seems their wish was granted. Hearing that made V. Khan's blood boil. In everyone's memories, you are just a bunch of traitors, not martial artists. But the older the ginger, the spicier it gets. The Huayang sword coolly declared, that's hard to say. History is ultimately written by the victors. Killing intent flared up from him once again. Now let's settle this once and for all. Jin Wei-kyung had nothing left to say. It was a fight to the death now. He roared his command, annihilate this traitor. The men of the Jin clan charged forward in unison. Yes. Understood. Taekyung stood to the side, gleefully gripping his spear with a bright face. It's finally over. No matter how formidable the Great Elder was, he couldn't possibly withstand the combined assault of a supreme master like Jin Wei-kyung and dozens of martial artists. But before the smiles could even fade, the old man's body erupted in a blinding light, accompanied by a sound like an exploding bomb. Instantly, the charging warriors were blown back. They were pierced right through by tiny bullet-like pebbles.
They were all sent flying, dying in agony with their eyes wide open. His wooden spear was even punctured and shattered to pieces. He was absolutely stunned. He hadn't even had the chance to move. Looking closely, blood-stained pebbles were rolling on the ground. Pebbles. He realized the old man was only using one hand. To think he can fire pebbles like a shotgun.
Jin Wei-kyung realized it too late, with bodies already littering the ground. This is the finger-flicking skill. Fall back and keep your distance. But in the blink of an eye, the old man vanished without a trace. Amidst roaring screams, the martial artists on the right flank were being slaughtered like flies. He was too fast and incredibly dangerous, massacring them mercilessly. Wei-kyung watched, seething with absolute fury. He decisively charged at him before all the Jin clan warriors were wiped out. Great Elder. The two swords clashed violently, sparking wildly. The old man provocatively held his sword in one hand. It seems these days of peace have lasted too long. Everyone's martial arts have grown rusty. His other hand prepared to flick another pebble. He flicked it with terrifying force. Tae-kyung, who was running, saw it and froze in shock. With owl-like reflexes, he barely rolled to the side in time to dodge the shot, but the man running behind him was pierced right through the head. He stared at the dead warrior, chilled to the bone. I should have knocked it away instead. One slip-up and... Dodging isn't the best option either. The old man didn't expect him to dodge like that either. A lazy donkey roll? You truly are like a donkey. Burning with annoyance, Tae-kyung retorted. Shut up. It'll do whatever it takes to survive. The old man scoffed in contempt. Humph. It seems you truly become a man of Murim. Everyone rushed in to fight him, but they still couldn't take him down. Good grief, where did this old monster come from? He's talking to me while blocking Jin Wei-kyung's sword aura and slaughtering the martial artists around him. He quickly looked around for a solution. What should I do? I really want to thrust a spear right into his vital spot. Is there a way? He suddenly noticed a corpse lying face down. The others were still charging at the old man together, thrusting their swords relentlessly. Die! They showed no fear despite the bodies littering the ground. Suddenly, the old man grabbed someone by the head and used their body to block an incoming rock. Yet he was still able to duel Jin Wei-kyung with just one hand. His brother was also feeling the pressure. Ugh, there's not a single opening. He hit it so perfectly, no wonder no one realized he had such profound internal energy. Anyone who intervened in their duel was instantly struck down by the old man, and yet his strength against Wei-kyung didn't wane in the slightest. But now, instead of throwing rocks, he started hurling a barrage of corpses at the old man. The old man wildly slashed them away, roaring, "What kind of cheap trick are you pulling now?" A long fight inevitably reveals an opening, and Jin Wei-kyung seized it instantly. Now is the time. The old man was still busy dealing with the corpses thrown by Tae-kyung. Ugh, I didn't expect. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind him. Sorry, I shouldn't mess with the dead like this. The old man startled and froze, remembering Jin Wei-kyung for a split second. But it was too late. Wei-kyung quickly grasped the opportunity and lunged with his sword. On the other side, Tae-kyung thrust his spear at the same time, muttering to the corpse, "But to make up for it, I'll definitely avenge you." He immediately activated his skill, Single Strike. The two brothers executed a perfect pincer attack, one on each side, thrusting simultaneously at the old man. Let's see how he dodges this time. The old man panicked in realization. This is danger. He quickly channeled his strength, roaring, "Arg," stomping heavily onto the ground. The crimson sword aura in his hand grew longer and even more devastating. My brother was startled. Aura blade. To think he still managed to come up with a counterattack at this point. The aura blade completely shattered the sword in Tran V Khan's hand first. My brother was also injured, his face turning pale blue as he spat blood and fell backward. At this moment, his spear hadn't even touched the old man's body. The old man's fingers completely halted the sharp spear tip. Our MC naturally couldn't let this rare opportunity slip by. He had to push his power to the absolute limit. His entire body radiated a golden light, his power surging so rapidly that the old man froze in sheer shock. As the dust settled, countless corpses lay scattered. The survivors strained their eyes to see what had just happened. Only then did they clearly see our MC thrusting his spear toward the old man. Even after living for over 80 years, the old man couldn't help but ask, What kind of technique is this?" Tran Tai Khan panted heavily. First stone. The old man drove his sword straight into the ground. He struck a few pressure points on his trembling arm, injured by the attack. First stone. So it's the first stone. Let's see if you're afraid. After that explosion, one of the old man's arms was completely blown to pieces. To think he'd become a one-armed cripple at this age. Humph. He turned to look at Tran V Khan. Now all three of you brothers have grown up to become outstanding talents, capable of shouldering the future of the Jinju Chen clan. The ever-humble oldest brother interrupted the old man. My younger brothers are the true pride of the Jinju Chen clan. Meanwhile, he stared warily at the great elder. Why the sudden touching words? Did losing an arm make you lose your mind too? The old man stepped closer. But this thing called power is something people have never wanted to share with anyone, not even with their own flesh and blood. Let me see if when that time comes, you'll still feel so proud of your younger brothers. Turns out he was playing the division card. The others immediately looked at the two brothers, with the martial artists stealing frequent glances at the MC in particular. The crowd standing right behind the MC whispered among themselves, "Could the third young master? Oh my, how could that be?" The MC heard them and got annoyed.
Humph, clan leader. I don't have the time to care about such things. Suddenly, the oldest brother spoke up and asked, "Is that the reason why?" The old man glanced over in surprise. "What do you mean?" The old man's words didn't sway the oldest brother in the slightest. He pointed straight at him. "The reason you betrayed the clan and caused this situation today. Only now did the MC fully understand. A war of succession. So it was because of that reason all along." Tran V. Khan asked him point blank, "What exactly happened?"
The old man's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. "Have you ever heard the story about your grandfather?" "No. Father never mentioned a single word. He was a cold man, whether to his children or to his one and only younger brother. We used to be close brothers, but due to many reasons, we gradually drifted apart. Right at that time, the great war between the orthodox and demonic factions broke out. 100,000 demonic cultists. The enemies came in droves. Although the Murim formed an alliance, it was nothing more than a combination of the 9 great sects and one clan, each only caring about protecting their own strongholds. I rallied the martial artists of Western Sichuan under the banner of the Jinju Chen clan, and here at the Eight Heavens Gorge, the final battle broke out. Tranvi Khan knew this, the battle of 300 against 3,000. In the end, we won a great victory. It was a glorious triumph and also the reason why the prestige of the Huayang sword still exists to this day. The old man let out a sigh. Looking at the outcome, that is indeed true, but there was still a hidden truth no one knew. In reality, it was an ambush. We retreated deep into the gorge, but we still couldn't overcome their sheer numbers. As I swung my sword with all my might, a doubt arose in my mind. At that time, his face was pale, sweating profusely, terrified to his core. How could they have set up an ambush here in advance? The path leading to the Eight Heavens Gorge was supposed to be guarded by my older brother. Out of the 300 men in the assault squad, excluding me, only 8 survived. When I returned home, that expression on my older brother's face, even now, I still find it hard to forget. Tranvi Khan's limbs went weak. Is that true? The old man didn't look like he was lying at all as he seriously asked back, "So much time has passed. Do you really think I would go this far merely out of suspicion?" After that, to preserve our lives, 4 people went to the Elder Council, and 5 people left the clan to establish small sects, secretly preparing for revenge. The oldest brother only realized this now, his jaw dropping in shock as he guessed. Could it be? The 5 sect leaders of the 5 sects of Western Sichuan. The more he spoke, the more his killing intent erupted. He clenched his trembling fists and gritted out every word. "We have waited for so long." Just as the emotions peaked, a voice suddenly cut in. "That's enough of your nonsense." The whole crowd, who had just been moved to tears, instantly froze stiff and snapped back to reality. The old man glared fiercely and roared. "What?" It turned out the MC was the only one entirely unfazed, lazily scratching his ear. "Listening to you this whole time. Honestly, this so-called revenge, when it comes down to it, doesn't it just serve one purpose? Wiping out the Jinju Chen clan, the Hoan Sun Sword sect, and all other obstacles. Old man, you just want to monopolize Western Sichuan, don't you? Right?" Spot on. Tearing off the mask was much faster than beating around the bush. Having his true intentions exposed, the old man flew into a humiliated rage. "You little brat." He saw right through it all. "Am I wrong? If not, why did you wait until today to get your revenge? And even dragging out an old grudge from 40 years ago. How many of those who plotted against you back then are even left alive? There's a limit to making up excuses." The old man couldn't argue back and could only stand there cursing. Your mouth wasn't made for you to spout such nonsense. The MC is speechless, standing completely frozen. "It's already come to this, and you still expect me to speak to you respectfully." The more he looks at the dead, the more furious he becomes. At this point, whatever he says is useless. One of his arms or any other excuse can never atone for the fallen martial artists. Turning against each other makes them enemies. The old man nods. "You're right. There's no point in talking so much anymore." He lifts the sword planted in the ground. Burning with overwhelming killing intent, he challenges, "Come at me. Let's end everything right here." Jin Wei-kyung is slightly flustered, great elder. But the MC couldn't care less. A fight is a fight. He roars his command, "Charge. Hunt down that wounded beast." But what the hell? The old man is missing an arm yet still fights like a demon, sparing no one. Even surrounded by so many, they are still no match for him. But there's no turning back now. Everyone risks their lives and charges forward. Yet the outcome remains the same. Jin Tae-kyung didn't expect the old man to be this fierce. The 2 assassins. They were blown away. That monster of an old man, his stamina is finally running out. He has to make his move. The spear grazes the old man's waist, splattering blood. The old man is enraged that the MC actually wounded him, gritting his teeth so hard they might shatter. You cunning rat." The MC still hasn't taken his life and is forced back by a slashing sword. Is it still not time yet? But a blade even faster than the old man's sword strikes his back with a fatal blow just in time. The great elder coughs up blood on the spot. He's definitely lost this time. 2 against 1 is always a massive disadvantage, and the one who struck was none other than Jin Wei-kyung. The old man's entire body trembles. His face darkens as he glares. I actually forgot about you. Stabbing me in the back. Did you learn that from your older brother?" Jin Wei-kyung dismisses it, immediately firing back. "Our sect members are dead. What does a sneak attack matter?
In a matter of life and death, the old man still asks a meaningless question. As a martial artist, have you no shame? But Jin Wee-kyung flawlessly counters, not missing a beat. Before I am a martial artist, I am the young master. The old man chuckles in disdain. Young master, hee hee. Wee-kyung is eager to end this all. Great elder, your era is over. Stop your pointless struggling. The MC stands quietly by the side, watching his brother handle the old man. Suddenly, the great elder looks at him. You're right. Perhaps this battle truly has no meaning anymore. The old man still forces himself to stand. But there's no way to salvage this anymore. Suddenly, one of his eyes turns pitch red and blue veins bulge all over his body. The MC startles in horror. That form. It's exactly like that time when Trio Tut, right before he died, didn't hesitate to burn his life force to gather innate ki. The demonic aura radiating from the old man skyrockets to the heavens. Look over there. But this is going to be incredibly tough. He also has sword ki. The old man's eyes bulge wildly. His gaze locks solely onto Jin Tae-kyung. He slips right past Wee-kyung, utterly determined to annihilate the MC. His older brother desperately rushes forward to stop him. No, but it's too late. The old man is blindingly fast, closing the distance to the MC in just 1 or 2 strides. Even he can barely react, his mind screaming, I'm screwed. But he can't just stand there waiting to die. No matter what, I have to do something. He squeezes his eyes shut, raising his spear with both hands and thrusting straight ahead. Right at that moment, the tip of his spear pierces into something. When he opens his eyes, he jolts in shock. What? The great elder spits blood, panting heavily. You. Lithian back. It turns out he came out of nowhere to block the space between them, taking the full brunt of the MC's spear thrust. But he had also managed to plunge his sword into the great elder's stomach. Covered in blood and trembling all over, Lithian back gasps out into the old man's ear. I told you, you should have aimed for my vitals. To avenge himself before dying, he can finally rest in peace. He tilts his head to the sky and laughs heartily. Ha ha ha. 3 seconds later, he collapses, dead on the spot. Ding. You have defeated level 75 Lithian back. Level up. The level up effects stack, doubling his recovery rate. Just like that, his body feels invigorated. His dancing expands, glowing even brighter. The old man staggers, stripped of all strength to deal with him. Meanwhile, the MC has just been injected with a fresh burst of energy. Fired up and raring to go. If I don't finish off that old man now, when will I? A sudden flash of golden light gleamed. Startled, the old man looked over, his eyes wide with terror. It's over. Tran Tai-kan finally dared to stand, panting like a dog as he stared at Lithian back's corpse. To think it saved my own life thanks to him. Looks like saving him earlier wasn't in vain. Even if it wasn't my intention to save him back then. The old man wasn't completely dead yet. He clung to his last breath, slumped in a corner. He glared down at the old man. That's exactly why I said you should have lived a kinder life. The great elder bitterly cursed. What a cruel wretch. Showing such disrespect to a dying old man. Why is this old man spouting such nonsense? Is he trying to claim the moral high ground? Why should I show manners to a geezer who tried to kill me a second ago? Tran Vai-kan also approached. You look like you're out of energy. The old man looked over, weakly uttering every word. I feel much more at peace now. Ever since that great war, I haven't had a single second of rest. No, maybe even before that, I was already exhausted. Tai-kan crossed his arms, mocking him. Everything that needed to be done is done. At this point, there's nothing left to say. The old man couldn't help but chuckle. Haha, indeed. You're right. Just consider this the rambling of a senile old man. Tai-kan didn't respect him at all. Looks like he's really about to die. Meanwhile, Tran Vi-kan clung to his petty morals, turning to scold him repeatedly. You little brat. He even raised a hand to smack his head. How dare you speak like that? Holding his head in annoyance, Tai-kan argued back. Did I say anything wrong? Watching this, the old man's mind slowly faded. We once had moments just like you too. Recalling his youth, laughing and chatting merrily with his brothers. Yes, we certainly did. With that final thought, the old man passed away. Both of them looked over. Great elder. Ding, you have defeated Tran Bok Duan. Leveled up. Now he was certain the old man was dead. Ding, you have acquired the title. Hidden Dragon of Western Sichuan. Ha Vu-chan immediately roared. Third young master Tran Tai-kan has defeated the great elder. The crowd cheered in unison. The Hidden Dragon of Western Sichuan has defeated the Hua Duong sword. The assassins panicked upon hearing this. The great elder. Ah, the Hidden Dragon of Western Sichuan, Tran Tai-kan, has slain the Hua Duong sword, Tran Bok Duong. The assassins simultaneously dropped their swords and raised their hands in surrender. What else could they do? The chants echoed throughout the canyon. Hidden Dragon of Western Sichuan. Hidden Dragon of Western Sichuan. Even Nok Bin was astonished. That frivolous third young master, who wasn't even worth an earthworm, has now become the Hidden Dragon of Western Sichuan. How absurd. But I can't deny it anymore. Suddenly, his gaze shifted downward in a specific direction. What do you think? The bald old man asked him in return. Do you believe those words? Nok Bin couldn't be bothered to argue with him. Everyone is cheering that the great elder is dead, yet even near death, the old man refused to admit it, leaving behind a vague clue. Even so, that was our Lord's will.
Look closely. How could the third young master defeat him all by himself? It's laughable. Ha ha ha. Nakbin didn't care, staring intently in that direction. You can see that from here? You have sharp eyes, the old man panted wearily. That's why things turned out this way. The old man had no strength left to fight, leaning against his comrade's corpse.
Nakbin took one look and knew, if we treat you now, we can still save your life. But the old man didn't care. No, my fate is sealed. I will die in agony. Neither you nor I can change a thing. These words weren't normal at all. Nakbin gripped his sword tightly. What do you mean by that? The old man's eyes flickered. Listen carefully. Ossification. But before he could finish, dark red, bulging veins immediately erupted across his body. Ossify. B. Blood poured from the old man's eyes, but he still struggled to squeeze out a few more words. Where? Amphion. But he had reached his limit. He spat out a mouthful of blood and died on the spot. Nakbin hurriedly rushed over. Great Elder. He froze in realization. This is. Staring at the marks on the old man's body. Poison or a forbidden art. Trying to piece together the words the old man had spoken. Amphion. He said Amphion. Was he telling me to beware of Amphion?
Meanwhile, on a high cliff nearby, a man fell to his knees, fresh blood spewing relentlessly. It was an elder, trembling and glaring fiercely. You bastard. Amphion. The bastard, fully shrouded in a cloak, extended a glowing red hand. Your usefulness ends here. The old man couldn't understand it even in death. Why? Why are you doing this to us? Listen here, sect leader of Kung Kui Mon, Tran Sung. That day, 40 years ago, when you were surrounded by the demonic cult and nearly lost your lives, we were the ones who saved you and gave you a chance for revenge, wasn't it? But what is the result? The Tran clan's cheers of victory echoed right below them. The old man couldn't deny it. But, in exchange, we willingly let you plant goo poison in our brains and completed every single task you assigned us. The old man questioned bitterly. Wasn't your goal to use us to conquer the entire western Sichuan region? The man tilted his head up at the sky. Yeah, maybe that was it from the very beginning. At death's door, the old man still desperately asked, then what was it all for? The man's eyes glowed crimson. He had no intention of wasting words on a dying person. For a grander scheme. About that. He finished his sentence by landing a palm strike, leaving a 5-finger print right in the middle of the old man's abdomen. The old man's entire body plummeted straight down the cliff. The bastard casually dropped a remark. Ouch, that's gotta hurt. Well then. He immediately turned and walked away, but hearing the loud cheers from below annoyed the hell out of him. So ear-piercing. It already etched the MC into his mind. The hidden dragon of Western Sichuan. An unexpected variable. Should I eliminate him? His older brother Tran V. Khan even lifted him high up to show him off. You did a great job, you punk. Our youngest is absolutely amazing. That's my little brother. The other man's eyes glowed crimson, radiating a terrifying, murderous aura. He locked his gaze onto the two Chen brothers. He had been played hard today and was incredibly bitter. Even if he wanted to go down and devour them alive right now, he couldn't. But he swallowed his pride and left. I'll let you off the hook today. All of his insider assassins had already been completely wiped out by him. The scene shifts to a wooden cabin. It was a tavern, and voices could be heard from inside. And then? What happened next? Some old men were eating and gossiping. What happened after the Hengshan sword sect attacked? Tell you what, I'll buy you another jug of Zhu Yi Qing. Just keep the story going. The man in question smugly raised his chin and chimed in, ahem. One jug of Zhu Yi Qing might not be enough. Getting this old man to open his mouth to tell a story is quite expensive, you know. Suddenly, a hand placed some money right in front of the group. All four of them stared wide-eyed. A silver ingot. The person wore a hat that completely covered their face. I want to hear more. Keep it brief. I only want to hear the truth. On a desolate mountain road, this person wearing a red cloak and a wide-brimmed hat immediately got on a horse and left after hearing the story. The phrase, the hidden dragon of Western Sichuan, could be considered the top contributor of this battle, was firmly etched in their mind. Recalling what the storyteller said earlier, the hidden dragon of Western Sichuan truly showed off his skills, allowing the Jinju Chen clan to easily secure a great victory. Thanks to him, the Hengshan sword sect is probably going to shut down soon. The second young master, Li Xiaojun, died long ago, and the sect leader, the blood pouch sword Li Qianbai, also fell in battle. Killed by bandits? How bizarre. The eldest young master, who was meant to succeed him, also died at the hands of bandits after hearing of the blood pouch sword's death. He remembered hearing people talk about this everywhere on the road. Even Jiang San of the Greenwood 18 strongholds was wiped out by the hidden dragon of Western Sichuan. A heaven-bestowed heavenly martial physique, a righteous hero who draws his blade to help when seeing injustice. Ah, that is, of course. The third young master of the Jinju Chen clan, Tran Tai Can. Thinking of the MC's face, he immediately clutched his head. My head hurts. It hurts so much. He clicked his tongue in absolute fury. Suddenly, someone yelled right in front of him. Halt. He had arrived at the front gate of the Chen clan only to be stopped by Ha Vu Chan. With that same old attitude, he thumped his chest and declared loudly, I am the overlord of Western Sichuan, the intelligence squad leader of the great Jinju Chen clan, the right-hand man of the hidden dragon of Western Sichuan, Ha Vu Chan.
If you know what's good for you, state your identity and your purpose for coming here. The person's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, burning with murderous intent as he growled, "Shut your mouth and open the gate." The scene shifts to Tran Tai Khan, his face beaming as bright as a flower as he looked at the system panel. "My reputation has already exceeded 1,000. Extremely satisfied. The victor. I even got a new title. The disgrace of the clan is finally gone, ha. This is how it should be. Facing off against the great elder. Looks like risking my life wasn't for nothing." Thinking back, he still found it hard to believe. That old man was seriously formidable. Level 95 and he still lost to me, ha.
If we fought one-on-one, I probably wouldn't have lasted a single minute. A sudden chill ran down his spine, making him shiver, but anyway. In the end, in the one who survived. From now on, your reputation will resound throughout the western Sichuan region. However, the world is vast and experts are as common as clouds, so you absolutely must not become arrogant. The hidden dragon of western Sichuan. Does it feel like a nickname like the Boxing Bee of Taiyang City or the Pink Sea of Xiang'an? Meaning, even if it's not on a national level, I'm considered quite a big shot here in western Sichuan. He threw himself onto the bed, grinning from ear to ear. At this rate, I've gotten even stronger. Before I log out, I have to become as strong as absolutely possible. Next time I log out, I need to reach B rank. No, I have to at least reach the level of an A rank hunter before returning. While lying down, he suddenly jolted in surprise and bolted upright. Huh? No, wait a minute. I feel like I forgot something really important. Just as he was thinking, the room's door was suddenly kicked in, shattering into pieces. Splinters of the door flew everywhere. Tran Tai Khan was completely clueless. Had the enemy attacked him right in his own bed? A person walked straight in. Before seeing their face, he heard their voice. "So this is where you were." He immediately looked over to see who it was. It was that tall guy wearing a red cloak. Ha Vu Chan followed behind him, not daring to move a muscle. The MC casually pointed and asked, "Who is this guy?" Ha Vu Chan was completely shell-shocked. Panicking, he looked back and forth between them. "You don't know?" The MC was speechless. "Kid, how would I know if you don't introduce him?" He scanned the newcomer from head to toe. Seeing this, the man slowly took off his hat. The MC sized him up. His face is covered in dirt, but he looks very young. Simple gear, sturdy build. He must have trained in martial arts for a few years. Oh my. Could he have sought me out after hearing the fame of the hidden dragon of western Sichuan? A wandering martial artist, huh? I have a pretty good idea why you're here. He got out of bed and stood face to face with him. Let's see here. Where does he get that confidence from? He activated the skill, She Sense. A series of question marks appeared again. The MC panicked. What's going on? His level doesn't seem low. Huh? But this name. Tran Vo Khan? Is it really Vo Khan? He recalled when he first transmigrated here. That day, Tran Vi Khan had said, "Where is your second brother? Do you remember?" "I don't." Name, Tran Vo Khan. Age, 25. A martial arts genius who reached the absolute peak realm at a very young age. Very impressive, right? Ah, yes. But he is in a faraway place. You can't meet him right now. Where is he? The observatory in Haku. That heartless brat, I haven't seen him in 3 years. What is his personality like? Huh? Very kind-hearted. Because of his fierce eyes, he's often misunderstood, but he's a good kid. At that time, he had asked, "Is his relationship with me good?" The older brother had suddenly scratched his head, his expression slightly off as he said, "It's good." Even his own brother couldn't quite remember. It's probably good, right? Yes, it's very good. Now that Tran Tai Khan recognized him, he had to put on a show. Feigning surprise, he exclaimed, "Second, brother?" As he really arrived. "Didn't you say he was far away and it would take weeks to get here? How did he show up right after the war ended?" He forced a fake smile. "I was just joking earlier. You know that, right? Ha ha ha." He hurriedly reached out his hand. Long time no see, brother." But the other guy just stood there dazed, staring at his outstretched arm in confusion. It took him a moment before he finally shook it. "Yeah, long time no see." He knew absolutely nothing, so he just kept acting. "But exactly how close am I supposed to pretend to be? Have you been doing well?" The brother coldly replied, "Passable. However, youngest." The MC smiled brightly. "Yes?" He hadn't even said anything, yet he was glared at and scolded. "Why is your way of speaking becoming increasingly disrespectful?" As soon as he finished speaking, Tran Tai Khan was sent flying straight up to the roof. Unable to react in time, he could only scream, "What is going on?" Fortunately, his stats were much higher now. He spun and did a few flips, landing safely and flawlessly. Seeing that, the brother looked slightly surprised. "Oh?" The MC, annoyed, asked bluntly, "Weren't we supposed to be on very good terms?" Tran Vo Khan, lacking any hint of friendliness, raised his fist. "Our relationship is great. This is an old friend of yours. Hurry up and say hello. But the relationship is between my fist and your body." Now he understood. Aha. I really shouldn't have trusted that guy who treats his younger brother like his own life. Such an absolutely great relationship. Thinking this, he puckered his lips to provoke him. "Oh my, hello there, Boss Fist." Tran Vo Khan was truly enraged, his face turning dark. "Our youngest has grown so bold, hasn't he? You dare act out in front of your older brother." Before he even finished speaking, he had already teleported right next to him. The MC's face turned pale. With no time to act, he took a direct, agonizing blow straight to his stomach. Watching him clutch his stomach and tremble, he laughed triumphantly. Has it been a while since you tasted the subduing fist? The MC was furious. They were at each other's throats right upon meeting. He immediately threw a counterpunch. Seriously, what the hell is wrong with this guy? However, the bastard dodged every single strike. He gritted his teeth and glared in anger. Damn it! Not only could he not land a hit on him, but he was also battered relentlessly with punches he couldn't dodge. This guy had a ridiculous reach, throwing punches endlessly. It's not over yet. Luckily, he managed to block this blow. Even after blocking, he still wasn't off the hook. You dare block. Tran Tai Kan took several consecutive hits. He was furious, but knew his limits. It hurts. It hurts so much. Whether it's strength or speed, this guy completely outclasses me in every aspect. But I can still hold on, which proves he's holding back his strength. He gritted his teeth and asked him, "Hey, what are you doing?" He lifted his chin arrogantly. Naturally, I'm disciplining my younger brother who doesn't know his place. He said that, but he was clearly satisfied. You've definitely improved a lot, even knowing how to dodge. The MC, meanwhile, couldn't fathom it. I'm so pissed. Just because you're a genius and my older brother, you can barge in here and beat me up for no reason. He immediately activated the stat-boosting system, resolving to fight to the bitter end. Fine. Since it's come to this, let's have a proper match. Let me see just how formidable the illustrious Tran Vo Khan truly is. Suddenly, he looked slightly surprised and asked, by the way, it turns out you also know how to make expressions like that, huh? Tran Tai Kan readied his stance. I've always had these expressions. His fists began to move again. All right, good, very good. However, you still haven't fixed your attitude toward me. But this time, the MC dodged it cleanly. His punch hit the wooden pillar behind the MC. Even he didn't expect that. Huh? Tran Tai Kan took the opportunity to act smug. Have you heard the rumors? The hidden dragon of Western Sichuan. The corners of the other's mouth twitched up. I'm sick of hearing those rumors. Now he flatly declared, just wait. I will catch up to you soon. He completely ignored it, threw his head back, and laughed. Ha ha. Catch up to me? In your dreams. Ha ha. But our protagonist had made his resolve. From this moment on, activating another skill, add 10 points to agility. Jin Mu-kyung also went all out, clenching his fists and charging forward. If you can last even 15 minutes, I'll call you my big brother. He immediately focused completely to observe the situation. I can see it. I can dodge it perfectly this time. But what the hell, who knows where the miscalculation happened? The punch smashed right into his face. So much for dodging. And just like that, the sound of heavy punches echoed amid his extreme regret. Damn it. I should have added another 10 points. Was it when I was 15? I still remember that day vividly. Two kids were talking. Little brother, what is this? A chair. The 10-year-old Jin Tae-kyung, crying with a bump on his head, replied, It's a chair. The other yelled, Why did you bring it here? The little boy pointed, To use when practicing the horse stance. The 15-year-old Jin Mu-kyung, furious and brandishing a stick, shouted, Aha, because the horse stance is too tiring, right? Lie down. It seems words aren't enough. And thus, the Kyung-sang fist was born. That brat. What? The hidden dragon of Western Sichuan. When I first heard those words at the inn, I was utterly speechless. That's why I stormed straight into Tae-kyung's room as soon as I got home. A brat who spent all his time at the brothel dared to pretend to be an absolute master just for fame. You're dead meat today. I barged in with that exact mindset, but he actually dodged this punch. With his level of skill, he tested his younger brother's strength as they fought. An absolute master? No, that's not right. He's still only at the peak first-rate level. How is that possible? Martial arts are like plants. They don't just grow because you give them water and sunlight. It also depends on their growth period. And Jin Tae-kyung was naturally lazy, missing that crucial period entirely. But unexpectedly, after not seeing him for 3 years, this brat has grown to this extent. Unless he underwent a bodily rebirth, how could this be possible? Just as he was deep in thought, our protagonist's punch smashed squarely into his arm. He even laughed smugly. Ha ha ha. You thought I couldn't dodge it, right? Is that why you stepped up to block? Jin Mu-kyung was left speechless. You. The protagonist clutched his stomach and burst out laughing. Look at this. I told you it'd catch up to you. The more he looked, the less he understood. How did he do that? Did he consume conching stalactite? The protagonist stuck out his tongue and pointed teasingly at him. Why would I drink stalactites? Are you crazy? His face darkened with anger, killing intent flaring up. Yet our protagonist still looked around and scoffed. Also, didn't you say and be the big brother if I lasted 15 minutes? It's already been 15 minutes, right? Hao Woo-jin. The guy huddled in the corner, hugging his knees and trembling in fear. Huh. I think so. Is it over? Suddenly feeling Jin Mu-kyung's predatory glare, he grabbed his head, scared out of his wits. I guess not. Sitting in the corner, on the verge of crying out loud, he asked, See, can I go outside? But the other immediately snapped, No. Suddenly, the ceiling let out a loud, cracking sound. Glancing back at Jin Mu-kyung, he was oozing with killing intent. The protagonist hurriedly clasped his hands in apology. Second brother, this doesn't look too good. But he was already furious, veins popping all over his forehead.
Humph, you little brat, don't be such a coward. Ha Woo-jin, drenched in sweat, cried out, Save me. The entire building rumbled wildly on the verge of collapsing completely. Hearing the commotion, Jin Wee-kyung and Ah Pyung rushed over in a panic, but by the time they arrived, the whole house had already caved in. The eldest brother, deeply worried for his youngest sibling, roared, Jin Tae-kyung. Suddenly, the second brother tossed the unconscious protagonist right in front of him, saying coldly, he's not dead yet. The eldest brother looked on in horror. Ah, my youngest brother. He then glanced at the ruins. The other guy is probably dead. Yet Ha Woo-jin still managed to crawl out. He wasn't dead, just beaten to a pulp, a classic case of a shrimp surviving a whale fight with his life barely intact. The crowd burst into chaos. It's the head gatekeeper. Quickly, save him. Take him to the Yakwang-dang infirmary. It wasn't until late that night that Jin Tae-kyung groggily opened his eyes. Looking at the familiar ceiling, he immediately guessed. The Yakwang-dang infirmary again. The patient in the next bed was none other than Ha Woo-jin. He was still grumbling about his newly collapsed house, getting angry just thinking about it. Jin Moo-kyung is such an idiot. Where am I supposed to sleep now? Suddenly, he noticed something squirming endlessly beneath his blanket. He hurriedly threw the covers open to check. Thinking it was something else, our protagonist was startled. Why are you here, little sister? It was the little kid Xiao Lu, giggling in delight and whispering softly, he, playing hide and seek. My big brother wouldn't dream of me hiding here. Only then did he notice the shadows pacing back and forth outside. No wonder there's been so much noise by the door. So he called out immediately, come in. The person outside flinched in surprise. The door opened. It was young Xiao Chen, scratching his head with an awkward smile. Pardon the intrusion, benefactor. Meanwhile, the little girl threw a tantrum and yelled, you betrayed me. He just laughed and teased. Life is naturally full of betrayals. The two kids gathered around him with concern. Benefactor, are you all right? Your wounds probably haven't fully healed yet. It's not that bad, just a few bruises. Overall, it's not too bad. Although I was beaten terribly, no bones are broken, which proves that he showed mercy because I am his younger brother. I counted on that, which is why I dare to speak up so loudly. But it hasn't even been a day, and even a kid knows about it. How did you know I was injured? Did the news spread that fast? What is everyone saying? Without thinking, they're definitely spreading rumors that the hidden dragon of Western Sichuan was beaten to a pulp by the heaven-shaking sword, and that he's just an empty shell with a fake reputation, right? While he was still guessing, the kid suddenly looked very angry. Everyone is furious! To think they would use such a vicious scheme. Tran Tai Khan was stunned, not understanding what was going on. But the kid got angrier as he spoke, even mimicking punches and kicks. If I catch him, even if I have to go down with him, I'll tear him to pieces. He hurriedly stopped him. Thank you for worrying about me so much, but isn't that a bit of an overreaction? Calm down, calm down. But the kid kept rambling. How could this happen? The young master immediately set up a pursuit team and declared that if this guy is found, he will be executed on the spot. The more he listened, the more something felt wrong. He stared blankly. It was like a bolt from the blue. Huh? What's going on? Is there a rule in Muram that a second brother who beats up his youngest brother must be executed? Brothers fighting is inevitable. Isn't this a bit too bizarre? He quickly jumped out of bed. Forget it. I'll just go myself. All right. Tell him to disband the pursuit team right away. Where is eldest brother now? The kid replied, he and the second young master are at the administration hall. Again, what is going on? He turned to the kid. Huh? What? What did you say? With who? The scene shifts to a large room, Tran V Khan's voice shouting joyfully, little brother. He tightly hugged Tran Vo Khan. I almost forgot what you looked like. You brat. The other guy couldn't struggle free. You're suffocating me. The older brother pouted and frowned. You become too cold. How can you say such things to your brother whom you haven't seen in 3 years? The second brother looked visibly annoyed. Right, since you're a cold-blooded and heartless person anyway. The older brother laughed out loud. It's fine. My body generates heat. The other guy struggled until he finally pushed him away. Hurry up and let go of me. There were only the two of them in the room. Why isn't great hero Nok here? The older brother replied, I sent him to lead the pursuit team to Tam Mon Heap. It will take at least half a month to return from there. That far? We're just going through the motions, aren't you tormenting him too much? The older brother smiled, showing his teeth. What, feeling guilty now? The other guy let out a sigh. No, I didn't know it would cause such a huge fuss. I just wanted to exchange a few moves with him. I didn't expect him to be quite formidable. I got carried away and accidentally hit a bit too hard. Tran Vai Khan suddenly pointed his finger and smiled meaningfully, reminding him. Probably so. After all, he's no longer the youngest brother you used to know. Now the two were talking properly. Speaking of which, I also wanted to ask, what exactly has happened recently? The letter I received only mentioned that the Hoang Sun Sword sect attacked our clan. The older brother pushed his chair and stood up. Right, as soon as we received the challenge letter from the Hoang Sun Sword sect, I sent a carrier pigeon to you immediately. You probably don't know what happened afterward. The second brother's face darkened, clearly suspicious. The great elder betrayed us. Is it true? Yeah, it's a long story. How long? This story has to start from the Great Star Horse War 30 years ago.
Hearing that, Vokan immediately turned around to leave. Then forget it. The older brother was still telling the story. At that time, the great elder. What? The second brother really didn't care. If you have to start from before I was born, I'll probably die of old age here. With that time, I might as well go practice my sword. The older brother was speechless, slamming the table and shouting, "You should still know about it. You are a direct descendant of the main family." He fired off a series of sentences. The great elder betrayed us. Then he died. In the process, the Huang Sun sword sect collapsed. The Tran family in Tanchao is the ultimate winner. Did I get anything wrong? The older brother was left speechless. Not wrong.
That's enough to know he turned around immediately. Then I'm leaving. Vaikon was shocked, wanting to reach out and stop him. Leaving? Where to? To cultivate, of course. Listen here, Vokan. Eldest brother, thanks for the tea. On Nakbin's side, it was the dead of night, yet his men were still holding torches to search. Not a single trace left behind. No witnesses, no footprints. This guy is truly elusive. Everyone was in a panic. Only Nakbin knew. There never was an assassin to begin with. Of course, no trace can be found. His face was dark and bitter. And yet I still have to put on this act. He remembered what the older brother had said. Dark sky. Dark clouds are gathering. The dark clouds have never revealed their whereabouts. We must prepare our defenses. I'll give you 30 elite soldiers. You will immediately lead them south. On the surface, it's to hunt down and execute the assassin, but you actually have another mission.
The new year is coming soon. I plan to summon all the sects in Western Sichuan on that day. He asked Vaikon in surprise, summon all the sects. Are you planning to become the alliance leader? The older brother just organized his papers and said one sentence, if necessary. On the MCS side, the system popped up. Remaining points, 50. He was annoyed. Damn it, I used too many points. I thought 20 or 30 points would be enough. I didn't expect to add a whole 50 points and still get beaten to a pulp like this. Just how strong is Tran Vu Khan anyway? But Ha Vu Chan, who had just been watching, suffered even worse than him. He was bruised black and blue all over, his entire body covered in acupuncture needles. The old doctor standing next to him scolded non-stop. I swear, if you dare to sneak out again, I'll use a massive needle to pierce your hui and acupoint. Suddenly, the old man turned around to look, and the MC jumped in fear. The old man coldly shouted, "Take it off." He hurriedly grabbed the blanket. Take what off? The old man snorted in annoyance. Are you deaf? I told you to take your shirt off. But when he actually took it off, the old man was completely shocked, his eyes bulging so much they almost fell out. What is wrong with this kid now? His whole body was smooth, with not a single wound. The old man stared at him. Could it be that you snuck some miraculous elixir in the middle of the night? Taikon immediately shook his head. No, I was just circulating my chi all day and then had a good sleep. The old man was extremely suspicious, thinking to himself, could it be the medicinal effect of the 100-year snow ginseng? No, that's too exaggerated. Did this guy steal from the medicine warehouse again? Third young master can be discharged from the hospital. So he immediately went back to check on his old house, but it was still ruined and messy, with no one having cleaned it up. He went to complain to his eldest brother. The older brother smiled brightly. A place to stay? You can temporarily stay somewhere. Follow me. After saying that, he actually led him to a place. He asked as they walked, is your body all right? Vokan had no ill intentions. Try to be a little tolerant, little brother. The MC felt extremely annoyed listening to this. His fists were full of ill intentions. Good thing my recovery ability is excellent. He even patted his shoulder to comfort him. Anyway, you'll grow fond of each other the more you meet. Our MC still hated him. It's best we don't cross paths. Finally, he stopped in front of a house. We're here. This is the place. It looked pretty big. Oh, not bad. Do you like it? Yeah, it's much cleaner than I thought. Plus, it looks really spacious.
Exactly. The martial arts training ground here is huge. There's also one in the basement in case of rain or snow. The MC was thrilled. Oh, there are 2 training grounds. Sharing them shouldn't be a problem. The more he heard, the more he liked it. Oh wow, sharing is perfect. Suddenly, something felt wrong. Wait a minute, aren't I living alone? The old man smiled with a slightly wicked expression. Ah, about that. He spread his arms wide. It's very spacious anyway, so 2 people sharing a place shouldn't be a problem, right? It's a good chance to bond. The MC immediately asked, with who? He didn't answer him, just shouted towards the house. Vukan, your eldest brother is here. The MC standing next to him flinched, his face turning pale. Ah, damn it. It really was a case of Murphy's Law. The 2 were forced to live together in the same house.
Just standing face to face was already unbearable. He didn't know how long he'd have to breathe the same air as him in this place. A few minutes earlier, Tai Khan's face tilted up to the sky, pouting, veins popping out all over his face in defiance. Try hitting me one more time. Second brother was furious, his killing intent skyrocketing. You got beaten up like that and you still haven't learned your lesson. The MC clung to eldest brother's clothes, flipping the bird. Just try hitting me. Vaikon couldn't hold back anymore and yelled furiously, Enough! He grabbed his collar and pulled him forward. It's only for half a month. I'm not making you 2 live together for a year and a half. Once the courtyard is built, you can move back. Is it really that hard? Vukan, the culprit who caused the damage, stood completely still, not daring to argue back. Eldest brother looked very serious. This is a decision I made after careful consideration. If you don't want this, say it right now. I respect both of your opinions. The two turned to look at each other and said in unison, I don't want to. And just like that, they started bickering again. Hey, are you copying me? Humph. But eldest brother ignored them, hugging both of his younger brothers with a beaming smile. I'm so glad you two are willing to listen to me. Ignoring their screams. No, when did I ever agree? Actually, he had already pleaded with second brother beforehand. Just this once. Your brother is begging you. Half a month, no, can't you just live together for 10 days? Boo-hoo. Since he agreed, he had to hold back. He crossed his arms and warned the MC, let me tell you the rules around here. Every word he breathed out annoyed the MC. Rules? What kind of rules do two grown men need to live together? First, from now on, you must treat me with respect and proper manners. No disrespect allowed. But these words fell on deaf ears. The MC swayed his body, deliberately provoking him. And what if I don't want to? He was absolutely furious and couldn't hold back from throwing a palm strike. But it hit the pillar right behind the MC. His face was dark as the bottom of a pot as he warned. What is the first rule? Taikon glanced at the scorched, glowing red pillar and was immediately terrified. He didn't dare argue back, but he still stubbornly craned his neck. Finally, obedient as a puppy, he bowed deeply. I must respect and honor you, second brother. Only then was he satisfied. Very good. Now the second rule. You must keep quiet. If you make loud noises that wake me up or disturb my cultivation. Finally, the third rule. You can use the training ground as you please, but when I tell you to leave, you must obediently leave. Got it? He nodded like a woodpecker to everything he said. Got it, got it. Why did it feel like he was being sent to a hard labor camp? Ah, mother, I miss you so much. Boo-hoo. It seems you've finally come to your senses. Now go, your room is on the 3rd floor. The MC bowed deeply and then bolted away. Even so, he kept peeking back as he ran, strengthening his resolve even more in his heart. Just you wait. I'll catch up to you soon. But right at that moment, he saw him slice through 4 stone pillars at once with a single sword strike. He felt completely terrified all over again, sweating bullets. But he was still as stubborn as a mule. Just wait, sooner or later, I'll catch up to you. That night, he sat there thinking about him endlessly. Tran Vu Khan. Hates trouble, pursues efficiency. A hard-working person who never neglects his cultivation. But he's also a lunatic, willing to beat his younger brother half to death just for being disrespectful. True enough, the older brothers are working so hard to build up the clan, while the youngest brother is just a useless slacker who only knows how to fool around. It's totally normal for him to get a beating. His martial arts are so strong too. Seriously, the more I think about it, the more amazing that guy seems. Suddenly, something clicked in his head. This is an opportunity. During these 10 days of living together, if I could get one-on-one tutoring from a supreme master, my martial arts would definitely improve a lot, right? Who knows, seeing his younger brother turn over a new leaf, he might even personally teach me his martial arts. I have to get stronger, fast. I've managed to survive so far, but at my current level, it's hard enough to take care of myself, let alone protect others. Going from 3rd rate to super 1st rate, from F rank to C rank, already took 2 months. Before the next time I log out of the game, if I max out my level, I should be able to reach B rank, right? The more he thought about it, the more excited he got. Shoots up from his seat. Ah, that's right. Open quest window. But it just displayed no quests currently in progress. He collapsed to the ground in shock. What about logging out of the quest? Ding ding, achievement unlocked. The returnee. A series of notifications popped up. He squinted at them. What is this? The returnee? A new feature. Title confirmed. As the saying goes, it's easy to leave but hard to return. Your spirit of sacrifice and bravery are truly astonishing. His eyes lit up, the system's light illuminating his entire face. Early the next morning, as soon as the sun rose, Vukan was already sitting and practicing his martial arts. For the past 3 years, I've been trying to clear my Ren and Du meridians every single day. But so far, I haven't succeeded. If I can do it, I'll be able to enter a whole new realm. Sweating profusely, he squeezed his eyes shut. Today, I must succeed. A blinding golden light shot out from his body in all directions. Just as he was about to break through, a deafening scream echoed out, startling him so much he fell backward. Shocked out of his mind, he hurriedly sat up straight. Ugh, what is going on? Could it be my inner demons? I finally managed to gather my inner energy. But the next scream was even louder, flattening him to the ground. Vukan trembled all over. Why would my inner demons say such things? Emitting a murderous aura, he finally realized. Trantai Kan, you little bastard. That night at the Tung Kiem sect, a man received the scroll trembling uncontrollably, his back drenched in sweat. Na Bin and his men stood there, narrowing their eyes and staring intently. This old man was the sect leader of the Tung Kiem sect, Huan Kim Mo. In his hand was an invitation from the Jinju Chen clan. He was terrified. No, this isn't just a summons. It's a warning. A warning that if we don't agree to go, we'll be boycotted by the entire Western Szechuan martial arts world. And there's Ghost Sword Nak Bin, one of the core masters of the Jinju Chen clan. He came here in person, which proves. If we don't accept the invitation, they might use our lack of support in this war as an excuse to exact revenge.
If that happens, we'll have absolutely no power to fight back. It seems the Jinju Chen clan has drawn their swords.
After calculating everything carefully, he cupped his hands and bowed his head. Of course we must attend. I've been wanting to meet the young master anyway, so this is a great opportunity. Nakbin finally spoke, looking satisfied. I'm honored that the sect leader is giving us face. Speaking of which, have you seen anyone suspicious? He stopped dead in his tracks, feeling a sudden chill. Huh? Someone suspicious? Nakbin's face flared with a murderous aura as he lowered his voice. Someone tried to assassinate the third young master but failed. It seems he fled towards the Tung Kiem sect. The old man almost wet his pants in fear. How could that be? There must be some misunderstanding here. But Nakbin's gaze was clearly sharper than a knife. The more he looked, the more terrified the chubby old man became.
That person didn't even exist in the first place. Nakbin tilted his head back and mocked himself. Haha, of course, I could be mistaken. It's truly unlikely to happen. After all, the deep friendship between the Jinju Chen clan and the Dongkiem sect is known to everyone. Thank you for your warm reception. Then I'll see you during the new year. After saying that, he got on his horse and left immediately. The others didn't dare to breathe a sigh of relief until the group of horses was far away. In Vikan's office, he suddenly woke up with drool running down his chin. The whole room was empty. It seemed he had fallen asleep while working without realizing it. He looked at the unfinished work and rubbed his aching head. Ugh, was it a nightmare? I thought I was dead for sure. I need to choose someone quickly. Otherwise, this might take years off my life.
As long as we can unite the Western Sichuan martial arts world this new year, then very soon, heroes from all over the world will flock to pledge their allegiance to the Jinju Chen clan when that time comes. Suddenly, his sharp ears caught a loud banging noise. What's going on? Why is there a sound of something smashing into a wall? He let out a long sigh and opened the door. Oh man, who could it be at this hour? But looking down from above towards the source of the noise, that direction it was Tai Khan being beaten to a pulp by his second brother. He screamed at the top of his lungs, log out, log out, log out of the game, but a notification popped up. Cannot log out during combat. It was really driving him into a corner. What? How is this possible? No matter how fast our protagonist ran, Vu Khan was still hot on his heels. He smiled wickedly, his face darkened. I told you, didn't I? Rule number 2. The two of them chased and fought noisily. Me, you little brat. It's because of you. Chi deviation. The Ren and Du meridians. Log out. The old man peeking from outside didn't understand anything. Log out of what? Chi deviation? The Ren and Du meridians. Even though I don't know what's going on, if this continues, something bad will definitely happen. He was about to open the door and step in. Looks like it's my turn to step in. But the two inside didn't care and kept chasing and fighting like crazy. Why are your ribs exposed again? Seems like you're itching for a crazy beating. Our protagonist was aching all over, trying to defend himself, but the other guy showed no mercy. Even if you get hit, don't flinch, especially your lower body. Saying that, he lunged forward to attack again. Our protagonist refused to just take it and swung his sword back. But in the blink of an eye, he was hit so hard he dropped his sword. Your foundation is too weak. You better fix your habit of instinctively flailing your arms and legs. Martial arts are meant to be learned by humans, not animals. He was already beaten to a pulp, and now he was being scolded. Our protagonist refused to give in. Cut the crap. But the more he yelled, the harder he got beaten. It seems your memory isn't very good either. Get a good sleep. When you wake up, I'll explain the rules to you again. He finished speaking and struck with a single palm strike, instantly knocking the main character's soul out of his body. Thud. He fell flat on his face, and the courtyard finally fell silent. He looked toward the door and called out, "Come in." Vikan walked in with a smile. You knew I was here. He exposed him bluntly. It would be strange if I didn't. Every time I punched him, the sound of your gulping was as loud as thunder. He bent down to check on the main character. His injuries don't look too bad. That's good. The other had it all calculated. Don't worry. This kid's bones are sturdy. To be beaten to that extent and still endure for 2 hours. With this stamina and recklessness, hell, surely. Suddenly seeing the older brother's face blooming like a flower. Eldest brother, what are you smiling at? He replied with narrowed eyes, because it's truly miraculous. This is the first time you've ever praised the youngest, isn't it? Vukan's entire body jolted, completely startled. He didn't expect it either. Praise? For this little brat. He furiously denied it. I did not. The eldest brother just smiled. Is that so? It's true. I know. I didn't say anything. Haha. Vikan was very satisfied with the current situation. Youngest. Even if your body falls apart, you must hold on. The two continued bickering. No, you're smiling right now, too. A genius must be taught by a genius. Second brother will train you to become tougher and sharper. That was exactly why he forced the two of them to live together. It's all for your sake. Seeing the situation settled, the eldest brother waved his hand and left. In leaving. The other one shouted loudly, "Where are you going? Take this kid with you right now. In letting him off today out of respect for you, eldest brother. Otherwise, just prepare to call the Undertaker tomorrow." The eldest brother ignored him. If that's what you want, it's up to you. Do whatever you please.
He had calculated everything, second brother. This will be a good experience for you too. The next morning, when he woke up, he was already lying in bed. However, he still intentionally kept his eyes tightly shut. The other guy stood right next to the bed and called out, "Hey." But he ignored him, stubbornly refusing to budge.
Irritated, he raised his fist again. "I know you're awake. Answer me." Tai Kang was scared out of his wits and hastily bolted upright. "Yes. Second brother, you're here." His tears fell, but the game wasn't over. "Damn it. Who told me to be weaker than him?" The other called out again. "Hey." He rested his hands on his hips and glared warningly. "What's with that look? Are you dissatisfied with me?" He hurriedly lowered his head. Instantly switching to sparkling, innocent eyes. "Huh? What's wrong with my look?" He found it incredibly annoying but decided to let it slide. "You. Phew, watch yourself." "Yes, second brother." The main character immediately activated his flattering skills, grabbing his hand and blowing on it softly. "About yesterday. It was my fault, making such a loud noise while second brother was cultivating. I deserve to be beaten." He tried to explain. "No, what I mean is." He kept blowing on it. "What should we do? Your hand must hurt a lot from hitting me yesterday. Let me blow on it for you." Disgusted beyond belief, his face turned pale. How can someone like this exist? Seriously. He immediately pulled his hand back. "All right, come outside with me." He furrowed his brows in confusion. "Where to?" "The martial arts training ground." His entire body went weak, hiding in the corner of the bed. "Are you going to beat me again?" Unexpectedly, he was unusually nice today. "It's not what you think. From today on, cultivate with me." The main character couldn't believe it, completely stunned. Cultivate. He didn't look like he was joking either. "That's right, I'll fix your terrible martial arts from start to finish." His heart was full of suspicion, still refusing to budge. The guy who beats me up every time we meet now wants to help me cultivate, and even waste his own time. He looked at him, utterly speechless. Seriously. In fact, he already knew their eldest brother's intentions. Eldest brother came yesterday. "With so many empty rooms, why do you think he insisted on bringing you to my place?" The main character instantly realized that Tren V. Can did it on purpose. Meanwhile, Vu Can was extremely annoyed, letting out a long sigh. "Damn it, I should have refused from the start." He knew it just by looking at him. Seems like this guy really doesn't want to teach at all. However, there's no way I can miss out on such a great opportunity. Since the assist was this perfect, he had to score. He stepped forward, cupped his hands, and bowed deeply. "I leave everything in your hands, second brother." He glared in warning. "Think carefully before you speak. Meeting my standards won't be easy. Don't go complaining about being tired later. If you can't handle it, just give up right now." But his mind was made up. "I want to become strong." The two locked eyes, completely serious and not joking around. Seeing this, he walked straight out. "Let's go to the martial arts hall." Ding ding, the system announced a quest. Within the designated time, train under the guidance of Tren Vu Kan. No matter how strong you become, as long as Tren Vu Kan is not satisfied, the quest will be considered a failure. The main character read it over and over again, earning Tren Vu Kan's acknowledgement. "I can do this." Suddenly, the other guy turned around and asked, "Right, you know how to use a spear, don't you? Take out your spear now." He paused, slightly wondering. "Why is he making me take out my spear all of a sudden?" Vu Kang smirked wickedly, radiating danger. "Never heard the saying? Training must be just like real combat." Besides, eldest brother already agreed. He said it's about time to call the Undertaker. And just like that, the main character suddenly felt a tinge of regret. He immediately shouted, "Log out of the game." But a bright red system panel appeared. "Cannot log out of the game while undertaking a designated quest." It was too late for regrets now. Damn it. The two stood facing each other out on the training ground, using the real deal, not bothering with wooden weapons. But Vu Kang had to use a wooden one, or else it'd actually skewer him to death. Looking at the main character's spear-holding stance, even he was impressed, this kid. The moment he holds a spear, his aura completely changes. Praising him openly for the first time, "Your stance isn't bad." Since things had come to this, he had no choice but to try his best. This definitely won't be easy to deal with. The two of them stared intently at each other. His entire body radiated bloodlust, so blatantly obvious that he could tell at a glance. So he immediately flared up, his face darkening as he gritted his teeth. "Hey, I told you it'd make you open your eyes wide and see, didn't I?" Vu Can made the first move, landing a clean hit as his wooden sword thrust straight into Tai Can's stomach. The pain was so agonizing that he coughed up blood. His entire body collapsed onto the ground. He was so exhausted he couldn't breathe, lacking any strength to stand up and keep fighting. He looked at him sprawled out, feeling a bit bewildered. What the hell is wrong with this brat? He realized something was off after exchanging so many blows. He gets beaten to the point of passing out, yet he still manages to crawl back up. Not only does he have an abnormally boundless stamina, but every time he gets back up, he becomes even stronger. To think he actually lasted 200 rounds. And against me, no less. It is well known that countless scions of prestigious clans hold a sword from birth and train desperately, only to barely reach the ranks of masters. Yet this guy took only 3 years to become an absolute master. He thought he had passed out, but who knew he was lying there snoring like a log, fast asleep. The more he looked, the more baffled he became. Why do geniuses always have to be this kind of person? Suddenly he heard his groaning. Even in his dreams, he was dreaming of girls. His body began to writhe, his arms reaching out in embrace as he called out, Mwet. Mwet ha nuna. If you suddenly do this. Vu Khan trembled with anger at the sight. How is this possible? Absolutely not. Furious, he immediately gave him a good smack. Brat, wake up right now. Ding ding. Remaining time. 9 days, 20 hours, 23 minutes. The two exchanged a few words. Do you know why I want to join the Astronomy Academy? Because you don't want to see me. Vu Khan nodded. Truly a genius. You're not wrong, but there's a much more important reason. The protagonist's eyes widened in curiosity. What is it? He sat in front of him, crossing his legs as he explained. The main family no longer has any martial arts left for me to learn. I need something new. Coincidentally, the Astronomy Academy offered me a spot, so I have no reason to refuse.
The protagonist immediately asked, Then the Chen clan spearmanship, did you? He bluntly cut him off. Didn't I just say it? There are no martial arts left for me to learn. He couldn't believe it. But you're a swordsman. He got annoyed. When you eat rice, don't you eat side dishes? How is that the same? To me, they're all exactly the same. The more he learned about him, the more shocked he became. I've tried learning different types of weapons before, but just mastering one is hard enough. How could you? Talking to him felt like an insult to his IQ. He decisively stood up. It seems you just don't get it. Showing you would be much faster. He walked straight out to the training ground once again. Let's try this for a second. He took a deep breath, his feet starting to move step by step. His hands wielded the sword with masterful elegance. His eyes flashed with a brilliant crimson light.
He delivered a straight thrust that sparked with fire, the power truly no laughing matter. However, the moment he saw it, the protagonist's face darkened. It looked exactly like his straight spear thrust. He even called out its name, Heavenly Piercing Strike. The final technique of the Chen clan's spearmanship. Now that he had seen and heard it for himself, he still couldn't comprehend it. Is this the legendary genius? He even joked, at this point, maybe I should call it the Chen clan's swordsmanship. Resent him or not, he had to admit he was impressed. Just by adding a few simple movements, he instantly turned spearmanship into swordsmanship. His face showed clear astonishment. If all martial arts can be used like this. Suddenly, he turned around. Hey, are you even listening to Hyung? As he asked, he gave him a sharp thwack on the head with his wooden sword, startling him and causing a dizzying burst of pain.
Vu Khan unleashed a scolding. Hyung went out of his way to demonstrate this for you, and you dare zone out. Tai Khan hastily clutched his head and explained, no, I wasn't zoning out. He rubbed his temples in frustration. You wouldn't understand if I just explained it with words anyway. Experiencing it firsthand is the fastest way to learn. He hurriedly turned to grab his weapon. All right, hold on, wait a second. But the moment his hand touched the spear, he suddenly loomed right beside him. He knew instantly. Damn it, here we go again. This guy never let him finish preparing, his reasoning being, in a real fight, there's no such thing as wait a second. Can you tell someone trying to kill you to wait? Tai Khan turned around in absolute terror, screaming, ah. But the other guy had already started counting. Number 1. When facing an opponent stronger than yourself, you should be cautious when attacking. Finishing his sentence, he delivered a full-force palm strike straight into the protagonist's stomach. His entire body was sent flying backwards. Yet he still had the gall to use that fake tone and say, don't be so scared. How could Hyung bear to use inner energy on his beloved little brother? The resilient protagonist raised his spear and mocked, if Hyung is so considerate of me, wouldn't it be better to just throw away the wooden sword? The moment he finished speaking, the attack came at him again, a swift suppression to keep the heat on. I can't, this feels much more comfortable to hold. He was terrified, but he still had to swing his weapon wildly. He was very pleased with his resilience. He decisively unleashed his technique. Chen clan's swordsmanship, first form. Venomous dragon rears its head. He clearly had only one sword, but the thrust was so fast it seemed to multiply into several. The protagonist couldn't dodge it at all, struck so hard he saw stars. How is this possible? Culminating in an agonizingly painful thrust. This move was so vicious that he could barely even stand. He growled, second, don't forget, while you were busy fooling around, I was constantly training. Seeing him tremble, he showed no mercy. Don't pretend it hurts. Get up. Our protagonist had no idea about this character's past. What do you mean? Fooling around? Gritting his teeth, he clenched his fists, trying to endure it, determined not to give up. Don't mock me. I've been working hard too. While others were holding hands with their girlfriends and going out, I was risking my life fighting in the gates every single day. He threw a decisive punch. You still dare to yell, you brat? For the first time, he put all his strength into a punch aimed straight at Vu Khan's chest. But he was the one whose face changed color, not his opponent. His hand turned bright red as if he had punched a steel wall. His face turned purple as he screamed in agony. It hurts. My hand. The other guy acted like nothing happened, searching through his clothes. Third, before a duel, you must understand your opponent's intentions. It turned out he had come prepared, hiding a thick iron plate inside his chest. Indeed, in front of him, he was still too green and naive, only able to scream, why are you carrying that around with you? He continued to lecture him. Fourth, Do not neglect your physical training normally. Fifth, before he could finish, Paikan got upset and threw his spear hard onto the ground. Ouch. I'm done. I'm not fighting anymore. Arg, my wrist is going to break. He looked at his back as he rubbed his hand. You're not fighting anymore. His face turned fierce visibly, glaring menacingly. You're giving up after just this much. Killing intent shot straight at him. Before Taikan could even react, both his arms and legs were slashed cleanly across. He was completely dumbfounded. His whole body was crippled on the spot, collapsing onto the ground. He screamed in terror. Ah, my hand, my leg. But looking back and forth, they're still intact? What is this? It hurts so much. But he only felt a sharp, stinging pain. Yet why did he say, your limbs have just been severed? By a ruthless, unorthodox martial artist who is several times stronger than you. Taikan was furious. It was obviously you who hit me. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Was his attack still considered light? He continued. If it were a more malicious person, he would definitely use another method. As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly struck several of his pressure points. Even his neck was struck, causing his whole body to plunge into a void. He passed out on the spot, but his eyes remained wide open. Ding ding, the system panel appeared. Numbness, acupoint has been struck. You will be paralyzed for 1 hour. Mute acupoint has been struck. You will be unable to make a sound for 1 hour. He could only lie there trembling, cursing inwardly. This lunatic. He still walked over step by step, his voice monotonous. Bone dislocation and muscle separation is an extremely cruel technique. In at most half an hour, your chi and blood will fall into chaos, and every bone in your body will shatter. Even if you miraculously survive, you will turn into a madman or be crippled for life. Can you endure that kind of pain? Perhaps after just a quarter of an hour, you won't even remember who you are anymore. The last thing the protagonist saw was killing intent had been turned off. His face was pale, having never been so terrified. Is this guy really going to kill me? But then his hand lowered. But you can rest assured. Now he finally felt a wave of relief. Phew. Come to think of it, that's true. How could he possibly kill his own little brother? Unexpectedly, he pointed his sword at him again. I will give you a painless death. On top of that, a real sword? Since when? Is he really going to stab me to death? The tip of the sword was already pressed against his neck. His eyes glowed red. Die. He was in a complete panic, his insides in knots. What kind of situation is this? This is too tragic. He thrust forward decisively. His eyes rolled back, his mouth hung open, unable to close, his soul having left his body who knows when. But suddenly he heard his voice saying, "Get up." Only then did he snap out of it, as if waking from a dream. The sword resting on his neck had turned back into a wooden sword. Ding ding! Numbness acupoint has been released. Paralyzed status removed. Mute acupoint has been released. You are free to speak. Only now did Taikan slowly push himself up to sit. What just happened? He reached up to touch his neck. I clearly felt the sensation of being stabbed by a sword. The more he looked at him, the more unbelievable it seemed. Was that an illusion? Vu Can growled a reminder. Remember this. You've already died once today. He rattled off a whole list for him. Limbs severed. Hit with bone dislocation. Throat slit. Although the degree and form of pain differ, you couldn't escape death in any of them. Remember that well. Hearing this made his brain boil with anger. This lunatic. But he didn't dare say it out loud, only daring to ask. So what? What are you trying to say? Unexpectedly, he answered seriously. I'm saying that your life won't last much longer. You are just a half-baked amateur. Neither a martial artist nor a wanderer, just half-baked. People with only superficial, cat-scratch martial arts like you are the easiest to die in Muram. The hidden dragon of Western Sichuan, a super first-rate master, even a passing dog would laugh. But he felt it was somewhat true. A half-baked amateur, huh? He continued his relentless mockery. At best, you're just a thug. As a warrior, your skills are not up to par, and you don't have a clear purpose like wanderers do. Don't mistake your lucky survival for your own strength. Even if he was right, this was too humiliating. He had to argue back immediately. Then what about Trio Tut? According to you, was that also based on luck? He crossed his arms and asked back, 1 question, 1 kill, Trio Tut. He answered without even thinking. Even a deaf old man knows the third young master of the Jinju Chen clan is a good-for-nothing. How could he not know? It's obvious without even thinking. That idiot definitely underestimated you. And in that situation, you managed to find a trump card to turn the tables. He was spot on, not a single detail was wrong. Suddenly, he felt a twinge of guilt. This punk, how did he know? Vu Can crossed his arms and said bluntly, let me make it clear to you, your luck ends here. Muram is full of monsters. They won't underestimate their enemies like he did. Do you know why? To them, you are no longer the useless third young master of the Jinju Chen clan. Now you are the hidden dragon of Western Sichuan. That was exactly the reason. If he were a nobody, they wouldn't bother touching him. But having some fame was no different from provoking them. He remarked that you're only realizing it now. Since it's come to this, I have to live up to that title. So, less than greater than. Putting on a flattering face right away, second brother, can you teach me and help me become strong enough to safely survive with this hidden dragon of Western Sichuan title? Help me out, second brother. Aren't I your beloved little brother? He was speechless. Humph, so annoying. The two started bickering again. Tisk, as a martial artist, how can you ask others for help so easily? Ouch. We're brothers, what's there to be afraid of? But why is this punk starting to act so disrespectfully, huh? Huh? When was I ever disrespectful? Looks like this won't do. Bring your spear here. From now on, I will train you with the highest intensity.
Day 1 of training. To avoid forgetting what I've learned during this training, I decided to start keeping a journal today. Under Tren Vue Can's guidance, I swung my spear all day long. The day begins and ends with sparring matches. Even though I got beaten half to death, I could still endure it. This is the first time in my life I've ground ink, and it's actually quite fun. On day 2, I practiced spear arts like my life depended on it today. Perhaps because of this, my endurance and stamina stats both increased, and the Chen family spear art reached 90% mastery. Oh, a new damage resistance stat was also generated. Although the progression speed is faster than training alone, I sometimes think it would be better to spend this time learning other supreme martial arts, but Tren Vue Can probably has his own plans. Grinding ink is starting to get a bit annoying. I'm so tired. Day 3 of training. It's the Chen family spear art again. I asked him to teach me another martial art and ended up getting beaten to a pulp. I was called brainless. While desperately dodging his attacks, my Chen family footwork increased to 80% mastery. Wow, this is actually pretty effective. Day 4 of training. Since the training began, there hasn't been a single day where I slept for more than 2 hours. Most of my time is spent with Tren Vue Can, training, sparring in an infinite loop. Starting today, to save time on eating, he decided to start using fasting pills instead of meals. Even with the system, my stamina is nearing its limit. Day 5 of training. My hands hurt so much, so I could only grind a little bit of ink. The sky looks completely yellow. I'm going to sleep. Day 6 of training. I really can't understand why the system doesn't have a memo feature. Grinding ink was so annoying that I ended up smashing the inkstone. As a result, I got a beating from Tren Vue Can. Day 7 of training. The Chen family footwork has reached 90% mastery. At the same time, my level also increased by 1. I've been training so much lately that I automatically use the Chen family footwork just by walking. It's unbelievable. Day 8 of training. Today, my limbs aren't listening to my commands. It feels like this isn't the martial art I used to know. The martial art I've used tens of thousands of times now feels somewhat unfamiliar. Tren Vue Can says this is a normal phenomenon. Day 9 of training. I think I get it now. Since his improvement, their sparring matches have been absolute chaos, and now wooden weapons are breaking all day long. Vue Can looked at his wooden sword that he had shattered, acknowledging with some satisfaction, barely a success. He saw that his wooden spear possessed significantly stronger spiritual energy, while the main character finally understood. So, this is what the Chen family spear art is really like. In other words, before this, I couldn't even unleash half the power of the Chen family spear art. Ding ding, system notifications popped up continuously. You have mastered Chen family footwork. You have mastered Chen family spear art. All stat abilities have significantly increased. His eyes lit up as he looked at it. Wow, I haven't even completed the quest, so why are there so many pop-ups? Suddenly, a red notification caught his attention. He stared blankly, frowning in confusion. Crafting manuals? Great mastery of a martial art means. You have reached the level of complete comprehension and can flexibly apply that martial art. Setting aside reaching a certain realm, taking only 10 days to consecutively make 2 first-rate martial arts, the Chen family spear art and Chen family footwork, his own is already an incredibly outstanding achievement. Vue Can looked at the shattered wooden sword in his hand, truly speechless. Initially, I only intended to help him fix his habit of swinging his limbs wildly and properly forge his foundation. Although I don't know how he did it, aside from a few postures that need correcting, there are no issues with his foundation at all. Not only his endurance, stamina, and agility, but all of his physical abilities surpass those of martial artists at the same level. A hunter with 7 years of experience. His coordination is also excellent. The skinny punk who once tried to get abs just to show off his body to courtesans back then. We haven't met in just 3 years, yet he's changed this much. He doesn't even possess the heavenly martial body, so this is truly. The system popped up. Craft manual. You can craft a manual based on a martial art you have greatly mastered. Thinking it was nothing special, the main character scratched his cheek in disdain. Calling it a new skill, I thought it was something amazing. It seems useless, but still, it's better than nothing, right? Right at that moment, the wooden sword in his second brother's hand aimed straight at his head and struck down with a loud thwack. What have you been muttering to thin air all this time, huh? The main character went crazy and yelled loudly, "Ouch! Why do you keep hitting me on the head?" He threw the wooden sword away. Who told you not to focus? Anyway, the training course ends here. Ding ding! A bunch of system notifications appeared again. Chun Vu Kang announces the end of the training course. Chun Vu Kang's evaluation will determine whether you complete the quest.
He was clearly praising him internally, but what came out of his mouth was, you still have a long way to go. Taking 10 days just to reach this level is truly a waste of time. What's with that expression of yours? His whole body was trembling. What's wrong? He shouted in annoyance, I'm talking about your weird expression. It turned out he was trying to hold back his laughter, but couldn't. Ha ha. But he wasn't laughing at him. He was thrilled to death over the system notifications. Furthermore, he dared to point and shout, Tren Vu Can, 25 years old. Truly a shy guy. The two started arguing again. It's nothing, don't take it to heart. 25 is indeed an age where people get easily embarrassed. You punk, what did you just say? How dare you, you punk? Ouch, are you trying to hit me again? Right at that moment, a servant came in to report. Excuse me, young masters. The two of them, who were about to throw punches, had to turn around.
The servant fearfully reported, the young lord is calling for you two to go over. Both of them went to meet the old man and were completely shocked, shouting in unison, Where did you say we are going? His eyes gleamed. The Huan-Sun Sword Sect. They are guests who cannot be absent during the upcoming Lunar New Year. Vu Kan slammed his hand on the table and questioned, But why do I have to go? The main character could tell at a glance. He looks like he wants to run away himself. V Kan repeated, It was a personal invitation from the leader of the Huan-Sun Sword Sect. The main character was utterly shocked. The sect leader? Vu Kan had generally grasped the situation. Sect leader Blood Sack Sword. Li Thian Batch and most of the sect's key masters died at Bat Thian Heap, while the second disciple, Li Tio Quan, was poisoned.
I heard that after the bandits ransacked the sect, the eldest son, who was the young lord, died of grief. According to rumors, with their current condition, shouldn't they have sealed off their mountain gates by now? The old man glared at him seriously. Regardless, they were once a sect that dominated half of the western Sichuan martial world. We absolutely must not underestimate their strength. As long as their pillar remains, they can make a comeback. The main character standing nearby asked curiously, Pillar. Who is that? The old man revealed a name, Li Tiom Wit. He still had a blank expression. Li Tiom Wit. Li Tiom Wit. Is she an illegitimate child? Or a distant relative? The old man was speechless. It seems you don't remember. This was even more surprising. Huh? Is she someone I know?
V Kan made it clear. The new leader of the Hengshan Sword Sect is a woman, the third child of Li Tianbai, the only sister of the deceased young master and Li Xiaojun. It seems his memory was jogged a little. He recalled when that bastard came to cause a scene, yelling, You shameless scoundrel, tearing my sister's clothes and almost defiling her, yet you refused to admit it. He was completely less speechless. His soul almost left his body. Damn it. Vu Kan, clueless about the incident, turned and asked, What, do you two know each other? V Kan continued, Furthermore, the new leader of the Hengshan Sword Sect also said. Before he could finish, the second brother waved his hand and tried to escape. Then can I just not go? I'll be taking my leave now. But the old man insisted on finishing. If you go, she intends to reveal a portion of a supreme martial arts manual.
That hit the sweet spot. He stopped dead in his tracks. Truly a martial arts manual fanatic.
When do we depart? Right now. Ding ding, the system popped up. Quest. Yesterday's enemy, today's ally. Now all truths have come to light. The Hengshan Sword Sect is not an enemy, but an ally to join forces with. Invite them to the Chen family in Jinju during the upcoming Lunar New Year. The difficulty is low with no penalty for failure. Simply delivering the invitation is enough. He sat in the carriage pondering. It's great that a mandatory quest is assigned like this, but it's too easy, which actually makes me a bit uneasy. Well, the important thing anyway is to try saying it. Log out. Ding ding. Would you like to log out of the game? The protagonist was so happy he could cry. During this quest, I can log out of the game at any time.
His face immediately lit up. It's time to go back and sign the contract with Team Leader Choi and test out my newly modified martial arts. Meanwhile, Vu Kan sat right opposite him. We have to take a carriage again? This is going to take quite a while. He punched the carriage door and yelled, Hey coachman, can't you go a little faster? The person outside argued back immediately. First of all, I'm not a coachman. Secondly, I can't go any faster. You might not feel it inside, but it's freezing out here, and I'm about to freeze to death. That's the situation. The furious second brother snapped. What? If you're not the coachman, what are you doing sitting there? The guy outside reported, Before we left, you said the entourage was too annoying and told them all to screw off, so the coachman left with them too. Only then did he remember. Ah, right. Then who are you? The guy outside poked his head in, shivering violently, covered in frost, unable to form a word.
The moment he saw his face, Vu Kan slammed the door shut. Ah, it's this guy. Just as he introduced himself, I am Ha Vu Chan, and so the person inside and outside bickered. But why didn't you just leave too? Keeping the coachman would have been better. I only follow the third young master's orders. Vu Kan snorted disdainfully. Is that so? Birds of a feather flocked together. Suddenly, he saw the protagonist huddled up in a blanket and immediately asked, What are you doing? He pulled both legs up onto the seat. I was planning to circulate my chi. But he was instantly exposed. Looks more to me like you're getting ready to sleep. Tai Kan, completely annoyed, glared at him with a warning. I said circulating my chi, circulating my chi. If you dare touch me, do you know what the consequences will be? Chi deviation, do you understand?
His attitude was just begging for a beating. The other guy got furious and readied his fist. Is this punk tired of living? Do you want a beating? The protagonist was angry but instantly backed down. Here we go again. He squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for the punch. But after a while of feeling nothing, he stealthily opened his eyes to peek. Without knowing when, the guy had closed his eyes and was already snoring like a log. He had it all figured out. I can't entrust my precious body to that guy. Sigh. I guess I'll just have to hold in. Him sleeping was for the best. All right then now. It's time to exit the game. The scene shifted to a familiar room. Tran Tai Khan, just back from a run, threw the door open. Ah, it's so hot. It's really hot in here. This shabby, hope-crushing rented room. I need to get out of here fast. He looked at the stopwatch. This time I was there for 20 days. In other words, 10 days over there equals about 1 hour over here.
Right then, his phone vibrated. It was a message from the person nicknamed Designer Brand Mirrored. Same place, same time tomorrow. Don't forget. Old man Choi had messaged. Just last time, he was smugly demanding better terms from him. What should I do? Should I go for a rank reevaluation again? Whatever. Let's just take a shower first and figure it out. At the exact same building as last time. This time he didn't hesitate at all, signing his name straight onto the contract. Ding ding. You have joined the Peace Guild. Receive 10 stat points as an achievement reward. He handed the contract back, smiling from ear to ear. Please take care of me from now on. Team leader Choi put his pen away likewise. By the way, didn't you say earlier that you needed better terms? Is it really fine to proceed like this? The protagonist slapped his thigh and threw his head back laughing. Just kidding. I was just kidding. Haha, what could possibly change in a single day? He was already extremely satisfied with this. A 500 million won signing bonus, 50 million won monthly salary with a 70% profit split, and the guild even provides housing and a car, along with dozens of other perks. A few months ago, I wouldn't have even dared to dream of these things. There's no need to cause suspicion with a rank reevaluation. But I never expected that while in the hidden dragon of Western Sichuan in Muram, in real life it'd become a hunter making hundreds of millions. He then added, I'll transfer the signing bonus to you today. In addition, regarding your housing and other matters. Suddenly, the protagonist interrupted, team leader. He looked up and glanced over. The protagonist, eyes crinkling in a smile, told him, slap me, so I can wake up from this dream. Who knew that right after he said it, he received a fiery slap across the face for real? Caught completely off guard, Tai Khan clutched his cheek and glared over, cough, you actually hit me. This guy Choi was clearly playing dumb on purpose as he replied, and not very good at turning people down. How is it? Are you a little more awake now? The protagonist was absolutely furious but couldn't do anything about it. Completely awake now. The other guy nodded in satisfaction. Good then. For a first meeting, it's better to be wide awake. He immediately realized something was wrong. A first meeting? Who are we going to see? Who else could it be? The members of our guild, of course. Well then, let's head out. He drove into a massive skyscraper. Tai Khan's eyes sparkled as he marveled endlessly. Wow, the central district packed with GATEs, the hub for branches of hundreds of major guilds nationwide. Wow. Now I'll be starting my glorious second hunter career right here.
But he didn't lead him in there. Instead, he led him to a tiny, dilapidated, abandoned building right next to it. He was shocked to the core, pointing in disbelief. What is going on? That building that looks like it's about to collapse is... Team leader Choi replied calmly, that is our guild's office. The protagonist was extremely dissatisfied. No matter how you put it, the office is the face and representation of the guild, regardless of how expensive the land here is. It seems team leader Choi's capabilities only amount to this. But then he suddenly turned to an old man, Butler Kim. How much did it cost to buy the land of that store over there? He replied, about 2 billion won per square meter. Hearing that number, he snapped completely awake, his eyes lighting up. Wait a minute. Small and medium-sized guilds wouldn't even dare to dream of this place. The fact that a newly established guild can settle here is absolutely insane.
Instantly changing his attitude, he quickly turned around and grabbed his hand. Team leader Choi. He even bowed and shouted loudly. Whether the guild office is at Sunjin Supermarket or Sunjin Building, it doesn't matter. I will definitely work hard. He nodded. Yeah, that's great to hear, thank you. Right at that moment, the building's signboard literally fell off. Luckily, they hadn't gone inside yet. Choi said, it probably just needs a little redecorating. Suddenly, someone came out from inside. Ouch, this thing fell off again. It was Fatty Lim. The two looked at each other and happily exchanged greetings. Oh, Tai-Kan, kid, how have you been? I heard you've ranked up to C. But hey, why are you here? Haha, why else? Isn't it perfectly normal for guild members to be at the guild office?
He explained. I was recovering in the hospital when team leader Choi suddenly came looking for me. He asked if I wanted to join the guild, and I agreed without a second thought, because he looks very reliable. Only then did he realize, wait a minute, you just joined the guild recently? He laughed heartily. Yep, this young man is quite righteous too. That Butler Kim is just a man of few words. But there was no one else around. He looked around in confusion. Do you see anyone else in the guild? Could it be that there's only the four of us here? Lim smiled. Of course not. He finally felt relieved. I knew there had to be more, right? I was just overthinking.
Suddenly, the old man looked in another direction. Oh, she's here right on time. Lim waved his hand and called out, Over here, Miss Song, over here. The new guy is here.
Including Miss Song, that makes a total of 5 people. The girl arrived carrying 2 bags of groceries and smiled happily. Hello everyone, you all got here so early. Why did you buy so much stuff? I already made a reservation at a restaurant. Why would we go to a place that's expensive and serves so little food? Let's just go inside and have Korean barbecue. We've got booze, we've got meat. He stood rooted to the spot. 5 people. That night, the Super Micro Guild held a gathering that also served as my welcome party. Through this gathering, I learned a few things. She raised her beer glass. Welcome. My name is Song Dudu. First, the guild's only female member, Ms. Song Dudu, is a healer.
Second, the guild master of this guild is actually Butler Kim Hajung. Team leader Choi introduced. From now on, let's all agree to call Butler Kim the guild master. No one has any objections, right? Haha, even though he's retired, he's a high-level mage who participated in the Great Cataclysm. Furthermore, he still maintains a certain level of strength to this day. Third, Butler Kim, team leader Choi, and Ms. Song Dudu used to be super elites of the Aries Guild. And the Aries Guild is the strongest legendary guild among hundreds of domestic guilds, from the early days of the Great Cataclysm up until now. Choi Mingi drank and said, I used to be a base team leader for the Aries Guild. Ms. Dudu was a member of my team. Finally, the last thing. The day after the gathering, which is today, is the Peace Guild's first official hunting day. The black car sped through the downtown area. Holding a tablet, he wondered, what is this again? He explained, this is a new generation tablet powered by a C-rank magic crystal. Look at its sleek design and superior performance. Plus, it's only sold to a few VIP customers. He was starting to show off again, so we cut him right off. The point is, Choi Mingi looked clearly disappointed. I've already saved the hunting video of the gate we're going to today on it. Everyone, take a look. He immediately clicked to watch. Voices came out from the device. Eve, everyone, calm down. Especially the players. Quickly raise your shields and block it. If the defense line breaks, everyone here is doomed. Of course, before that happens, you'll die by my hands first. Haha, good. Also, archers and mages, when the signal is given, focus your attacks on one point. Understood. Got it. He watched and fought. 4 players along with melee and ranged fighters. There are even mages and hunters. The team composition is pretty good. The teamwork is also very solid. Judu spoke up. Let me say this first. The gate we're entering this time is a B rank. The Hunter Association calls it the Minotaur's Labyrinth. The monsters in there are all giant, incredibly aggressive and vicious bulls. Tai Khan stared intently at the tablet screen. It was showing a scene where several bulls were being beaten half to death, but they were still very aggressive, charging forward fearlessly, even when their heads were engulfed in flames. The whole car fell dead silent, listening to the sounds coming from the tablet, but then the screen went black. He asked Choi, what was the outcome? He replied, 5 B ranks and 10 C ranks went in. All the Minotaurs were eliminated, but 2 hunters died in battle. Lim started to get cold feet. Oh man, it seems this place isn't simple at all. Will I be okay going in there? My previous gear was completely destroyed, so I just borrowed this temporarily. Choi calmly reassured him, don't worry. I've already selected appropriate equipment based on everyone's roles. The group immediately got excited, wow, really? As expected of team leader Choi, especially Hunter Lim's gear. This set was crafted by Mikola, Company K's best blacksmith last year. Everyone was thrilled. Gear picked by team leader Choi is definitely top tier. Thank you, I'll put it to good use. True to his word, everyone got a perfectly fitting set and was grinning from ear to ear. Peace Guild. 2 B ranks, 2 C ranks, 1 E rank. And also, the people from the other guild were already there chatting animatedly. Standing in front of them was the Sangdong Guild. 5 B ranks, 5 C ranks, a total of 15 people. The manager standing in front of the dungeon said, as everyone probably knows, less than greater than. Due to the fatal incident that occurred last week, this area is currently under a safety control period. Therefore, to meet the minimum required number of people to enter the gate, we have no choice but to have 2 guilds cooperate on the hunt. We hope for your understanding. Someone from the other side stepped forward. Hello, I am Lim Chang-soo, the team leader of the Sangdong Guild. Kim also walked up with a smile. Hello, I am Kim Hagyung of the Peace Guild. He also took notice of them. Speaking of the Sangdong Guild, it's a pretty famous guild in the Bucheon area, with over 20 B rank hunters. How could the team leader be so young? He immediately activated his skill, Sense Key. Now he saw that the guy was actually level 65. This kid is pretty good. However, why does that name sound so familiar? Suddenly, that guy looked over at him and gave a smiling wink, which made no sense. Judu showed obvious disdain. Ugh, what the heck? That's so disgusting. The manager continued, it's just that there's one thing that makes me a little worried. The 2 tanks that went down last week were both C-rank tanks. The E-rank position here is acting as a tank. I wonder if there will be any problems later. Kim replied confidently. He is a seasoned veteran with 20 years of experience. Just to be safe, we have provided him with a full set of equipment. There won't be any issues. The guy finally backed down. Ah, right. A veteran is good, but... His gaze clearly shifted to Lim Chang-soo, who immediately nodded in response. Now he finally dared to sigh in relief. Phew, all right then.
Since there are 7 B-rank hunters anyway, it shouldn't be a problem, right? However, the team leaders must manage their teams well. So now everyone may proceed into the Minotaur's labyrinth. The gate opened and they entered one after another. Tai Cannon also arrived inside.
He was a bit surprised to see a massive, gigantic cave. I didn't expect a B-rank gate to be this fast. Suddenly, a ding sounded as the system popped up. You have entered the Minotaur's labyrinth. Quest. Conquer the B-rank gate has been generated. He stood to the side, muttering, quest confirmed. What an interesting start. Haha. Suddenly, someone turned toward him and asked loudly, why are you here all by yourself? You're Trong Tai Can of the Peace Guild, right? Startled, he introduced himself. My name is Tran Tai Can. The guy nodded but deliberately said it wrong. Yes, Mr. Trong Tai Can. Are you kidding me? I'm shaking with anger here. Is this punk deaf? Whatever, let it go. It's not like I'll ever see him again. He forced a polite smile. Did you mean something from me? Lim Chang-su's eyes lit up like stars as he pointed. I recognized it the moment I got close. This is the black dragon leather armor, isn't it? Suddenly, Choi Min-jiu glanced over from the other side. He only saw the two of them talking. They were talking for quite a while too, laughing and joking merrily. Then, someone from the other group came over and called Lim Chang-su away. Before leaving, the two even said goodbye as if they were very close. From beginning to end, team leader Choi saw everything. He walked over to him and asked, do you guys know each other? Tai Can immediately shook his head. Nope. He just said he hoped we'd have a good time working together. Old Choi instantly asked with caution. He wasn't trying to poach you to his guild. He shook his head right away. Not at all. I think he's just an equipment fanatic, which is why he came to talk. The moment he opened his mouth, he asked where I bought this gear. But the look in that guy's eyes clearly showed he didn't quite believe it.
His gaze was still firmly fixed on Lim Chang-su, that guy.
Tai Kan asked, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Thought it was something serious, but it turned out he was noticing. His equipment is a limited edition. That set is incredibly hard to buy. Tai Kan was left utterly speechless. These two are seriously beyond words. That guy's teammate was also asking him, Chang-su, why did you go talk to him out of nowhere? Unexpectedly, he replied, just saw his gear wasn't bad, so I said a few words. His buddy looked shocked. Damn, seriously. Is it actually his gear? Chang-su's face showed obvious disdain as he glared and grumbled. Kid, use your brain. How could a C-rank hunter afford to wear that kind of equipment?
The other guy immediately cowered but realized, oh, right. Rented gear? Crazy bastard. The maintenance fees alone must cost a fortune. Having just exchanged a few words with Tai Kan, Chang-su's underestimation was obvious. Just ignore him. I couldn't care less. He's just risking his life like that to make a living. He smugly judged. No wonder. A guild with such a weird name, yet all the members are decked out in expensive gear. Looks like it's all just for show. I already bribed the officials beforehand, so I really didn't need to get involved with these people. But man, that girl is exactly my type. It turned out the wink from earlier was meant for her. Her name is Song Du-du, right? His tongue flicked out to lick his lips hungrily. As long as I have money and power, flirting with a woman during a hunt isn't hard at all. It's just that, to succeed, I need to get rid of that pretty boy first. And that guy who's clearly just a C-rank, yet unusually confident too. Just you wait, Song Du-du. I'm absolutely crazy about you.
Still, he didn't forget his duty and ordered, tell them to get ready to move out. Understood. They had barely taken a few steps when they ran into a monster. Oh, over there. Only one? Chang-su, we can probably handle a mob this size without long-range support. He gave his underlings the go-ahead. If you're going to do it, make it quick. The whole group wasn't taking it seriously at all. Whoever gets hurt buys the drinks today. How about it? Let's go. Suddenly, one of them was startled. Huh? Another monster walked out. Oh, now it's two. That one is smaller in size, so it must be a bit weaker. I'll leave it to you. The two guys were still busy bickering. What do you mean? You're the weakest one here, ha. Only one guy was slightly panicking. Huh? This is a bit. They're multiplying. Chang-su counted quickly and realized. 8 of them.
Tai Kan's group was also there. Old Choi asked him, what do you think? Hard to say, but 4 people handling them might be a bit tough.
His eyes lit up as he stared intently at him. What if it were you? He calculated for a bit. Me? A B-rank Minotaur monster is level 55 or above. Is that equivalent to a Supreme Master? No, probably closer to a first-rate martial artist. Look at that. If it's like in Muram, fighting without equipment might introduce some variables. Ding, the system popped up a series of weapon notifications, but he looked down. But right now, I'm wearing this overpowered gear. After spacing out for a second, he glanced over only to see Choi Min-jiu looming dangerously close to his face. Startled, he backed away. I am not too sure either. He asked back suspiciously. You're saying you don't know? Do you really have no idea?
He frowned and read through the bluff. A normal C-rank hunter wouldn't answer like that.
Nor would they seriously consider it before answering this question. I noticed it before, Tran Tai Kan. You're a very interesting guy. The MC felt a bit guilty. No team leader. I didn't mean it like that. Suddenly, a loud laugh echoed from behind. That's right, it does sound very interesting. The topic you're discussing is so interesting, so I listened in a bit. You don't mind, do you? It was Lim Chang-su, his face looking incredibly sinister and unpleasant.
The two sides stood facing each other. We're not even close, why are you joking? No one bothered to reply to him. In his mind, he sneered contemptuously. These lunatics. A lowly C-rank hunter is asked if he can deal with 8 minotaurs, and he dares to say he's not sure.
He looked toward the girl standing there, immediately plotting a dirty trick. It just so happens I find both of them to be eyesores. This is perfect. Watch how I humiliate you in front of Song Doo-doo. Choi Min-ju spoke up. I don't mean to ruin the mood. The guy still maintained his arrogant attitude. It's fine. You're telling the truth. He arrogantly pointed backward. Their strength is indeed subpar. They just get called B rank every day, so they seem impressive. Honestly, among B ranks, they're just trash. However, as he spoke, he leaned in close to the MC. No matter what, they're still stronger than a C rank, right? What do you think, Mr. Trong Tai Khan? The MC didn't even bother arguing, just nodding briskly. Of course, Mr. Swang too. Both of them stood frozen, staring at him. It took about 3 seconds for his brain to process it. What? The two officially turned hostile, their faces red with bulging veins. He growled, "Hey, you punk. Are you crazy?"
The MC wasn't scared at all, glaring right back. What, you little brat? How many times do I have to tell you? My name is Tran Tai Khan. The guy was infuriated by him, glaring and grinding his teeth. He leaned in even closer. Seems like you forgot. This is a gate. So what? The MC wasn't stupid. I know that, kiddo. Their noses were almost touching, his body trembling, eyes bloodshot. If you want to live a little longer, shut your mouth. Tran Tai Khan wasn't scared at all, stubbornly teasing him to the end. Boom. Oh my, is that so? Mr. Zhuang too is so scary. Old man Kim saw the tension and quickly squeezed between them. Come on, come on. Calm down, both of you. What's going on? The others also ran over to watch the drama. A fight. Bro, don't lower yourself to his level.
Doo-doo also came over, crossing her arms and glaring at the guy. Hey, now doesn't seem like the time for internal conflict. Seeing the beauty approach, Lim Chang-soo flipped his attitude faster than flipping a pancake. All right, let's stop here. Anyway, in the team leader of the Sang-dong Guild, fighting a low-level hunter would be beneath me. Listen here, Trong Tai Khan. He got the name wrong again. The MC was furious, but the old man held him back tightly. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? The guy unleashed a barrage of sarcasm, right? Don't think you're all that just because you have some fancy gear. How about this? He held up 5 fingers and shouted, 500 million won. If you take care of those minotaurs alone, I'll give you 500 million won for each one. That's 4 billion won in total, plus ownership of the loot. How about it? This number was truly shocking. All 4 of them were instantly tempted. Even old man Kim immediately let go of his arm. 4 billion won. The MC lost all his anger, his face turning red with joy. 4 billion won. You're just giving it to me. He already despised the MC, so he rambled on laying out the conditions. Just give it to you. Of course not. This is a bet. If you die or run away, the reward is forfeited. Plus, one more condition. He pointed straight at the girl. That is, Tong Doa Doa must transfer to our guild. Tran Tai Khan was furious and yelled loudly. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Team leader Choi immediately asked, What do you think, Ms. Doa Doa? She was also a bit surprised. Me? The girl spoke her mind without holding back. To be frank, I absolutely hate playboys who love to show off their money. He's not my type. The guy stood there sweating bullets as she hit the nail on the head. However, she still gave him a flirtatious glance, offering a glimmer of hope. But the Fondong Guild isn't bad. He hurriedly asked, Really? She smiled, that's right. I can always just transfer back later anyway. His face darkened like the bottom of a pot as he calculated again. Humph, I didn't expect this Tong Doa Doa to be so straightforward. Anyway, as long as she joins our guild, it definitely won't be easy for her to leave. Since it was already said, what was team leader Choi waiting for? He agreed. All right, then I'm in too. Since it's a bet, the bigger the stakes, the more interesting it is, right? He confidently stepped forward. I'll raise another 4 billion, betting that Tran Tai Khan can wipe out all 8 minotaurs. The foolish Lim Chang-soo rested his hands on his hips and laughed smugly. Interesting. One risks his life seeking death, while the other is busy making money. Choi Min-ju ignored him and turned to the MC. Tai Khan, we're counting on you now. What are you going to do? Suddenly put in a tough spot, the MC was a bit panicked. What if I lose? However, he trusted him absolutely. You will win. Doa Doa also knew. He is indeed very strong. Since the group had decided, the MC had no reason to let the money slip away. He sealed the deal immediately. In that case, I accept this bet. Old Man Lamb stood outside speechless. This is pure madness, letting a C-rank hunter deal with 8 B-rank monsters. Butler Kim and team leader Choi are both blinded by money. These people from the Thuom Dong Guild are so ruthless. Everyone's eyes were practically flashing with dollar signs. He hurriedly rushed out, What's a little money compared to betting your life? I have to stop him. However, when he dashed over and yelled for Tai Khan, the MC had already vanished without a trace. He looked down in a daze. Since when did the MC, armed with just a spear, charge straight into the monster mob? He was completely shocked. So fast. We're doomed. A monster immediately spotted him. It glared, snorted, and turned around instantly. Tran Tai Khan felt a bit unused to this. This is my first time fighting a cow.
But as he charged in to test the waters, it seemed easier than he thought. With a single slash, one of their heads was cleanly lopped off. Too fast, too dangerous. It was smoother than slicing fruit. Old Lamb and Old Kim dropped their jaws in sheer horror. The guys on the other side had their faces darken, their jaws practically hitting the floor, unable to believe their eyes. And here they thought it would be tough, but this bet was incredibly sweet. In the blink of an eye, he dispatched several of them at once. Not bad at all.
Lim Changsu's face looked incredibly grim, sweating buckets. Damn it. My 4 billion. It was too late to regret it now. A classic case of playing stupid games and winning stupid prizes. Tran Tai Khan was so chill that he counted as he fought. 2, 4, 5. Fighting as fast as lightning, a basic movement wiped out 2 more at the exact same time. He fought to his heart's content without feeling tired at all. His eyes shone brightly, his entire body radiating spiritual energy. This time, he'd go bare-handed for the thrill of it. 6, 7. He took out 2 of them with just his bare hands and a spear. And here's the last one. It practically peed its pants watching him leap high into the air and strike straight down. This one actually had a weapon, and even knew enough to raise its sword to block. But both the sword and his body were sliced cleanly in half by him. That's 8. Done. Now he's surrounded by monster corpses, not a single one left alive.
He let out a sigh of relief. Phew. All done.
His face beamed brighter than a flower, unable to stop grinning. He turned and sang out to his teammates. Time for the fun part. Looting. Ding. The system notification popped up. Level up. Lim Changsu can only kneel there, as obedient as a puppy. So, you're the son of the Thuong Dong Guild's master? Yes. Old Lamb's eyes lit up. No wonder you have so much money. But he didn't care. Even so, he made an obnoxious face, sticking out his tongue and wiggling his eyebrows to mock him. So what if you're the guildmaster's son? You're only 25, how dare you be so insolent to your elders? Huh? The guy was trembling with rage, but had to grit his teeth and bear it. I was wrong. Suddenly, he exclaimed, Ah! I was wondering why the name Lim Changsu sounded so familiar. So it was you.
Ignoring the expressions of his teammates, he pointed a finger and burst into a fit of laughter, rattling off.
An older guy I know told me about this before. The Sangdong Guildmaster had a son late in life, awakened as a B-rank hunter, and got a cozy position in the guild thanks to his dad. But the brat is such a skirt chaser that he gives the old man a major headache. Changsu hates this nickname the most. That's why his nickname is the lecherous demon, right? Everyone who heard this had to hold back their gut-busting laughter, and he even pointed his finger, speaking with immense satisfaction. Pushed past his limit, the guy turned from ashamed to furious, gnashing his teeth. Draws weapon. Damn you. But before he could even stand up, he kicked him straight in the hand, sending his weapon flying. The razor-sharp spear was instantly thrust right up against him. The bastard could only cower in fear.
Tran Tai Khan's face darkened, blaring as he delivered a single spine-chilling threat.
Kid, this is a gate. You literally just said those words yourself. Did you forget already? He immediately turned pale with fright. I am sorry, he replied with a single sentence. Pay up for mental distress. The guy didn't understand a damn thing. Huh, yes? If he didn't get it, he'd explain it. You just drew your sword. That's attempted murder, get it? Furthermore, you have to formally apologize to our guild members. He glanced around. On what grounds? But all his teammates just ignored him and stood to the side, pretending to look everywhere else. No one bothered to stand up for him. Old Kim, Old Lamb, and Doa Doa surrounded him, gossiping. To think he draw a sword against a partner guild member, honestly. Don't tell me you did that just to get out of paying. Changsu, you really are despicable. Right, guys? Huh? Yeah, so young yet with such a rotten personality. Suddenly, Choi Min Jiu puffed out his chest. All right, everyone look at my chest. I had this custom made at Jerry, the famous gear manufacturing company in Mead, so it comes with a lot of built-in features, especially its video recording magic. They thought he was bragging again, but it turned out to be this. Now there was no way the bastard could deny it. Damn it. He immediately became compliant. I'm sorry. I'll do whatever you say. What was that? And so the matter was settled. The whole group set off again. The MCS team walked in front, while the other guy's team trailed behind, fuming with helpless rage. Who the hell is he anyway? He racked his brain but still couldn't figure it out. Is he really just a C-rank hunter? Where in the world is there a C-rank hunter who can take on and slaughter 8B-rank monsters head-on? Could he be a wanted criminal or an illegal trespasser? Whatever he is, once we're out of this gate, I'm going to dig up every last detail of your background. Only now did his underlings huddle around to check on him. Boss, are you okay? You're not hurt, are you? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, taking his rage out on them. You little brats, shut your mouths. After all the perks I've given you, you just stand there watching when it matters. The guys were pretty terrified, hastily explaining, no, it's not that. The situation was a bit complicated then. We're really sorry, boss. It all sounded like bullshit to him. You disloyal pricks, get lost. Just wait until we're out of here. You're dead meat. You hear me? The whole group clung to him, buttering him up and pleading. I haven't even paid off my installments yet. If we leave the Thondong Guild, who else would take us in? Boss, please reconsider, all right? My credit card bill this month. Seriously this time, boss, well, do whatever you say. Please. Suddenly, he stopped dead in his tracks. Glaring back at them, he asked, "You'll do whatever I say." Can I actually trust those words? All three guys who were kissing his ass instantly fell silent, getting a bad feeling about this. And so he pulled out every dirty trick he had in the book. Listen closely to what I'm about to say. We're almost at the boss area. The boss monster is a Minotaur Great Warrior. Even though it's a B-rank monster, its physical strength rivals an A rank. Even Tran Tai Khan will definitely end up exhausted. That'll be our chance. Song Doa Doa. It's a pity, but we have no other choice. Controlling a healer shouldn't be an issue, right?
With a woman taken hostage, Tran Tai Khan is bound to panic. As for that old guildmaster, he might be B rank, but he's a mage, so close combat is his weak point. And that E-rank old guy isn't even worth mentioning. The only one to worry about is that brat Choi Min Jiu. Anyway, he'll improvise the rest later. He carefully issued a threat just to be sure. Don't screw this up. If any of you hesitate or back down this time, you know the consequences, right? The others quickly chimed in. Of course. Leave it to us, team leader. Ah, no boss. Hee hee. Right at that moment, the MC waved and called out to them. Hey, we've reached the boss area. Come over here quickly. He immediately jumped in startlement. Ah, all right, we're coming. Thinking his plan was brilliant, he smirked wickedly, gloating inwardly. Tran Tai Khan, you dare to trample on my pride. You're going to pay for this. They arrive, and somehow, within a minute and a half, he had completely annihilated the boss. Ding! The system popped up. You have defeated the level 70 Minotaur Great Warrior. Level up. Mission complete. Conquer the B-rank gate. Calculating your contribution points. He looked at the rewards with great satisfaction. Phew, in the end, I really had to use a special move to finish it off. He then turned back to his teammates, who were standing there frozen like statues. Hurry up and gather the loot so we can leave. I'm starving to death. Their jaws were still dropped as he asked, What's with those looks on your faces? Old Lamb looked at him as if he were an alien. What do you think? Choi Min Jiu was completely petrified. I never expected you to be at this level. Give him a situation, can we talk for a bit? It was just a normal thing. He even found it easy, smiling and nodding. Let's talk once we're out. Miss Doa Doa, could you give me a little healing? He even looked over at the two guys flanking Doa Doa and asked, What are you guys doing? They jumped in fright. Huh? And nothing. I just thought you looked really pretty, miss. He then looked over at Lim Chang-su, who was standing there shivering uncontrollably. What's wrong with you now? Are you feeling unwell? His face was pale and green, sweating buckets, unable to form words. I think I have a slight cold. Who knew how many times he had soiled his pants by now? Monster. If I offend him, I definitely won't get off easily. The main character didn't know, but still reminded him. Tisk tisk. Remember to go home and take your medicine, kid. Isn't your family rich? Anyway, let's gather the byproducts and get out of here. I'm exhausted. Very quickly, the group brought out a pile of horns and gems. The manager was ecstatic. Oh my. This is quite a harvest. With this much, you must have completely drained the Minotaur inside. He stood working with old Kim. How should we process the byproducts? As you know, there are two ways, sell them yourselves or consign them. We want to sell them to the management bureau. The main character pulled Lim Chang-su aside and interrogated him. Where's the money you promised? I'll give it. By when? I'll give it to you tomorrow. Tomorrow? Now satisfied, he let him go, throwing his head back and laughing loudly. Oh, truly worthy of a rich young master. So refreshing. All right, here's my bank account number. Keep it safe, just transfer the money here tomorrow. Don't tell me you forgot when the time comes, that would ruin the fun. Got it? He said while patting his back loudly. The main character had never loved life this much. His life was blooming. He couldn't stop smiling as he watched the human ATM walk away. Old Lamb nervously asked, will he pay on time? He turned around, and if he doesn't? The old man told him, well, isn't he quite powerful? Their Thuongdong guild is considered a capable mid-tier guild. What if that brat plays tricks, saying he has no money but has a life to give, or something like that? The main character was also a bit worried but not too scared. Oh well, we have the video as proof. It won't be that bad. Suddenly, the old man mysteriously covered his mouth and whispered, evidence can easily be destroyed. Mainly, I've heard some rumors. Tran Tai Khan immediately got interested. What? The old man looked very serious. I've heard stories about the guild master of the Thuongdong Guild, Lam Zuan II. Rumors about the one nicknamed Frost. A rank hunter, Lam Zuan II. He's a mage who performed exceptionally well during the Great Cataclysm, less than greater than. Furthermore, he's a rare ice attribute mage. His strength is considered one of the best in the country. Quick, look over there. That's why he got the nickname Frost. After the Great Cataclysm ended, he didn't choose to live in seclusion, but founded the Thuongdong Guild. Since most guilds in the Fuxuyan region back then were established by war heroes, the competition among guilds was fierce, making it hard for newly founded ones to gain a foothold. In such a fiercely competitive environment, the sole reason the Thuongdong Guild has survived until now is because Lam Xuan II defeated all his competitors and survived. Moreover, rumor has it that his personality is as eccentric as his strength. What will happen if someone like Lam Xuan II finds out about today's events? How will he react when he hears that his only son was humiliated? Indeed, this matter had already reached the old man's ears. He was so furious that his killing intent flared up everywhere, and he growled,
This idiot. Which woman lured him in this time? Right at that moment, the room door opened.
A large bodyguard shoved the guy straight inside. "I've brought team leader Lim Chang-soo, sir." He was already crying in fear. Dad, listen to me explain." The old man stood up angrily. "Good. The son who is my pride and joy is here." Without another word, he had already activated his ice skill. "Although I have a lot of things to ask, first, you're going to get a beating." As he spoke, he conjured a giant ice baseball bat. Just like that, the sounds of crying, cursing, and utter chaos filled the room. Dad, wait, listen to me." "Shut up, you brat." The bodyguard shut the door and left, letting the father beat his son in peace. The scene shifted to a noodle shop in the downtown area. The lady wearing an apron was exhausted from a long day of work. That person was Tran Tai Khan's mother. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. As usual, she looked out. "Welcome." But this time, the person walking in was her precious son. His eyes lit up as he called out, "Mom." The lady was confused as to why her son came over. Son. The main character showed his mother and sister his bank account balance. 4 billion won. Needless to say, they were shocked beyond words, screaming, 4 billion? Is this real? He smiled proudly. "Do you see it, Mom? I can make money now. So, Mom, please don't secretly work at the restaurant anymore. Why do you think I've been working so hard all these years? Isn't it so that you and Ha Yen can live safely, healthfully, and happily? I didn't want to be a burden to you, so I always had to live frugally. Did you think I didn't know?" But what puzzled his mom was, what is going on? I've never seen so much money. I can't be at ease with you being like this. After she finished speaking, she pointed at his younger sister, Ha Yen. "You too. Don't just bury your head in your studies all day, you have to take care of yourself. By the way, why do you look so pale? Are you feeling unwell?" The little girl's face was flushed red, sweating profusely, and her voice was weak. "They said I have a 39-degree fever. I barely managed to endure until the second period before I had to ask to leave early. But she was almost completely cured by now. Suddenly getting 4 billion, what's a cold compared to that? Anyway, summer vacation starts tomorrow, and before that, we mostly just had self-study sessions at school." He hurriedly asked, "What? Have you been to the hospital?" "I have. I also took the medicine the doctor prescribed." He looked at the two of them with heartache. "Even if it's expensive, you should go to a specialist or buy liquid medicine. That way, you'll recover faster. What's a little money worth? You're so silly." Suddenly, an idea popped into his head. If it really isn't working, channeling some internal energy should help. Huh? He acted on it immediately. "Wait, give me your hands." His hands grabbed his sister's hands. She didn't understand what was happening, what's going on. "This is so cheesy. What are you trying to do?" He clicked his tongue and scolded, "Tisk tisk, stand still." He wondered to himself, I wonder if this will work. First, channel the internal energy to the hands. Then transfer it from his hands to his sister's hands. Very quickly, the little girl's whole body glowed, and she felt completely rejuvenated. What is this? What's going on? Now he was sure this method worked. It's done. Although the Tran clan's mind technique accumulates power slowly, its stability is excellent. That's why it can control Ha Yen's body. He smiled, opened one eye, and mysteriously told his sister, "Even if it hurts, you have to endure it." Got it. The little kid didn't understand a thing, just keeping her mouth open in awe. But she still sat obediently to let her older brother heal her. 1 hour later, they were both exhausted, panting heavily. "Ding, you have completed healing with internal energy." Internal energy has slightly increased. The little girl was ecstatic, touching her forehead. "My fever is gone." "Brother, what did you do?" Tran Tai Khan casually explained. "This is considered a fairly safe traditional medicine treatment. So how do you feel?" The little girl looked down at her hands. "It hurt a bit at first, but then it got more and more comfortable. I feel so much lighter and my headache is gone too. How should I put it? It feels like all the impurities in my body have just melted away." "Arg, I don't even know how to describe it." He knew his sister was right. "Your description is actually spot on. But those expelled impurities stank up the whole house, making even their mother pinch her nose." "Yeah, I know. Go take a shower, you reek." The kid stood up and sniffed herself. "I already showered today. How can I smell bad?" He watched his sister's back as she ran into the bathroom, figuring it out. The toxins accumulated in her body over 19 years must have all been expelled through sweat or... Yeah, that's how it comes out. Every pore must be stinking right now. Their mother watched in awe. "My goodness, I went to traditional clinics when I was young, but it was never this miraculous. Look, her skin has gotten so much better." He smiled proudly. "It's super effective, right? Mom, do you want to give it a try too?" She immediately held out her hand. "Sure. It just so happens my digestion hasn't been great lately." But the continuous sounds of waste being expelled echoing from the bathroom scared her into hesitation. "Maybe we should wait until Ha Yun finishes her shower before we start." Okay. The truth was their house only had one bathroom. Sometime later, the protagonist received some good news and his eyes widened in surprise. "A 1-week vacation?" The person on the phone replied, "That's right. You have a week off." Suddenly feeling something was off, he wondered if something had happened to the guild. He immediately asked about that. "Did we get into a conflict with the Thuongdong Guild?" "The Thuongdong Guild? No. I was worried Lim Zwan too might come causing trouble." You don't need to worry about that. The time off is because the guild office renovations will take a week." He was relieved enough to take the break.
Thank goodness, nothing's wrong. But what do renovations have to do with hunting? Team leader, I want to work. Well, even though you're on leave, you'll still be paid in full. I'll see you in a week then. I'm busy right now, hanging up. All right? Just as he hung up, he happened to walk past a real estate agency. He opened the door and walked right in. Inside, there was only a balding old man sitting there. He told the old man directly, I'm here to look for a house.
Meanwhile, someone threw a phone onto the table. It was Butler Kim and Choi Min-jiu. The two were talking. What did he say? He's also worried about the situation with the Fuengdong Guild. The old man beamed. The more I look at this young man, the more interesting he gets. Although his actions seem incomprehensible, he grasps situations incredibly fast. The team leader found it harder to believe the more he thought about it. When I first saw him, he was just a mild-mannered F-rank hunter. Yet 2 days ago, he solo cleared a B-rank gate. I was only suspicious before, but now am absolutely certain. Tran Tai Khan is steadily growing stronger. What's more, his rate of progress is insanely fast. Butler Kim. Yes, young master. Please help me look into whether there have been any cases of a third awakening. The old man was startled upon hearing this. To that extent? Understood. Although it will take some time, this matter is absolutely worth investigating. Thank you. By the way, is there any movement from the Fuengdong Guild? Butler Kim had already anticipated this. I've sent people to keep an eye on them. Even though their target is Tran Tai Khan, Lady Du Du and Hunter Lam might also be monitored, so I've warned them in advance. Should we inform Tran Tai Khan as well? Choi Min-jiu shook his head. No need. I'm actually hoping the Fuengdong Guild's intelligence gathering is better than ours, so they can uncover Tran Tai Khan's true identity first. I see. Come to think of it, the Sangdong Guildmaster has been acting much more cautiously lately. If it were before, he would have come looking for trouble by now. Could it be? Ill-fated ties? I actually have met the Sangdong Guildmaster before. On Tran Tai Khan's side, the old man was already showing him a house. Is this the one? This is the very place. 4 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a spacious living room, a 2-story private house with a garden. In this safe zone, this property suits you best. What do you think? The protagonist looked around for a moment. Not bad. But wasn't this area an apartment complex before? The old man just remembered. You said you lived around here when you were young, right? He pointed and explained, this place was redeveloped 10 years ago, so it's changed a lot. It used to be an old apartment complex, but after rumors spread that a Hunter Association branch would be built a 30-minute drive away, it got renovated. You knew this as well. That's right. As soon as the redevelopment news broke, the rent skyrocketed by hundreds of millions, so we were forced to move away.
It must have been shortly after my father passed away. He was still young then, secretly hiding behind the door watching his mother cry. The old man told him, the thing is, they want to build a new building in Insong, so they're in a hurry to sell. But he didn't care much. It's been a long time since I came back. Do you mind if I take a walk around here? The old man's expression instantly changed, revealing a sly look as he asked, You will. Sign the contract, right? Finding the look a bit off, he just nodded. Of course, I'll sign it. Only then did the old man happily let him go. Then take your time strolling around. It won't take long anyway. I'll just stand here and have a smoke. Don't worry about me. Go ahead. Tran Tai Khan walked around, following his memories. I remember there was a supermarket up ahead. Was it this way? Oh, he happened to run into a couple walking together. The guy was telling the girl, when I was a kid, this was my base. Because the old lady who ran this shop was pretty old too. Hearing him speak, he wondered to himself, the convenience store. Thankfully, it hasn't completely changed. Who's this brat? Suddenly realizing the face looked familiar. Are you? The guy exclaimed at the exact same time. It really is you. He took off his sunglasses and rattled off. It's you, isn't it? Grand High School. Class 6 of the 3rd year. Tran Tai Khan. You punk, it's me, Park Ji-hang. He was floored to hear that name. Park Ji-hang. A while later, a yellow sports car sped down the street. The girl crossed her arms in annoyance. You two sure are childhood buddies, aren't you? He glanced over. What's wrong? You didn't like him. Yeah, since he's your friend, I hesitated to say anything. He was a bit. He chimed in, strange, isn't it? He used to be very popular when we were young. Tall, fit, good at sports, and he wasn't bad-looking either. Yeah, well, I wasn't impressed. He gave off the vibe of an unemployed loser. What does he even do for a living? I completely forgot to ask. His dream back then was to be a PE teacher, so he's probably doing something related to that now, right? She didn't forget to flirt with her boyfriend. You're handsome, have a great personality, and on top of that, you're capable. Because I met you, I probably just can't look at any other man now. You're so much better than that friend of yours. Enjoying the flattery but feigning modesty, he replied, Don't say that. He's a good guy too. Hearing that, she immediately asked, Didn't you say you haven't seen him in 10 years? Plus, he transferred schools first and cut off contact. But hearing you talk, it sounds like you two were super close, huh? He gave a sly, wicked smile. His expression completely changed. No, not at all. Yet earlier, he was acting like they were best buddies. Before leaving, he even handed our main guy a business card. Myeongdong Guild Team 1 Hunter Park Ji-hang. A friend I haven't seen in 10 years turns out to be a hunter. How fascinating. Should I get some business cards made too? Plus, it's a major guild like Myeongdong. If it's Team 1, they must be the elite squad, right?
I don't remember clearly, but he used to be dark and short when we were kids. But wait, why did he change his name? He couldn't help but admire the guy a little. Now he's a handsome guy with a beautiful girlfriend and a luxury car. This punk is really doing well for himself.
At the time, he even told him, "In a while, our old friends are having a reunion. I'll call you then. Let's go out and grab a few drinks, all right?" But our MC couldn't be less interested. Sitting alone in the park, lost in thought, he suddenly felt something was off. Come to think of it, was I ever that close to that punk? Spacing out, he almost forgot entirely. Ah, crap, the house. I still have to sign the contract. The old real estate broker was still waiting in front of the house. His face as dark as the bottom of a pot, utterly annoyed. Wandering around in circles. Where the hell did he disappear to? It wasn't until late at night that our main guy finally finished everything, hands stuffed in his pockets, walking back to his rented place. The deal had already been made earlier. Based on market rates, the selling price is 3.38 billion won. The old man's face blossomed like a flower, cheeks flushed, unable to stop grinning. Today, you just need to pay the contract deposit. I honestly thought you had run off. Let's schedule a time soon to officially complete the purchase procedures. He also had to start planning things out. It's probably best to wait until Ha-Yun finishes her college entrance exams before moving. We still have plenty of time right now anyway. I'll try my best to renovate it to look exactly like our old house. Mom will definitely be shocked, won't she? Just the thought of it made him happy. Later, I have to officially sign the contract, then go find an interior design company, and also. Suddenly, a wave of killing intent flashed behind his back, making him flinch. He instantly drew his blade, spinning around to deliver a lightning-fast horizontal slash, but there was no one behind him. He only saw the silhouette of an animal darting by. What the? So it was just a stray cat. Am I being too sensitive? No, something didn't feel right this time. He immediately activated his skill, Detect Aura, just to be sure. Above the stray cat's head appeared, Stray Cat, Level 1. Seemed nothing unusual, he had to sheath his blade. If the system says there's nothing, then there's probably nothing. It seems I've been too tired lately. He just continued walking home. Suddenly, I'm craving ginseng chicken soup. Should I call Mom and Ha-Yun to eat out? He had no idea that right nearby, a wide staring eye was filled with absolute terror. That bastard hurriedly gulped down a lot of water, desperately trying to calm himself down. Sitting on the roof, he finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw him leave. Holy crap. Scared the life out of me. Phew. What the hell is wrong with that brat? Why did he suddenly turn around? Could he have actually discovered me? Thinking back on it made him almost piss his pants. His voice was still trembling. How could he? Who does he think I am? Crawling on the ground, his hands clenched in absolute fury. I am the B-rank mage, Honggu Jin. Though I can't use flashy offensive spells, when it comes to tracking and surveillance, my magic is unmatched. I have never been discovered by anyone before. How could a lowly C-rank hunter? He kept muttering to himself. That's right, it's absolutely impossible. It's just a coincidence, nothing but a coincidence. The next morning a fly buzzed around, but it didn't take long before a pair of hands smashed it to pieces. Tran Taikan's face flushed bright red, shouting furiously. This is driving me crazy. Where did all these flies come from? Little Ha-Yun closed the fridge door and turned to him. Because it's summer, big brother. Are you stupid? I wouldn't complain if it were just one or two, but I don't care what season it is, I've already caught 100 of them since this morning.
She shook her head and sighed, clearly not buying it.
What an exaggeration. You men are all the same. But he wasn't lying at all. As soon as he said that, another one appeared. I'm not exaggerating. I seriously catch one, and another one shows up. Just look at this. Here's another one. Where the hell are these things coming from? Even over something like this, the two started arguing. Then just ignore them, wouldn't it be peaceful then? What kind of nonsense are you spouting? If I ignore them, are they just going to leave me alone? Suddenly, the little girl also realized something was off. The fly in my room has just been sitting perfectly still in one spot, though. Our MC immediately sensed an anomaly. Say what? She immediately led him over to see the motionless fly. See, I wasn't wrong, was I? Hurry up and hand over 100,000 won. He couldn't believe it and wanted to buy some time. Wait a second. He tentatively reached his hand out, and somehow, the fly didn't take off. It literally turned around and ran. The two siblings were completely stunned, utterly speechless in confusion. Sis, do flies these days just jog everywhere? I don't know. Maybe it's too lazy to fly? Anyway, give me the money. Hearing them say that, the fly immediately took flight. But there was no fooling his eyes. He grew suspicious. Strange. Too strange. The timing is way too coincidental, and the way it's trying so hard to flap its wings to look normal too. Moreover, I felt it yesterday too. Someone was watching me. Am I really just being too sensitive? His face darkened, growing more serious by the second. He activated his skill once more. Aura Sense. Looking around the house, ding ding, level 1 housefly familiar. There were exactly 3 of them displaying this. What? What the hell is this?
Cutting to another high-rise building, a dossier on him was delivered. Name, Tran Tai Kan. Age, 27. Address, residence. Family has 1 son and 1 daughter. He is the eldest. Lives alone. Father passed away in an accident 11 years ago. Information regarding mother and younger sister. Old man Lum Swan Tu held the paper.
He stared intently at the target report detailing his information. He couldn't understand it. A mere C-rank hunter took down a Minotaur great warrior in a single blow. Do you really think this is possible? The other man shook his head immediately. I think it's impossible. Who wrote this report? It was Hong something. His name is Hong Mu Jin. Though young and inexperienced, his abilities are widely recognized. But clearly, the old man didn't buy it at all. He angrily froze the report until it shattered into pieces. Is that so? Hong Mu Jin,
Tell him to redo the report. Throw in some threats while you're at it. Also, what about that Peace Guild, or True Love Guild, or whatever? How far have we investigated their members? The subordinate replied nervously. I was just about to report on that. The data of their guild master and team leader are both restricted. We can't access them. Not just their personal information, but even their financial accounts have been placed under a high-level security system. The inspection team is also at a loss. The entire room fell into silence once again. The old man was utterly speechless. Did you not use money? The lackey answered honestly. I did, and I even offered them a massive sum. And then what? But it's clear they're extremely wary of this. The public officials over there said a higher-up authority set up the security system, so they can't conveniently interfere. How could a guild with merely 5 members be this tough to crack? He racked his brains. This is simply outrageous. A guild established less than a month ago, so small they can't even form a proper hunting party. Such a child's play guild actually has 2 members with highly classified data. There's definitely something hidden behind this. The subordinate asked again, what should we do next? Lem Swan too cracked his knuckles loudly. Tell those who took our money to keep their mouths completely shut. Furthermore, hold off on investigating this any deeper for now. He only cared about a single target. First, focus all our investigative efforts on that Tren Tai Can. Mobilize more of our guild's surveillance team. Send a few more people to keep an eye on him. That report was absolute garbage. Besides, our guild surveillance team is second to none, right? That's true.
The subordinate recalled that Hong Mu Jin guy, who had even threatened him at the time. Once I take on a job, it becomes my business, you know. Rest assured, within a week, I'll even find out the color of the underwear he wore that day and report it to you. You guys better not send anyone else. If you alert the target under surveillance, it'll ruin my work. Recalling that threat, the lackey suddenly felt anxious. Should I tell the guild master about this? But the moment the old man turned to ask, what is it? Do you have anything else to say? He immediately bowed. No, sir. I will relay your orders exactly as you said. All right, get out. It should be fine, right? He walked out, reassuring himself. Nothing bad will happen, right? Over at our protagonist's place, not only were there flies, but a caterpillar was also lurking under the corner of the cabinet. He was thinking, those amateurs from the Thongdong Guild. I warned them time and time again, but in the end, or maybe I should just drop this. Am I quitting? With such garbage skills, they actually dared to use a familiar. And that guy didn't even notice a thing. What a bunch of idiots. Good. Then starting tomorrow, I need to be a little bolder. The so-called familiar magic is a type of spiritual magic utilized by mages. The caster and the creature used to approach the target form a mental link, relying on their individual abilities to control it at will. However, the bond between the caster and their familiar has its limits. 500 meters. Danger. 300 meters. The maximum range for a B-rank mage is 500 meters, while the safe distance is around 300 meters. Furthermore, if the familiar dies while connected, the link is forcefully severed, causing the caster to suffer a degree of mental shock. Despite this, compared to highly practical magic, the number of mages specializing in spiritual magic is still quite low. Therefore, among all magical disciplines, cultivating spiritual magic is relatively more difficult. Every time a link is formed, the caster loses a lot of hair. This rumor is the clearest proof of its difficulty. All of this was what I learned by eavesdropping on the hunter's conversation the night I discovered the familiar in my house, pretending to be asleep. As for who sent them, I already had a pretty good guess. Aside from the Sangdong Guild, I couldn't think of anyone else who would hold a grudge against me right now. However, there was more than one familiar present now, so I couldn't draw a definitive conclusion just yet. For now, there was no way to determine exactly who sent this group. Tren Tai Can generally knew everything, having trained like a madman non-stop. But I can't just sit here waiting for death. Stalking me is one thing, but they even broke into my house, daring to drag my family into this. I absolutely cannot tolerate that. He steeled his resolve. How should I deal with these bastards? Starting the very next day, I immediately took action. The first thing I did was visit a specialty shop for hunter gear. I bought out all of their low-tier hunter weapons and stored them entirely in my inventory. After that, I pretended to visit a nearby real estate agency to look for a house, scoping out all the properties up for rent or sale within a 500-meter radius over the past few days. Since I sensed faint spiritual energy at every location, guessing there was eavesdropping magic in place, I spouted a whole bunch of meaningless nonsense. Building 5, room 901. Building 4, room 301. Building 3, room 202. Fortunately, I managed to conduct my investigation successfully without being detected. Of course, during those days, that group also started to show some changes. Before this issue was even resolved, Ha-Yin somehow picked up a kitten, which was actually a familiar, saying she found it abandoned by the roadside. But one glance was all it took for him to know it was another familiar belonging to that group. The next day, as if competing, another kitten approached me. He was completely exasperated.
Why is there another one? Does this group have no ounce of creativity? What crime did these little ones commit? Those cats sure loved acting cute, though. Moreover, perhaps afraid I wouldn't take these cats in, a hunter claiming to be the neighboring uncle even popped out to persuade me. Although I don't know the reason, it seems you guys are in a real hurry. As for him, the preparations are finally complete.
On a clear, breezy night, he sat in his room with the two cats keeping him company. They lay on the bed, staring intently and observing him right behind his back. They had both noticed each other, growling and exchanging glares. That guy is Hong Mu Jin, and the Sangdong Guild. What a bunch of fools. Suddenly, the phone on his desk rang. Our protagonist immediately answered the call. It's me, Tren Tai Kan. Yes, everything is proceeding exactly according to plan. Yes, the Sangdong Guild still hasn't suspected a thing. That item, he acted as deeply as if it were real, reaching his hand into his pocket to pretend to search for it. Deliberately holding up the USB drive, he spoke into the phone. That item is right here with me. The two cats instantly stared intensely, their eyes gleaming brightly.
They didn't even bother to conceal their murderous intent, while he continued to play oblivious.
Yes, all right, I understand. I'll see you later then. After saying that, he stood up slightly. He puts the USB in his pocket. Why does my body feel so heavy? Did I do too many push-ups yesterday? Speaking loudly on purpose while glancing at the two cats, it's been a while since I took a walk on the back mountain. Might as well go out for some fresh air. Just as he guessed, they are watching him like tigers stalking their prey. The three houses I asked about at the real estate agency perfectly surround my apartment complex. Looking down from the windows gives a clear view of the complex's main gate, an absolutely perfect vantage point for surveillance. No one would even suspect they are watching from there.
They act very cautiously. To avoid detection, they didn't even use magical equipment and sent familiars to sneak in instead. Sigh. That's why I can't alert them, or they'll easily slip away. If I can't catch them directly, I'll just have to lure them right into my trap. Reaching the door, he still stops to take a peek. Exactly. With the body of a kitten, it's impossible for them to steal the USB from me. This is getting more and more dramatic, he's so eager. I can't wait. What kind of people are they? The scene shifts to the rooftop of a high-rise building. Hong Mu Jin stands there looking down. His face darkens as he wonders, should I follow him? Considering my assigned mission, I really should follow him. But why does it feel so weird? Huh? He also spots several dark figures tailing the MC below and instantly realizes, it's the guys from the Thuong Dong Guild. Are they planning to use force now?
He gets furious, typing frantically on his phone. Going to such dirty lengths just to steal the credit. These bastards. They clearly gave me the job, yet they still sent their own security team. I should have stopped right then. Suddenly, he furrows his brows and stares intently downward. Tren Tai Kan. I have to investigate you thoroughly myself. He decides to send a message directly to the Team 1 leader of the Thuong Dong Guild. I'm out. I'm not doing this anymore. He looks in the direction the MC is heading. Anyway, good luck to you. Tren Tai Kan walks straight to a sign that reads, Hiking Trail. No entry after 1800. The place is completely deserted, without a single soul in sight. But the MC walks in without the slightest hesitation. With every step he takes, someone immediately follows closely behind. Suddenly, upon reaching the middle of the forest, he stops in his tracks. He scoffs in contempt. This doesn't seem like the hiking trail. What are you guys looking for? Why aren't you saying anything?
Could it be that you're looking for me? Humph, there are two guys tailing him, one fat and one absolute giant. The scarred guy smirks contemptuously. There's no need to play pretend anymore. You've probably figured out the situation. So why did you still come here? He spreads his arms and says bluntly, since you kept following me. I wanted to see how far you go, haha. Just think of it as training puppies. Hearing this, they get furious. You little punk, you're really arrogant. Looks like you're begging for a beating. Somehow, he even knows their names. Thanks for the compliment, Mr. Choi Bung Ui. The two of them are completely shocked and terrified, flinching in fear. What? You? How do you know?
The MC smiles brightly, teasing them. That's a trade secret. Mr. Kim Gondong, we meet again. I'm still taking very good care of the little kitty.
The two of them cower in fear. He points straight at them, not missing a single name. And also Mr. Hyun Jium, Oh Ji Hyun, Lee Min Cheon, Kim Jun Soo. You guys come out too. Aren't you tired of hiding all the time? All of them, no matter what dark corner they're hiding in, are pointed out by him. The whole gang surrounds him like ants. You punk, who the hell are you? Tren Tai Kan stands with his hands in his pockets. What's there to be so surprised about? If you can send familiars to gather intel on me, why can't I know your names? Their jaws drop in absolute shock. He even knows about the familiars. The MC grinds his teeth with a smug look. That's right. I could overlook you spying on me, and I originally didn't want to make a big deal out of it. But going after my family, that really pissed me off.
The MC smiles radiantly, immensely pleased. So I threw out a bait. I didn't expect you all to take the hook so fast. The others finally realize. Bait, you mean? That USB is. The MC knows exactly what they want to say. That. He teases them, giving a thumbs up. A treasure of humanity. Those are absolute masterpiece films that I've spent my entire life collecting. The entire group freezes on the spot, not daring to utter another word. One guy looks over in fear and calls out, Team Leader.
while the other roars in fury. Damn it. The giant guy doesn't waste another breath and immediately draws his weapon. Since it's come to this, let's just take him out first. The MC isn't afraid of anything. His body blazes with murderous intent. With dual daggers in hand, he challenges them. Come and get me, you stalker trash. The whole gang shouts in unison, attack, and swarms him all at once. The scene transitions to Old Man Zhuan Tu's office.
The old man is heard talking to his subordinate. The surveillance target was on the phone with someone. The other party's identity is still unknown, but the content of the call and his actions are highly suspicious. They hastily chased after the target, saying they would report back upon return. But there's been no news since then. The subordinate stands straight and replies, yes, sir. Normally, they report every 2 hours, but that last report was from 4 hours ago. The old man holding a piece of paper nods. He asks again, who is Tran Tai Can talking to on the phone? You're not planning to show me this when you haven't even found out a name, are you? The underling blurted out everything he knew. It's a guy named Song Jin Ho, a 30-year-old student preparing for his exams, living in Buchan. The old man suddenly threw the paper. What? A student preparing for exams? Are you sure?
The disciples sweat profusely in confusion. I have double-checked it multiple times. It is absolutely correct. He manages the Gosiwon where Tren Tai Can lives. His build is also similar to mine. Speechless, the old man threw his head back and burst into laughter. I thought he would at least be an A-rank hunter. I didn't expect him to just be an ordinary student. Ha ha ha, it seems we've been badly played by him. Ha ha. Meanwhile, the underling was completely confused. What should we do next? The old man walks straight to the door. What else can we do? Let's go have dinner. The guy didn't understand a thing. Boss, stop nagging and follow me. Yes. Over in the large forest, the assassins were completely beaten by our protagonist. Some were even covered in blood, sitting and trembling while clutching their wounds. Every single one of them was in the same miserable state, acting all pathetic. Our protagonist single-handedly took them all on without fearing anyone.
The last one was the biggest guy, but with just a single strike, he finished him off too. The huge guy widened his eyes in fear. Looking around, there was not a single survivor left standing. The captain fell to the ground, his face pale and trembling, his voice cracking. Are you an A-rank hunter? Are you hiding your identity? The protagonist shook his head. Not at all. I've never hidden my identity. He screamed, spit out your real guild. Don't tell me you were sent by the Aries Guild to deal with our Thuong Dong Guild. The protagonist replied immediately, I belong to the Peace Guild. Besides, the Aries Guild probably has no interest in your guild anyway, right? After all, the difference in class is that obvious. Then the person who is just on the phone with you is. Before he could finish, the protagonist shoved the slippers straight into his mouth. All right, from now on, I'll be the one asking the questions.
Trun Tai Khan held up a vial to tempt them. All right, let's start now. Is anyone willing to tell me in detail about the mission you received? Whoever speaks first gets priority. Seeing the whole group staying silent, he continued to tempt them. I'll give you this recovery potion. Is no one going to speak? He glanced at each of them one by one. It seems. You guys don't intend to talk, do you? If you don't raise your hands, I'll just pick randomly. He pointed at the closest guy. You there. He was so scared that he sweat profusely and scooted back. I am from the security team. I can't casually reveal the guild's secrets. He thought these few words would settle it, but the protagonist hit him right where it hurt. Oh, really? You're a close combat mage, right? After saying that, he decisively took the hat the man was wearing and threw it high up in the air. From now on, you must answer my questions. If you lie or pretend not to know,
It'll pluck out your hair, handful by handful. The guy was already balding, and instantly his entire body was drenched in sweat. After finishing his interrogation, he threw the guy straight into a bush, thinking to himself, it seems the mastermind behind this is Lam Swan Tu, the guildmaster of the Thum Dong Guild. He must have started investigating our guild after his son was extorted for billions. But what can you do? Sending people to spy on me only backfired on them. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket vibrated. He was still thinking. The guildmaster of the Thum Dong Guild will definitely go mad with anger if he finds out. Tren Thai Can pulled out his phone. An unknown number. Who is it? Hello? To his surprise, the very person he was just thinking about reached out to him. I am Lum Swan Tu. It seems some of my subordinates are in your hands, right? The protagonist's stomach immediately dropped in shock, while the old man continued. Come down here. I'm waiting for you at the bottom. As soon as the protagonist came down the mountain, he saw two people already waiting. The old man stared at him with both hands in his pockets. I've only seen your face in reports before. It's quite interesting to finally meet you in person. Is anyone dead up there? The protagonist shrugged. How could there be? I don't want to commit a crime. The old man smirked. Then I am incredibly grateful to you. It seems my subordinates were too hasty and offended you. Could you forgive them? He hadn't even finished speaking. If you are willing to offer adequate compensation. The burly disciple standing there immediately jumped out to defend his master like a rabid dog. You're so young yet so insolent. His eyes lit up, mocking fearlessly. I suppose I am a bit, but hearing that from someone who sent people to spy on me feels a bit strange. The bastard was about to argue back, even so, you can't. Before you could finish, the old man raised his hand to stop him. The old man's face darkened. Team Leader 1, go up and bring those people down here.
The man panicked, breaking into a cold sweat. Ah, yes, understood. Just like that, he went to the park gate to stand guard, leaving only the old man and him standing face to face. Do you know why I came all the way here? He replied immediately, to meet me. The old man's expression grew increasingly vicious. For someone my age, time is money. I'm not free enough to come all the way here just to see you. Spiritual energy radiated from his body. The past 10 years have been incredibly boring. All the surrounding guilds have formed an alliance with us, so we no longer have any enemies. But then you guys showed up. A guild master and a team leader of a guild that even I couldn't easily find information on. Tren Tai-kan also felt something was off. I thought this old man was someone I could reason with, but why does the atmosphere feel so wrong? The old man spread his arms, threw his head back, and laughed with delight. Especially your appearance, it made me immensely thrilled. Now he finally noticed the murderous intent surrounding the old man and hurriedly tried to negotiate. I'm just a C-rank hunter. Do you really need to go this far? Ignoring who was right or wrong, the old man continued. Once I hold a grudge, I must settle it thoroughly, even if the opponent is merely a C-rank hunter. The old man's clenched fists were enough to make one's hair stand on end. Without letting the protagonist say another word, he attacked immediately. Countless scenarios flashed through Tren Tai-kan's mind. Should I dodge? Or should I block? Should I pull out my gun? Right at that moment, a voice rang out. Rise. Wall of fire. A vertical wall appeared in front of him, blocking the entire attack. The protagonist didn't understand a thing, his jaw dropping. This is. A person stepped out from the shadows. Good thing I arrived in time. The old man, Lem Swan too, startled and glared over. Could it be? He immediately recalled that moment. When I first got the documents related to the Peace Guild, I couldn't believe my eyes. He pointed at old man Kim's photo. Who is this? The guild master of the Peace Guild, Kim Ha-jeong, 55 years old, a B-rank hunter. Because in those documents, he saw someone he thought he'd never meet again. Kim Ha-jeong, huh? A B-rank hunter. His underling nodded. Yes, is there a problem? The old man suddenly stammered. No, it's nothing. He just looks a bit like someone I used to know. His stomach churned and countless thoughts exploded in his head. But it's just a resemblance. Most importantly, that devil died over 30 years ago. No matter how much the world changes, the dead can't come back to life. Even if he survived and returned, he wouldn't be in a place like this. Yet I mistook an old B-rank hunter for him. Goodness, at my age, I still can't forget those terrifying memories. Then, when I heard that Kim Ha-jeong's information was restricted, a chill went down my spine. Could it be? No, that's impossible. But, why is my bad feeling always so accurate? Old man Kim added another phrase. Arise. Firewall. Just like that, he easily dismantled those cheap tricks. Lem Swan too stood frozen, his jaw dropping. This spark. Instructor.
Old man Kim smiled brightly. Long time no see. 2nd Platoon, 1st Company, 28th Regiment, Lum Swang Tu. The guy immediately changed his attitude, standing up completely straight. He roared at the top of his lungs, enunciating every word. Recruit number 1! Lum! Swang! Tu! The main character stood there frozen stiff, completely clueless. What kind of situation is this? Suddenly, he saw all the underlings rushing down from the mountain. They ran over in a panic. Guildmaster, are you all right? The old man stood in the middle of the courtyard, cracking his knuckles. You took too long. Why are you only back now? They looked around in confusion. I thought something happened to you. By the way, where's that kid Jung Tai-kang? The old man put on a profound act, his face unchanging. I taught him a little lesson and let him go. After chatting for a bit, I realized the kid wasn't too bad. Why are you looking for him?
The underling kept asking in confusion. Do you mean his scream just now? I thought he caused a commotion. Yeah, that's right. But that voice sounded a lot like. Old Lem Swan too immediately turned around, emitting a murderous aura as he asked, What about the voice? The guy instantly cowered. Huh? No, nothing. He shut up immediately. The old man, embarrassed into anger, argued loudly. You're just being nosy. It's nothing. I was just chasing away those youths playing army games down there. I tell you, is there a military culture in universities these days? Ah, so that's it. Making them do 2 rounds of exercises and they're already half dead. That's why I... No, that's not the point. Head of security, here present. He talked so much that the underling started doubting himself. As expected, it wasn't the guildmaster's voice. What was I thinking? The old man stood with his hands on his hips, scolding him. Oh, you answered quickly. After causing such a mess, do you still have the face to call yourself the head of security? The big guy hurriedly bowed deeply. I'm sorry. In his mind, he immediately thought, sometimes there are rumors that the guildmaster has a very short temper, but after witnessing it with my own eyes, I feel that he is a superior with immense charisma and competence. The others probably know they did wrong, so they don't dare to argue back, right? He is absolutely an excellent mentor, a person worthy of respect. He promised himself, I will definitely follow the guildmaster forever. However, he still couldn't help but wonder, but why is there dirt on the guildmaster's back? Could it be that his movements were too rough while teaching those kids? In the black car, old man Kim drove Tren Thai Can away.
He still didn't understand what had just happened, repeatedly stealing glances at the old man. Just now, he had actually kicked Lum Suan Tu hard in the shin. Not only that, he stood with his hands on his hips, his face darkening as he yelled, "Who uses mana while doing physical exercises? Attention, at ease. Attention, at ease. Attention, at ease." That old man followed every command without missing a beat. Crawl forward. Lean back. Crawl forward. Lean back. Old man Kim flew into a rage, his eyes bloodshot as he scolded him like a child. "Why are you bullying a gentle junior? As an instructor, haven't I always emphasized that seniors and juniors must help each other?" Thinking back on it now, the main character still felt scared. To think he was the third-term instructor of the Hunter Training Center. In other words, were all the early mages trained by Butler Kim. Furthermore, with the strength to overpower the guild master of the Thuong Dong Guild, it proves he must be at least an A rank. By the way, why would someone so powerful work as a butler? It was truly unbelievable. He even leaned over to stare intently at the old man. The old man was speechless and had to speak first. "Ha, it seems you have a lot of questions for me." The main character narrowed his eyes and nodded firmly. "To be honest, I do." The old man was still saying, "It's a long story," when he immediately interrupted, "That's fine. I'm on leave anyway, so I have plenty of time. Please feel free to tell me." The two talked until they were almost at his house. So taking this chance, I can also hear your story. I happen to be curious about a lot of things. Please drop me off right up ahead. Tomorrow is the last day of my leave, and I still have to go to the real estate agency to sign a contract. Looks like I have to go home early. Got it. Then see you after the holiday. Thank you for bringing me back. I really encountered quite a few strange things today. The next morning at the Hope boarding house, you packed all his old belongings into a cardboard box, preparing to move out. I've lived in this boarding house for 7 years, yet in the end, my luggage is only this single box. And also, that VR pod. Although the game logout feature is currently activated, so I don't need to enter the pod to return to Miram, I still can't just leave it behind here. He placed his hand on the machine. Who would have thought that such an old, battered box could completely change my life? Thinking back, he unconsciously smiled. If Ginho Hyung hadn't been dead drunk that day, would I have climbed into that sleeping pod? Just as he thought of that, he heard his voice from behind. "Are you leaving?" He turned around and grunted in affirmation. He asked, "Have you paid the remaining balance? Signed the contract?" He nodded. "Everything is handled. Let's head out." The guy smiled, his eyes turning into crescents. "Kid, you're pretty quick on your feet, huh? Where's your family? Have they moved into the new house yet?" Tren Thai Kang answered honestly. "Not yet. I haven't told them. I plan to move in first and tell them after my sister finishes her college entrance exams." He nodded. "That makes sense. This is the most crucial time." Suddenly, he fell silent. Silence enveloped them. They just stared at each other. Unable to bear it, the main character called out, "Hyung." The bespectacled guy's face flushed red, and he shyly waved his hands. "Stop it. Cut it out. Don't make the atmosphere so depressing. Hurry up. Just look, you're moving out today anyway." The main character's face lit up, his jaw dropping in shock. "Hyung, you're moving out too. Where are you going?" He scratched his face awkwardly and replied, "I'm just crashing at an acquaintance's place." "Where did you say the house you bought is?" "Taeyang City. It's only a 30-minute drive from here, not too far." "Taeyang City. I live near there too." "Really? Oh, then we can see each other often." "Hey Hyung, what's your exact address?" Right then his phone rang and he had to step outside to answer. Yes. Mr. Driver." You're here already?" "My luggage." No need. I can bring it down myself." Yes. "All right." Ignoring the guy standing there, he immediately ran downstairs. Before leaving, he cheerfully reminded him, "Hyung, I'm packing up the gaming pod. Since you're here, help me carry these boxes down." However, by the time he came back, the room was exactly as he left it, and the guy had vanished. He figured as much. Humph, that was fast. Basically, when it actually matters, he runs away faster than anyone. Just like that, he moved to his new house. With 2 people helping him carry things, it wasn't too exhausting. The movers carrying the gaming pod were completely out of breath. "Why is this thing so heavy? I almost died of exhaustion." Finally, after being busy for almost a whole day, everything was wrapped up. He threw himself onto the sofa, relaxing comfortably. In his heart, he thought, "Dad, I bought a house. The place where we used to live is no more. Anyway, things are already pretty great right now, aren't they?" He just sat there until it got dark. Lazily lying on the sofa looking at his phone, he yawned broadly. Just 12 more hours, and this vacation will be over. Putting his phone on the table, he thought, "I'll be busy again by then, so I might as well make a trip right now. Log in." Ding ding, the system popped up. "Would you like to enter Miram?" Of course he would. Tron Tai Khan entered Miram while sleeping on the sofa. At that moment, the gaming pod in the corner of the room suddenly moved. A person stepped out from inside. It turned out to be the despicable glasses-wearing guy. He smugly pushed up his glasses, smiling sleazily as he looked around the house. "So this is my new nest?" It turned out this guy had secretly tagged along to mooch off the main character. Cutting back to Miram, Tron Tai Khan had a swollen, bright red lump on his forehead. What is this? Trembling with anger, he glared at Vukan. What did you do to me while I was sleeping?
He just sat there, deliberately crossing his arms in mockery. While sleeping? Didn't you say you were cultivating? The main character couldn't take it anymore. Pointing his finger furiously, he yelled, "That's right, cultivating. How could you hit someone who was cultivating?" The guy turned away with an emotionless, icy face. As a martial artist, you were lazily dozing off instead of training. You were an eyesore, so I hit you. The two of them argued loudly. As a martial artist, you sneak attacked a defenseless person. How does that make you any better? Humph, you idiot. Completing the quest is what matters right now. We can settle our fight later. Then let's go down right now and have a proper fight like real martial artists. Ha Vu-chan, who was driving the carriage, thought to himself, I know they're brothers, but aren't these two way too similar? Even their rotten tempers are exactly the same. Suddenly, ding-ging, quest window confirmed. Quest, yesterday's enemy, today's ally. Now that the truth has come to light, the Hengshan sect is no longer an enemy, but an ally you must join forces with. Invite them to the Jinju Chen clan during the upcoming new year. Mentioning this brought back terrifying memories. Back then, even Nakbin had to ask, did you really intend to assault the daughter of the Hengshan sect? Is this the truth? Even now, he was still seething about taking the blame for something he didn't do. Even though everyone knows him innocent now, back then, they all looked at me like a scumbag who deserved to die 10,000 times over. Li Xiaojun being framed with false evidence at the Jinju Chen clan, and then poisoned to death on his way back. That was the root of everything. Now, only a month has passed. That third-rate scumbag, despised by his family, has become the hidden dragon of Western Sichuan. And Li Chunguet, a woman whose name had never even been heard of, has somehow become the new sect leader of the Hengshan sect. He looked at the scroll in his hand, wondering, how will Li Chunguet react to receiving this invitation? That's basically a surrender demand. I really hope she doesn't just surrender right away. Suddenly, Ha Vu-chan's voice called out from outside, Young masters. He shouted loudly to announce, we've arrived in Jinju. This place was bustling yet peaceful, not too bad at all. Inside a spacious and elegant estate, the lively chatter of people going in and out could be heard. Suddenly, Vukan slammed his chopsticks onto the table. It's so damn loud. I'd rather just go sleep outside. Let's head out. But Ha Vu-chan, happily stuffing his face, immediately turned and refused. No way. The young lord repeatedly told us that since we don't have servants with us, we need to find a decent place for our meals and lodging. Hearing this made Vukan even more annoyed. What? Eldest brother said that. Tis, if eldest brother said so. He didn't argue any further and just sat there quietly. Meanwhile, the main character had been burying his head in his food the whole time, thinking to himself, it seems he doesn't dare to disobey anything Tran V. Khan says. I really should have transmigrated as his older brother instead. Suddenly, he remembered, by the way, this place seems really expensive, is that okay? Ha Vu-chan smiled, his eyes turning into crescents. You two are the young masters of the Jinju Chen clan. Of course, the place you stay has to be expensive. Moreover, it must be the absolute best. The main character was thrilled to hear this. Who doesn't love good food? Is that so? That I won't hold back. Just as he was about to dive into the food like a starving tiger, a massive wine jug was suddenly hurled right at their table. It shattered into pieces, splashing everywhere before anyone could react. Everyone in the tavern immediately looked over. Well, what happened? The guy who threw the jug was still smirking playfully. Oops, my hand slipped. The main character had it the worst, his face drenched in wine. Even heaven doesn't strike a man while he's eating. Who wouldn't be furious? Glaring fiercely, he turned and growled, what is the meaning of this? The three men dressed in orange-yellow smirked dismissively, completely disregarding everyone. Aya. Sorry about that, brother. Who can you blame for a slipping hand? Well, just compensate you for the meal and that's it, right? Ha. Ha ha. Aya, what are you saying? Didn't you see that brat was still eating just now? Not only did they have a terrible attitude, but they even dared to call him a brat. The main character's face darkened with anger, veins bulging all over his body, yet he still had to chant a mantra. All right, calm down. I need to handle this rationally. We came all this way. There's no need to cause trouble. Suppressing his rage until his voice cracked, he said, there's a saying, you don't even mess with a dog when it's eating. So just come over here, formally apologize, and order us a replacement meal. After that, get lost. But while the tree seeks peace, the wind will not stop. The clueless fools continue to provoke him. Aigu, this little brat sure talks tough. Fine, if you won't pay, so be it, the MC still said. He'll consider it an accident and let you off this time. But before he could finish, one of them got right in his face, sticking out a long tongue. You little brat, if you've got the guts, stick your tongue out and see if I don't rip it out. As soon as he finished speaking, Tai Can threw a brutal uppercut right under his chin, nearly making him bite his own damn tongue off. With a loud smack, his entire body sprawled onto the ground, set flying right back to where his underlings were. Everything has its limits. He rolled his shoulders and walked over. Damn it, your breath stinks. You guys really need to brush your teeth more often. Seeing their comrade get punched, the other thugs instantly swarmed in. Quine 2 got hit. You little punk. Kill him. The scene shifted to another room, where a long smoking pipe was tapping lightly. The young lady lying behind the curtain puffed on her pipe and asked, why is it so noisy? The servant standing outside reported, 6 members of the Sichfong bandit troop are fighting a martial artist. She was immediately intrigued. Is that so? Who is he? The servant hesitated slightly before uttering the name. Yes, it's the hidden dragon of Western Sichuan. The woman was instantly interested. Oh my. Just hearing that name puts me in a good mood. It's been a while. I should go see how he's doing. Downstairs in the tavern, the orange-clad punks had been beaten to a pulp by the MC and were lying flat on the ground. He felt that. It seems they're quite used to killing. They were the ones who started it, but they didn't hesitate at all when drawing their weapons. Most importantly, the stench of blood is reeking from them. Tai Khan glared and asked bluntly, "Who are you people?" But with bloodshot eyes, every single one of them rushed at him, screaming, "We are the Reapers, coming for your life." Still got a big mouth at death's door. He effortlessly leaned to the side, dodging them without a hint of fear. Oh my, isn't that strange? He took him down in a single strike. Every one of their faces was smashed so badly that even their own parents wouldn't recognize them. Only 2 of them were left. They were already trembling, holding their blades, but not daring to charge forward. But having come this far, there was no turning back. They dashed forward like lightning, hacking their blades wildly. "You little punk." This guy swung much smoother than the rest. He guessed, looks like this one actually knows some martial arts, but he was still too green. A slight movement was all it took for him to dodge everything. While the guy was screaming, the MC chopped him right in the neck with his bare hand, sending blood spurting out instantly. The last one pissed his pants in fear, stuttering out, "Sea Captain." Defeated in just one move. Watching Taikan approach, he panicked and backed away. Wait a minute, young hero. We had eyes but couldn't see. I sincerely apologize and will compensate you." But he merely replied with a single phrase, "Too late." Just as his face turned blue from fear, Havu Chan loomed right behind him, raising a wooden chair with both hands. Without a word, he smashed it right over the guy's head. Once they gathered the bodies in one place, they noticed something off. "Huh? Captain, take a look at this. They're highly suspicious." "What is this?" Every single one of them had a black horse tattoo on their body. He immediately realized these guys aren't just ordinary street thugs. They must belong to some organization. I think I remember them calling him Captain. Are they martial artists from a specific sect? No, they're too crude and unruly, they don't look the part. A horse tattoo, a horse tattoo. Based on this, he could guess horse bandits. Right then, a woman looking down from above spoke up. There are dozens of horse bandit factions in the Northern Highlands. Lythian Bach's biggest mistake was hiring them. All 3 martial artists looked up in unison. The MC immediately recognized it. This voice is. It scared the living daylights out of him. "It's been a while," third young master. Tai Kan was absolutely shocked to see her. "We at Hua?" The 2 drank tea in a private room, secretly discussing matters in the dark. "Why are you here?" she asked. "Are you heading to the Huan Sun Sword sect?" He nodded. "Yeah." She immediately asked, "Could you tell me what the purpose of your trip is?" He stared at her. "You're the most well-informed person in all of Western Sichuan. Why would you even ask me? Haven't you known about this for a while?" Being turned down, she immediately put on an act, covering her face and pretending to cry. "I was just hoping you would tell me yourself. You make me so sad." Tai Kan was highly annoyed. "We need to keep personal and business matters separate." She flipped her attitude in a heartbeat, turning back with a bright smile. So heartless. "Then could you accept a proposal from me? Consider it a trade." With her beating around the bush, he could only reply, "Tell me what it is first, then I'll decide." She flashed a seductive smile. Her cheeks flushed as she beamed an ingratiating smile. "Let me come along to the Huan Sun Sword sect." He bolted upright in surprise. "Why would you go there?" But she firmly kept it a secret. "I don't think I can tell you about that. After all, I'm someone who keeps personal and business matters separate too." She said that and then added, "Just kidding, haha. To be honest, I'm also planning to go to the Huan Sun Sword sect to pick something up. To be more precise, it's something the Jinju Chen clan owes me." "What? Half of the Huan Sun Sword sect's businesses and properties." Her reminder made him jolt as he recalled their negotiation from that day. "Young Master Chen, I'm sure you know that our current stance is a bit awkward. Even though we won the war, ever since we found out the Great Elder orchestrated all of this, we've been hesitating to touch the spoils." He asked her calmly, "If the Huan Sun Sword sect accepts our merger proposal this time, it wouldn't be too late for you to claim it then, right?" She let out a long sigh and leaned back in her chair. That would only happen if the Jinju Chen clan's plan fails, and they don't become the overlords of Western Sichuan. The young master also agreed to honor the previous commitment and hand over the corresponding assets or territory to us. A sharp glint flashed in her eyes, but I still find it more reliable to speak directly with the parties involved. The MC could somewhat see through her deep-rooted schemes. The Huan Sun Sword sect, the power ruling the north and strictly guarding against outside invasions, was collapsing. Me at Hoa wants to use this opportunity to expand the Han Go sect's influence into northern Western Sichuan, while Tran V Khan definitely hopes the Jinju Chen clan can control all of Western Sichuan. Yesterday's allies have now become competitors. She continued in a coy voice. "So I want to go with you 2 to meet our adorable new sect leader and collect some debts while I'm at it. How does that sound?" Tai Kan replied without thinking, "I refuse." Her jaw dropped in shock. "Wow, aren't you being too cold?
You haven't even heard my trade conditions and you just rejected me flat out. He was serious, not joking with her. As a younger brother, how could I get in the way of what my older brother wants to do? Seeing that he wouldn't listen to reason, she became extremely annoyed. She stood up abruptly and pouted. Fine then, he thought to himself in surprise. I thought she'd try to persuade me a bit more. I didn't expect her to give up so quickly. But it was good that she accepted it. Taikon also prepared to leave. All right then, I'll be taking my leave first. Suddenly she pointed at him and asked, I heard you guys are sleeping at the annex tonight? That's right. Why?
Could you pass this message to young hero Tran for me? The old pine tree in the backyard is very expensive. Tell them to be a bit careful when he trains. These words clearly had a deep hidden meaning. His whole body stiffened slightly. Got it. She smiled as brightly as a flower and called out after him. If you need anything else, just say the word. As long as our young master Tran asks for it, I'll get anything for you. However, when he got back, his face was ashen. He stood petrified with his jaw dropped, sweating profusely. His precious older brother, Tran Vu Khan, sheathed his sword. He even praised it. Chopping this tree sure felt good. He got goosebumps all over. It had already come to this before he could even say anything.
The next day, unable to afford the compensation for 5 old pine trees, we had to decide to bring Muyet Hua along to the Hoang Sun Sword sect. The already noisy carriage was now 1,000 times more chaotic. How can we bring a woman along on a sect mission? Whoever chopped down the old pine tree, please raise your hand. Please take good care of me, young hero Tran. That guy Ha Vu Chan even opened his mouth wide and laughed. It seems everyone has their own talents. He sat proudly like a toad, laughing. I only know how to wield a blade and spear. I have no idea how to drive a carriage. Riding in a carriage driven by a real coachman feels completely different. Ha ha ha. Tai Khan was speechless. Geez, this idiot. How could someone Muyet Hua brought along just be a simple coachman? They kept arguing back and forth in the carriage. Vu Chan, huh? Be quiet for a bit. At least then you pass for average. He grumbled resentfully. You just scold me all day. Suddenly, a thought popped into his head. Hey. Staring intently at Vu Khan, who was sitting alone in a corner without saying a word. Why has that guy been huddled in the corner all this time? Mia Hua also noticed the anomaly and turned to him. Young hero Tran, you don't look well, come over here for a bit. There's still room. He moved even further away, firmly refusing. No, I'm fine. He was left speechless. He clearly doesn't look fine. He asked bluntly, are you feeling sick somewhere? He was obviously sweating like a pig, veins popping all over his forehead, yet he still argued. I'm perfectly fine, don't talk to me. Both he and Ha Vu Chan coincidentally turned to look at each other. They started whispering to each other. Don't you find it weird? It's more than just weird. I think the second young master toward branch leader Muyet Hua. Hearing this, Vu Khan groaned in utter frustration. Shut up. Keep your mouths shut. The girl then spoke up. Look at my memory. I even forgot to properly introduce myself. She cupped her hands and gently introduced herself. I am Muyet Hua, the Western Sichuan branch leader of the Hongo sect. He also reluctantly turned to her, hiding his face in his collar. I am Tran Vu Khan of the Jinju Chen clan. She feigned embarrassment. Why is your reaction so dull? Even the third young master over there was startled when he first found out my identity. It took a while before Vu Khan could speak properly. That kid probably told me everything already. Also, I heard you've helped our Chen clan a lot. It's a bit late, but I still must thank you. They chatted back and forth. It's nothing, it was just a fair trade. However, we still haven't received proper compensation yet. Our Chen clan will not forget the goodwill of the Han No sect. Suddenly, Ha Vu Chan stood up, clutching his chest and twisting his body dramatically. Ha ha! A young master drawing everyone's attention and a young beauty. Just looking at them makes one's heart pound. Right? Huh? Isn't it? His face turned pale, not daring to join in with him. He turned his face away to avoid Vu Khan's gaze and stammered, about this. I'm not too sure either. He secretly prayed for this idiot in his heart. I don't think that heart of yours will be beating for much longer. After traveling for a whole day, the carriage finally stopped. It's getting dark. Let's rest here for today. They rested in a slightly dilapidated small shrine. Muyet Hoa explained, this shrine was abandoned after the famine a few years ago. But looking at the footprints left behind, locals still occasionally come here. They lit a fire to warm themselves up. Only then did he remember. Oh right, what happened to those guys at the inn? She replied, if you're talking about the Red Wind Troop, I've locked them all up. Only now did he learn their exact name, the Red Wind Troop, huh? She looked serious as she informed him, they're a newly risen force in the Highlands. Their scale isn't small. More importantly, rumor has it that the leader of the Red Wind Troop possesses incredibly high martial arts. But he still felt something was off. As far as I know, the Northern Highlands seem to be very far from Hanju. Why would those guys come all the way here? Muyet Hua stared intently at the fire. Towards the end of the war, Li Thien Bak hired a large number of vagabonds and bandit troops. Although most of them perished at the Eight Heavens Gorge, a few still managed to escape. Tai Khan chimed in, including the Red Wind Troop. She shook her head. No, the Red Wind Troop fundamentally didn't participate in this battle. He observed the Eight Heavens Gorge from 2 hours away and upon hearing the battle's outcome immediately turned back. He led over 100 of his subordinates, heading straight north.
You must understand that at that time, most of the Huang Sun Sword sect's forces had already gone to the front lines, so they targeted their headquarters. Although this battle ultimately ended with a victory for the Huang Sun Sword sect, their young master died in the process. As she spoke, she drew on the ground to make it easier for him to understand.
Hearing this, he immediately thought, if the Red Wind Troop had come to reinforce the Eight Heavens Gorge that day, what would have happened to the Huang Sun Sword sect? Perhaps the outcome of the war would have been different. Even though the Huang Sun Sword sect suffered tragic losses, this is actually a good thing for us. She guessed. Those guys beaten by young Master Tran were probably deserters from back then. Although the Red Wind Troop is a bit more disciplined compared to other bandit groups, there are still deserters. I don't know what they were doing in Hanju either. Because of this, it's been very chaotic around here lately. Aside from vagabonds, mountain bandits, and horse bandits, even those in the underworld are starting to rear their heads. After all, the Huang Sun Sword sect's power has weakened quite a bit. But because of that, they'll probably have no choice but to accept the Jinju Chen clan's proposal. Listening to her, he suddenly had a smart thought. Oh, by the way, with the world in such chaos right now, are there still commoners coming to the shrine? Just as he finished speaking, a group of people could actually be seen approaching from afar. They were yelling loudly at each other as they walked. Hurry up, you lot. I'm moving. Stop rushing us. We're going. Humph, stop rushing you. I don't think you guys understand the situation yet. All right, go easy on them. If you damage them, their price will drop. They're already puny. They won't sell for much anyway. Right then, the group also spotted the two standing in the shrine and were startled. Hold on, what's going on over there? The two sides stood facing each other. Who are you people? Just passing travelers. The leader on the other side darkened his face. Passers-by? Passers-by? He stared intently at the beautiful Nguet Hoa, drooling with greed. Smiling wickedly, the world these days is dangerous for wandering around outside. He spread his hands unreasonably. In short, we claimed this place a few days ago. What do you intend to do? Dai Kan crossed his arms and asked back, what do you mean? The scarred-faced guy gestured for money. What else could it mean? I mean, if you show some sincerity, I can let you have this place. The MC got annoyed and cursed directly. You little brat, you're being a bit rude. Hearing your tone, people who don't know would think this shrine belongs to you. Seeing that negotiations failed, the guy's eyes sharpened like a knife. For an abandoned place, whoever claims it first owns it, of course. If they wanted to play by the law of the jungle, he could play along. He looked straight at him. Then go get a land use right certificate. The whole gang didn't understand, murmuring to each other. What did he tell us to get? Their faces were completely dumbfounded. Taikan puffed out his chest and pointed straight at them. If you can't prove it, leave obediently. Also, release the people you've captured. Those guys were triggered and immediately drew their swords. Little young master, you're meddling too much. Looks like you know some superficial martial arts, but aren't you underestimating the Murim too much? The MC's face remained unchanged as he pointed straight at them. Of course I don't underestimate the Murim. I just underestimate you. Thanks to the system, he could see their levels, all hovering below 25. It was too simple. He could handle this with a snap of his fingers. Suddenly, the tied-up captives looked towards the MC and shouted, Ah, boss, boss, it's us. Please save us, boss. The leader immediately turned around. You know these people. Taikan stared wide-eyed at the group. We are close, so why are you joking? We just met for the first time today. But looking at those guys, they didn't seem to be faking it. Even the bandit boss said, but they seem to know you. The group was still groaning. Please save us, boss. He sighed, just ask me to save you, there's no need to. While talking, his brain suddenly clicked. Images of the past appeared, and he remembered. He gaped and asked, Are you the guys from back then? Following great strength Trung Tam. The 10-colored demons. Seeing that he recognized them, they cried tears of joy. Boo-hoo. That's right, it's us. After that day, we turned over a new leaf and stopped being bandits. And it's not the 10-colored demons. It's the ugly-colored demons. Boss. Save us, boss. It really was fate. He couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha. I didn't expect to meet them here. Manhwa stood next to him, tilting her head to ask, You know them? Are you going to save them? He turned and waved his hand. I was going to save them just now, but it seems unnecessary anymore. They are all bandits. But the boss on the other side didn't plan to let him go and drew his blade. If you know each other, that's great. It's the perfect time to have companions on the road to the underworld. He even dared to point an order, tie them up. Sell the men to the circus and keep the women for our brothers to have some fun. If that brat resists, kill him. Manhwa took the opportunity to act dramatically, hugging the MC's arm tightly and screaming, Ah, so scary. What do we do? What do we do? This fragile woman is so scared. The scarred-faced guy smiled foolishly, already getting his hopes up. Haha, no need to be so scared. Although I've lived roughly my whole life, my heart is as soft as silk. Later, we can try communicating with our bodies. Taikan got pissed off and charged forward. How dare he eye his girl? Wait until I tear his mouth apart. Hell, stop talking nonsense. Seeing him stop, the guy excitedly provoked, What's wrong? You don't dare to step up when it gets real? The MC's eyes narrowed, giving a single warning. You're dead. He didn't quite understand, resting his blade on his shoulder and tilting his head. What? Do you have guards nearby? As soon as he finished his sentence, a black figure flashed by super fast. The person placed a hand right on his chest.
With a terrifying glare, say that again. The guy panicked completely, turning to stone, unable to move or even speak. Encountering the demon Vu Can, he was truly done for. With just a push of his hand, the guy's internal organs were crushed in an instant. Panicking and wetting his pants was a reality. His whole body trembled like a leaf. He opened his mouth but couldn't utter a single word.
Seeing the overwhelming murderous intent, they all kowtowed. "We surrender. Great hero, spare our lives. Please spare us."
As for their boss, his whole body was bruised purple, and he was foaming at the mouth on the verge of death. Vu Can glared at them one by one before turning away. Ha Vu Chen, standing inside looking out, felt. Good thing he was only beaten this much. The untied guys cried tears of joy. The "Thank you, sir. We will serve you as our benefactor for the rest of our lives." Tai Can was speechless and asked the group, "What benefactor? By the way, why were you caught by those people? And all 5 of you caught at the same time?" They immediately stuttered. Well, about that. One naive guy confessed the truth. "We didn't know they were horse bandits. We were planning to snatch their coin purses at the market, but we got caught red-handed." Ha ha ha. Didn't they say they quit the profession? Was it all a lie? His eyes widened. Huh.
The whole group huddled together, kneeling and begging.
"Ah, well, being a good person isn't that easy. We just started out too. Please forgive us one more time. We promise to live a peaceful and honest life." He clenched his fists. "No, I meant to ask, who are they?" The whole group froze, not processing it fast enough. "Ah, you mean those horse bandits?" He nodded firmly. "Yes, exactly them. One guy spilled everything. We only heard about it after we were caught. Seeing a group of tough guys throwing money around, we followed them. Who knew they were from the Red Wind Troop? The Red Wind Troop is notoriously cruel among horse bandits. As soon as they heard this name, everyone's faces changed. The Red Wind Troop? Are you sure?" The guy affirmed, "Absolutely, I heard it very clearly." After saying that, he glanced at the group behind him. "Right?"
The whole group immediately chimed in. They said they'll leave here early tomorrow morning. They also said they must travel urgently without rest to reach Sun Am, fearing heads would roll if they are late. The MC was startled upon hearing this. Sun Am is very close to Duan Hien, the lair of the Huan Sun Sword sect. Could it be? Right at this moment, there was a sound above them, and everyone looked up. A black bird was circling around. A messenger hawk. The letter says, "The Red Wind Bandit Troop has crossed the plateau and is heading south. Initial estimates suggest there are over 200 of them." The protagonist understood. It seems they are planning to attack the Huan Sun Sword sect once again. Weird Hoa crushed the paper. That's right. This news is from a day ago, so they must be much closer by now. Unfortunately, our northern branch doesn't have a formal intelligence network yet, so we can't pinpoint the Red Wind Troop's exact movements. Her eyes turned sharp and cold as she looked behind her, but thankfully we have them. They should have been able to scout out the internal movements of the Red Wind Troop up to this point, though I'm not sure how much useful intel they've actually gathered. She pointed straight at one of the men. "You." The man panicked. "Am me?" "Stand up." He hastily explained, "I am not a bandit. I just became a vagabond not long ago. They told me I could make a fortune, so I just..." She started digging for info. "Ah, so you're just a vagabond the Red Wind Troop dragged in to make up the numbers for their last raid." He nodded vigorously. Yes, exactly. But I'll tell you everything I know." But she didn't care. "It's fine, no need. I doubt you know much anyway, right, Chun-san?" Her servant immediately stepped forward, pulling something from his chest pocket. Without a word, he moved like lightning, stabbing him with a sickening thud. It was too fast, too lethal. No one even understood what the hell had just happened. They could only stare in shock. As expected of Nguyet Hua, swift and decisive, in the blink of an eye, a life was taken. With a dark expression, she pointed again. "You." With that terrifying example set, whoever she pointed to was now as obedient as a puppy. "I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. I've been with the Red Wind Troop for a year." As soon as he finished, she simply called out, "Chun-san." Her subordinate instantly killed the man. The others watched, their blood running cold. "You all only need to remember 2 things. Looking more terrifying than a Grim Reaper, she said, "Be honest, and answer my questions." Just a moment later, we had obtained all the intel on the Red Wind Troop. Meanwhile, elsewhere, 2 men on horseback met at a cliff. "It's done, Captain." One of them reported with a broad grin, "All the men have been killed, and the women and children have been gathered in one place." The other asked, "Why?" "Huh? Just following the plateau's traditions." But the other 2 seemed dissatisfied with their methods. "Where the hell are you from anyway?" "Ah, not long ago I was with the Tiger Slaughter Troop." "I don't know how the Tiger Slaughter Troop does things, but my Red Wind Troop is different. I mean, we don't give a damn about the petty rules of plateau traditions." As they went back and forth, I wasn't aware. But before he could finish, he was cut off. "Pass down my orders." The captain enunciated every word. "Take no prisoners. Slaughter everyone. Then burn it all to the ground." They stood high up looking down at the village below. At first, there was only a large spark. Then gradually, the entire village was engulfed in flames. They actually did it. Absolutely brutal. Even the great cave branch of the Huan Sun sect was burned to ashes. Watching it with his own eyes, he bared his teeth in a wicked, delighted grin. It was exactly like Muyet Hoa's smile earlier,
just as cruel and ruthless. It was the first time Tai Kan had seen her act so decisively. She always seemed so laid back and playful. I forgot for a moment. This woman is also part of the Murim, and a battle-hardened, blood-soaked one at that. While he was frowning and thinking ill of her, she suddenly whipped around to look at him. Putting on an act, she touched her face, feigning vulnerability. Was I too cruel? Her sudden change in demeanor gave him whiplash. Huh? A little bit. But it was certainly effective.
They continue to chat while watching the scene unfold. I'm telling you this so you don't misunderstand, young Master Chen, but I really don't like killing. All right. It's mainly because they weren't exactly innocent civilians anyway. Why won't their blood wipe off? Suddenly, a white handkerchief was offered to her. Use this to wipe it. She jumped in surprise. Oh my god, the one offering the handkerchief was none other than the cold-faced Vu Khan, and he was actually blushing shyly. Well, you look like you needed it. Both the protagonist and Ha Vu Chan stared in utter disbelief. She happily accepted it. Thank you, young Master Chen. I really needed this. Don't mention it. Tai Kan was so shocked he could only think to himself, just humor this guy who's only nice to women. Why do I run into guys like this everywhere I go? That very night, they abandoned the carriages and rode horses to travel faster.
It takes the Red Wind troop about half a day to reach the Huan Sun sect. It'll take us a day and a half to get there.
Before leaving, she reminded them, but we're taking the main road. So if we ride through the night, we can cut down the time. The protagonist's face darkened. She means we shouldn't even dream of resting. Geez, why did things have to hit the fan the moment we arrived? I thought this was supposed to be a really simple quest. Right as he thought that, ding. Quest difficulty upgraded from first rate to peak. He was too exhausted to even care anymore. Yeah, fine. Guess it's not so simple anymore. The next morning at the Huan Sun sect, shocked screams echoed from outside. What? The entire force was wiped out. They should have taken heavy losses last time too, so how did they bounce back so fast? A subordinate cupped his hands and reported, it seems they've merged with other bandit groups. It looks like there are at least 200 of them, maybe more.
Everyone was panicking.
Then around when will they get here? A day at the earliest, but we estimate they'll launch an attack within 2 days at the latest. We're doomed. The elders sat around the meeting table, each lost in their own thoughts. Great Huan Sun sect, my ass. What's the point of a promotion at a time like this? The sect is about to be wiped out. We wouldn't have lasted much longer even if we did nothing, but now even bandits are coming to harass us. If we gather everyone we have left, will we even reach 100 men? Some even grumbled aloud, damn it, if the sect leader were still alive. In this situation, do we really have to serve a snot-nosed brat as our sect leader? Just as the words faded, a shout echoed from outside. A man, burning with fury, stood at the door and roared, Speak. Who was just spouting nonsense?
According to the gossips, Mount Hang has 2 fierce beasts. The blood-pouch sword and the Mount Hang tiger are close friends, yet each is also a massive mountain the other wishes to overcome. Fiat Mobak is a supreme master, hailed by the moniker Mount Hang Tiger for decades. Now standing there breathing fire, he roared, him asking who it was. Instead of uniting to drive away the bandits, you dare defy Thienbach's dying wish and scheme a rebellion. The old men in the room instantly cowered. Thiet. Great hero Thiet, please don't misunderstand. How could we possibly harbor rebellious intentions? Great hero, please calm your anger. His fiery aura was no joke. Scorching Yang Earth Ki. Damn it. What on earth did he consume to gain such formidable inner strength? Suddenly, a delicate little hand reached out and tugged at the old man's sleeve. Uncle Thiet, it's too hot. The old man instantly extinguished his fiery aura and turned around. Oh my, I completely forgot about you. You were feeling too hot, weren't you? I'm fine now, Uncle Thiet. His attitude took a complete 180. The men inside were highly dissatisfied, yet they still had to clasp their hands and bow. Young lady, we pay our respects to the young lady. The old man, still fuming, snapped his head back, glaring and gnashing his teeth. You bastard still dare to call her young lady! The young girl was quite imposing as well. She walked straight in and said coldly, I will warn you one last time. Do not call me young lady anymore. Call me sect leader. The scene shifted to Tai Kan. He sat on the ground looking at his system panel with a smug smile. Wow, I've grown quite a bit. With my current strength, no matter how hard the quest is, it should be enough to keep my little life intact.
Once this quest is over, maybe I should try raising my non-combat stats a bit. The fool Ha Vu Chan came out of nowhere, sat beside him and leaned back whining. Ouch, my butt hurts so much. If I knew it would be like this, I would have reincarnated into a family of carriage drivers. He turned to look at him. Tired? He thought to himself. Makes sense. Among everyone here, his level is the lowest. Trying to keep up with us must take a lot out of him. He suddenly turned serious. Honestly, I am tired. But this is still way better than during that last scouting mission. He suddenly sat up straight. That's right, we've traveled a lot farther than back then, but I don't feel nearly as exhausted. Seeing him so fired up, Tai Kan couldn't help but be surprised. Oh kid, looks like you've leveled up, huh? Is it because you got used to riding horses? Let's see how much you've improved. He activated his skill, Shi Sense.
Ha Vu Chan was already at level 38. Huh? When did he level up this much? When I first met him, he was only level 20. Damn it, he's doubled his strength in just over 2 months. A thought suddenly struck him. Could it be, because he constantly follows me around, he's also being affected by the system? If that's the case, maybe he gets stat points just like I do. Remaining points, 180. So how does he allocate them? What if someone needs to allocate them for him? His heart pounded as he slowly reached his hand forward. It's highly possible. Worth a try. He placed his hand on his shoulder. Open status window. But nothing happened. Seeing him staring, Ha-Vu-chan asked, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" "Nothing. I just realized how ugly you are." "Geez, seriously." Tai-kan was extremely disappointed. "No changes at all? I really thought it would work. Maybe I should try saying it out loud." Unable to hold back, he whispered once more, "Open status window." Then, 2 notification chimes rang out. He was overjoyed. Ah, it appeared. However, it appeared to notify him that the time remaining for the quest condition had increased. Please arrive at the Mount Heng sect within 22 hours. If you are late, the consequences will be irreversible. Seeing him suddenly stand up and stare blankly into thin air, the others were completely bewildered. He's at it again. "Young Master Chen, are you feeling unwell somewhere? Geez, seriously, what's been wrong with you this whole time?" Meanwhile, he was losing his mind in helplessness. "Why are you treating me like this? Seriously." Back then, 2 members of the Li family were talking. "Are you sure this is okay? If I didn't want this, would you change your mind? At the very least, I wouldn't have fabricated a scandal between you and the 3rd young master of the Jinju Chen clan. I would have found another way. It seems no matter what, you want to wage war against the Jinju Chen clan. Currently, both the Western Sichuan eccentric hero and the heaven-shaking sword are away. This is the best time. Such a golden opportunity won't come twice. Even if the Patriarch and the 2nd young master aren't present, the Jinju Chen clan's strength is nothing to scoff at. Please reconsider." "No need. My mind is made up. And please, you must win. Make our sect so powerful that no one in Western Sichuan dares to mention my scandal. If you were a boy, I would have chosen you as the young sect leader. Good thing I'm a girl. I have absolutely zero interest in that position." Now she stood before Lai Thian-bok's grave, recalling their conversation from that day. Who would have thought she would actually become the sect leader now? In front of her lay 4 graves. Whose fault is this? I should have stopped him until the very end. Now I am the only one left. Suddenly, a hand rested on her shoulder. "I'm sorry, I should have come sooner." She turned around. "Uncle Thiet, please don't say that." Her eyes welled with tears as she offered a gentle smile. "If it weren't for you, our sect wouldn't have survived this long." At the mention of this, Thiet Mo Bok grew furious, grinding his teeth. "I will absolutely hack that bastard Feng Duong into 100 pieces. She warned him anxiously, "Uncle Thiet, I believe in you. But do not underestimate the leader of the Crimson Wind bandit troop. After all, there is no guarantee he will fight fair and square." The old man let out a heavy sigh. "You're right. I will be careful." Suddenly, he asked with concern, "Do you have any certainty of winning?" Her face darkened. "Right now, only a 10% chance." The old man was startled. What? She had already calculated everything. But once the reinforcements arrive, it will be a solid 50%, maybe even higher. The old man's jaw dropped. "Reinforcements? You mean the Jinju Chen clan?" She nodded. 2 hours ago, the Qin Duong branch of the Thian Ha sect sent a letter. "How many men? 100? 200? While he was filled with eager anticipation, she dropped a number like a splash of cold water. 4 people. One of them is the heaven-shaking sword, Tran Vu Khan, and the other is... At this point, she suddenly burst out laughing and said no more. It's none other than her rumored lover, the hidden dragon of Western Sichuan, Tran Tai Khan. The surroundings were completely destroyed and innocent villagers were herded into a pile in the middle of the courtyard. The whole crowd could only cry pitifully, boo-hoo. The leaders laughed wickedly and threatened, "He, just be obedient, and I'll spare your lives." Just then, someone came galloping on a horse. One of them immediately went to greet him. "Ayo, the new guest arrived so fast. Halt." However, the rider didn't care at all, directly charging his horse right over him without hesitation. After giving him a satisfying kick, the rider finally stopped the horse. Tran Tai Kan jumped straight down from the horse. "Just in case, let me ask one question. You're from the Crimson Wind troop, right?" The bandits panicked, drew their swords, and shouted, "Who goes there?" Our main character didn't say much, cracking his knuckles. "Looking at your reactions, I guess I'm right. Time's up, let's make this quick and wipe you all out." The whole group charged at him with their swords, screaming at the top of their lungs. "Kill him." Just then, ding. Time remaining, 16 hours, 25 minutes, 32 seconds. He had to finish the job quickly and cleanly. In the blink of an eye, the entire group was kneeling on the ground, their faces swollen and beaten to a bloody pulp. They pressed their hands together and begged, Please spare our lives, great hero. Please show mercy. We were wrong. Great hero, spare us. Thank you." Right at that moment, Ha-Vu-chan walked over, pointing at their horses. "Perfect timing, our horses are exhausted. Let's take these energetic ones and ride." His face bloomed with a smile. "I see 14 horses here. Let's just take them all. We can swap them out when they get tired." Tai-kan didn't care what he did. He just focused on the bandits.
By the way, how many people are in the Crimson Wind Troop anyway? According to the people at the Ancestral Hall, the Crimson Wind Troop has over 100 members scattered across northwestern Sichuan. Some are at the foot of the mountain, while others are hiding in remote villages and bustling streets. The moment they receive an order, they'll gather at the designated location. The leader of the Crimson Wind Troop is expanding his forces on the plateau to advance south. At the same time, he ordered his remaining subordinates to head north. The leader of the Crimson Wind Troop, he has decisive judgment. Once he notices a disadvantageous situation, he immediately retreats. With such meticulous thinking, he can still plot his next move even in such tense circumstances. The more he thought about it, the scarier it got. His ability to execute plans is also extremely strong. Furthermore, I heard his martial arts are incredibly formidable. How could there be a bandit like that? Now I understand why the quest difficulty changed to peak. After thinking that, he reassured himself. But still, no matter what, the leader of the Crimson Wind Troop can't be a peak-level master, right? If he still has a bit of conscience. While our main character was in the middle of speaking, someone cut him off. He's a peak-level master. Tran Tai Kam was startled and turned around. Huh? It was Mue Hua. She told him, to be able to reveal such talent in such a short period of time, there is naturally a reason for it.
Although not many people know about it yet, according to my sex intelligence, the leader of the Crimson Wind Troop is indeed a peak-level master. However, the more he listened, the more confused he got. I mean, what the hell is a peak-level master doing as a bandit? She asked in return, mountain bandits and pirates all have peak-level masters, so why can't horse bandits have one? His eyes were truly open today. Peak-level masters? Mountain bandits? Pirates? She even gave a meaningful smile as she got on her horse. Wait until you meet the Alliance leader of the Green Woods or the Alliance leader of the River Gangs. Then you can try asking. Although you probably won't get the chance to. He felt completely drained and muttered dejectedly, "It's best if I don't." They said goodbye to the villagers, got on their horses, and left immediately. Time remaining, 15 hours, 59 minutes, 13 seconds. The scene shifted to the other side. They were talking while riding their horses. No. Slaughtering the Great Cave Branch was a part of the war. But if we touch the civilians now, it will only give the Jinju Chen clan an excuse to intervene. They're not the masters of Western Sichuan. Not yet, but they will be soon enough. We have to swallow up the Huan Sun Sword sect before that happens. We can't just lie down like dogs waiting to die, right? It's not that I doubt your words, but why would an orthodox, righteous sect like the Jinju Chen clan pay any attention to us bandits? The scarred man turned around in annoyance. Bandits? Who are you calling bandits? Last time I saw her, the sect leader of the Huan Sun Sword sect was quite a beauty. The other guy immediately caught on and laughed wickedly. She's also reached the age of marriage, so it's about time she found a husband.
The guy sneered wickedly. Between having her sect annihilated and getting married, she'll have to choose one either way. Then what about the Crimson Wind Troop? Seize the core and put on a facade. You look quite decent, so we'll appoint you as the pavilion master of the gatekeepers. Ha ha! This subordinate swears loyalty to you until death. The scarred man tightly gripped the reins, thinking to himself, being a bandit for 20 years, and I finally achieved what I have today. Growing up in a beggar's den, relying solely on the meager martial arts I picked up from the plateau bandits, I never dared to imagine it'd have a day like this. 3 years ago, if it weren't for a stroke of divine luck, I probably still wouldn't have amounted to anything. From a squad leader of a bandit gang to the leader of the Crimson Wind Troop today. Next, I will swallow up the martial arts sects. While he was having sweet dreams, he suddenly heard a call. Leader! They had arrived. Right in front of them was the Huan Sun Sword sect. He still remembered. Although there were some losses last time, this time will definitely be different. He already had some heavy firepower hidden in his pocket. He suddenly felt a surge of confidence as he stood on the cliff looking down. He gave the order. Before the sun sets today, we must absolutely take over the Huan Sun Sword sect. Charge! Hurry! The entire group immediately galloped forward like the wind, roaring thunderously. Charge! The whole mob got into formation, overflowing with fierce brutality. On top of that, they even pulled out a massive, gigantic horn and blew it deafeningly. On Tran Tai Khan's side, he was sitting cross-legged cultivating. Ding! You have completed chi cultivation. Fatigue and stamina have recovered slightly. He was suddenly startled, his ears as sharp as an owl's. Did you guys just hear a noise? Nuet Hoa turned and asked, what noise? Ha Vu Chan then said, there are always sounds. Horses grazing, the wind blowing. His words annoyed him so much. You little brat, of course I didn't mean those things. He put on a dumb look. Then what sound are you talking about? Our main character raised a finger, not knowing what to call it. It's a horn. The Vuvuzela horn. The other guy couldn't understand, resting his chin on his hand and asking, what horn? He had to explain until his mouth was sore. It's what people use to cheer in sports, he tried, but when that failed, he raised his hands to demonstrate. Never mind. It's basically something like that. The two of them shrugged and smirked in confusion. What are sports? Why are you always saying such weird things lately? Jin Tae-kyung began to doubt himself. Did I mishear it? Coincidentally, that direction is also over there. He looked at the towering mountain ranges ahead. I remember them saying we have to travel for 3 more hours to reach the Hengshan Sword sect.
In other words, even if something happened over there, the sound couldn't possibly travel all the way here. That's right. He finally said, it must have been my imagination. Jin Moo Kyung also turned to him. It's an illusion. I didn't hear any sound at all, but he still felt it. No, I clearly heard something. His older brother looked arrogant and disdainful. If even you could hear it, how could I not? The main character shut up, trembling with anger. Even though I'm annoyed, he's not wrong, so I can't even argue back. He walked down and reminded him, swords have no eyes. If you don't want to die in vain, you better focus. After all, once we're on the battlefield, no one knows what will happen.
Also, there are many enemies. You must be cautious when attacking. It's best to stay put. Of course, I'll take the lead, so you should be fine behind my back. Seeing him so considerate for the first time, the main character was stunned. We are blood brothers, after all. Is he worrying about me? Come to think of it, even though he's always pretended to hate me, he's helped me quite a bit. Actually, this guy values our bond a lot. Sensing his gaze, his face scrunched up into an annoyed scowl sticking out his lips. What are you looking at? All the fondness in him instantly vanished. He blushed and muttered, "If you let those bandits hurt you, you're dead meat to me." The main character was so tired he didn't even want to speak. I knew it. He's not the type with a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. I must have been crazy just now. Wolwa had to interrupt, shouting enthusiastically, "Young masters, from now on we'll be moving non-stop, so prepare yourselves." Moo Kyung changed his attitude immediately, his face flushing red as he shouted, "Understood." Only the main character knew that time was running out. The scene shifted to the battlefield on the other side where dead men and horses lay scattered, blood staining the white snow red. Bandits climbed the city walls from the outside. Charge. The people inside couldn't fend them all off. Any bandit who made it up was killed. Block them. Don't let them climb up. The bandits egged each other on. Whoever gets up first, I'll reward you with 20 taels of gold. They split into two teams, one climbing the walls, the other using a massive log to ram the gates. Fall back, one more time. The soldiers inside panicked and shouted out, "Sec leader, the city gate is about to fall. Sec leader, we need reinforcements. Sec leader, we have to act now. Sec leader, sec leader." The whole crowd was yelling wildly. The situation was extremely tense, and the girl could only stand there shivering. She was terrified, but still bit her lip to reassure herself. "Tis, this is the Miram." Trying to stay calm, she ordered, "Wait for my signal, then immediately shoot fire arrows toward the city gate." The men next to her bowed with clasped hands. "Yes, ma'am." Then she added, "Also, Uncle Tai, they're about to breach the gate. I know this won't be easy, but I still hope you can help buy us a little more time. Can you?" The old man standing nearby crossed his arms and nodded. 1 against 100. I've always wanted to try that. The old man was their only hope now. From what I know, you're a master who can fight 10,000 men. Even so, you must be careful. The old man threw his head back and laughed. "Ha ha ha, I know. Would I let those little runts hurt me?" As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped straight down. He was optimistic, but everyone was secretly terrified. What does fighting 1 against 100 mean? Even if he doesn't die, he'll lose half his life. Now she gave the order. Fire the arrows. A barrage of fire arrows shot out from the city. The scarred-faced troop leader stood outside watching this, his expression growing darker and more terrifying. It seems they came prepared. The fiery arrows shot out and killed countless bandits. Agonizing screams echoed across the sky. "Ah, help." The man beside him turned and said, "Commander, if this continues, our side will suffer heavy losses. Almost 100 men have died since the start." A sinister glint flashed in the scarred man's eyes. Without a hint of panic, he analyzed the situation. Even with heavy losses, wiping out the Hengshan sword sect is still as easy as flipping a hand. That fire attack is purely to stall for time. Could it be they're waiting for reinforcements? If that's the case, there's no need to hesitate anymore. He made up his mind. I will personally take the field. Just then, someone attacked from inside. Every punch that landed instantly killed a bandit. His strength was incredibly terrifying, fighting his way straight out from the city gate. The bandits looked on in panic. A monster! This man was none other than the old man, Tie Mubai. At that moment, a voice echoed from behind the bandits. "All of you, step back." The scarred troop leader stood there, arrogantly tilting his head in challenge. Why is Senior still like this? Even passing each other is considered fate, not to mention that we've even exchanged blows before. The old man also recognized him, mocking sarcastically. "Oh right, you ran for your life without even looking back that time." He feigned nonchalance, brushing off his clothes. "That's called a tactical retreat. Thanks to you, my body's still burning up. I was tortured quite a bit, you know?" Flames erupted from the old man's hands as he glared and threatened him. Today won't just be a simple burning sensation. The troop leader provoked him. "Oh my, how about we talk this out? Look at you, you're getting old, so why are you still so impatient?" The veins on the old man's forehead bulged. "Talk. If it weren't for your betrayal, thousands of our brothers wouldn't have had to die." He still argued, "I'm not stupid enough to join a battle with no chance of winning." The old man roared in fury. "That's not all. You also killed Xiao Guang." The troop leader sighed as if feeling wronged. "Ah, about that. It's because I'm not gentle enough to tolerate those young punks who act recklessly without knowing their place." His face darkened as he glared provocatively. "If I had known that brat was going to be my brother-in-law,
I would have held back a little. He successfully enraged the old man, Tai Mubai, who roared and cursed, "You bastard." Massive flames engulfed the old man's body. Don't expect to get lucky and escape like last time. What's more, there's no one to be your meat shield today. The troop leader smirked, not showing a hint of fear. He reached into his pocket to grab something. Why do you think I told all my subordinates to step back? Suddenly, the old man felt something was off. Looking back during their last fight of over 100 exchanges, that guy suffered internal injuries and had to flee under his subordinate's cover. Where is he getting this confidence from today? He guessed right on the money. What kind of trick are you trying to pull now? The troop leader remained unfazed, taking out a pill from his clothes. A trick. I just think you can't use a chicken knife to kill a tiger. So I stepped up myself. Flames burst furiously from the old man's hands. Then I should thank you. Thanks to you, everything can be settled smoothly. He activated his fire fist skill and punched forward immediately. The scarred man popped the pill into his mouth and swallowed. Likewise. On the other side, his lackeys had already slaughtered a good number of the city guards. The bandits cheered in cruel delight. Ha ha ha. There aren't many from the Huan Sun sect left. Once we wipe them out, we win. Right as he finished speaking, he was shot dead on the spot. The hands holding the bow and arrow were still trembling, yet the shot had landed perfectly. It was the young sect leader. Desperate times called for desperate measures. As long as she had a bow, she would shoot, taking down as many as she could. The bandits immediately pointed at her. Over there. Catch that little brat first. They swarmed towards her in droves while the sect members frantically yelled. Sect leader. Hurry up and run. Hold them back. Don't let them get near the sect leader. However, she just stood there seeing the grim reality. Run? Where could I possibly run to? The battle raging below was also incredibly intense, though obscured by the city gates. She called out anxiously, Uncle Theat. Just then, a silhouette appeared near the city gates. It's a bit awkward to bring this up here. Oh man, looks like you'll have to marry me after all. That bastard troop leader had defeated the old man. She watched, absolutely thunderstruck. Her smile completely vanished and her face turned pale. Uncle Theat. The old man, Theat Mo Bak, had been so severely wounded by him that he was on the brink of death, fighting to hold on to his last breath. He collapsed right there, struggling just to breathe, but his mind remained sharp. I need to get over there quickly. I have to stop him. He simply couldn't understand it. What the hell is with that guy? How could someone suddenly become that powerful? At that exact moment, the sounds of fighting and approaching horse hooves echoed from outside the gates. Tai Khan and the others' voices rang out. Don't these Red Wind troop bandits have a retirement age? How are they still bandits at this age? That's the Huan Sun Tiger, the great hero, Theat Mo Bak. The group was still bickering noisily. Sorry. I'm telling you, Havu Chan. What are you doing? Hurry up and apologize. You're the one who caused this mess, team leader. Why are you blaming me? The MC hurriedly ran over to Theat Mo Bak. Old grandpa. No, great hero. Are you all right? The old man struggled to raise his eyes to look at him. He finally let out a sigh of relief. Jinju Chen clan? The four of them gathered around, looking at him with concern. Oh, you know who we are. Outside the city gates, corpses littered the ground in dead silence. The bandits had all swarmed inside the city. The sprawling city walls were entirely painted with dead bodies and crimson blood. The two Chen brothers walked straight inside, staying highly alert of their surroundings. They had already given the old man, Theat Mo Bak, some medicine earlier. Havu Chan and Guit Hoa stayed behind to look after him. She told them anxiously, this pill can help him hold on for a bit, but it's only temporary. In Master Theat's current state, he couldn't even fend off a child. You catch my drift. Tran Vu Khan immediately nodded. Yeah, understood. You two stay here and take care of Master Theat. The MC was a bit unnerved hearing this. Hold on. Are you kidding me? The weak old man told them, the Red Wind troop. Tumwid is in danger. Muid Ha asked anxiously, Master Theat, what exactly happened? Have Feng Duong and the other top experts joined forces? Drenched in sweat, the old man managed to choke out, a red pill. You must be careful of him. Before he could finish, he passed out cold. Havu Chan flinched violently. He's dead. She had to remind him, kid, he's still breathing. The MC knew Theat Mo Bak was considered a top-tier master, yet Feng Duong had beaten him half to death. Besides him, they also had to deal with the bandits under his command. Would it really be okay with just the two of them? He cast an anxious glance at Tran Vu Khan. Even if we don't bring Havu Chan, shouldn't we at least take Nuit Hua? There's no way he doesn't know how strong she is, right? Yet, as if reading his mind, he turned around and reassured him. I said, we'll be fine, so we'll be fine. You have to trust me. Ding, the system announced that there were only 2 minutes left. That was fast. We're running out of time, so I had no choice but to follow along. He couldn't afford to stand there weighing the pros and cons anymore. He quickly followed after him. Are you saying you're confident about this? Tran Vu Khan still looked perfectly calm. This is the best plan. Having that half-baked amateur tag along would just get in the way. Just then, the MC spotted a spear on the ground. He picked it up right away and bluntly declared, then I'll be in charge of taking care of his underlings. He intentionally teased him. Normally in times like this, shouldn't you be volunteering to take on the boss? Showing off just to get killed. He pointed a finger and immediately scolded. You need to ditch that traditional mindset. You're the one who taught me to know my own limits, so I'll leave the hard work of taking down Feng Duong to the martial arts genius. Sounds great when you say it like that. Ah, there are still more. Tran Vucan's face darkened with anger as the two bickered while walking. Once we're inside, we need to approach stealthily. Wait for my signal before ambushing them, got it? Ambush? We need to strike fear into them right from the start. While the enemies are running around in a panic, we'll deal with Feng Duong. I see. Good. It's rare that you actually understand human speech.
Right as he finished speaking, Tran Vucan kicked the large red wooden doors wide open, standing there and roaring, Feng Duong. The MC trailing behind him jolted in shock. This brat, Tran Vucan. Inside the main hall, the young sect leader was struggling on her knees, the guards around her all dead. Marriage? I'd rather you just tell me to die. The scarred bastard circled around her with a sinister smirk. You're really quite a handful, truly worthy of being Hewitt Nang Kiem's daughter. He crooked his finger, ordering his underlings. Drag all the survivors over here. His entire body trembled uncontrollably as he realized. Tisk. Could these be the after effects of the temporary power pill? Even though I expected side effects, I didn't think they would hit this fast. I don't know what other side effects there might be yet, so I'd better use the remaining two carefully. The young sect leader flinched in shock as the captives were dragged in. What are you doing?
Feng Duong smiled wickedly. You've probably guessed it by now, haven't you? He used the most despicable trick to force her hand. First, right in front of the lady, chop off their limbs. You know, arms, legs, that sort of thing. It won't be a pretty sight, so I highly suggest you close your eyes. She was no pushover, pressing a blade right against her own neck. If you do that, ill. But he coldly cut her off. If you want to end your own life, I won't stop you. He bared his teeth in a sinister grin. It's just that these loyal subordinates of yours will pay the price with their lives. You wouldn't want that, would you? If my bride-to-be wants to die, there's nothing I can do. Acquiring the Blood Pouch, Sword's exclusive martial arts, and the Hone Sun Tiger's martial arts manual is enough. Oh, and on the way back, I'll have to drag that old man Thiet Mo Bok along too. Tears rolled uncontrollably down the girl's cheeks as she slowly lowered the knife. Uncle Thiet, is still alive? The bastard nodded smugly. Of course. How could I kill the only person who inherited the martial arts manual of the Asura Destruction Punch? The girl trembled all over and collapsed to her knees. He stood in the middle of the room, arms spread wide. I can guarantee it with my head. It's still not too late, as long as you marry me. I will spare everyone, but the prerequisite is that you all must call a truce. Finally, the girl dropped her knife. It seemed this was the best option. What else could she possibly do? She gritted her teeth and glared at him. You must honor our agreement. The scarred man got what he wanted, his eyes widening in a mocking laugh. Now that's more like it. He was going crazy with sheer joy. Finally. A nameless drifter who wandered everywhere has now become the master of a sect. Ha ha ha. It doesn't matter how great the losses of this war are. He was already imagining sitting on that glorious throne, with thousands of people bowing before him. Ha! They say new wine belongs in new bottles. I will use the name of the Huan Sun Sword Sect to recruit martial artists and expand my power across all of Western Sichuan. He was so ecstatic that he threw his head back, laughing uncontrollably. His barbaric laughter was so deafening that even his own underlings had to cover their ears, grimacing. Suddenly, he jumped in shock, darting his eyes toward the door. His smile vanished as he clearly sensed a murderous aura. Masters. The girl also covered her mouth, squinting toward the door in anticipation. The two Chen brothers walked in, and he immediately recognized them. A swordsman and a spearman. A swordsman with this level of inner energy is only one in all of Western Sichuan. The heaven-shaking sword, Tran Vucan. Then, the person next to him must be. Looks like he is Ma Duong, the hidden dragon of Western Sichuan. He panicked at the sight of them. The Jinju Chen clan deliberately showed up at a time like this. This is bad. Now's not the time. As long as I get through this crisis, my chance will come. Better to try for peace first. He took the initiative to clasp his hands together. He bowed deeply, smiling brightly. I am Feng Duong, of the Red Wind Troop. The moment he finished speaking, a cold, sharp blade slashed past. Luckily, he ducked in time, only losing a few tufts of hair. But several of his subordinates standing around him were sliced clean in half, dying instantly. Tran Vucan attacked swiftly and decisively, glaring at him mockingly. You dodged that. For a bandit, your reflexes aren't bad. He flattened himself on the ground. Ugh, that was too fast. He almost died. Furious, he grabbed his sword, sprang up, and roared. Is this how your Jinju Chen clan treats its guests? Tran Vucan scoffed, his face darkening as he immediately charged forward. Humph. The two clashed, exchanging blows back and forth. Neither gave an inch. At first they were evenly matched. But soon Feng Duong was slashed countless times, blood spraying everywhere. The scarred man was scared shitless. He's stronger than me. Resorting to dirty tricks when he couldn't win, he scrambled behind his underlings, using them as meat shields. Vucan attacked relentlessly, slashing through and killing his underlings instantly. This is just. The MC looked around. A completely overwhelming victory. I don't know if Tran Vucan is just that strong or if Feng Duong is weaker than I thought. The underlings were now surrounding the MC too. Is it going to end this quickly? But something felt off. Wait a minute, is that... Ah, the red pill that Thiet Mo Bok mentioned? That bastard Feng Duong was taking it. He swallowed it down completely, goddammit.
just as Tran Vu Khan leaped into the air, bringing his blade straight down. But this time, fueled by the power-enhancing pill, his strength skyrocketed. Not only did he cleanly dodge the strike, his counterslash grazed Vu Khan. The MC watched in utter shock as the system pinged. Temporary quest generated. Temporary power pill. The Red Wind troop leader, Feng Duong, has consumed the temporary power pill and gained infinite strength. Please eliminate Feng Duong and save the Huan Sun Sword Sect. His jaw dropped, frozen stiff. This is... After taking the pill, Feng Duong's entire body radiated a blinding red aura. He was like a feral beast going berserk. The more the MC looked, the more pissed he got. Seriously. You're supposed to be a supreme master, yet you stoop so low as to use steroids, the Red Blood 12 swords, the Red Blood Mind art, and a wooden box containing 5 temporary power pills. The moment he found these among the countless graves on the vast plateau, Feng Duong slaughtered all his subordinates to monopolize the manual, weapon, and pills, and then began his cultivation. Thanks to his superhuman growth rate, he reached the pinnacle realm in less than a year. The occasional bursts of killing intent made him realize he was practicing a demonic art, but in this martial arts world where strength is everything, it didn't matter to him what he learned. Returning to the plateau, Feng Duong relied on his enhanced martial arts and the power of the temporary power pills to quickly annihilate 2 major bandit troops and seize their territory. That was all there was to it. Demonic martial arts might be quick to learn, but they lack profound depth. Without orthodox martial arts to compensate for this flaw, he couldn't enhance his strength any further. Coincidentally, this happened right as the Jinju Chen clan and the Huan Sun Sword Sect went to war. He initially accepted the mercenary job because Lai Thian Bok promised to hand over the Chen clan's martial arts, but things didn't go smoothly, leading to the situation today. Now, there was no way to obtain more of these temporary power pills of unknown origin. If I had taken the temporary power pill the first time I attacked the Huan Sun Sword Sect, this sect might have been mine a long time ago. He laughed smugly. Heh, but this isn't bad either. Jumping the gun, he laughed in sheer delight. This time, the martial arts of both the Jinju Chen clan and the Huan Sun Sword Sect will fall into my hands. Even though it isn't completely perfect, this is definitely sword aura. Vu Khan stared in disbelief at the sword in his hand. How many years of cultivation does it take to reach that realm? 10 years? 20 years? A tiny pill was able to surpass all that. A martial artist's comprehension of martial principles, their ceaseless cultivation, and countless drops of sweat and tears. Haha, seriously. Which bastard created that thing anyway? Feng Duong didn't even let Vu Khan stand up before charging right at him. A slash that was too fast and too dangerous. Luckily, he managed to dodge to the side, narrowly escaping with his life. That drugged-up bastard Feng Duong still had the nerve to mock him. To think the renowned young master of the Jinju Chen clan would run away by rolling like a lazy donkey. Looks like you're panicking, huh? Tran Vu Khan retorted without a hint of fear. A donkey or a mule, it doesn't matter. You can't eat pride anyway. There's even someone who threw rocks at a pinnacle master. My little trick is nothing compared to that. Finding it utterly absurd, he didn't believe it and scoffed. Throwing rocks at a pinnacle master? Haha, what kind of lunatic would do such a thing? I'd love to meet him and see for myself. Even at this point, Vu Khan still teased our MC. You're about to meet him right now. Feng Duong's smile vanished. What? He was serious, not joking. While he was busy exchanging words, a surge of killing intent suddenly shot at him from behind. First stone. It was our MC entering the fray. He'd be even more shocked if he knew that the trick of throwing rocks at a master was invented by him. Tai Khan rushed over immediately after dealing with the underlings. Thanks to clearing out those small fries, I leveled up. My fatigue is gone, my stamina is fully recovered, and my body is currently in perfect condition. Furthermore, Feng Duong has absolutely no guard up from behind. This is the perfect opportunity. First stone. Up until now, no one has ever been able to block this move. But, what do they call this in martial arts novels again? This bastard was still alive after that thrust. Protective aura. His body was as hard as rock. His spear couldn't pierce through it at all. Glaring with his glowing red eyes, he sneered, "You truly don't know your own limits." The MC hurriedly turned and ran, nearly getting sliced in half by his sword. This lunatic lunged forward, attacking relentlessly. The MC struggled greatly just to dodge it. This is insane. Sword chi and sword aura weren't enough, now he has a protective aura too. I might actually lose my life here. Seeing him running for his life, he laughed heartily. You two really are blood brothers, even the way you run away looks exactly the same. Provoked, Vu Khan thrust his sword from behind. You say we look the same? I don't like the sound of that. He thrust several times in a row, all of them being solid moves, yet he still couldn't pierce through his body. It was as if he had an impenetrable armor around him. Since swallowing the pill, he hadn't taken a single new wound. That bastard Feng Duong turned around, smirking in defiance. My neck is getting a bit stiff. Is this all you've got? Facing an opponent of this caliber for the first time, Vu Khan didn't stop, pulling his sword back to thrust straight ahead. How is this possible? Thrilled, he stuck out his long tongue and charged forward. Their weapons clashed, sending sparks flying, with neither side backing down. Tran Tai Khan stood on the outside, watching the thick dust flying around. A massive spray of blood splattered across the ground.
Feng Duong collapsed to the ground. The MC watched and smiled to himself. We won. The dust cleared, showing Tran Vu Khan still standing while the other guy had collapsed. A clear 5-finger handprint was imprinted on his chest, yet he could still speak, striking a cow across a mountain. To think he could easily break my protective aura like that. Is it because my comprehension is still lacking? However, Vu Khan couldn't utter a single word. He just stood there, swaying, while the other guy managed to stand up using his sword for support. It seems I have to seclude myself deep in the mountains to cultivate my martial arts. The MC, not having fully grasped the situation yet, laughed uncontrollably. Yeah. Haha. Are you crazy? Secluding yourself deep in the mountains to cultivate. I'll send you to the North Mountain to enjoy the view. You can do whatever you want there. Haha. He was grinning from ear to ear until he saw Vu Khan collapse straight onto the ground, out cold. Tran Tai Khan's smile instantly vanished, his face turning pale. Only now did he see Vu Khan's chest covered in daggers. Blood gushed from his mouth, his eyes were tightly shut, and his face was deathly pale. He panicked. Daggers? Damn. Damn it. What do I do now? I have to think of a way fast. The guy took one glance and knew, mocking him on purpose. Relax. That much won't kill him. I still need the martial arts incantations of the Jinju Chen clan, so I intend to take both of you with me. Still in shock, our main character stood frozen, staring blankly at Vu Khan lying there. What do you mean? Didn't you tell me to believe in myself? Leaving me all alone now, what am I supposed to do? Worse yet, Feng Duong walked over to threaten him. You better cooperate obediently. Don't wait until your arms and legs are broken to regret it. Sweating profusely as he looked at him, Tai Khan thought, Feng Duong right now must be even stronger than the Great Elder. With Tran Vi Khan and the Jinju Chen clan's martial artists gone, what do I have to fight him with? He gnashed his teeth in helplessness. That damn Tam Loop Dan. If it were just someone like Tru Hien, I could have figured something out on my own. Suddenly thinking of the name, huh? Tru Hien? Tru Tat. Ah, his eyes suddenly widened, his brain finally clicking. He lowered his head, his face darkening. So what? If he's using stat-boosting pills, he has one too. The guy was still talking. You better decide quickly or else, Tai Kan bluntly interrupted. Feels pretty good taking pills, huh? After he spoke, silence fell between them again. Our main character hadn't even bothered looking up at him. The bastard tilted his head down and glared at him. What? Are you talking to me? Tai Kan replied in a low growl. That's right, you damn pill popper. His face darkened as he asked bluntly, is it fun popping pills all by yourself? He was clearly on drugs, but he couldn't comprehend what Tai Kan was saying. He yelled, what the hell are you babbling about, you brat? In his mind, our protagonist recalled the huge bag given to him by the naive kid. What is this? These are the items you forgot to take, young master. Now that the master is here, these items must be returned. Among them was an item type, elixir, grade, supreme. An elixir crafted using the secret formula of the Scorching Fire Sect. Effect. Grants 30 years of internal energy upon consumption. However, if the fierce, fiery ki cannot be controlled, the consequences will be disastrous. The protagonist decisively swallowed the pill. An eye for an eye. If you're using stimulants, so will I. Now I'll rely on this pill's effect to fight you, punk. Did he think he was the only one with pills? Ding ding, you have consumed the Scorching Fire Divine Pill. Please use ki cultivation to control its power. Since it was his only option anyway, even though the risk was immensely high, it was far better than being tortured for the martial arts incantation and then killed by Feng Duong. Betting everything on the Scorching Fire Divine Pill was 100 times better. His entire body erupted with immense power as system notifications blared. Temporarily granted the attribute, Blazing Sun Ki. Temporarily increased internal energy by 45 years. If the power cannot be controlled, you will face death. Quest generated. Absorb the elixir. He stared in panic at the crimson spiritual energy radiating from our protagonist. What did you do? Tran Tai Kan gasped for air, sweating profusely. His whole body sizzled as if ablaze, his skin flushing a bright red while scorching heat billowed into the sky. Since it's come to this, of course I have to use every trick I've got. The bastard Feng Duong hurriedly swung his sword at him. Brat, what the hell did you eat? Now that our protagonist was even stronger than him, he effortlessly dodged the strike. No matter how fast he slashed, he couldn't land a single hit. Even Tai Kan was in shock. I feel so light. What's more, I can see every single one of Feng Duong's movements clear as day. 45 years of internal energy. Although I can't fully control it yet, my body is overflowing with the power of the Scorching Fire Divine Pill. I feel like I can do anything. But the problem is, it's a ticking time bomb that could go off at any moment. So, I have to defeat Feng Duong as fast as possible. He glared at him and got into a fighting stance. You're dead meat. The two of them exchanged words before clashing. I don't know what you ate to make you so damn arrogant, but at this level, you're still far from enough. Is that so? You look pretty tense yourself, though. Even when hunting a rabbit, a beast will give it its all. Tran Tai Kan mocked him straight to his face. What kind of beast takes a Tam Loop Dan just to catch a rabbit? Hitting his sore spot, his bloodshot eyes widened in fury. You brat. You little shit. How do you know the name of that pill? Is there anything he doesn't know? It was time for his counterattack. He thrust his spear straight forward. That's a trade secret, kiddo. Feng Duan fought back in bewilderment. I've never told anyone, so how could this guy know? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could he have also taken a Tam Luke Dan? No, he's completely different from me. An elixir. He must have ingested a Blazing Sun attribute elixir. Even if I don't know how he found out about the Tam Luke Dan or how much he knows, I can't underestimate this. If word gets out that there's a miraculous item that multiplies a user's strength 2 or 3 times, and that I'm practicing a demonic martial art, not only the Jinju Chen clan, but the entire Murim will hunt me down. Exchanging blows back and forth, Tai Khan clearly had the upper hand. This bastard made up his mind. Hidden dragon of Western Sichuan, Tran Tai Khan. Only by killing you can I eliminate this future threat. The two stood facing each other, glaring daggers.
One thrusting a spear, the other slashing a sword, neither willing to back down. Whoever had the better pill would win. In a flash, our protagonist was forced into close quarters, the tip of his spear falling straight to the ground. Feng Duan brandished his sword and cursed. Idiot, you thought you could beat me in a head-on clash. Tai Khan hadn't expected it either. He jumped in surprise, looking at the spear in his hand. The damn tip was gone. Since it was ruined, he might as well toss it. No, but I just discovered something important. He looked over in surprise. An important discovery? Our main character had completely read him. That's right. Your attack pattern is strong, 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 strong. But did you even hear what you just said? The guy was even more confused after hearing it. He even had to ask again, method. What is that? Strong, strong, strong. Arg. His whole body trembled with anger, his face flushed red like a joke. It seems you little brat still don't understand the situation. Keep spewing nonsense, and let's see if I don't sever the tendons in all your limbs. Taekyung picked his nose and mocked. Why do you always love severing people's limbs? Is it some weird fetish? Despising him to the core made him grit his teeth in anger, hissing out a curse. You little punk. Our MC wasn't holding back either, cursing back without missing a beat. You old geezer. Provoked to the point of steaming with rage, he ground his teeth. I will absolutely, with my own hands, kill you. The angrier he got, the more the MC loved to poke fun, sticking out his lip and emphasizing every word with a flushed face. I occasionally sever limbs, sometimes feeling like that makes me seem so mundane. That bastard Pum Yang couldn't take it anymore. He raised his sword high with both hands and slashed straight down. This time, the MC didn't even bother to dodge, standing completely still to take the hit. Sweating profusely, he clearly felt it. Got hit. But only now did he launch his counterattack, charging forward with a dagger and aiming right at his vital spot. The guy couldn't dodge in time. As he exerted force, his body immediately reacted. It was too hot. He still wasn't dead. He had to try again, do it one more time. A blinding flash of light erupted from his hand. He hastily leaned backward and managed to evade it. The blade embedded itself straight into the pillar. He had almost lost his life. The two sides instantly separated from each other. He had finally managed to gravely wound him. You little brat. You dare play dirty with me. Hoping for a one-hit kill but failing, his face scrunched up. Damn it. I successfully pissed him off. What a shame. Suddenly, massive bulges of muscle swelled up on Jin Taekyung's body. Huh. Pain washed over him, making his entire body shudder. The scorching sun energy is getting out of control. I won't be able to hold on much longer. But what was even more terrifying was that Peng Yang was still standing there menacingly. Does that guy not have any side effects? How is he completely fine? Suddenly, his eyes widened as the red hue within them began to fade. The MC looked at him and immediately realized. The effect of the temporary strength pill is wearing off. Once his buff runs out, he'd be finished, so he just had to endure until then. The two lunged at each other for yet another round of battle. Blood poured from Peng Yang's mouth, but he refused to stop. As he fought in panic. It's only been half an hour. How is it already? Could there be a problem with taking the temporary strength pill consecutively? At this rate, the pill's effect will last for the time it takes to eat a meal at most. He had to push himself for a quick victory, red veins bulging all over his neck. He made up his mind. I must settle this within that time frame. But this guy really walked the talk. The MC was slashed several times in a row, leaving Jin Taekyung reeling. Ugh. Was it my illusion? He quickly leapt far away. I could clearly feel that his pill's effect was running out. His body burned like it was inside a furnace. Suppressing the scorching sun power is reaching its limit. I have to unleash the power. If only I could temporarily distract Peng Yang. His own condition wasn't much better. Right at that moment, an arrow flew straight toward him. He swiftly turned and caught the arrow, snapping it in half. So many brats with a death wish. But looking closely, it was that girl. No, wait, this time it's a little wench. You don't need to be so impatient. Either way, you will all be buried here today. However, he didn't realize these useless words gave the MC the opening to gather his spiritual energy and strike from behind. His face as red as a boiled lobster and sweating profusely, he used every last ounce of strength he had left. Sect leader, well done. Peng Yang whipped around to counterattack, gritting his teeth. You little brat. It was too late. The MC thrust his spear straight forward. Die. The two weapons clashed with a resounding boom, sparks flying everywhere. In the blink of an eye, his sword was completely shattered by the spear's thrust.
That bastard Peng Yang couldn't escape now, even if he grew wings. The entire room exploded like a bomb. Thick smoke and dust obscured every corner. The staff was also ruined from the thrust, splintering into pieces. Jin Taekyung's entire body trembled as he collapsed to his knees, his weapon dropping to the ground.
Our MC struggled to look up to see if his opponent was still alive. Suddenly, from within the cloud of dust, a hand thrust straight out. He tightly gripped the MC's neck. His face instantly turned purple, unable to break free. Struggling desperately, his entire body was lifted high into the air as Feng Zhuan's voice rang out. Not bad. His whole body still blazing with spiritual energy, he laughed triumphantly. Just a little bit more. If it weren't for my protective aura, you might have actually won. With his neck being squeezed tight, the MC tried to curse. You little punk. You're just lucky. That bastard Feng Zhuan laughed uproariously. That's right. Before I kill you, I'm going to rip your tongue out. True to his word, his hand shot out like lightning, shoving right into his mouth. He grabbed his tongue and pulled. When your mouth was running off, didn't you think this day would come? Suddenly, he let go. Do you want me to give you a chance to say your last words? How could Tren Tai Can even speak? His eyes glowed crimson as he sneered in contempt. Fine. What do you want to say? After spitting for a while, the MC looked at him with a mocking smile, salty as hell. Wash your hands more often, kid. Inwardly, he cried out. Open inventory, summon anything at all. Ding ding. Summoning the oldest equipment in the inventory. Summon nameless sword. A sword instantly appeared in the MC's hand. He hadn't even remembered it. Nameless sword? What the heck is that? Whatever it is, as long as it stabs, it works. But he had already been spotted. Humph, I knew you'd do that. He looked at the sword thrusting towards him and laughed disdainfully. I don't know where you pulled that from, but do you think it'd fall for your petty tricks again?
Tren Tai Can aimed straight for his ribs and stabbed, ignoring the punch she was throwing. You tough bastard, just die already. Damn protective aura. After this strike, he was completely out of strength too. His eyes slowly fluttered shut, hanging onto a final breath. Suddenly, Feng Zhuan's entire body went stiff. The sword had pierced right through his stomach. He didn't even have the strength to choke the MC anymore. Ding ding, the system notified. Nameless sword has met certain conditions. 10,000-year cold iron has pierced through the protective aura. The MC snapped wide awake while Feng Zhuan couldn't comprehend it at all. How is this possible? I've heard rumors of a divine weapon capable of destroying and severing everything in this world. Even in death, he couldn't believe it. 10,000-year cold iron. How do you have this thing? Huh?
He collapsed to the ground, his whole body trembling violently. Damn it.
Meanwhile, the MC stared, jaw dropped. Wow, it actually worked. Feng Zhuang spat out a mouthful of blood. On the verge of dying, he still clung to hope. I can't die like this. That's right, I still have the potential pill. He frantically dug into his pockets. If I just take the potential pill, I can kill them all and get out of here. I'll rest up, then come back for revenge. However, he was now so weak that he couldn't even grip the pill tightly. Ah, no. The pill slipped and rolled across the ground, and eventually rolled right to Tren Tai Can's feet. The MC immediately picked it up. Pocketing his newfound loot for now, his face lit up. He held the pill up to examine it. So this is the potential pill. The guy was practically begging him now, give it to me. Hurry. The MC might be handsome, but he wasn't stupid. He smirked in disdain.
This? What should I do now? To give or not to give?
Feng Zhuang, gasping for his last breaths, pleaded, please, I'm begging you. Give it to me. If you just give it to me, I absolutely will never appear before you again. So, give it to me quickly. He stood before him, leaning down mockingly. If it were you, would you hand it over? With that, he grabbed the sword still lodged in his body. He yanked it out with a squelch, blood splattering everywhere as he sent him to the afterlife. After killing him, he had absolutely no strength left either. He stood there in a daze, his entire body trembling. Before dying, the man glared and cursed. Even if I turn into a vengeful ghost, I won't let you off. Why would he be scared? He chuckled and retorted, God bless you. Hope you're satisfied with your pills in the next life. Right to the very end, he was still babbling nonsense. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light burst forth beneath the MC's feet.
Thousands of system windows flashed by at lightning speed.
Tren Tai Can startled, not understanding what was happening. His eyes went wide and his jaw dropped. What new disaster is this? It turned out they were all notifications. You have defeated Feng Zhuang level 85. You have completed the quest, Temporary Power Pill. You have received a massive amount of EXP and reputation. Level up, level up, level up. Quest completed, rewards have been sent to your inventory. Instant full recovery. He had barely read the words full recovery and hadn't even had time to react. His body instantly felt it. Rampaging energy is converging into one place. Internal injuries have fully recovered. Body restored to a stable state, receiving new power. Scorching Fire Divine Pill has been completely absorbed. Internal energy increased by 45 years. Body granted the attribute Internal Energy Blazing Sun Aura.
Unstoppable powers surged up blazing. His flush red body returned to normal.
Tren Tai Can stared at himself in awe. This is amazing. I succeeded. I can't stop grinning. My god, 45 years of internal energy. Haha. Originally, I planned to wait for my body to recover to a certain point after leveling up before using my ki to suppress the extreme yang energy. But thanks to the system, it was resolved just like that. Looking down at the spiritual energy radiating from the hilt, this is the sword that saved my life. If it weren't for it, it'd be the one lying dead right now. I thought this sword was just a bit sharper and sturdier than ordinary ones. I never expected the 10,000-year cold iron to have such a function. Just what exactly is the nameless golden sword? It seems both the nameless sword and the scorching fire divine pill were loot dropped after killing Zhao Bi.
Zhao Bi, just how many steps ahead did you pave for my future before you died?
Thanks a lot, Zhao Bi. Haha. Scene shifts to the restroom, large hands massaging endlessly. Oh my, your shoulders are completely stiff. It's Ha Yu Jin, flattering him while massaging. If I had been there, I would have definitely taught that punk Feng Yang a lesson. You know that, right? The MC humors him. Ah, that feels good. Of course I know. You would have definitely been beaten to death by Feng Yang right from the start. His face turns pale and his hands immediately stop. The MC calls him out. What? Am I wrong? Put some more strength into it. By the way, where's Jin Mu Kyung? I mean, where's my second brother?
He serves respectfully. The doctor told us not to worry. He also said the other injured people are recovering very quickly. They aren't some quack doctors from the Jianghu, right? I clearly saw the second young master and the great hero Tai Mubai suffer severe internal injuries. The MC reassures him. Aren't they people sent by the Xiaowu sect? Their skills shouldn't be an issue. Jin Taekyung suddenly feels extremely smug, chuckling to himself. Sigh, what would those guys have done without me? If I hadn't used the super-grade golden incised wound medicine and the 10-year-old Hishu Wu I got from the quest rewards to give them emergency first aid, half of them would have already drunk Meng Pa's soup by the time the Xiaowu sect's reinforcements arrived. Of course, anticipating this situation beforehand.
A person like her would definitely be a nightmare to deal with as an enemy, but allying with her is a bit. Wolfhua, who prepared a reinforcement troop primarily for medical relief, is truly not simple. Just thinking about her face when she interrogated those bandits still gives me goosebumps. Reminding himself I shouldn't get too close. I need to keep a proper distance. Just then, he catches a glimpse of a silhouette outside the door. Her voice rings out. Young Master Jin, may I come in? She walks in right after speaking, startling the two men. It turns out to be the young sect leader. The two sit facing each other to talk. She bashfully bows her head, sitting there without saying a word for a long time.
The MC doesn't know what to say either, awkwardly chugging his tea. Not too long ago, the two of us were tangled up in a scandal together, and now sitting alone like this is pure torture. On top of that, given the current situation of the Henshan Sword sect, I really don't know what to say. Am I supposed to comfort her? After downing his tea, she still hasn't spoken, so he clears his throat. The thing is, he asks a very relevant question. Have you eaten yet? The entire room falls into silence again. She doesn't even bother to look up. He suddenly feels immense regret. Damn it, I really shouldn't have opened my mouth. Suddenly, she stands up abruptly, making the MC jump. Sorry. But before he can even finish, he's left utterly shocked, his eyes wide in disbelief. She actually falls to her knees and respectfully declares. Li Xiaoyu of the Henshan Sword sect pays her respects to her benefactor. The MC panics. Whoa, what are you doing? What benefactor? She earnestly bows her head down, completely serious. No, a proper person must know how to repay gratitude.
Please don't make this difficult for me, benefactor. Jin Taekyung is dying of embarrassment. Seriously, never mind. But inwardly, he's pretty smug about it. Well, she's not wrong, is she? If it weren't for me and Jin Mu Kyung, the Henshan Sword sect would cease to exist from today onwards. If I'm going to do this, I might as well go all the way instead of some grand ceremony. Why not make today an annual sect holiday in the name of the day the hidden dragon of Western Sichuan descended? He immediately catches himself. That's taking it a bit too far. The two awkwardly exchange words. Anyway, come on, calm down and take a seat first. I shall obey my benefactor's words. Well, could you please stop calling me benefactor? Yes, benefactor. I came to reply to the letter I received during the day.
Her reminder brings the system notification back to his mind. Letter? Invitation delivery completed. Quest yesterday's enemy. Today's ally completed. Ah, you mean the letter inviting your esteemed sect to the Jinju Jin clan's New Year event. So, what is your answer? Tell me quickly. Of course, she couldn't refuse. Our sect is willing to accept your esteemed clan's invitation. He nods in satisfaction. As you should. She adds, furthermore, we are willing to hand over full authority of all territories currently occupied by our sect to the Jinju Jin clan as atonement for the events of the past. This hits him like a bolt out of the blue, startling the MC. She's handing over the entire northwestern Sichuan region to the Jinju Jin clan's control. Even Jin Wei Kyung probably wouldn't ask for this much, right? I mean, them offering it up voluntarily saves us a lot of trouble, but this is a bit. But since she's offering, he might as well take it. He beams. Thank you. My eldest brother will be thrilled. But that wasn't all. There is still more. He stares intently at the cloth bundle in her hands. What? She's still not done. She slowly unties the bag, revealing 3 thick books inside.
These are the martial arts created by my father during his lifetime. The blood pouch sword and its footwork, along with Uncle Tai's secret ultimate technique, the Asura Annihilation Fist. They are all top-tier, peerless martial arts. He jumps to his feet in shock to get a closer look. 3 manuals of peerless martial arts. Honestly, these are worth far more than ruling over northwestern Sichuan. His face flushes with ecstatic joy as he immediately asks, Are these gifts too? But her expression suddenly darkens as she shakes her head seriously. No, this is a transaction.
The MC loses all his excitement, deflating as he sits back down, his smile vanishing.
Tisk, I knew it. Why would she give away something so precious for nothing? If she's bringing this out for a trade, what she wants definitely isn't simple either. It better slip away quickly before I get dragged into the middle of this. So he decides to make his escape. Well, about that. I'm just the messenger delivering the invitation. I don't have any actual authority. You should probably discuss this directly with my eldest brother. Unexpectedly, she doesn't let him off the hook, acting bashful. No, from what I can see, this is a matter you can completely decide for yourself. Of course, we have a lot to discuss. Unable to refuse, he reluctantly agrees. Up to you. If you insist, then let's hear it. No more beating around the bush, he asks directly. Bringing out these 3 peerless martial arts manuals, what does the sect leader want in return?
She suddenly presses her lips tightly together. Unable to hold back, she bursts into a joyful smile. Please marry me. After that bombshell, there's nothing left to say. Who knows how long passed before the room's door opens. Then I shall take my leave first. Ha Yu-jin is still sitting outside keeping watch. As she walked out of the house alone, he immediately followed her with his eyes, looking like he wanted to devour an innocent girl whole. Even after she had left the area, his intense gaze still lingered on her. Who would have thought he'd suddenly burst into tears? Even though it was only for a brief moment, I truly loved you, Ms. Lee. He only thought about it and didn't dare act recklessly, just clicking his tongue. Tisk, our team leader sure is lucky. Entering the house, he saw the main character's face as red as a tomato, looking half dead. He panicked. Team leader, what's wrong? He hurriedly shook Tren Taikon hard. Wake up. Team leader, I'm here. Just tell me. With his mind floating in the clouds, he asked, Do you know how old Teal Mwet is? The guy was speechless. This is crazy. How can you just call her Teal Mwet? You must address her as sect leader, or eldest miss. He grew furious, his face darkening as he glared at him. If you don't want to become the late Ha Vu Chen, cut the crap and just answer my question. He scratched his face in embarrassment. Yes, sir. How old is she again? I think she's of marriageable age now. Ah, I remember. She's 17. His face lit up with absolute joy. Hearing her age, his face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, and he clutched his head tightly. What? She's still a child. Am I going to have to do prison time in this game? Early the next morning, Wei Hua ordered. The hidden dragon of Western Sichuan and the heaven-shaking sword have wiped out Feng Zhuang's entire group. Although it slightly differs from the truth, we don't need to get involved in this mess, right? Just spread the news. The remaining remnants will automatically retreat. The 2 subordinates immediately replied, Understood. There are none of them around here anymore. I guess they've already heard the news. Suddenly, someone called out, About that. Chief Branch Master. According to the wounded here, Feng Zhuang single-handedly defeated the Huan Sun Tiger and the heaven-shaking sword, but was ultimately killed by the hidden dragon of Western Sichuan. Is this true? Both men were from the Hango sect. One was the Han Chao Branch Master, and the other was the Qin Zhuang Branch Master. She nodded in confirmation. That's correct, even though I didn't see it with my own eyes. The 2 old men looked at each other in disbelief. Wow, that's amazing. Why does he always bring such unexpected results? From what our sect knows, his martial arts are only at the first-rate level. Who knows what surprises he'll pull off next? He really makes people look forward to it more and more, don't you agree? Haha. She flew into a rage, exuding an overwhelming murderous intent as she growled. Look forward to it. Her face turned extremely grim. Because of his surprises, we've incurred so many additional costs and wasted so much intel, it's giving me a massive headache. You think I look forward to that? The 2 hurriedly ran off. Sorry, we misspoke. Left alone in the room, she sat down and let out a long sigh. Muttering under her breath, Tren Tai can. She recalled their conversation on that day of heavy rain. There is a type of person like that. They always surprise others and cannot be judged by intel. What should we do in those times, Master? Don't judge. Observe patiently, until you can fully grasp him. Then what if, in the end, I still can't see through him? Her master paused and turned around. Someone unpredictable. If such a person exists, could they one day become someone capable of shaking the entire world? Now recalling it, she suddenly felt a bit worried. Muttering those words, someone capable of shaking the entire world. The person she was thinking about, Tren Thai Can, oblivious to whether he could shake the world or not, was currently sitting there in a complete daze. His mind was filled only with the image of Li Tieln-wit. Marriage is a lifelong commitment, so take your time to think about it and answer me later. I never expected to be proposed to by a girl so much younger than me, as expected of the Murim world. No, wait, maybe at my age, being unmarried is what's actually abnormal here. Anyway, 17. That's 2 years younger than Ha Yen. Marrying a girl this young is a bit. Vu Kan, sitting opposite him, saw his dazed look and immediately asked,
What are you spacing out for? Of course, he didn't dare say it out loud. He only dared to ask, are you married, brother? Vu Kan choked on the spot, spitting a mouthful of tea right into the protagonist's face. His face flushed red, turning from embarrassment to anger. What kind of nonsense are you suddenly spouting? He couldn't cover his face in time and got drenched. Ah, if you aren't, you aren't. Why panic? It's not a crime. Struck a nerve, he flew off the handle, ranting endlessly. I'm busy practicing martial arts. Women are a luxury to me. Don't mistake me for a playboy like you. That is an insult to me.
He wasn't much better himself. Who's a playboy? I've been a single dog for 27 years. You say love is a luxury, so doesn't that make me a cheapskate? Vu Kan took another sip of tea. By the way, why did you suddenly ask that? You clearly know I'm not married. Only then did he finally tell him. Well, the sect leader of the Huan Sun Sword sect wants to marry me, so. Before he could even finish, he took another mouthful of tea straight to the face. It was simply unbearable. Arg, stop spitting tea. The sect leader of the Huan Sun Sword sect. Yeah, she told me 2 days ago. Why would she want to marry a guy like you? It must be a political marriage. You're not wrong, but that still hurts to hear. Vu Kan finally calmed down and poured another cup of tea. So, are you going to marry her? The main character was tempted but played it cool. Of course not. She's still so young. How could I marry her? I'm only 20. She really dares to say anything. Unexpectedly, he agreed. But your decision is right. Since it's a political marriage, our side has to get some benefit out of it. Marrying someone you don't like for absolutely nothing means a political marriage is unnecessary. Besides, no matter what condition she offers, as long as eldest brother is here, he will absolutely never agree to it. He could never use you for a political marriage. The conditions they offered are actually quite extraordinary. What is she offering? As soon as Trenthai Kan finished his sentence, blood pouch sword technique, blood pouch footwork, and Azura destruction fist, this bastard spat a mouthful of tea right into his face again. Guess there was no need to wash his face tonight. Once is acceptable, but 3 times is too much. This guy is spitting in my face on purpose, isn't he? He even grabbed his collar tightly. He was so excited that smoke seemed to blow out of his nose. His face flushed red. Take it, take it, take it. The scene shifted to Thiet Mo Bok's sick room. The old man looked at his niece, Tiom Wit. Please speak, uncle. I just hope you can be happy, he advised. It's still not too late. Go find someone you love and get married. With the help of the Jinju Chen clan, you will certainly be able to build a stable and happy family here in western Sichuan. Her face showed clear sadness. What I want isn't a family, but the Huan Sun Sword sect. The old man understood completely and let out a long sigh. Poor child. Still so young, yet you have to bear the responsibility of rebuilding the sect. He reminded her, you might regret the choice you're making now. Tum Wiet had already thought it through and replied with a smile. But no matter what I choose, you'll still support me, right?
The old man fell back onto the bed and cheerfully said aloud, Of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't have handed the Shura Annihilation Fist Manual over to you. The young girl suddenly grasped his hand tightly. I know you made a very important decision for my sake, she said with a bright smile. Thank you, uncle. The old man chuckled to himself in amusement. Haha, I'm old. At my age, I can't take in any more disciples anyway, so this is indeed a great opportunity. So? His eyes lit up as he stared at his niece. Between the two of them, who do you choose? Hit right on the mark, she jumped in surprise. Huh? Uncle. The old man narrowed his eyes, guessing inwardly. Though it's fine whoever you pick. But Heaven-Shaking Sword is still a bit stronger, isn't he? Tum Wiet held her flushed cheeks. Oh my. It seems you don't like the hidden dragon of Western Sichuan. The old man laughed heartily. It's not that I don't like him. It's just as the saying goes, the younger brother can't compare to the elder. I talked to him for a bit yesterday. His character is quite good and he's highly talented in martial arts. However, she wasn't quite satisfied. I heard he's someone who only cares about martial arts. Oh my. That's still better than a womanizer. That boy acts calm and is reliable. That's how a man should be. Yes, that's exactly how it should be. On the other side, Vu Kan's face was livid, sweating profusely, roaring at the top of his lungs, You brat. Do you even know how powerful the Shura Annihilation Fist is? The protagonist, face pale with veins popping, replied, No, what I mean is, the Shura Annihilation Fist isn't even the #1 martial art in the world. Why are you so obsessed with it? The two bickered back and forth, him yelling loud enough to shatter the protagonist's eardrums. Even if it's not the #1 in the world, 200 years ago, it was praised as one of the world's top 10 fist arts. Legend says it's only passed down to one person per generation, and there have been rumors for ages that it was lost. Even the library of the Heavenly Literature Academy, with its tens of thousands of martial arts manuals, only has a few related records. That's how precious the Shura Annihilation Fist is. He thumped his chest loudly. To think. The great hero, Huan Sun Tiger, is this generation's successor of the Shura Annihilation Fist. The heavens are helping me. The protagonist, clueless, asked innocently, So what? Furious that his words were falling on deaf ears, he spun around. What? You're asking me so what? Have you even been listening? The protagonist asked him back. The Shura Annihilation Fist isn't one of the world's top 10 fist arts anymore, is it? To be honest, if the Shura Annihilation Fist was really that powerful, he wouldn't have lost to Feng Duong.
Unable to argue back, he stammered, that. Seizing the momentum, he rested his chin on his hand and continued, besides, the most important thing is, I said I don't want to get married. If the person himself doesn't want to, can you force him? Right? Every word hit the mark. Even with 10 mouths, he couldn't argue back. That. He finally gave in. Forget it. If you don't want to, then don't. Resentful that he couldn't convince him, he sat facing the corner and sighed. Sigh. You just needed to endure a little. Just getting married would have been fine. What a shame. What a great pity. You're the only younger brother I have, truly. Looking at him, rendered speechless, he thought, is he mad? This guy really is a martial arts fanatic. Then again, he traveled thousands of miles just to learn a bit more martial arts at the Heavenly Literature Academy. Maybe I should tease him a bit. He immediately voiced his thought. Is it really such a pity? Who knows? Maybe there will be another chance to get it next time. His face went dark with rage. Idiot. You think peerless martial arts just fall from the sky? Even the Heavenly Literature Academy, the gathering place of all martial arts in the world. But he thumped his chest confidently. It really does fall. Still talking, they strictly guard their peerless martial arts. He flinched. What did you say? Tran Tai Can chuckled to himself and held up a book. I actually picked up a manual that fell from the sky right here. The Divine Flame Palm. What's more, it's a super peerless martial art. The other guy's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. In disbelief, his whole body trembled. He could only point a trembling finger, stuttering wordlessly. Flame, flame, flame. Divine Flame Palm. His voice was so loud it could be heard from 10,000 miles away. But this was only an item. Divine Flame Palm. Type. Martial Arts Manual. Grade. Super Peerless. Restriction. A person with the Scorching Sun Chi. One of the secret ultimate techniques of the Burning Fire sect. A martial art based on powerful fire energy. Vu Kan asked repeatedly, why do you have this? The protagonist grinned gleefully. Hee, a kind-hearted soul left it to me before passing away. But he still didn't believe him. You say someone else left it to you? Cut the nonsense and give me a straight answer. Why is the secret ultimate technique of the Burning Fire sect in your hands? The protagonist pouted. Didn't I already say it? Someone else gave it to me. What is wrong with him? Somehow, his killing intent flared up to the heavens as he growled. You better explain this clearly. Now is not the time for you to joke around and brush it off. The protagonist was taken aback. Huh. Why? His face became exceedingly grim and dark. Because if you're not careful, you'll be branded a thief of another sect's martial arts. If that happens, the Jinju Chen clan will become a target of public criticism in the martial world and might even bring upon ourselves the disaster of clan extermination. This was something he truly hadn't considered. He only meant to tease him a little. Dumbfounded, he asked, really? You better explain this clearly. Now is not the time for you to joke around and brush it off. Huh. Why? Tran Tai Can had no choice but to confess, really? True tat. But Vu Can glared and asked again, the one question, one kill true tat that I know. Why would he have the Divine Flame Palm manual? The protagonist recalled that moment. He said he was the 19th generation successor of the Divine Flame Palm. The two sat facing each other, but he didn't believe a word he said. What, a successor? How could someone like True Tat? Are you sure you didn't mishear? No, I'm absolutely certain. He was about to die. Why would he need to lie? Besides, I didn't even ask. He just blurted it out. Vu Kan furrowed his brows tightly in tension. Even if that's true, as the successor of the Divine Flame Palm, how could he lose to a nobody like you? Hearing this, he truly didn't know how to argue back. Infuriated but unable to retort, he thought. Admittedly, even though it sounds infuriating, he has a point. Possessing peerless martial arts yet acting as a wandering ronin is already very strange in itself. Furthermore, as a top-tier master, I never saw him actually use sword chi, so he played along, sneering at the book, the Divine Flame Palm. Could it be that this martial art isn't that powerful after all? Vu Kan flinched in shock. What? Did you just say the Divine Flame Palm isn't powerful? He held his face, getting a headache. You lunatic. You might be the only person in the world who would say the Fire King's exclusive ultimate technique isn't powerful. To think this guy is actually my younger brother. Even then he asked, who is the Fire King? I don't have time to joke with you. Me neither, I'm not joking. Are you really asking because you don't know? Yeah, I don't know. So who is the Fire King? Left with no other choice, he jabbed his finger forcefully onto the table. The Fire King is a master who ranks him on the top 20 in the entire world. Poking as if to pierce the table. 1 god. 3 stars. 10 kings. You don't know? Do you seriously not know about this? This was totally beyond him. 3 stars. I think I've heard that before. Although it's probably not the same thing. He let out a long sigh. Phew, but luckily. These are all events from 40 years ago, during the time of the Orthodox demonic war. The demonic cult, with their blazing momentum, repelled the Namgung family and occupied An La province. In that process, countless acts of arson, murder, and pillaging occurred. It's said that they set a fire on Mount QQ, angering an eccentric master who was living in seclusion on the mountain. Thousands of people. In just 4 days, thousands of demonic cult disciples perished, forcing the demonic cult to retreat from An La province. Perhaps because his anger hadn't subsided, for a whole year after that, he killed every demonic cult member he encountered, before vanishing without a trace. That old man from then on was hailed as the Fire King. Suddenly, Wukong's entire body shuddered in fear. If he finds out that his martial arts manual has fallen into the hands of some random nobody. After having that thought, he brushed it aside, looking up to the heavens and groaning. It's best not to even think about it. Suddenly, he snatched the book with lightning speed. Should we just return it? His eyes widened with excitement. Let's set off right away. Anlo Prefecture, you say? Is he still there? Wukong also had no idea. No one knows. That's why he's called a hidden eccentric. The Blazing Fire Sect. He guessed again. If we go to the Blazing Fire Sect, we should be able to find him, right? He shook his head. The Blazing Fire Sect is a sect that only passes down to one disciple per generation. The situation is quite similar to great hero Theot.
It was truly a dilemma. He just wanted to joke around, but it turned out so tense. His face turned as pale as a sheet. Seriously. What should we do now? Suddenly, his voice turned serious, however. The last time the Fire King appeared was 40 years ago, and he was already an old man then. Wukong crossed his arms and chuckled. What if the Fire King is already dead? Then you are the sect leader of the Blazing Fire Sect. He really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The next morning, it was time to leave. Manhwa winked and smiled. Have a safe trip. Parting so suddenly like this, I actually feel a bit reluctant to let you go. Tran Tai Khan pointed at her invitingly. Why don't you change your mind and come with us? She beamed. Oh my, I really want to. But I have to take this opportunity to take a stroll around the northwest Sichuan region. So that was it. He guessed immediately. It seems your talks with the Hengshin Sword Sect went quite smoothly, huh? She played coy. Secret. I am the dignified Grand Branch leader. How could I reveal our sect's secrets to an outsider? Take care on your journey. My schedule is a bit tight today, so I'll take my leave first. Let's meet next time at the Chen clan in Jinju. The protagonist stood watching the carriage speed away, leaving so fast. She didn't even bother to say goodbye to Wukong, who was standing there dejectedly. This must be what heartbreak feels like. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. Benefactor. He turned around and saw two Nguyen's group. They immediately clasped their hands and bowed. Greetings, sect leader. However, the old man Theot Mo Bak only paid attention to Wukong. Isn't this our heaven-shaking sword? Are you leaving already? Ha. Why not stay a bit longer? We could delve deeper into discussions about martial arts. He stood aside, bewildered. What's going on here? Since when did they get so close? He turned to poke Havu Chan. I have no idea. Before, they were calling me their benefactor, and now they treat me like I don't even exist. What's wrong with those two? But honestly speaking, you didn't really do anything. Seriously, how could I not have? While the two were bickering, the old man suddenly turned around with an annoyed expression. Hey, don't you have anything to say? Startled, the protagonist hurriedly smiled and clasped his hands. You've arrived. The old man was visibly cold. State the obvious. He had to politely ask a few courteous questions. Haha. Is your body feeling any better? The old man lifted his casted legs straight up. What do you think? The protagonist was speechless. If you hate someone, just say it straight. Who provoked the old geezer? The old man added, if I were better, I would have walked here myself. Bandits these days don't have a retirement age. How could an old man like me fend them off? Little Tune Wiet couldn't listen anymore and walked over. Uncle. Oh dear, you're going to make me deaf, the protagonist sighed. Now he knew why the old man hated him. Seriously, this old geezer has such a good memory. The old man suddenly changed his tone to a serious one. Thank you all, I mean it from the bottom of my heart. Not because you saved me and gave these old bones a few more years, but because you saved this child, Tune Wiet. Thanks to you, the Hengshin Sword Sect is preserved. Having lived more than half my life, I've realized a truth. That is, debts of gratitude must be repaid, and grudges must be avenged. The old man even bowed solemnly. I swear here and now, I will never forget what happened this time until the day I die. Whenever you meet me, I am ready to go through fire and water without hesitation. Little Tiu Mingret followed suit. The Hengshin Sword Sect will always remember your kindness. Moreover, the sins committed by my late father. She knelt straight down in the snow. I offer my deepest apologies to you all right here. The others also immediately melt down. We plead guilty before everyone. We beg for your forgiveness. The members of the Chen clan were completely caught off guard, frozen in awkwardness. Wukong glared, signaling him. You answer them. Tran Tai Khan was pushed forward to take the brunt of it. Forgiveness. He truly hadn't been able to forget that sight. So many people from the Chen clan had lost their lives, the old and the young alike. Facts were facts. A single apology couldn't make everything right. He had to be straightforward. Your apologies. I cannot accept them. Because no one here has the right to apologize or to grant forgiveness. She understood immediately. Is that so? I was too presumptuous. Then, let us meet again during the Lunar New Year. The old man also agreed to go along. Jinju. I haven't traveled far in 30 years. The Chen clan members clasped their hands and bowed. Then we shall take our leave. Saying that, he turned sharply and walked away immediately. Having taken just one step, a voice called out again. Benefactor. He stopped abruptly and turned around, only to see Tune White right behind him.
Her sparkling eyes filled with delight as she leaned in close. Half a month later, when we meet again for the Lunar New Year, I will be waiting for your answer to my previous question.
His face instantly flushed bright red. He was being pressured into marriage again. It took great effort for him to scramble into the carriage to leave. The group set off on their journey back. Inside the carriage, it was the same as always. Tran Vu Khan sat cross-legged on one side, practicing his cultivation. Ha Vu Chan was sleeping with his mouth wide open. Only the protagonist was sitting there. It was time to browse the system. Open inventory, summon. Confirm item. He stored the pill away. A pill created by unknown entity. It can awaken the user's hidden power for 1 hour, but in exchange, it causes massive side effects. It should not be used unless absolutely necessary. The MC looked at it deeply puzzled. No level, unknown side effects, and even its creator is a mystery? There's definitely something wrong with this thing. Staring intently at the pill, he wondered just who on earth created such a bizarre thing.
The scene shifts to Suling. As soon as they arrive home, banners were hanging all over the streets. Welcome back safely, Tran Tai Khan, Tran Vu Khan, and Ha Vu Chan. Jinju Chen clan. The two Chen brothers turned pale, their jaws dropping in shock. The eldest brother, Tran Vi Khan, ran out to greet them in tears. He crushed his two younger brothers in such a tight hug that they almost coughed up blood. The MC took out the pill to show them, and the three gathered around. This is the temporary power pill. Temporary power pill? The MC nodded firmly. That's right. I heard it straight from Feng Duong's mouth. He only showed it to them because if it didn't have side effects, I would have hidden it to use for myself. What a pity. Vu Khan snapped his head around. Feng Duong? When did this happen? He replied bluntly, while you were passed out. The eldest brother took the pill. You mean after taking this, he became incredibly strong, even able to use protective aura?
Not Bin, what do you think? Could this have been made by the demonic cult? Not Bin took it and examined it. It's hard to say. During the Great Star Horse War, the demonic cult did use something called the explosive blood pill. But this is the first time I've heard of this temporary power pill. Though it looks unusual at first glance, I can't sense any demonic energy from it. Right? It is indeed a bit different. What if it wasn't refined by the demonic cult? The older brother's eyes lit up. Not the demonic cult. Not Bin also turned to look at him. Why do you think so? Tran Tai Khan was just making a wild guess. No, I just think there's no need to jump to conclusions so soon. Like the previous battle, on the surface, it was initiated by the Huan Sun Sword sect, but in reality, the Great Elder was the mastermind. I just feel that we should always consider the possibility of a third faction existing. The other two were shocked. Just as Nakbin blurted out Dark Heaven, the eldest brother immediately shouted, Nakbin. He flinched. Sorry, it was a slip of the tongue. But since it was out, the MC immediately caught the keyword. Dark Heaven? What's that? Ding. The system immediately popped up. You have received information about Dark Heaven. Item information for temporary power pill has changed. He read the screen intently. Judging by the text, this seems to be some kind of organization. Catchy name too. Just 2 words are enough to show they are no ordinary group. He guessed right away. Tran Vi Khan and Nakbin seem to know something. Should I try probing them? Just as he was about to ask, Vu Khan also spoke up. Dark Heaven? What's that? However, his older brother was determined to keep it a secret. I'm really sorry. I can't tell you all just yet. I'll tell you once I've investigated it thoroughly. The 2 younger brothers were in disbelief, thinking in annoyance, a secret that must be kept even from us. Of course, the MC wasn't going to let it go easily. Dark Heaven. The temporary power pill. A special secret that only Tran Vi Khan and Nakbin know about. All right, I've decided. But the conclusion was, I won't think about it anymore. His brother opened his arms for a hug again. Come here, let's drop this topic. It's rare for us to gather like this. Let's have a toast. All right, drink up. 3 days later. A crowded, noisy street with people lined up. The crowd was buzzing, gossiping about something. Those who didn't know were still wondering, what's going on? Is the emperor coming? It turned out, as soon as the citizens saw the MC riding his horse, they started cheering. Amazing. Young Master Fire King. Look over there. An old man was shocked. Huh? The Jinju Chen clan. Tran Tai Khan rode his horse, even drawing his sword to wave it, smiling as brightly as a flower. The whole crowd cheered. Western Sichuan. Hidden Dragon, Tran V. Only the old man's face darkened with anger. He muttered the name, the Hidden Dragon of Western Sichuan. Vi Can. Humph. After scoffing, he immediately slipped away from the crowd. As for the MC, he was doing all this just so his reputation would skyrocket. Ha Vu Chan was even surprised and turned to ask him, are you really that happy? Just then, a shout came from behind. Hidden Dragon of Western Sichuan. The MC's face flushed bright red. Brat, do you think I'm doing this just for fun? Pouting, he added, I'm just doing this because everyone's so enthusiastic I had to play along a bit. He didn't dare say another word. I have a lot to say, but I'd better keep my mouth shut. The MC, like a starving demon licking its blade, replied, wise choice. Ding! Reputation has drastically increased. The title effect of Hidden Dragon of Western Sichuan has been enhanced. Now he realized it. Huh? A title enhancement? Check status window. Looking at the system panel filled him with joy. Oh, it's real. The higher the reputation, the greater the prestige, and the title effect increases accordingly? Wait a minute, I'm already level 61. My combat stats are nearing 200, and I even have 45 years worth of internal energy. Not bad, not bad. While he was reading eagerly, the face of a chubby guy suddenly appeared right in front of him, startling him. Whoa, you scared the life out of me. The man in red rode over and laughed heartily. Haha, I have long heard of the hidden dragon of Western Sichuan's prestige. You truly are as majestic as the rumors say. The MC didn't recognize him. Ah, yes. And you are? Havu-chan hastily turned to remind him. That's the magistrate. The magistrate.
The MC didn't understand and asked, Magistrate. What's a magistrate? Havu-chan was utterly speechless. Huh? I'm going crazy. It's the local official who governs the county. The MC then exclaimed, Ah, a government official. He could only laugh awkwardly, scratching his head to explain to the chubby man, Oh my, sorry about that. I suffered a head injury not long ago, so I've been a bit forgetful lately. The man's eyes sparkled. Ah, it's fine. You worked hard dealing with those extremely vicious bandits. By the way, I heard you wiped out over 500 of them. He tried to act humble. 500. Oh my, even for a rumor, that's a bit much. The murmurs of others also reached his ears. 500 men? Weren't the hidden dragon of Western Sichuan and the heaven-shaking sword together? The MC was utterly speechless, remaining silent and not knowing what to say. Just as he was about to speak up, ah, that's an exaggeration. The crowd's gossiping grew even louder. Hey, does that mean the two of them took on a bandit troop of over 500 men? Good heavens, how can this person be so formidable? Ding. Everyone is looking at you with awe. Reputation increased by 40. The chubby magistrate couldn't help but marvel. Is that an exaggeration? Since it had come to this, he didn't mind bragging to the heavens, smiling deviously. That's too few. The actual number was 600 men. The magistrate's jaw dropped. 600? My second brother and I took out half each. In other words, one person took down about 300 men. Havu-chan stood nearby, feeling second-hand embarrassment. If he keeps lying like this, he'll regret it sooner or later. Everyone is looking at you with awe. Reputation increased by 40. Well, to be exact, it was around 280 men, right? Oh, you even counted the exact number. The more Tran Tai Khan bragged, the smoother his lies became. Suddenly, the soldiers' faces turned serious. Oh my, look at my memory. I almost forgot the main business. The fat magistrate stopped smiling and asked directly, Can I see great hero Chen? I mean, your young master. The MC and Havu-chan turned around to look at the carriage behind them. His expression remained unchanged. I'm sorry. He's currently cultivating his internal energy, so I'm afraid it's not convenient. As you probably know, abruptly interrupting cultivation is very dangerous. But the truth was, all three of them were completely passed out, having lost a drinking contest against Tai Khan over the past 3 days. The magistrate pulled something out of his sleeve. I see that can't be helped then. Anyway, this is meant for the young hero, so I'll just give it to you directly right here. The MC took it. What is this? This is an invitation from the city lord. Hearing about young hero Chen's recent exploits, the city lord was deeply impressed and wants to invite a few young talents for a meeting. Ding! A system notification popped up. Quest created. The MC froze, bewildered as he wondered. The city lord wants to meet me in person. Quest, the city lord's invitation. Great fame attracts the attention of others. Hearing rumors of the hidden dragon of Western Sichuan, the city lord has invited you and a few young talents to lunch. It sounded normal, but he felt uneasy. Something feels wrong. On top of that, it announced, declining the quest will likely anger the city lord. What the hell is this? The scene shifted to the Phoenix restaurant. The man picked up the entire bowl of soup and chugged it all down in one go. It was Old Man V. Khan. After chugging it, he let out a satisfying burp. I'm finally back to life. Nakbin sat next to him, speechless. My lord, you need to maintain your image. The 5 of them were still drinking endlessly and bickering loudly. What's the big deal? There are no outsiders here. Even so, if your subordinates see you like this, what will they think? It's fine, at least I didn't throw up. You're the one who drank until you puked. Now sobered up, he suddenly remembered and looked over at Tai Khan. Right, did you say the magistrate came here? The MC nodded promptly. That's right. He said the city lord invited me to a luncheon. The city lord? Even though I don't know the reason, he seems very interested in me. He had originally intended to refuse, but a brainless fool had already agreed on his behalf. It was Havu-chan. He had rushed forward, clasping his hands and bowing. Oh my, of course you must attend, my lord. Watching that scene, the MC couldn't even get a word in. What? Forcing me to go? Old Man Vaikon laughed playfully and pointed. Who's this? Aha, so it's our youngest brother's capable right-hand man. The one who was guarding the gate not too long ago. Your name is? Havu-chan, right? He immediately stood up and clasped his hands. You still remember me? The old man laughed cheerfully. In the one who should be thanking you. Our youngest brother still has many things he doesn't fully understand, so you must continue to help him like you did today. Why, yes, sir. The old man liked him more the more he looked. Full of energy. Not bad at all. His eyes sparkling, the old man concluded, accepting the city lord's invitation is the right move. The MC was still not pleased at all. Is that so? From my observation, the government doesn't seem to have much contact with the Miram. The old man explained, for a long time officials and the Murim have minded their own business. The one who rules the world is the emperor, and the city lords govern the regions by his command. Therefore, it's only natural for people of the Murim to obey the city lord's orders.
However, because Murim sects help officials resolve security issues they can't handle themselves, and even send people to teach martial arts to the military, the two sides have formed a mutually beneficial relationship, recognizing each other's domains. Thus, angering the officials brings us no benefit. You must know that this world does not belong solely to the Murim. The Murim is only a part of the world. The more Taikan listened, the more it felt wrong, and he immediately questioned it. If that's the case, it's understandable that they didn't intervene in the previous battle, considering it was between Murim folks. But this time, when bandits were bullying the commoners, why did they still turn a blind eye? The old man scratched his face in embarrassment. Well, about that. Suddenly, someone slammed the table and cut in. That's because the city lord is incredibly incompetent. Wait, no, in this situation, shouldn't we say the emperor is incompetent?
As soon as he finished speaking, the whole group flinched in shock. Hey now, Vukan. Not Bin hurriedly cleared his throat and reminded him, Second young master, we are still not considered part of the 9 great sects and 1 clan, nor are we one of the 5 great families. It's best you don't say things that will invite trouble. Vukan, fearing neither heaven nor earth, stuck his nose in the air. Anyway, it's just us here, no one is eavesdropping. Besides, I'm not wrong. On top of that, the MC repeated the phrase, asking, what do you mean the city lord is incompetent?
Vukan glanced over. Do you not understand what the word incompetent means?
The two of them started bickering loudly again. Seriously. Watch out, or I'll go to the government office and report you for insulting the emperor. Treason means exterminating at least 3 generations of your family. Congratulations to you, bro. Oh ho, this punk's mouth has gotten a lot sharper than before. Do you know who the current city lord is? The MC replied randomly, Kim Swan Bak. Vukan was annoyed hearing that. Sigh, if you don't know, just say you don't know. The current city lord is the emperor's younger brother. In terms of official titles, he should be considered a prince. He's of the direct royal bloodline, so his status is naturally different from other city lords. Therefore, even if you don't want to, you must give him some face and attend.
The MC's eyes lit up in awe.
Oh, the emperor's younger brother? Doesn't that make him a super rich second-generation heir? Then why is he so incompetent? His superiors must be supporting him quite a bit. Could it be that their relationship isn't good? This guy Vukan really had no filter. He dared to say anything. I'm not entirely sure about that, but their bond indeed doesn't seem very deep. There are rumors that the current emperor even assassinated his royal brother, the crown prince, to ascend the throne. The others were already finding this too much to stomach, but these 2 brothers were still chatting as if it were nothing. Is it really because of their bad relationship that the emperor doesn't support him? Or is it simply because he's drowning in wine and women? Wine and women. Haha, to say he's drowning in wine and women. He's still way too young for that. He's only 10 years old. Now this was the most shocking part. The MC's jaw dropped. Huh?
The city lord is a 10-year-old kid. He remembered the system warning. Declining the quest will likely anger the city lord.
So that was it. Now he finally understood. Ah, so that's why? He even felt that, let alone public security. It's already a miracle that Western Sichuan is functioning normally at all. The MC didn't forget to tease Vukan. Come to think of it, I thought you only knew how to bury your head in martial arts all day. I didn't expect you to be so well-versed in politics. I'm a bit surprised. He replied with a smug tone. Oh, that's because I've been there before too. The MC was still wide-eyed, all ears and ready to listen closely. He stuck his nose in the air. To be precise, I was summoned there. About 3 years ago. His gaze grew distant. A truly terrible experience. The scene shifted to a market, with vendors shouting at the top of their lungs. Come in, freshly butchered pork, 20 coins a kilo. It's cheap, very cheap.
Speaking of this pill, just take one and you'll feel refreshed and full of strength.
This noisy and bustling place was Jinju, located in the north of Western Sichuan. Chen Tai Khan and Ha Vu Chan were already there because old man V Khan had told them, you two should set off early to the north of the city, lest you be late. The two of them chatted as they walked. It's really crowded. I heard this is your hometown. Hometown. That's right. I haven't been back in 5 years. It really has changed a lot. Why is that? Ha Vu Chan confided, I started learning martial arts quite late. To catch up with others, I had to work 10-20 times harder. So I never had the chance to come back. I didn't expect to return this way. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he pointed. Ah, that auntie over there is still selling. Team leader, do you like candied haws? The MC shook his head. I've never had them.
He led the MC to the stall.
When I was a kid, for some reason, I had a huge craving for candied haws. I would just sit in front of the stall sucking my fingers, and when the auntie saw me, she would give me 1 or 2. Needless to say, I was so jealous of those other kids back then. Even now, I still clearly remember the sight of children holding their parents' hands, buying candied haws and sweets, and strolling down the street. He suddenly felt a pang of pity for him, this kid's parents. When he said he hadn't been back in 5 years, I should have figured it out. It seems he had no reason to return to a place filled with such a sorrowful childhood. I had absolutely no idea about any of this. I was too harsh on him before. Seeing him sniffle, he suddenly turned back. What's wrong, sir? Nothing, it's just. The fog is a bit thick today, so my nose is a little itchy. Fog. Never mind that, let's go get some candied haws. Eh? You want to try some? I'll go buy them for you right away.
He walked up to the stall, and the old ladies selling candies still recognized him.
Oh my. Aren't you Vu-chan? Is it really you? Long time no see, Auntie. Good heavens, it really is you. I almost didn't recognize you. Auntie, you haven't changed a bit. A kind-hearted auntie who used to give candied haws to the orphans around here. Vu-chan, have you been doing well? I heard you become a martial artist now. A poor child, rising through his own relentless efforts. Yes, and currently at the Jinju Chen clan. He'll soon be promoted to the Gatekeeper Pavilion Master, finally making a name for himself, returning for a reunion as a full-grown man. The MC was moved to tears. Woohoo, seriously, it feels like something got in my eye. But suddenly, he heard their conversation. Ha ha ha, right? Have you visited your parents yet? Not yet. I'm planning to drop by today or tomorrow.
But your family moved, didn't they?
Moved? Move where? They moved to that big manor next to the West Road. They even have red carp in their pond. Ah, is that so? Thank you. Hearing this, his face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. This guy had it way better than he did. After buying the candy, Havu-chan turned back with a beaming smile. The MC, realizing his own misunderstanding, blushed bright red and yelled at him. Your parents, aren't they dead? Getting asked that out of nowhere, how could he not be angry? He yelled right back. My parents are perfectly alive and well. Why would you say they're dead?
The two of them bickered noisily. No, I didn't mean it like that. Then why did you say earlier that you were jealous of other kids holding their parents' hands? That's because my family's fabric shop was doing so well, my parents didn't have time to play with me. You also said you couldn't eat candied haws, that you had to suck your thumb and watch from the sidelines. What was that about? That's because my parents were afraid I'd get cavities, so they forbade her from selling them to me. That's why. They were completely talking past each other, but he still handed him 2 skewers of candy. Ah, seriously, stop saying weird things and just eat your candied haws. I deliberately picked 2 big ones for you. The more Tran Tai Khan thought about it, the angrier he got. This little brat. What on earth have I been doing all this time?
Ah, no need, let's just go find an inn. Already? We haven't even spent much yet. You brat, is that your money? That's our emergency fund, a fund. Didn't they give us a lot this time? Let's stroll around a bit more. Do you have a death wish? You've played enough. What if we stay out too late, oversleep tomorrow, and are late for the luncheon? Are you going to take responsibility? They were getting so heated they were about to throw hands, when someone suddenly approached. Sorry to intrude. The aura radiating from him was anything but normal. The MC immediately sensed it, a master. He hastily turned his head to see who it was. It was a tall, muscular young man. His eyes were sparkling, drooling as he asked with innocent nonchalance, if you're not going to eat those candied haws, can I have them? Tai Kan and Vu-chan both froze stiff, staring at him. Was he joking or serious? His face darkened as he wondered, who is this now?
Seeing the name Fan Fom appear above his head, but his level was just a string of question marks.
What is this guy here for? Without another word, he gave him his 2 skewers of candy. The guy polished off a whole skewer in just 2 bites. Havu-chan and Tran Tai Kan just stood there watching him eat like a starving tiger, completely speechless. People were openly begging for food like this now. He finished both skewers and still looked famished. As if he had just recharged his mana, his eyes lit up and he turned toward them. His eyes were glued to the remaining 2 skewers, burning with the intensity of a hungry wolf. He had no choice but to say, Vu-chan, give them to him. Vu-chan vehemently refused. Huh? No way. It's been 5 years since I last had this. The MC was speechless. Do you want to lose 5 years off your lifespan? Reluctantly, he handed over the last 2 skewers.
The guy snatched them in a flash, swiping them right out of his hand and stuffing them straight into his mouth. Thank you, my benefactors. He devoured them all in an instant. Havu-chan was now starting to feel a bit scared. This guy, he doesn't seem like a normal beggar. Team leader, do you know him? The MC shook his head immediately. Never met him. He sized him up from head to toe. I've never heard of there being another young supreme martial arts master in Western Sichuan aside from Tran Vu Khan. He looks about my age at most. After eating, his face brightened up significantly. He sucked his fingertips clean. Ha, so delicious. The more he looked at him, the more baffled he became. Where on earth did he pop out from? He decided to strike up a conversation. Looks like you were. Pretty hungry. The guy nodded eagerly. That's right. I lost all my money on the way here, which forced me to go hungry for a whole day. Anyway, it was an interesting experience. Losing your money and starving all day, yet you find it interesting. This guy really is something else.
He then finally remembered, clasping his hands and bowing his head. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Tan Fong, greeting my 2 benefactors. They also politely replied, I am Tran Tai Khan. I am Havu-chan, his right-hand man and trusted confidant. Suddenly, he let out a gasp. Hey. The MC chuckled inwardly. Het, did he recognize me? Before the guy could say anything, he flipped his bangs and looked smug. That's right, spot on, I am indeed. But unexpectedly, this guy only cared about one thing. If possible, could I trouble you too for one more thing? Huh? I've really been starving for way too long. Ha ha ha, they were both utterly speechless, frozen stiff, feeling embarrassed beyond belief.
With a darkened face, he asked, "Then how about we grab a meal together?" That was exactly what he was waiting for. He agreed instantly, grinning from ear to ear. "Thank you, benefactors." He took him to the Manhwa Inn. The innkeeper's eyes lit up as he asked, "What would you gentlemen like to order?" Tran Tai Khan let him choose. "Order whatever you'd like to eat." He took the menu and played coy. "Oh my, no need. I'm not some beast, how could I be so shameless?" Havu Chan chimed in, "It's fine, just order whatever you want." At that, he decisively answered, declaring loudly, "Then bring out one portion of everything on this menu." "Everything? Right away, well prepared for you." The MC was shaken to his core. This beast-like brat. This guy ate like a ravenous beast, clearing out the dishes as soon as they arrived. The empty bowls were stacked all the way to the ceiling. The two didn't even get a chance to use their chopsticks. They turned and looked at each other in bewilderment. If he's not a beggar possessed by a starving ghost, could he be a master from the beggar's sect? But after thinking it through, he reasoned. If he were from the beggar's sect, he would know all the rumors out there like the back of his hand, and he should have reacted accordingly when he heard my name earlier. Since we're both from orthodox sects, there's no need to pretend not to know me. His sect must have at least some reputation. Where on earth did he come from? After finishing his meal, he let out a long burp, patted his stomach, and exclaimed, "Im's so full." Now stuffed to the brim, he suddenly snapped back to his senses. He clasped his hands and bowed again. "Oh my. Because I've never eaten these dishes before, I made a fool of myself in front of my benefactors. Was I a bit too much?" Both of them cursed inwardly. "You went overboard. Kid, you went way overboard." The MC regretted his spending immensely, but still forced a smile. "It's fine, I get like that sometimes too, now that you mention it. You said you've never eaten these dishes before. It seems you don't usually eat greasy food." He honestly spilled everything. "It's not that I don't eat it, it's just that there wasn't any to eat. If I had known there was so much delicious food, I would have come down the mountain sooner." Tran Tai Kan caught on immediately. "Ah, so you live on a mountain. It must be tough." He shook his head. "Not at all. It's super fun. The scenery is beautiful and you can find food everywhere. My grandfather has also lived there alone his whole life." "Grandfather?" "That's right. But..." He suddenly trailed off, his gaze following the waitress as she walked to the next table. His face flushed red, he scratched his head and smiled longingly. "Can I order a little more wine? I've actually never had wine before." It was hard to refuse him, his face even paler than a sheet of paper. This kid really hasn't tasted much in life. I might as well treat him to a full feast. "Of course you can." When the wine arrived, he chugged a full cup, floating on cloud nine in pure bliss. "So this is what it feels like to be drunk. By the way, where were we?" We were talking about how your grandfather lived alone his whole life." "Right. Anyway, I lived with my grandfather since I was little, I think, starting from when I was 5. In a flash, 15 years have already passed." He smiled brightly and replied, "Is that so? That's quite a long time." Inwardly, he deduced, a peerless master at only 20. This proves he's a genius on par with, or maybe even surpassing, Tran Vu Khan. It just makes me even more curious about his true identity. Tai Khan quickly took the chance to ask, "Where was that? If it's such a great place to live, I'd love to visit if I ever get the chance." As he chugged his wine, he replied, "That place." He sat there waiting eagerly, but the guy kept stalling, finishing his drink first. After emptying the cup, he suddenly changed his tune. I probably shouldn't tell you about that." Tai Khan instantly lost his excitement. "Come on, what's so secretive about it?" He waved his hands. "Grandpa doesn't like being bothered. Because strange people kept showing up, we had to move once or twice a year." The more he heard, the more curious he became. Strange people. Could it be those annoying mountain climbers? Tan Fong recounted. "When I was 10, dozens of people suddenly showed up one day to cause trouble. I still remember my grandpa shouting that if they didn't leave, he would burn this entire mountain to the ground." Maybe because the mountain was so vast, we never saw them again after that. We always managed to hide smoothly. Havu Chan also wondered, "Then, young master, why did you leave the mountain?" He licked the last drops of wine off his lips. Because of the 10 phoenix dragons. The protagonist, of course, had no idea. 10 phoenix dragons? What the heck is that? Havu Chan turned to explain. "Captain, how could you not know about the 10 phoenix dragons? I heard last year you got blackout drunk at the brothel and screamed that you wanted to become one of them. Are you asking because you genuinely don't know? So what if I don't?" "Seriously?" Havu Chan smiled and revealed, "Of course you can't, because the second young master is one of the 10 phoenix dragons." He jumped in shock. "Huh? That guy?" At this point, he was practically yelling. The strongest rookies of the orthodox martial arts world. The dragons and phoenixes who will lead the next generation. How can you not know the 10 phoenix dragons? Does that even make sense? He quickly covered his mouth. "You brat, keep your voice down. People are staring at us." Several patrons in the tavern immediately turned their way. Havu Chan ignored him and refused to shut up. "So what if they look? You were the one who went too far first, Captain. Are you messing with me? I might not be good at joking, but I'm an expert at beating people up." He quickly looked over at Tan Fong. "Come on, keep talking." It's nothing really. I just suddenly had a childish thought."
By now, Havu-chan had been beaten by him until his face was swollen like a pig's head, finally forcing him to shut his trap. The deep thought in Tan Fong's heart was, between me and them, who is stronger?
I just wanted to find the answer. He understood now. So, he came down the mountain simply out of a competitive urge. That makes sense. Anyone who practices martial arts yearns to defeat the strong and have their skills recognized. Besides, he definitely has the strength to back it up. Right at that moment, a loud snort echoed from right above them. He and Havu-chan immediately looked up. From above, raucous laughter rang out. I held it in so hard trying not to laugh, I almost suffocated. Ha 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 ha. One guy even had the nerve to stand up there, looking down and mocking them. You little brats don't even know the first thing about martial arts. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Ha ha ha. 10 phoenix dragons? Bwah ha ha ha. Oh, I'm dying of laughter. There were about 5 of them, all joining in on the mockery. The protagonist was furious. He stood up and demanded, "Have you laughed enough?" The group immediately lost their amusement. What? That little punk. The leader's face darkened, grinding his teeth and glaring. No, we haven't. What are you going to do about it? Boiling with rage, his neck practically twisted with bulging veins as he growled, "Ouch, my neck! Get down here right now, you bastards! How dare you mock the Chen clan?" The 5 sects of Western Sichuan. That is the collective name for the 5 major sects representing the alliance of small and medium sects in the south of Western Sichuan. Not long ago, it still consisted of 5 sects, including the Mountain Path sect and the Bow Ghost sect. Following the battle at Eight Gates Gorge, the sects under the traitorous Great Elder's banner were completely wiped out. Since then, the new 5 sects of Western Sichuan, led by the Star Cloud Escort Agency, had been established. The Star Cloud Escort Agency was neither a martial arts family nor a martial arts sect. The reason they could join the 5 sects and wield such immense influence was that they tirelessly supplied wine, women, and wealth to the leaders, confidants, and descendants of over 20 small and medium-sized sects. One must know that for the Star Cloud Escort Agency, which generated profit through various business ventures, breaking into the 5 sects of Western Sichuan brought immeasurable benefits. Furthermore, the heir of the Star Cloud Escort Agency, No Chan Tai, and the descendants of the other sects in the 5 sects had gathered here tonight for the Western Sichuan Lord's luncheon tomorrow. At the time, they were drinking and conversing, sharing a mutual understanding. Ha ha ha, they might be royalty, but he's just a 10-year-old kid. I heard that brat is young and arrogant. How should we win him over? Right then, Havu-chan's loud yelling caught their attention. Because of the 10 phoenix dragons, the dragons and phoenixes who will lead the next generation. How can you not know the 10 phoenix dragons? Does that even look good? Kid, keep your voice down. People are staring at us. Just look. He intentionally peered down to see who was speaking. After overhearing the entire conversation, he burst into mocking laughter. You little brats don't even know the first thing about martial arts. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Ha ha ha, 10 phoenix dragons. When the protagonist challenged them, they immediately came down. Havu-chan struggled for a while before finally straightening Tai Khan's neck out. Ouch, my neck.
The leader was still looking at them with disdain, thinking, clearly just a bunch of ignorant kids who don't know their place. They think just talking about the strong makes them strong too. They don't even know who they're dealing with, daring to cause a scene here. Just as he started to speak, the protagonist crossed his arms and cut him off directly. Are you their leader? He stopped dead in his tracks, his voice turning cold. What? Leader? The protagonist tilted his head haughtily and asked again. Out of the 5 of you, you're the boss. The 2 locked eyes, neither willing to back down, the provocation thick in the air. He let out a scoffing sneer. You better watch your mouth, if you knew who we were. Suddenly, another voice cut in, thin long. The guy in the green shirt behind him jumped in shock, followed by the names, Shan Yo, Manhwa. So hi. Not a single person was left unnamed.
And the last one is you, Jin Tae. Not only could he see their names, but he could also see their levels. On top of that, he acted all mysterious, asking, well, do you want me to read out your last names too? Oh, and please don't ask how I know. I've heard that enough. If you say it again, I'll punch you. Changpeng stood nearby, his jaw dropping in awe. Wow, so cool. Meanwhile, the others turned pale. How did you? Before he could even finish, he took a straight punch to the face. Don't you understand human language? That must have hurt a lot. He rolled to the side, resentfully clutching his face. One cheek was swollen red, completely unable to defend himself. The group hurriedly rushed over. Young master, oh. Boss, are you okay? Others also gathered to watch. My goodness, the young master of the Star Cloud Escort Agency got beaten up. Who has the guts to do that?
At this rate, there's going to be bloodshed today, right?
Suddenly, an old man stroked his beard, his eyes shining. Wait a minute, that guy looks a bit familiar. Jin Tae, humiliated and enraged, pulled out a dagger and roared. You bastard, how dare you? He showed no fear at all. You shouldn't say it like that. The guy screamed, swinging the dagger wildly. Shut up. He smirked, picking apart his words. At times like this, you shouldn't say how dare you, but rather how could you. He glared at the protagonist. Since childhood, under the full support of the Star Cloud Escort Agency, I've absorbed countless elixirs and learned supreme martial arts.
When it comes to skills, I believe I can still beat other rising stars by half a move, but I couldn't even see it. His face grew paler by the second, while the protagonist looked even more smug. Hee hee. Now you know? So what should you do now?
Even if you paid him, he wouldn't dare attack. He just stood there yelling, "What sect are you from?" He was so annoyed hearing this. Ha! This kid is still the same. So he made up a random name. "I am Zhao Lin from the Turtle Sect, kid." The whole crowd froze, completely baffled. The Turtle Sect. They looked at each other and shook their heads. Never heard of it. His brain completely lagged. As far as I know, there is no sect named the Turtle Sect in Western Sichuan. To nurture such a rising star at this age means it's no ordinary sect. Where on earth are they from? Could it be Western Shaanxi or the Hikyu region? The foolish Ha Wu Jin even turned and asked, "What is the Turtle Sect? Does this sect really exist?" The protagonist threw his head back and laughed maniacally. Of course it doesn't. A lie told convincingly enough is as believable as the truth. Ha ha ha. Aha. Those words are truly golden. I will definitely keep them in mind. A lie told convincingly enough is as believable as the truth. Well said. They mocked the group right to their faces. Seething with rage, they pointed their blades at him again. "You brat, tell us your real identity." Taekyung smiled, stepping forward. "What? You want to hear who I am and what sect I'm from, so you can decide to fight if I'm a pushover, or tuck your tail and run if I'm not. Kid, the way you're asking is all wrong. If you want my answer, you should apologize first." Spun around in circles, he was completely bewildered. Apologize? Still stubbornly glaring and trying to look threatening, he said, "I don't know where you came from, but you mess with the wrong people." The protagonist ignored him, merely reiterating, "I highly suggest you apologize. Do you know who we are? How dare you run wild in Western Sichuan?" Jin Taekyung just repeated, "Apologize now." "Are you really not going to apologize? I'm warning you for the last time." The colder he acted, the more panicked they became. "We are the heirs of the 5 great sects of Western Sichuan." As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Tae received a straight punch to the mouth. The whole group stood there, faces pale with fear. The protagonist cursed as he threw punches. "You son of a bitch." Screams of agony rang out. The others couldn't stand by anymore and prepared to rush in. They all ready to draw their swords, faces tense as a bowstring, but hesitated, too terrified to make a move. However, since they had the numbers, it felt awkward to just stand there. They were about to charge when less than greater than. The old man from earlier suddenly pointed and shouted, "I remember now. He's the hidden dragon of Western Sichuan. It's the hidden dragon of Western Sichuan." Everyone in the tavern looked over. What? Someone from the Jinju Chen clan? Wow, he truly lives up to his reputation. To be so young and already. No wonder he could crush the young master of the Star Cloud escort agency so easily. His cronies trembled even more. They all had their swords drawn, but not a single one dared to attack. Hearing his title strike like a bolt from the blue, their faces turned whiter than paper. Sweating profusely, jaws dropped, they muttered, "Jinju. Shen clan. We're dead." Suddenly, a finger poked out from behind. The whole group gasped and turned their heads in unison. It was Ha Wu Jin. The protagonist was dealing with the leader, while he would handle this crowd. "Well, you noble young masters and ladies, if you want to keep your lives, would you care to do as I say?" On the other side, Jin Tae's face was swollen like a pig's head. Even his own parents wouldn't recognize him now. After punching until his hands hurt, Jin Tae-kyung asked, "Huh, why isn't he moving anymore? You can't just lose consciousness this fast. Hey, wake up." He rested his hands on his knees and stood up. "Sigh, what a shame. I was just getting warmed up. Oh well." With a wicked glint in his eye, he glanced at the rest of the cronies behind him. "Let's see who should be my next target." But by now, that entire group was kneeling prostrate in front of Ha Wu Jin with their hands behind their backs. Losing all his enthusiasm, he asked, "What is this? Why are they all kneeling here?" The protagonist hadn't even had his fill of fighting yet. Annoyed, he looked over at his underling, Ha Wu Jin. "Is this your masterpiece?" Looking totally serious, he replied, "It was my directive." Infuriated, the protagonist's eyes widened, killing intent filling the room. "You little punk." The two locked eyes, glaring at each other. But a second later, they had their arms around each other's shoulders, laughing uproariously. "You've grown up. We make a great team now, don't we? Great job. By the way, how should we deal with these guys?" Since they confessed on their own, they naturally deserve leniency. "Hand me a scabbard." The two chatted and laughed while the guys were scared shitless. "Well, just deal with them one by one." The MC stepped closer, sword in hand, a wicked capitalist smile on his lips. "All right, each of you will take 10 hits and well call it even." Now, only cries and curses echoed in the tavern. "Well, who's first?" "The last one gets a punch." Me first." "I'll go first." "Good, you come here and lie face down." "Heh, stick your butt a little higher. Careful not to break any bones." Just as he was about to strike the first blow, someone stepped out to stop him. Excuse me." Chun Tai-kan stopped and turned around. "What's wrong?" Tan Fong stood there, sword in hand, his eyes sparkling as he volunteered. "I've never tried doing something like this before. Let's call it a challenge. Can I be the one to hit the next guy?" His expression was utterly thrilled. The MC felt incredibly awkward. Should he let him or not? He didn't have the heart to refuse. A bit speechless, he thought. I've lived long enough to meet quite a few crazy people, but this is the first time I've seen someone like him. Seeing him look so pitiful, he nodded. All right. The guy's face lit up as he cheered. Thank you, benefactor. Why did he feel like... My first time playing the villain feels like this. The next day, as soon as morning broke, it was already bustling and noisy outside the inn. A whole troop of red-clad soldiers escorting a large carriage had been standing there for who knows how long. A crowd gathered to watch the commotion, chattering endlessly. Oh my, what's going on? Hey, old Yang, haven't you heard anything? I have no idea either. Someone stepped out of the carriage. Just from his gait and attire, it was clear he was no ordinary person. This fat, bloated figure with a grease-covered face was none other than the county magistrate. He stood before the inn's door and shouted loudly, "Juniors of the martial world, step forward and receive the edict." He walked straight inside, while the guards stood watch outside. Seeing the group of young men and women from yesterday shivering like leaves, he was completely baffled. What in the world happened? Trun Taikan stood to the side, smiling broadly. These are all the vibrant pillars of the martial world. It seems they overtrained in an effort to improve their strength, which is why they ended up like this. The old man still found it hard to believe, opening his eyes wide to look closely. Really? If so, why are they just standing there perfectly still? In this whole group, only the MC was sitting. The others had their butts swollen like balloons, practically getting hemorrhoids. How could they sit? Suddenly, he felt a bit of regret. If I had known they were also invited to the banquet with me this noon, I would have gone a bit easier on them. Trun Taikan's face darkened as he turned around to threaten them. His Excellency asked if it's true. Didn't you hear him? The whole group panicked and quickly stood stiff as a board. We heard it. I was just thinking about how to answer. Yes, that's right. I thought someone else would answer.
He kept turning back and forth between the two sides, covering it up. What's there to think about? Just report the truth to His Excellency, right? Haha. The old man didn't press the matter. Just as he was about to get down to business, he suddenly looked left and right. Hold on, why is there one person missing here? The MC immediately remembered. Ah, it seems you're talking about the young master of the Tin Van Escort Agency. He nodded. That's right. I believe his name is Mo Chun Tai. He recalled his half-dead state and put on an award-winning acting performance. Actually, last night he, got into an altercation with someone and was injured, so he still hasn't woken up. The old magistrate was utterly shocked. An altercation? You mean a fight? He lied without batting an eye. Something like that. Anyway, the condition of his face isn't too good either, so it's not convenient for him to see anyone right now. The county magistrate trembled with anger, clenching his fists as he cursed. To dare beat up a guest invited by His Highness to such a state. Which godforsaken bastard did this? What do we do now? Regardless of the reason, he can't attend the banquet. If His Highness finds out the truth, he'll definitely fly into a rage and everyone around him will be implicated too. He felt a bit guilty hearing that. Implicated? What do you mean by that? The old man rattled off. What else could it be? First, we must find the person who severely injured the young master of the Tin Van Escort Agency and punish them severely. He held his aching head and covered his face. Then, using the excuse of poor public security, dozens of officials will be dismissed. And that includes me. Seeing the old man breaking down and clutching his head, he was completely speechless. I mean, is it really that serious? He was sweating too, his hands relaxing a bit. Why was it so tense? Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. How about we solve it like this? He waved his hand in a certain direction. Over here. Look at this. The old man had no idea what was going on. Solve it how? The person he called was Tan Fong, who happened to be walking by, yawning widely as he looked inside. Benefactor, you're up really early. He looked at him, eyes shining with a sudden stroke of genius. Wouldn't it be fine to just bring along an even more formidable rising star, right? The magistrate looked over in confusion. Who is that beggar now? But he quickly caught on to his idea. If we do that, His Highness probably won't look into it anymore. And just like that, a bewildered Tan Fong was brought in as a substitute. The MC smiled from ear to ear and asked him, Brother Fong, have you ever met royalty before? The scene shifted elsewhere, where steam rose to blur a human silhouette. A man was practicing his martial arts with extreme diligence. With every movement, he shouted loudly, Ha! Ho! A single slash from him was enough to blow away the hazy mist. Only after finishing the final move did he lower his sword and pant heavily. He noticed a figure peeking outside the door and immediately asked, What is it? I told you no one is to disturb me while in training. The servant reported subserviently, Please forgive me, my lord. His Highness the Prince of Thuong's son has a message for you. Only then did his anger subside. His Highness. Yes, His Highness has issued an edict inviting you to this noon's banquet. He understood immediately. The noon banquet, huh? The one where all the rising stars of the martial world will be attending? Yes, sir. The ripped old man looked extremely annoyed. Drenched in sweat, he paused to think. Phew. Just training the soldiers alone makes my schedule tight enough, but I can't exactly defy His Highness' edict. This is just... Having no other choice, he could only click his tongue and agree. Tisk, report back to His Highness that I will obey the command and attend the banquet. Meanwhile, the streets were in an uproar. A sky-piercing scream made everyone turn to look. It turned out to be the magistrate's carriage galloping at full speed, accompanied by the yells of Tan Fong, who was coming down the mountain for the first time. This is the first time in my entire life that I've ridden in a 6-horse carriage.
He was unprecedentedly excited, practically going crazy with joy. What about a four-horse carriage? I've never ridden in a four-horse carriage either. The MC couldn't hold back and turned to ask, then what about a normal carriage? He was so thrilled he couldn't even sit still. I want to try riding a normal carriage too.
Finding everything novel, Trentai Khan was completely speechless. I really don't know whether to call him innocent or just plain stupid. Well, he has lived in the mountains his whole life, so this is quite normal. Earlier, when he just asked, have you ever met royalty? He immediately lunged forward in excitement. I want to meet them. I want to. Please let me meet them. As long as he didn't mess things up by doing something stupid, it was fine. But he's very easy to control, which is a good thing. It's not too bad. But the others weren't as thrilled. They avoided him like the plague, whispering nervously, things aren't looking good. Are we really okay going like this? If he says something wrong in front of His Highness, we might get dragged down with him. The old magistrate couldn't bear to watch and called out, young Master Chen.
He even pointed at him and asked, is there really nothing wrong with this guy? He acts somewhat mentally challenged. Our main character had to step up and vouch for him. Please trust me. I can guarantee that he is absolutely a master. The old man rubbed his head in distress. No, let's put aside whether he's a master or not for a moment. I'm asking if there's something wrong with his head. Our MC was the only one in the carriage who could muster a smile. Don't worry. I'll keep a close eye on him and make sure he doesn't cause any trouble. The old man let out a long sigh, left with no other choice. Then I'll trust you this once, young Master Chen. Suddenly, a noise rang out and both of them immediately looked over. Huh? What's this? The golden dragon head suddenly appeared out of nowhere.
Tanfong panicked, holding the golden dragon head that used to be attached to the carriage. Why did this fall off?
The old magistrate was trembling with rage, gritting his teeth. Young Master Chen, how could he possibly feel at ease like this? Are you absolutely sure it's going to be okay? Our MC also lost his confident demeanor. I think so. Meanwhile, inside the palace, someone approached. The guards at the gate immediately bowed. Greetings, Lord Thiam Su. He coldly ordered, go inside and announce my arrival. The guards immediately shouted. The assistant commander of Western Sichuan, Lord Lai Fong, requests an audience. A voice came from behind the doors. Let him in. The older man instantly went on high alert. Huh? This voice is. The doors opened, revealing someone already sitting inside. The light poured out, illuminating his tense face outside. Inside, a table was filled with a feast and only one person was seated there.
The man's voice rang out. Well, who do we have here? Isn't it our Lord Thiam Shu?
The older man immediately clasped his hands and bowed. Greetings, Lord Vice Commander. He glared at this androgynous figure. Why is that bastard here? To make matters worse, the man was looking down from above with his sinister smile. Outside the city gates, the convoy marched straight in. Voices echoed from within the carriage. We should be arriving soon. Yeah, we must be close. It's not far from here. Tren V. Can sat in the corner of the carriage, holding his head and worrying endlessly. Nothing bad is going to happen, right? Not Bing, sitting beside him, tried to reassure him. The third young master is not a 3-year-old child anymore. He's probably being warmly entertained right now, so you don't need to worry.
But he wouldn't let it go. It's hard to say. That kid has always been a free spirit. Not Bin couldn't help but retort. How is that being a free spirit? More like clumsy and impulsive. Just admit you're worried hell caused trouble. Why sugarcoat it? The older brother's face turned red as he snapped, shut your mouth. How dare this guy badmouth his precious little brother? Not Bin turned his face away. Fine, I won't say another word. If you're really that worried, just ask the second young master sitting right there. V. Can recalled what he had said before. About 3 years ago. That terrible experience. It suddenly made sense. That's true. The only one here who has actually met the Lord of Western Sichuan is Vu Can. He immediately turned around with wide eyes. Vu Can, about that. Before he could finish, Vu Can interrupted him. There won't be any problems. V. Can finally managed to smile. Right? That's a relief. However, Vu Can added one more thing. As long as he has a strong stomach. The eldest brother's jaw dropped in sheer confusion. A strong stomach? Are they going to serve something bizarre? What does that mean? Vu Can's face slowly flushed red as he gritted his teeth as if chewing on an enemy. There's a disgusting bug of a human being over there. Now we know exactly who they were talking about in the palace. The Lord Thiam Su cursed inwardly as he walked in, using flowery words and cheap tricks to blind the young lord and fatten his own pockets. That corrupt, sycophantic official, Hong Chung. You bastard. Why are you here? Their eyes met, freezing cold. The other man chuckled, his voice high-pitched and grating. Lord Thiam Su, we rarely see each other, yet isn't your expression a bit too hostile? Could it be that I've done something to displease you?
Li Thiam Su glared back immediately. How could that be? It's just that martial artists from the Janyu have always been rough around the edges. I was merely worried that you, Lord Vice Commander, might feel uncomfortable here. It was all just polite talk. Everyone knew they were merely keeping up appearances while despising each other inside. Hong Chen slammed the table and stood up. Nonsense. I absolutely love occasions like this. Besides, the way you've been addressing me all this time is far too rigid. There's no need for such formalities between us. Li Thiam Su growled in response. The relationship? between us. Then is it all right if I call you Eunuch Hong? The moment those words left his mouth, the other man froze stiff as a board. His face turned crimson with sheer fury, veins popping on his forehead. He glared as if he wanted to eat the other man alive. That's a bit too casual, wouldn't you say?
The two locked eyes, every word laced with venom. I was only doing as you wished. It seems our lord, Su, has improved quite a bit, hasn't he? I thought you were only good with a sword, but today it looks like you have a sharp tongue as well. You'll have to look at you in a new light. I still pale in comparison to a certain someone. It was open hostility now, with neither side willing to back down. After glaring at each other for a solid 3 seconds, Hom Chan abruptly turned away. All right then, haha. We can talk about these things later. He tapped his chopsticks against the table. I have something to ask you. I heard that you used to be from the Manhwa sect, Lord Su. The older man was instantly jolted and stood frozen, but there was nothing to hide. Yes, I was once a disciple there. Who knew what dirty trick this guy was plotting now? The Manhwa sect in Shanxi. Lei Su nodded. That's right. But why are you suddenly asking about this? The man turned his saggy, wrinkled face back around. I've recently made the acquaintance of some martial artists from Shaanxi, and I was wondering if you might know them. Li Su was startled. Could they be from the Manhwa sect? The other man waved his hand and sighed. Oh my, if they were from Manhwa, I would have told you ages ago. He breathed a sigh of relief after hearing his words. Although I left the Manhwa sect on my own accord, it's a sect I'll be proud of for my entire life. How could Manhwa be involved with a treacherous official like Eunuch Hong? He resigned himself to saying, there are many sects in Shanxi. I used to only train on the mountain and never ventured out, so I don't know many martial artists from other sects. But the other guy didn't seem willing to let it go. Pointing his chopstick, he said, is that so? His face suddenly turned as sinister as a venomous snake. He chuckled, but it seems the other party knows you very well. After saying that, he tapped the cup forcefully. Immediately, a shout rang out from outside the door. The 3 heads of Zhangmin from Shanxi request an audience. Assistant Commander Li startled and spun around. The 3 heads of Zhangmin, the Zhangmin sect. Hom Zhen's face darkened, the corners of his mouth curling up. You are all from Shanxi. I've created an opportunity for you to meet. I hope you don't mind. The old man had been trapped by him. Furious, he could only curse inwardly. This bastard. Killing intent radiated from him, his clenched fists trembling as he wished he could strangle him to death. Even if he wasn't well versed in martial arts affairs, Manhwa and the Zhangmin sect had a grudge lasting hundreds of years. There was no way he didn't know. This cunning scumbag. Right at that moment, a voice echoed from behind. Isn't this Li Fang of the Manhwa sect? He recognized these guys and was taken aback. Kong. Yiji, why are you here? The 3 of them bowed with cup hands. The leader immediately replied, why else? Since the vice commander of Western Sichuan called, it'd come running even if it was 1,000 miles away, right? Hong Zhen smiled smugly. Don't say that. On the contrary, I am the one who should thank you for accepting the invitation. The moment they met, the Zhang and Sek guys started mocking. Speaking of which, you've really moved up in the world. Even someone like you managed to become an assistant commander. Looks like Manhwa spent quite a bit of silver, huh? Who wouldn't be furious hearing this? Assistant Commander Li ground his teeth. You dare insult the Manhwa sect. But the other guy wasn't scared at all. The two clashed right away, exchanging verbal blows. Huh? I think you're the one humiliating the Manhwa sect. 10 years ago, who was it that boasted Manhwa's martial arts but had to kneel before even lasting 100 seconds? You bastard. Standing between them, Hong Zhen watched the scene and laughed smugly. Ha. Right at that moment, another shout came from outside. The outstanding new talents of the Western Sichuan martial arts world have arrived. As soon as Chen Taekyung walked in, he saw the two blaring fiercely at each other. The gloomy atmosphere in the room was so thick it was visible to the naked eye. He looked at them, speechless. You invited everyone here, so why is the atmosphere like this? Should I greet them? Or just obediently stand still? Before you could figure out what to do, Hong Jin spoke up first. From what I know, the Jinju Chen clan sent a young hero here today. Could it be? He quickly bowed with cupped hands. Yes. I am Chen Taekyung of the Jinju Chen clan. Upon hearing this, Li Feng immediately turned around. If it's Chen Taekyung of the Jinju Chen clan, the hidden dragon of Western Sichuan. The old man recognized him, and our protagonist immediately looked at him. The guy from the Zhongnan sect also walked over. You're the hidden dragon of Western Sichuan? You're younger than I imagined. I heard your skills are quite formidable. Anyway, it's a pleasure to meet like this, Junior. I am Kong Yijie. He introduced himself, his mouth smirking with obvious disdain. The protagonist stood tall before them, not showing a hint of weakness. Meeting this old man, Chen Taekyung could immediately smell the arrogance. What the hell is this? We're meeting for the first time. What kind of sect senior does he think he is? This is so annoying. Seeing him stay silent, the old man spoke again. You probably don't know yet, but we are from Shaanxi. You've heard of the Zhongnan sect, right? He jolted and shouted excitedly, Zhongnan sect? I know it. Of course I do. When you mention the Zhongnan sect, they dominate. Mid-sentence, he caught himself and remembered. This isn't a novel. But the others had already heard it. Dominate? What? He quickly shut his mouth, scratched his head, and explained, No, it's nothing. The old man was furious, glaring at him intensely. Hmm? He clearly wanted to say something. He feebly explained, I just misremembered. The more he spoke, the angrier the old man got. Misremembered? What is there about our Zhongnan sect to misremember? So their very first meeting left a bad impression. The old man immediately mocked, Ahem, why does this young man have a habit of stopping halfway? Just finish your sentence, ask whatever you want, and I can answer it. Since he offered, he didn't hesitate to ask, in that case, can I ask for the esteemed name of your current guildmaster? Oh wait, I mean sect leader. Are you asking for our sect leader's name? Surname Kong, first name Yizhong. Have you never heard of it? What about the title Wind and Cloud Sword Lord? That. I think I heard of it, but maybe not. Is there anyone surnamed Chen in your sect? No. Our protagonist fired off a series of questions, making the old man's face grow darker and darker. This is absurd. The sect leaders and patriarchs of the 9 sects and 1 gang, as well as the 5 great families, are all renowned masters. As a descendant of the Jinju Chen clan, how can you not know the title of the Zhongman sect's leader? Is this pump making fun of the Zhongman sect? Chen Taekyung suddenly exclaimed, Eh? Looking closely, your names are quite similar. Kong Yizhong, Kong Yijie. Only then did the old man lift his chin and stroke his beard. He's quite observant. He's an elder in my family. He gasped in awe. Wow, an elder in the family. So your relationship is? The man answered honestly. Ahem, he's my uncle. Then he even acted mysterious. Don't spread it around. If outsiders find out, their attitude toward me would instantly change. If you really can't hold it in, it's fine to tell a few close friends. Unexpectedly, our protagonist agreed right away. I absolutely won't spread it around. His face scrunched up, pouting in blatant mockery right at the old man's face. Then what's there to brag about? An uncle is practically no different from a stranger. I thought it was a father-son relationship. Kong Yiga, who had been stroking his beard, froze completely, his mood completely ruined. He was utterly humiliated, suddenly bitten so hard by him, yet unable to do anything about it. He could only curse inwardly. This little brat. Shen Taekyung glanced over at the 3 Zhongman sect eyes. These people have been annoying right from the start. That condescending look of theirs. They think they can be arrogant just because they're from a major sect. Seems it's nothing like in the novels. Dealing with these kinds of people, it's fun to greet them with a smile and then secretly put them in their place. With that, he decided to go all out against them. Seeing this trick work, I wanted to tease them a bit more. But it's best to know when to stop. The Jinju Chen clan is just a local faction, while they're a major sect spread across the country. Clashing with them brings no benefits. Seeing him trembling with anger, Hom Zhen quickly stepped forward. I haven't introduced myself yet, have I? I am Hom Zhen, Vice Commander of Western Sichuan. He couldn't understand and asked, Vice what? He repeated, Vice Commander. Ah, you're from the martial arts world, so you probably haven't heard of this official title. He had to admit that, right? I've heard of Comrade Chairman, but never of Vice Commander. Hong Zhen seemed to really like him, rubbing his hands and laughing loudly. Ha ha ha. Look at his expression. So adorable, right, Assistant Commander Li? But little did he know he was secretly cursing him. Besides, it's my first time meeting someone like you too. Bleh. Li Feng stepped up, bowing with cupped hands. I am Li Feng, Assistant Commander of Western Sichuan. I am in charge of training the soldiers directly under Western Sichuan. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. They all say an outstanding rookie has emerged in the Western Sichuan martial arts world. Hearing his words, our protagonist was immediately satisfied. Finally, a normal person. If someone was polite, he'd be polite back. Feigning humility, he replied, What rookie? You flatter me. Li Feng glanced over and said, No. Rumors have always been exaggerated. The two exchanged words, completely ignoring the Zhongman sect guys who stood aside with faces as dark as the bottom of a pot. But meeting you today, young hero Chen truly lives up to his reputation. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Not at all. On my way here, I saw soldiers with extraordinary strength and was extremely amazed, wondering what great master trained them. Well, if you don't mind, could you introduce us to a few others? Of course. This is. The whole group standing behind them immediately shouted in unison at the top of their lungs. Hello. Everyone was startled and shocked. They recited in one breath like a textbook script. Greetings to the martial arts seniors and those who work tirelessly day and night for the nation. We are under the 5 gates of Western Sichuan. Only Qingfeng remains silent. All right, then what about the junior over there? Where are you from and who are you? When asked, Qingfeng still didn't say a word, just standing aside and observing. Suddenly, he pointed at himself and asked, Me? Comnat Catch was furious, gritting his teeth. Who else could it be besides you? Tan Fong calmly turned and counted. 1, 2, 3, 4. Aren't there plenty of other people here besides me? The old man's face turned as red as a tomato, provoked at every turn. He roared, That's not what I meant. I mean, you're the only one here who hasn't introduced yourself. Tan Fong beamed. Aha, so that's what you meant. When you called for a junior, I thought you didn't just mean me. Everyone in the martial arts world walks the same path. We're all inherently seniors and juniors, didn't you know?
Wow, then I'll try to act like a proper junior. Please take good care of me. Going back and forth only added fuel to the fire. He was totally freaking speechless. I mean, how can someone like this even exist? Now acting a bit more normal, he cupped his hands and bowed. I am Tan Fong, living in western Sichuan.
Kong Nakash facepalmed and sighed. Ha, then you must be a young talent from the 5 sects of western Sichuan. Tan Fong shook his head. I'm not. He immediately glared and asked, You're not? Tan Fong loudly introduced himself. I'm from Haku. The old man was left dizzy. Didn't you just say you were from western Sichuan? I live in western Sichuan, so of course I'm from western Sichuan, hee. The old man furrowed his brows tightly, his whole body freezing stiff. He bit his lips so hard it bled, looking like he was about to pop a blood vessel. Furious as he was, he stubbornly continued, Fine, then which sect in Haku do you belong to? The Iron Blood sect, the 5 Tigers Sword sect. Tan Fong asked with pure, unadulterated innocence. Where is that? The old man grew even more enraged. Didn't you just say you're from Haku? How can you not know the Iron Blood sect and the 5 Tigers Sword sect? Are you from the Heavenly Zen Temple then? I was only in Haku for half a month before coming to western Sichuan, so I don't know. Huh? Didn't you say you were from Haku? I indeed came from Haku, but before that, I was in Thatchte. Hearing this, his thread of reason freaking snapped. The old man couldn't hold it in anymore, his killing intent flaring wildly. You little brat, why don't you just say the whole world is your hometown? However, everyone present was left completely shocked and horrified. Old Kong Nat Catch also froze in shock. Geez, this brat. Seems like you've got some skills, huh? It turned out Tan Fong had firmly caught both of the charging old man's hands, his face completely devoid of fear. Realizing the situation, he quickly let go. I just acted on instinct. I'm sorry, senior. The old man looked at his bruised red wrists. Instinct? Sorry? His killing intent surged even more violently. No, you don't need to apologize. You just need to pay the proper price for this. You. Trantai Khan, sensing trouble, quickly stepped between them. Stop. Stop right there. Pardon our rudeness, senior. Already annoyed with him, and now with Tan Fong added to the mix, the old man naturally wasn't going to let it slide. Rudeness. Should I take this as the Jinju Chen clan interfering with my sex business? He leaned in close to challenge him. How could that be? I just don't want to blow things out of proportion. His Highness will be here soon. It wouldn't look good for you to start a fight with so many eyes watching, would it? Hong Chan, standing behind, deliberately chimed in. Well, I don't see any problem with it. Lai Fong jolted and shouted, Vice Commander, this is the Great Hall. I absolutely forbid anyone from causing trouble here. 2 other Chungnam disciples quickly blocked the old man, while Hong Chan glared and said coldly, Absolutely forbid. I don't like the sound of that. Someone who didn't know better might think Assistant Commander Lee is my superior. With things at this point, Kong Nat Catch still asked, So, what do you want to do now? Our MC shrugged and stepped aside. What can I do? I just don't want to make a scene, you know? Tan Fong, naive to the ways of the world, asked, Benefactor, did I do something wrong? The old man's face darkened with rage as he yelled, What? Are you looking down on me and the Chungnam sect? Having never understood the world and never facing a situation like this, he tried to explain, No, I just... The old man completely lost his temper and roared, Shut your damn mouth. Come to think of it, this was the first time he had ever been bullied. He was completely dumbstruck and terrified. But very quickly, his eyes sparkled. Wow, that's the first time I've ever been cursed at. How amazing. This reaction only infuriated the old man further, prompting him to throw a punch. You little bastard. He activated his skill, falling Thunder Divine Fist, throwing a direct punch. But somehow, his entire arm snapped backward in a split second. His entire body was sent flying away in agony. How is this possible? What kind of fist technique is this? It was nothing really. Tan Fong had just raised his hand to block. Our MC saw everything clearly. That wasn't a fist technique. He also explained, this isn't a fist technique. It's a palm technique called the Tai Illusory Palm. But senior, Tan Fong spoke while clutching his stomach and covering his mouth, ready to throw up. You're bleeding too much. The smell of blood makes me sick to my stomach. The old man was completely speechless. Didn't you do this to me? Our MC, standing to the side, was secretly terrified. I expected this, but to render Kong Nat Catch, who is over level 70, completely defenseless by taking just one punch. This kid, Tan Fong. Just how strong is he? Lai Fong couldn't help but exclaim, the Tai Illusory Palm. Did you say that was the Tai Illusory Palm? Is that really true? Throwing up, he nodded. Yeah, my grandpa taught me. Lai Fong ignored the vomiting and pressed urgently. See, could I ask the great name of your esteemed grandfather? Tan Fong's face was pale blue. Even while throwing up bile, he managed to choke out the name. Mai Tong Hak. It was a true shock. Lai Fong's face turned ashen. Mai Tong Hak? The Sword Saint, Mai Tong Hak? He wasn't the only one who knew. Everyone present dropped their jaws in absolute shock. The Sword Saint, Mai Tong Hak. The Sword Saint I know. That crazy kid is the Sword Saint's grandson. As for our MC, it went without saying his face was glowing. So he's the Sword Saint's grandson.
To think a single skewer of candied haws would score me such a massive treasure. Listen up, you brats. Just yesterday, the Sword Saint's grandson and I were eating and drinking together. We've done it all. Ha ha ha. However, the old man stubbornly refused to believe it. Pure nonsense. The Sword Saint has been in seclusion for over 30 years. As far as I know, the Sword Saint never had any heirs. How could he possibly have a grandson like you? Fan Fong scratched his head in confusion. That's not right. I really am my grandpa's grandson. Old Colin Nat Cash cursed relentlessly. The Sword Saint dedicated his entire life solely to martial arts. Everyone knows this. You little brat, you must be lying. Initially, Fan Fong argued back weakly. Am not. I really am. But then, getting annoyed, he firmly declared, I really am my grandpa's grandson.
He even excitedly clenched his fists and proclaimed, Grandpa said I was brought here by a crane 20 years ago. This was truly a world-shattering revelation, and no one could say another word. If he put it like that, they had no choice but to give up. Seeing our MC so stunned he almost collapsed, he innocently turned and asked, Huh? Benefactor, did I remember it wrong? His face pale, he asked just to be sure. So, what is the truth you know? He simply blurted out everything he knew. Grandpa said babies are gifts from the heavens. When the time is right, a stork will bring them. Is that not how it works? The MC finally understood. They're not related. It seems he was adopted by the Sword Saint. Living on a mountain with his grandpa for over 20 years, he naturally believed whatever he was told. Since he didn't know, he decided to educate him. Listen carefully. Having a baby requires 3 steps: ovulation, fertilization, and implantation. Try saying it.
Tan Fong blankly asked, Try it with you right here, benefactor.
The MC hurriedly grabbed his pants tightly. Are you crazy? Why would you want to do that with me? I meant repeat after me. Meanwhile, Kong Nat Catch was boiling with rage. He roared, You snot-nosed brats! What the hell do you think you're doing in front of a senior martial artist? Tran Tai Khan couldn't stand seeing Tan Fong get bullied, so he turned around and shot back. Listen here, seniors, your tongues are far too reckless. I don't care what you say about me, but if what this little brother says is true, what will you do? He snapped his head to the side and scoffed. The truth? Humph. If it were true, there's no way Li Fong wouldn't have recognized him. The MC was confused. What? Li Fong? Why bring him up all of a sudden? Only now did the man step forward and speak. I am a disciple of the Mount Hua sect. Until 10 years ago, I was still at Mount Hua, and the Sword Saint Mai Tong Hawk is the Grand Master of our sect. The arrogant Kong Nat Catch crossed his arms and sneered. Among the Mount Hua disciples, he was considered quite renowned. Of course, that was before our 2 sects held a martial exchange and he lost to me. Tell me, am I wrong? Lai Fong, feeling stung, quickly explained, That's right. For the martial exchange, the Jiamin sect stayed at Mount Hua for 2 days. I ended up eating something bad and felt deathly ill. The other guy, annoyed by the excuse, snapped, You're bringing that up again? Don't you ever get tired of it? The two bickered back and forth. Every time I think about it, it seems far too coincidental, doesn't it? Why is it that the ones who eat something bad are always the ones scheduled to duel you, including myself? So you still won't admit your defeat? No, I accepted it a long time ago. Thanks to you, I learned what the martial world is truly like, so it wasn't a total loss. The more they spoke, the angrier the old man got. He pointed aside and snapped, Cut the righteous act and answer me honestly. Back in Mount Hua, did you ever meet this fool? Li Fong retorted, Before I answer, I have a question. Do you still think I left Mount Hua because of you? Kong Nat Catch smirked slyly, though veins still popped on his forehead. Of course. You left Mount Hua less than 2 months after our duel. What more is there to argue? Li Fong calmly shook his head. It's true that for a time I was lost in confusion, but you are wrong.
He recounted after that day, probably over a month later, my master suddenly told me there was a place we needed to go. Listen, I followed my master, only to find all the elders, including the sect leader, gathered there. They said we were going to find the Grand Master. We scoured all of Mount Hua. We had to break through 10 layers of formations just to find the Grand Master's dwelling. Do you know what I saw there? I saw an adorable child. He was trying his hardest to swing a sword with a body much smaller than kids his age, but not a single person laughed. Everyone was completely dumbstruck. Watching a 10-year-old monster flawlessly execute the Plum Blossom sword art, how could anyone laugh? That child is Tan Fong right now.
The other man flat out refused to believe it.
How? How is that possible? As far as I know, to use the Plum Blossom sword art, one must be at least a first-rate master. Lai Fong replied softly, The martial world is full of the unexpected. Compared to that, using a few cheap tricks in a duel is nothing. After over a month of facing the wall in meditation, I reached enlightenment. I no longer had any reason to stay there. That is the real reason I left the Mount Hua sect. The 3 men, jaws dropped, turned to look at Tan Fong. So that's how it is. The rest of the crowd was equally mind-blown upon hearing this. Hong Chan chuckled inwardly. Heh. Tran Tai Khan recalled what Tan Fong had told him. When I was 10, dozens of people suddenly came looking for trouble. I remember Grandpa yelling that if they didn't leave, he'd burn down the whole mountain. Maybe because the mountain was so big, we always managed to hide easily after that. Now he understood. Trouble, my foot. Who would dare cause trouble for the Sword Saint? Threatening to burn down his own sect. The Sword Saint's temper is no joke. The more he looked at him, the more unbelievable it seemed. Reaching the level of a first-rate master at just 10 years old. Could even Tran Vu Khan have done that? However, the old man stubbornly yelled, "Where's the proof? How can you prove he's that exact child?" Lai Fong conceded, "I have no proof. Only my remaining memories." Khan Nat Catch gloated triumphantly, "See, as the saying goes, rivers and mountains change in 10 years. Why should we believe your baseless memories?" Li Fong drew his sword, his expression dark. "No. To be honest, I'm not even sure what that child would look like now. Young hero, how many martial arts of the Manhwa sect do you know?" He looked over innocently. "Huh? I'm not from the Manhwa sect." Li Fong asked in surprise, "Not from the Manhwa sect." "That's right. Grandpa said it'd be useful to learn, so he taught me a little." Still gripping his sword tightly, Li Fong continued, "Then let me ask you. The Six Harmonies sword, Plum Blossom sword art, Shangqing sword, Tai illusory palm, Falling flower shadowless palm, Mountain flower shadowless technique. How many of these have you learned?" Completely oblivious to the man's dark expression, Fan Fong blurted out honestly, "I've learned all of them." Li Fong's face grew even darker. "You? What?" He slowly stepped closer. You've learned them all." Suddenly, the hand holding the sword stopped dead in its tracks. Tran Tai Khan flinched, staring warily at the sword in his hand. But surprisingly, he flipped the hilt and offered the sword forward. Smiling warmly with squinted eyes, he asked, "Could you try demonstrating the Plum Blossom sword art for us?" Tan Fong hesitantly scratched his head. "Grandpa told me never to show my martial arts to others, but Lai Fong wouldn't let him refuse. Just one move. No, just one strike is enough." Eager but trying to play it cool, his eyes sparkled as he readily agreed. "Then I'll just show you a few basic moves." The crowd quickly stepped aside to give him room. First step, circulating ki, a pink light envelops his body. Next, deep breath. Just looking at the pink light, Li Fong jolted in shock. That is, he recognized it, the purple cloud divine art. Tan Fong raised his sword forward. He began to swing wildly to show off, delivering a powerful thrust. Jin Taekyung gasped in horror, his eyes wide as he watched. The entire room was flooded with a pink hue. However, in just a few seconds, the long dining table was shattered in two. Crash, bang, boom. Just a single sword strike caused this level of destruction. Elder Li Fong immediately clasped his hands together. He had no more doubts, shouting loudly, "Manhwa sect disciple Li Fong greets martial uncle Tan Fong." Only the main character was furious. "You rotten brat. The food and table were perfectly fine. Why did you have to smash them? I haven't eaten a single bite since morning." The whole dining table exploded into nothingness. Kong Nat Catch was completely speechless. What is the meaning of this? Hong Chan waved his hand to shoo him away like a pest. "Aya, why do you keep making me repeat myself? I think you should just head back first today." His arm was already broken, and now being kicked out halfway, he furiously questioned, "Sir, why are you suddenly chasing me away? Is it because of what just happened that you are disappointed in me?" He stood aside, smiling. "Disappointed? Aya, we aren't friends, nor do we expect anything from each other, so where would disappointment come from?" Calm Nat Catch wouldn't let it go. "Could it be? Have you forgotten the agreement with our Jiamin sect?" Hong Chan smirked wickedly. You mean the matter of me asking you to clear the path in Western Sichuan for me. That's how deals work. Before everything is finalized, anything can change. You didn't think this could be settled with just a few words, did you? Besides, His Highness hasn't approved this yet." While the three were seething with helpless rage, another voice interrupted. I say seniors of the Jiamin sect." It was Jin Taekyung. He stood with his arms crossed, aiming straight at them. "I don't know what grand scheme you're plotting, but can't you discuss it later? The table being flipped over is heartbreaking enough already." The old man trembled with rage, having nowhere to vent, and immediately snapped, "Shut up! This isn't a matter that a sect without even a pedigree like yours is allowed to meddle in." Hong Chan laid his cards on the table with a cold tone. Things will still proceed. The two sides argued fiercely. "What do you mean? We will build an exclusive route and cargo transit station connecting Shaanxi and Western Sichuan and expand this scale. Then shouldn't you ally with our sect even more, right? Shaanxi isn't just your Zhongmin sect." The main character and Fan Fong just stood aside and listened. What else could they do? Hong Chan brazenly pointed at Li Fong. "As far as I know, there is another sect there with a better reputation and a longer history than the Zhongyan sect." Those guys understood immediately. The Manhwa sect. Kong Nat Catch gritted his teeth and glared. "No. Everyone in the sect thinks this deal is set in stone. If they find out now that the opportunity has fallen to the Manhwa sect, I won't just be simply punished." He immediately pointed his finger. "Up until now, our sect has never made a mistake in collaborating with the government. On the contrary, the Manhwa sect has no experience in this aspect whatsoever. They will surely be hasty and make mistakes. Vice Commander, please carefully weigh your own gains and losses after today's matter." But Hong Chan had calculated everything. Since he had come this far, he wouldn't easily let it go. He completely shifted the burden to Li Fong. "It seems you have some misunderstanding. This is my conclusion after much deliberation. Commander Li, what do you think? Who would refuse a free meal served right to them? Kong Nat Catch is not wrong. The Manhwa sect has always drawn a clear line between the government and the Murim. He smiled smugly. However, everyone has a first time, right? The old man was infuriated. Li Fong, you bastard. Hong Chan smiled warmly and patted his shoulder. Our Commander Li has indeed improved a lot. It was rare to see these two on the same side. It's all thanks to someone's blessing. The two sides were in a tense confrontation. How dare you? Dare to look down on our John Man sect. Suddenly, a voice called out beside them. Hey. He glared, turning sharply and yelling. What is it now?
Jin Taekyung pushed a blushing Fan Fong forward, great hero fan of the Mount Hua sect. Wants to say a few words on behalf of the pedigree-less Jinju Chen clan. The whole group was speechless, turning to look at the two of them, no one understanding a thing. Unsure of how the main character lured him into it, Fan Fong just yelled at the top of his lungs, "Get lost, you old bastards." The shout was so deafening that Kong Nat Kak's hat was blown right off. What the heck? He made up his mind right then and there. The humiliation of today. I will definitely repay it in full one day. Definitely. Only then did he shut up and drag his men away. So if he was trained by the main character. Li Fong stood behind and saw it all. Is this your first time? It seems you have a talent for it. Learn from me more in the future. All right. Hong Shan still found it hard to believe, Commander Li, is that young man really the disciple of Sword Saint Mai? He was having a headache over it too, I can confirm it. But why does he act like that? Probably because he's lived isolated from the world for too long. Hong Chan cast a skeptical glance. I say, even so, didn't Hero Mai teach him the most basic manners? Li Fong didn't know what to say about that. From what I know, his master isn't an ordinary person either. Both of them were completely speechless, not knowing what else to say. Truly extraordinary. They're all the same. Better to just continue discussing the important matters. There won't be any issues leaving this matter to the Mount Hua sect, right? Yes. Good. Then we'll leave this for later. While they clean up this place, let's take a walk. Only now did Hong Chan clap his hands and call out, all right, the uninvited guests have left. It's time to invite His Highness over. The main character's jaw dropped. Huh? Weren't we supposed to meet here? Li Fong explained. His Highness has a habit of intensely practicing martial arts whenever he's stressed, so he's probably at the training grounds right now. And that was indeed the case. The whole group had to go to the training grounds and kneel, waiting for him to finish practicing. Seeing them, he finally stopped and turned around. Time really flies. He handed his sword to a servant. Step by step, he approached the group. Jin Taekyung was still dissatisfied and cursed inwardly. He calls us over, but then he's here practicing martial arts. Are all lords like this? So young, yet so ill-mannered. Unexpectedly, the boy came right up to him. Who is the hidden dragon of Western Sichuan? The main character slightly raised his head. Your Highness, Lord of Thuong's son, I am.
Unexpectedly, the boy held out a wooden staff. This. The main character took it. If you throw it to me, I have no choice but to catch it. But what is this? Still puzzled, he wondered. What does he want me to do? To think that looking closely, His Highness is still just a snot-nosed brat. And yet, what he handed me was paper and a brush. Please sign this for me. How shocking. I actually got asked for an autograph by the Emperor. The brat even added, it's best if you include your title too. It finally clicked for our protagonist. So he wants my autograph. Finally, some time to eat. A whole table with nothing missing. Fan Fong ate like a starving tiger. It's rare for him to have a chance to eat his fill like this. The others were too tense to even dare touch the food.
Ding! He had just picked up a piece of meat when the system popped up. You have completed the quest condition. Attend the luncheon hosted by the Lord of the City. The boy Emperor hugged the piece of wood he signed, smiling the whole time. Thank you so much. I will definitely enlarge this wooden board and hang it on the sign of the Western Sichuan Government Office. His face turned pale, losing his appetite. Hang that on the sign of the Western Sichuan Government Office. Why? What a weird kid. Suddenly, the kid remembered his question. By the way, I noticed earlier that when you signed, you didn't use sword aura. Why didn't you use it? Wouldn't it be easier to write using sword aura? The piece of meat caught in his throat. He slammed his chopsticks on the table. It's not that I didn't use it, but that I can't use it. Just like I said, I'm not a peak master yet, so I can't use sword aura. As soon as he said that, the kid's face completely lost all color. His jaw dropped, the piece of wood falling from his grasp. Devastated as if struck by lightning, the hidden dragon of Western Sichuan isn't a peak master. Can't use sword aura. Our protagonist didn't understand what he did wrong. Seriously, so what if I can't use sword aura? Honestly, there are so many people using sword aura lately that I was already feeling a bit down. I didn't expect a snot-nosed brat I just met to piss me off this much. The kid's disappointment was obvious. He just sat there frozen, completely losing his appetite. Tran Tai Can couldn't hold back and spoke up. Peak Master. Sword aura? Explaining it to him. Actually, sword aura isn't that important in real combat. One question, one kill. True Tat. Hoa Duong sword. Tran Bok Duong. And even Fun Duong of the Sichuan bandits not long ago. They were all incredibly powerful peak masters, but after fighting me, what happened to them? Saying this, he made a throat-slitting gesture. The kid immediately gasped in awe. Oh. Tran Tai Can got even more fired up.
There is a saying in Muram, it's not the strong who survive, but the ones who survive are the strong. His whole body burned with fiery passion, as long as you have the desire to win, and an unyielding, indomitable will. No matter who the opponent is, you can defeat them. Furthermore, that is the very driving force that created the hidden dragon of Western Sichuan today. He bragged a bit too loudly, leaving the entire room in dead silence. No one dared to make a sound.
The boy emperor's attitude flipped, eyes sparkling with admiration. In combat, willpower beats sword aura. I've learned something crucial today, truly worthy of the hidden dragon of Western Sichuan. He even added, seeing your training earlier, I thought you'd surely become a master soon. However, the protagonist's mind was elsewhere. No, sword aura is actually the most useful. It's too hard without the system. He casually pointed to Tan Fong. Ah, but if you want to learn sword aura, you can ask him to teach you. You know of the sword saint Mai Tong Hawk, right? He is the sword saint's disciple, a true peak master. And so the kid turned to talk to Tan Fong while our protagonist slipped away. Oh man, I'm starving to death. I need to get some food too. But he hadn't taken a few steps before he was stopped by Hong Chan. Young hero Tran. He pointed to the seat next to him. We were just talking about the Jinju Chen clan when you arrived. Ha ha ha, hurry up and take a seat here.
He froze on the spot. Ah, I suddenly lost my appetite. How could he swallow anything sitting next to this guy? But even if he didn't want to, he still had to sit down. Roughly summarized, here's what they discussed. Starting from Thatch Tay, passing through Western Sichuan, and extending all the way to the Central Plains. They plan to use government funds and the Manhwa sect's influence to build an exclusive transport route that no one would dare mess with. Because of this, we need an escort agency capable of safe transport. We will provide half the capital and absolutely favorable conditions. They hope the Jinju Chen clan can take charge of this. He instantly knew their true intentions. It's obvious they want to use us as meat shields. Instead of this, why don't they just establish an escort agency themselves? Recalling his conversation with Vu Kan, if that rumor is true, handing the escort agency to the Jinju Chen clan is probably to avoid the emperor's eyes. Ugh, why do I have a feeling this is bad news? Seeing him remain silent, Hong Chan asked again, Young Master Tran, you surely know this is a great opportunity, right? He nodded. I know, but just keep deflecting. This isn't something I can simply agree to on my own. I will carefully pass this on to my eldest brother. Only then did the man let him go and nod. All right, that is enough. Coming from you, young Lord Tran will certainly take it seriously. After all, your brother's doting affection for you is something we have long heard of. There was no denying this one. Yeah, the whole world knows it by now. While drinking water, an idea suddenly popped into his head. By the way, Chairman. No, Vice Commander. Does the escort agency you mentioned absolutely have to be newly built? Wouldn't taking over an existing one and changing its signboard work just fine? Both the old man and Lai Fong turned to him. Do you have an escort agency in mind already? He replied casually. I do. It's the Tin Van Escort Agency. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone else choked on their drinks. Hong Chan smiled, his eyes squinting. The Tin Van Escort Agency? You shouldn't underestimate them. After all, they are the #1 escort agency in Western Sichuan. It'll be very hard to swallow them whole in one bite. But he had already calculated everything. He stood up decisively and took a few steps. That's exactly why we need to chew carefully and swallow slowly. After saying this, he even threw his arms around the shoulders of those men, with murderous intent radiating from him. Listen up, you guys heard everything, right? The group screamed in terror. I absolutely won't say a word. I'll take this secret to my grave. I've already forgotten everything. Where am I? Who am I? Tran Tai Khan was so satisfied he couldn't stop smiling. All right, stop acting. You guys choose for yourselves. Do you want to make enemies out of the Jinju Chen clan, the Manhwa sect, and the government? Or discard No Chan Tai and get a cut of the profits from us? Forcing them to choose right here was no different from telling them to walk to their deaths. The phrase, you decide for yourselves, was enough to make them piss their pants. Hong Chan laughed heartily at the sight. Our young Master Tran is truly becoming more pleasing to the eye the more I look at him. Ha ha ha. And just like that, he won his favor. Excuse me, just calling me young Master Tran is fine. Ayo, stop pretending. It's obvious you like it. I told you, you're like family, especially good. Family, not bad. I'm already looking forward to my meeting with young Lord Tran. After the meal, the group boarded the carriage to head home. He even received a dazzling gold medallion. He was absolutely thrilled. Oh my, I'm so flattered. You really didn't have to give me this. The little emperor replied cheerfully. This is my token. If there is anything you desire or wish for, you may bring this token to me. As long as it is within my power, I will make it happen. Ding! The quest subject is highly satisfied with today's meeting. He was already calculating. Oh, this is basically a reward voucher. Should I exchange it for some spiritual elixirs or treasures? No, thanks to the blazing fire divine pill, my internal energy is already sufficient. Now all I'm lacking is a decent spear. Should I exchange it right now? The little emperor asked again. Then what about me? After we part today, when will I be able to see you again? Tai Kyung scratched his chin and calculated. About that. Probably.
After sleeping for 1,000 nights, the kid panicked. Are you? Are you really that busy? His face visibly fell. Even my late imperial father was never that busy. The MC couldn't hold back a chuckle. Ha ha ha. As expected, he's still just a kid. How adorable.
But Li Feng, standing nearby, interjected to coax him. Your Highness, I've heard that half a month from now, the Jinju Chen clan will be hosting a grand banquet. At that time, how about you personally visit the Jinju Chen clan? The kid's eyes lit up, ecstatic. Visit the Jinju Chen clan. That's right. By then, all the prominent martial artists in Western Sichuan will gather there. Right, they're still that way. Taekyung stood beside them, his face darkening. But who even invited him? Who agreed to let him come? But when the kid turned to ask, is that okay, he had to put on an act. Of course it is. My older brothers at home will also be very welcoming to you. Ha ha ha. Do you know my brothers? My second older brother previously? No. Before he could even finish, the kid's smile vanished. I don't like your second brother. Taekyung froze, completely speechless. The kid frowned in annoyance. 3 years ago, he didn't say a single word. He just came, ate, and left. He even offended me. How could he be so reckless? Huh? He didn't say a single word. But the kid turned away, sulking. I don't want to bring up what happened that day ever again. Hongjin hurriedly approached and whispered. His Highness asked for his autograph, but he flatly refused. Only then did he understand. So that's what happened 3 years ago. Thinking of that infuriating Mu Kyung, he sighed. Goodness, what kind of character is that? A 7-year-old child and a royal prince at that just asked for an autograph and he outright refused? Is truly unbelievable. So the MC immediately melted down. Smiling brightly, he earnestly proposed. When you visit this time, I will have him sign it for you. The kid instantly got excited. Huh, really? He raised the kid's hand. Pinky promise, stamp it. There was no such game here. What is this? He happily explained it means swearing to the heavens. The kid immediately became eager again, laughing endlessly. Oh, do it again. Do it again. Pinky promise, stamp it. Li Feng and Hong Jin stood watching from the side. It's been a long time since I've seen His Highness so happy. Indeed. Facing the boring Assistant Commander Li all day, it's rare to see him smile so brightly. Seeing there was nothing left to do, Taekyung prepared to leave. Then I shall take my leave. The little emperor waved goodbye. Have a safe trip. See you next time. Li Feng also bowed and requested, please take good care of my martial uncle. The MC stepped onto the carriage and gestured, kid, it's your turn. Shang Peng, sitting inside, immediately waved out. Martial nephew Li Feng, no need to worry about me. Hanging out with young Master Chen guarantees he'll encounter interesting things. How could the old man feel at ease? Just in case, let me say one thing. Just please don't cause any trouble. The carriage began its journey. Before they even went 3 steps, the sound of shattering objects echoed loudly from inside the carriage, followed by the sound of endless bickering. As for those lackeys cowering in the corner over there, how are we supposed to get home? The MC sat comfortably in the carriage, stretching out with a sigh of relief. Finally, some rest. But only now did he notice that the old man Hong Jin was also sitting inside. He jumped in shock. What is this? This is the carriage heading to the Jinju Chen clan. The old man nonchalantly replied, I know, that's why I'm sitting here. This guy's work ethic was truly terrifying. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. Shouldn't I take this opportunity to have a chat with the young master of the Chen clan? Just like that, the 3 of them chatted lively in the carriage. So you've always lived in Yushin. That's right, I've been there since I was little. Meanwhile, Taekyung sat on the side observing. It wasn't every day you got to meet a eunuch. This guy totally had that distinct flamboyant look. He used to be a court eunuch. A eunuch. Doesn't that mean he was castrated? I heard all eunuchs are castrated. Is that really true? Thinking this, he glanced down at his own family jewels, shuddering at the thought. But the old man caught him immediately. Young Master Chen, where exactly are you looking? The MC flinched and immediately closed his legs, stammering. Well, it looks like there's something on your clothes. Oh, right. How did the great warrior Li Feng enter the military camp? Luckily for him, the old man didn't press the issue. You mean Assistant Commander Li? Through the martial arts examination, of course. After that, it was a smooth path to promotion. The two exchanged a few more words. It seems disciples of the Manhwa sect truly are a cut above the rest. You can't say it had no influence, but it's not entirely due to his sect. Reaching the rank of a 3rd-grade assistant regional commander in just 3 years is no easy feat. He's already considered a high-ranking official. After all, there are only 4 in each region. What's more, in Assistant Commander Li's case, his military rank puts him in the top 3. There's the regional commander, me, and then Assistant Commander Li. Of course, we all serve under the Lord of Shangshan. Compared to Assistant Commander Li, who earned his position through sheer merit, the current regional commander is far more incompetent. He only has a good background and spends all his time taking bribes. Just look at how the bandits have run rampant ever since the Hengshan sword sect fell. The MC listened, puzzled. Like I said, if that's the case for the sake of the people, shouldn't a commander like that be directly? But the old man looked surprised. Dismissed? The old man pointed a finger and explained, the regional commander is personally appointed by the emperor. The power to dismiss him naturally belongs to the emperor as well. This guy was blunt, but fortunately, he's not greedy enough to demand more.
I also like taking bribes, so I have no right to judge him. Well, I have no words for that. Seriously. Should I call him honest or just plain shameless? An official blatantly admitting he loves bribes. I really don't know how to react.
Suddenly his eyes narrowed. Young Master Chen, do you know? Know what? Then he suddenly blurted out, I don't have that. The entire carriage fell dead silent. No one dared to utter a word. He added, what I mean is, I am a eunuch. Taekyung's face went from pale white to bruised purple. Going public just like that? So suddenly? How the hell am I supposed to react? His whole body trembled, racking his brain but coming up empty. He finally squeezed out a few words. That's truly a pity. But the old man nonchalantly replied, it's not exactly a pity. I don't regret my decision at all. My whole family was on the verge of starving to death, so I had to do something. Therefore, I never felt the need to be an upright and incorruptible official. As if things weren't awkward enough, that idiot Cheong Peng asked with sparkling eyes, Benefactor, can you tell me what a eunuch is? The protagonist panicked, completely lost for words. No, I won't tell you. Just turn around.
If I tell him, there's a 99.999% chance he'll blurt out, wow. This is the first time I've seen someone without a chili pepper. But the old man just smiled warmly and explained it anyway. Just as he thought that, the kid reacted exactly as predicted. Wow, this is the first time I've seen someone without a pepper. Taekyung couldn't handle it and screamed, shut your mouth right now. The carriage erupted in chaos. Don't get worked up, young Master Chen. The boy lives in the mountains, it's normal, he doesn't know. I haven't been a eunuch for just a day or two. Even so, as fellow men, that's way too rude. Was I rude? I'm so sorry. It's fine, puff out your chest, you still have yours, right? The chaos lasted until the driver announced, Vice Commander, we are arriving at the Jinju Chen clan. Meanwhile, at the Chen clan, Wee Kyung's desk was piled high with a messy mountain of books and papers.
He looked pale and on the verge of tears. Okay, Pyong, save me. If this keeps up, I'm really going to die from exhaustion. But OK Pyong's face remains stone cold. Even if you die, you have to finish your work first. I'll throw you a very grand funeral. The two immediately started bickering. You're a demon. Are you even human? How am I supposed to finish all this by myself? You're the one who chased away all the invited scholars, my lord. Suddenly, someone came in to report. Young master. He spun around. The servant stood there cowering. The vice commander of Western Sichuan has sent a messenger. How would you like to handle this? Wai Kyung and OK Pyong turned to look at each other, instantly petrified. It took 3 whole seconds for their brains to process it. Who? A man in red walked in and bowed with his hands clasped. Greetings, young master. The vice commander has sent this lowly one to deliver a message to you.
Wai Kyung was burning with anxiety. Let's get straight to the point. Does your message have to do with my little brother?
The servant was startled. Huh?
Yes, they are coming here together.
Together?
Yes, they will arrive in half an hour.
Wai Kyung's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, emotionally scarred. I've heard the rumors. About King Sangsan's trusted confidant, a eunuch holding real power. Why would someone like that come here in person? People like him never visit without an ulterior motive. Before he could say anything else, Ok Pyong stepped forward. Even though the vice commander is a high-ranking official busy with state affairs, visiting so abruptly is far too disrespectful to our clan. He radiated a fiery, threatening aura. Isn't that right? The servant was scared out of his wits. About that, this lowly one is just following orders to pass on a message.
Wee Kyung quickly stepped in to stop him.
Okay, Pyong, that's enough. So what message does the vice commander want you to give me? The trembling servant immediately became as obedient as a puppy. His Excellency is visiting abruptly and sent me to apologize in advance. And Wee Kyung looked at the scroll puzzled. What is this? The servant just handed it over. This lowly one doesn't know. His Excellency said you'll understand once you read it. Wee Kyung took it and untied the string to open it. The red string fell straight to the ground. Just as he stood there reading, Woo Kyung walked in from outside. Brother, you were looking for me. He frowned deeply and asked, what did you need me for? Brother. But what greeted him were 2 faces grinning so hard they looked ready to cry. We're having an esteemed guest at the estate soon, right? Exactly. Oh, go prepare right away.
Woo Kyung listened, completely confused.
Esteemed guest? Hearing his voice, the two immediately went on high alert. Ah, Woo Kyung, second young master. Both of them pinched their noses in disgust. Were you just training? You reek of sweat. Woo Kyung shot back, annoyed. Isn't it completely normal to sweat when training? Who would have thought his older brother, who usually doted on him, would point a finger and shoo him away today? Go take a bath and then come back. Hurry up and wash yourself. Woo Kyung's face turned beet red, grinding his teeth. Just who exactly is coming to make you two this agitated? But Ok Pyong and Wee Kyung's faces were even more terrifying, emphasizing every word. An esteemed guest. An incredibly precious guest. Got it? Now go take a bath. Outside the gates, Taekyung arrived home only to panic, sweating bullets. Whoa, damn it.
A massive banner was hung right over the Chen clan's main gate, welcoming the vice commander to the Jinju Chen clan. The protagonist trembled with anger. What the hell is this? Now look at it. It's not like the Buddha himself has descended.
The old man, Hong Jin, walked up behind him and couldn't hold back a laugh upon seeing it. Oh my, this truly exceeds all expectations. Are you and my older brother childhood friends, going to such grand lengths? Young Master Chen, I am not that young anymore. Ah, excuse my rudeness. Chong Peng stood next to the carriage, staring blankly. Hong Jin happily turned to ask, Young Master Chen, do you know what solidifies interpersonal relationships the best? It's wealth. With money, you can even buy immortals, let alone the living. Wouldn't you agree?
He immediately turned around. About that, my older brother definitely isn't the type to be easily bought off with a few taels of silver. The man roared with laughter. A few taels? Ha ha ha. I spent 1,000 taels. 1,000 taels of white silver. Too many numbers made his brain lag. He just couldn't calculate it. 1,000 taels? How much is that? 50 taels of silver is twice the annual living expenses for 4 commoner households. 50 taels translates to about 300,000 multiplied by 20 makes. Frying his brain doing the math, he finally blurted out, That's seriously a lot. Hong Jin nodded. I invested quite a heavy sum this time. He was even more shocked. Why would you give so much? The old man looked up at the Chen clan's signboard. For the sake of our future relationship, of course. Right now, the Jinju Chen clan's expenses far exceed their income. War isn't just about defeating the enemy and taking their territory. Assistance given during times like these leaves the deepest impression. It took me a while to realize that myself. Ah, of course. I also added a little extra out of affection for you, young Master Chen. You understand my intentions, right? As he said this, the old man winked continuously, his face flushed as he eagerly sent signals. Taekyung got goosebumps all over. Understand my ass. You want me to start another war? He unconsciously covered his rear end. Just then a voice rang out, Please come inside, Vice Commander. All 3 of them, Wei Kyung, Wu Kyung, and Ok Pyong, came out to welcome him holding banners, shouting in unison. His Majesty the Emperor, His Highness King Sangson. Welcome. Only Wu Kyung's face was red like a monkey's butt, clearly unwilling. Hong Jin also flashed a bright smile. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure. The MC was left completely speechless on the spot. At this point, it looks like we've completely lost the battle. No one noticed the expression on Fan Fong's face as he stood right behind them. His eyes gleamed with intense excitement as he stared intently at someone. Found you.